In this realm, only eternal darkness and biting cold prevail, snuffing out countless souls before the first day ends. Yet Yu awakens the check-in system, becoming a glitch in the very contest. A single check-in grants an eternally burning candle, perfectly warm clothing, and a sharp spear. A check-in count of 10 bestows a high-powered laser lamp, epic equipment, and a sun-shooting bow. After 100 check-ins, one gains supernatural night vision, a legendary castle, and a mythic beast companion. Then came the exclamation, "My goodness." While we languish in darkness and cold, he already owns his own beacon fortress. Is that the divine beast Li Huolong he tamed? A celestial creature capable of devouring darkness to create light. Of course Yu felt far more blessed than any other human in the world. He gently placed the candle upon the ground. Unable to resist, he first warmed his hands, and then vigorously rubbed his limbs and entire body to stave off the biting frost. Then, starved and chilled, he hurriedly unwrapped the sole piece of bread and toasted it over the candle's flame for a while. Soon the bread that had been frozen stiff turned soft and warm. After a moment's thought, Yu cut off a quarter and ate it. Uncertain when his next meal would come, he resolved to avoid any waste. With the warm, soft bread filling his stomach, Yu felt a sudden surge of strength. With his stomach now full, his spirit lifted immediately. He then placed pure water near the candle flame, warming it until it melted, and hastily took a sip. Phew! Yu exhaled deeply in satisfaction. Water, after all, was even more vital than food. 3 days without water would bring anyone to the brink. In the absence of food, but with ample water, one could persevere for over 20 days, even a month. Yu took another sip and promptly replaced the lid. It must be used sparingly. Regaining some strength, he stood up, clutching the candle as he set out to explore. Here, it appeared to be a barren wasteland. After a few steps, suddenly a message appeared. Would X1 found pick it up? A spark ignited within him. It was not his own system's voice, but that previously cold mechanical tone. It seemed that the everlasting night survival contest had become partly gamified. Without hesitation, Yu chose yes, and instantly an inventory box appeared. Stone X1 found pick it up. Stone X1 found pick it up. Without hesitation, Yu selected pick up for them all. He finally understood why the survival contest demanded exploration. Only by venturing into varied regions could one amass abundant resources. In that case, Yu retrieved the Everlasting Night Survival Manual from his memory and unfolded the crafting options. As for what he desired most at that moment, he offered a wry smile. Perhaps what he desired most was a warm, spacious house with a soft, comfortable bed. But that seemed far-fetched. He flipped through the building category in his crafting list, the most basic option being a simple cabin. Simple cabin would X100 a rope, X100 nails, X100. Yu was left speechless. There's no way to accomplish that anytime soon. With a long sigh, he had to temporarily relinquish that extravagant notion. Would one. Continuing his journey, Yu gathered every piece of wood and raw material he encountered into his inventory. So much wood here. Could it be that a forest is near? He wondered. A stirring came over him. While a forest might be a sanctuary, it also promised potential dangers, like various wild beasts lurking in the dark. Moreover, the beasts here were likely nothing like those on Earth. In the extreme darkness and chill, they must be of monstrous proportions. Exclaiming silently, Yu resolved not to provoke these creatures. "HM," he murmured as a massive dark silhouette emerged ahead. Using the candle's faint glow, he discerned it to be a towering ancient tree. One could only wonder how such trees managed to flourish in this dark, frigid realm. Their towering heights vanished into the endless black above. The trunk was so massive that it would take 3 or 4 people to embrace it. Wood one, vine one. It seems all this wood nearby is due to this great tree. Yu smiled slightly as he circled around, gathering plentiful wood and vine. Vine can substitute for rope. In other words, if he gathered more, the dream of building a simple cabin might just come true. However, there were no nails. Congratulations, host, you have discovered the first living being of the everlasting night world, the Earth Banyan tree. Would you like to check in at this? Overjoyed, Yu immediately confirmed yes. As the message flashed, congratulations, host, check-in at the Earth Banyan tree complete. Reward acquired, a perfect level blanket. Yu shook his head, a trace of disappointment crossing his eyes, though he knew it was indeed a necessary item. Just then his footing shifted slightly, and a thought stirred. The candle's glow crept toward the tree's base, revealing amidst the enormous roots of the Earth Banyan tree a mysterious hollow. Immediately Yu's face lit up with joy. A tree hollow, he exclaimed internally. Excellent, I can take refuge there at least for now. Even in his elation, caution prevailed. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a piece of wood from his inventory, and using the candle's aid managed to ignite it after some effort. No need for the crafting manual. Anyone can craft it. Torch X1. With the torch in hand, Yu cautiously approached the tree hollow at the base of the Earth Banyan tree. Suddenly, in the dark recesses illuminated by the torch's glow, several pairs of glistening green eyes emerged. Yu jolted in fright. A wild beast, an aberrant creature capable of surviving in eternal darkness and extreme cold, had appeared before him far sooner than he had expected. Yi Yu cursed under his breath. The elation of having just found a sheltered tree hollow collapsed in an instant, replaced by intense tension and fear. He forced himself to count quietly in his mind 1, 2, 3, 3 pairs of eyes watching him. 3 aberrant beasts. Yi Yu forced himself to stay calm, meeting their gaze. The 3 creatures seemed to be studying him in turn. Though everything was shrouded in darkness, he knew that such beasts must long since have evolved keen hearing and smell to perceive the outside world. They don't seem very large. Maybe I can handle this, Yi Yu thought, tightening his grip on the torch in his hand. This was his greatest leverage, his only real advantage. Creatures that live their entire lives in darkness and cold must carry an instinctive fear of flame. In humanity's earliest days of evolution, it was fire that drove back and resisted wild beasts. The 3 aberrant beasts slowly stepped out, closing the distance to Yi Yu one careful pace at a time. From their mouths came a chilling hissing sound. As Yi Yu looked more closely, he realized they resembled rabbits. They were, however, 4 or 5 times larger than an ordinary rabbit, and they had grown sharp fangs and claws. These were meat-eating rabbits. At that moment, information flickered into view within his system. Bloodthirsty rabbit. Level 1st tier ferocious beast. Skills by claw strike. Attack 10. Defense 10. Agility 15. Yi Yu quickly glanced over his own attributes and Attack 8. Defense 8. Agility 9. Spirit 10. Yi Yu muttered in frustration when he saw that in pure numbers he fell short even of a single rabbit-like beast. Still, as he looked at the warm safety of the tree hollow, he knew that if he gave it up, now he might truly have to spend the night exposed out in the wild. Oh, you still have this ability. Yi Yu looked at the flaming pig with skepticism, not expecting that his pet could also reward him. The flaming pig. It seems that its owner only views it as a mount and nothing more. It must grow quickly to impress its owner. Flaming pig, you don't need to push yourself so hard. Just take me to Lord Yi Ming's place more often and defeat some high-level monsters. I'll receive greater rewards that way. Yi Yu tried to entice the flaming pig, hoping it would find a shortcut for him to grow quickly and easily. Master, once we complete a level 100 task, I will take you to Lord Yi Ming, otherwise we won't qualify to disturb him. The flaming pig understood that Yi Yu had a strong desire to level up, but it also needed to stay grounded. Otherwise, one wrong move could cost it its life. A level 100 task. Yi Yu muttered to himself, his eyes filled with determination. Since that's the case, he would directly choose a high-level task to complete. If he did one task after another, he wondered how long it would take before he saw an end. Yi Yu brought the flaming pig to a safe zone, sat cross-legged, and looked at the flaming pig beside him, tossing some biscuits from his backpack to it. Eat a little, and let me see the rewards. The flaming pig looked at the biscuits in front of it, its face filled with gratitude as it gazed at Yi Yu. Indeed, it had a good master who treated it so well, even giving it spiritual energy biscuits. Master, you are too good to me, sob. I'm so touched. Yi Yu rolled his eyes, closed them, and began to check his rewards. Ding, the task is complete. Please collect your rewards. Yi Yu looked at the system with excitement, eager to know what rewards he would receive. After all, it was a level 75 task, so the rewards would definitely be good. Rewards: 2 Xian Iron, 1 Spirit Herb, 1 Pill, 1 Spirit Bat, Blood, 1 Feed, 1 Milk. Effect: 10 pieces of Xian Iron can upgrade the double axes and increase attack power. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on the increase in attack power. Indeed, his current attack power was too low. Sometimes he felt utterly helpless, especially when facing high-level tasks. He reached up to touch his cheek and found that his wound had healed perfectly, with not a single scar remaining. Knowing he had not been disfigured, Yi Yu felt somewhat better. He opened the trading market and looked for Xian Iron, wanting to quickly obtain 8 pieces. Unfortunately, there was no one trading in the Xian Iron section, probably because no one had reached that level yet. Closing the trading panel, Yi Yu took out a bottle of mineral water and took a couple of sips. Master, let me take you to soak in the spirit spring. It will greatly benefit your body. The flaming pig looked at Yi Yu with adoration as he opened his eyes. Sure, it's a good time for a break. Yi Yu recalled the refreshing sensation he had after soaking in the spirit spring, feeling much lighter. The flaming pig habitually crouched down, waiting for Yi Yu to mount it. Flaming pig, your master has long legs. Master. The flaming pig raised its head, looking at Yi Yu with gratitude, its whole body standing upright. Yi Yu smirked, swung his long legs over, and mounted the flaming pig. The flaming pig carried Yi Yu towards the spirit spring. Along the way, the mournful cries echoed, making one involuntarily feel a little frightened. Master, your shoes are broken. It'll take you to get new ones right now. The flaming pig suddenly stopped, remembering the promise it made to its master that hadn't been fulfilled yet. All right, Yi Yu replied, feeling the flaming pig change direction and continue forward. He could clearly sense the excitement radiating from the flaming pig. Before long, the flaming pig suddenly halted, lifting its head to gaze at the scene ahead. The flaming pig excitedly spoke, Master, it's right here. Yi Yu dismounted. The flaming pig picked up the eternal candle in his hand and shone it ahead, seeing nothing. Master, let's hurry inside. After saying that, the flaming pig walked straight in. Yi Yu had no choice but to follow, knowing the flaming pig would not lead him into a trap. In less than 2 minutes a chilling aura assaulted him, and Yi Yu's body stiffened as he caught a whiff of the scent of rotting flesh. Master, if we defeat it we can get rain boots. The flaming pig turned its head, looking at Yi Yu with excitement, a hint of pride on its face, as if waiting for Yi Yu's prey. What is it? Yi Yu frowned, suppressing the churn in his stomach, his gaze fixed ahead. It's something that materialized in the Eternal Night Arena. We call it Fushi. If we defeat it we can make a wish, and then we can get a pair of rain boots. After speaking, the flaming pig felt quite clever, having helped its master solve a big problem. Make a wish. Yi Yu's eyes lit up, looking at the dark creature ahead with anticipation. If he could make a wish, he would want to upgrade his axe or receive a more powerful piece of equipment. Although the rain boots had holes in them, the soles were intact, and they could still be worn for a while. If he could acquire a higher level weapon, it would be a different story entirely. He could easily complete more advanced tasks. Yes, master, as long as the gift does not exceed your own level, you can make a wish. The flaming pig nodded, affirming the answer once more. Upon hearing the flaming pig's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Yu's mind. Greedy humans here to seek their own doom. Ha. A harsh voice pierced through Yi Yu's eardrums, leaving him feeling blank. Master, be careful. The flaming pig exclaimed, seeing a white light rushing towards Yi Yu. As Yi Yu opened his eyes, he felt a gust of wind rushing towards him and instinctively dodged. Bang! A sound of falling debris came from behind him. Yi Yu had no time to think. He rolled on the ground, seeing that the spot where he had stood moments ago had already been smashed into a pit. Master Fushi is very powerful, be careful. The flaming pig nervously warned Yi Yu, genuinely fearing that one misstep could cost Yi Yu his life. Yi Yu awkwardly dodged Fux's attack, summoning the black iron knife in his hand, preparing for a life-and-death duel with Fushi. Haha. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Since that's the case, I'll play with you properly. With that, Fushi launched a fierce attack. Yi Yu kept dodging, his eyes locked on Fushi, trying to discern where Fux's weakness lay. If he kept dodging like this, it was only a matter of time before he would be killed due to exhaustion. Lord Yiming, my master, just transformed into an immortal spirit body. Why are you demanding so much? Liahua Pig only now realized the situation and hurriedly spoke up in Yi Yu's defense. Your master was the one who bragged. You cannot pin this on me. Besides, I placed a wager. You know the provenance of this golden cauldron without me needing to spell it out. Lord Yiming felt aggrieved. They had come and disturbed his sleep, then taken a liking to his cauldron. He had only meted out a small punishment, and yet he was accused of being demanding. Ah, how difficult it is to be a lord. Liahua, trust your master. In a moment we will dazzle him. Know his human eyes. Yi Yu misspoke and gave an embarrassed smile. Lord Yiming fell silent. Fine. For Liahua sake, just produce a pill. Never mind grade, quality, or refinement. If it is a single pill that will... In the end, Lord Yiming relented. In his estimation, Yi Yu would never truly ignite the cauldron. The golden cauldron was his treasure, and even he sometimes misjudged the heat and ruined pills. Many times the entire batch would be destroyed, wasting precious spirit herbs. Now this presumptuous human actually dared to think he could light the cauldron. He wanted to see how formidable Liahua's master truly was. Hearing Lord Yiming's words, Liahua Pig nodded in satisfaction. Master, let me help. Liahua Pig peered at the medicinal herbs, intending to pick a few simple spirit herbs and brew a casual pill to assist Yi Yu. No need. Rest a while. This small matter I will handle myself. Yi Yu would not let Liahua meddle, partly because he wanted to test how far his skill had advanced. Liahua Pig nodded and obediently stood aside, worry written across its face as it watched Yi Yu, already devising how to beguile Lord Yiming if necessary. Human, you have an hour. Do not disturb my sleep, and do not attempt to flee. In the Yongya arena, no one has ever escaped from under my watch. Lord Yiming warned Yi Yu, fearing he might slip away while Yiming slept. Yiming, what do you take my master for? My master is not that sort. Besides, he might very well produce a divine elixir for you in an instant. Liahua Pig could not bear to hear its master maligned. I hope so. Lord Yiming said, then closed his eyes to rest. Yi Yu, however, focused his entire mind on alchemy, and paid no heed to the bickering between Lord Yiming and Liahua. Staring at the herbs on the ground, Yi Yu closed his eyes. Several medical tomes surfaced in his mind. He skimmed mentally, and in moments had committed their content. Opening his eyes, Yi Yu moved with practiced ease, reaching out to select from the hundreds of spirit herbs scattered on the floor. Shualing horn, 7-star, herb, bamboo root, grass, matzo flower. In minutes, Yi Yu had identified a dozen ingredients and held them in his hands without hesitation, as if the list had long been memorized. Liahua Pig gaped in astonishment. When had its master become so formidable? It had thought Yi Yu only accepted Lord Yiming's provocation out of pique. It had not expected its master to resolve the matter with genuine skill. A swell of pride rose within it. To have such a master was Liahua's lifelong fortune. Lord Yiming watched Yi Yu's movements, and the corners of his mouth twitched upward. It seemed the Yongya arena was about to gain another pill refiner. Master, you're amazing. How can you recognize so many spirit herbs? You must be a genius. Liahua Pig could not help but offer heartfelt praise. Yi Yu smiled, faintly amused by Liehua Pig's reverence, and reached out to pat its head. Liehua Pig flushed and looked bashful, clearly enjoying the gesture. Seeing Liehua act as if love-struck, Yi Yu quickly withdrew his hand. Both of them were males, and that display was a little off-putting. I look forward to your performance. Lord Yiming could not help but offer Yi Yu a word of praise. As the owner of the refining stone, he could easily tell that Yi Yu had not grabbed those herbs at random. I look forward to it as well. Yi Yu glanced confidently at Lord Yiming and stepped toward the golden cauldron. Facing the golden cauldron, Yi Yu exhaled, closed his eyes, placed his hands upon it, emptied his mind of all distractions, and concentrated wholly on the alchemical. Lord Yiming observed Yi Yu's actions and felt a faint stir of surprise. Few knew how to open the golden cauldron in the Yonya arena, only he could usually use it. Yet watching Yi Yu now, Yiming suddenly suspected the human might actually. Sure enough, in the next instant, Lord Yiming saw Yi Yu effortlessly open the cauldron's door. Apparently the golden cauldron accepted this human. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Liehua Pig grinned until its mouth nearly split, thinking as expected of my master. So remarkable. Yi Yu opened his eyes, his expression cool, almost indifferent. He surveyed the cauldron and followed the steps he had memorized to begin the alchemical process. What to put into the cauldron first, in what quantities, and at what moment. All were handled by Yi Yu with exquisite precision, not a single detail faltered. After placing the herbs, Yi Yu closed his eyes again for a few measured seconds, then snapped them open, covered the cauldron with its lid, and stepped back. Summoning a fierce flame, Yi Yu commenced the alchemy. Alchemy was not easy. A single misstep, a second too fast or too slow, could doom the entire effort, and perhaps even wreck the cauldron. Thus Yi Yu proceeded with utmost caution, fearful that one miscalculation might blow up Lord Yiming's golden cauldron. Seeing Yi Yu ignite the cauldron with his flame, Lord Yiming could not remain seated. He rose, eyes wide, and watched Yi Yu's every motion with intense interest. Yi Yu, utterly absorbed in his work, paid no attention to Lord Yiming's movement. To him, Yiming was but a large iron gate, irrelevant to the task. Suddenly the little flame upon the cauldron swelled and threatened to scorch everything. Yi Yu hurried to temper the fire, but the flame seemed to grow despite his efforts, illuminating the nearby area. Yi Yu frowned. What was happening? He had used the smallest flame, oh, why was it flaring up like this? At this moment, quite a few people gathered around, and upon seeing Yi Yu standing calmly in the water, expressions of envy appeared on their faces. Young man, how did you Aren't you afraid of such cold water? The old man voiced everyone's thoughts. I don't know, I just feel the water temperature is just right. Yi Yu replied indifferently, not mentioning that he had swimwear. After all, one should not flaunt their wealth. Moreover, in this brutal, eternal night competition, the true path was to survive through hard work. He did not possess such a maternal heart to help others. Young man, could you help me collect a few shells? I am willing to trade half a bottle of my remaining mineral water for it. The old man looked at Yi Yu with hopeful eyes, tears continuously streaming down his face, giving off a very pitiful impression. Yes, I am willing to exchange as well. I am willing to offer everything I have in exchange. Bang. Someone among them transformed into a mist of blood and vanished when the time was up and the task was not completed. No one present was shocked, as they had all grown accustomed to it. Yi Yu observed the indifferent expressions of the crowd and let out a cold sneer in his heart. My time is running out as well. I cannot waste any more time. Everyone take care. Yi Yu said, beginning to search for spirit clams by his feet. Hey, you young man, how can you be so lacking in public spirit? We are pleading with you, yet you only care about yourself. How selfish. One older man began to stir up trouble, his eyes filled with greed. He could not believe that this young man could stand in the water as if nothing were wrong. He must be using some kind. Exactly, we cannot allow such a selfish person to complete the task. Someone started the uproar, and the gazes of the crowd turned predatory, all wanting a piece of what Yi Yu had. Yi Yu stood in the water, coldly staring at these people, sneering. Everyone is relying on their abilities to complete tasks. I owe you nothing. Why should I be morally coerced? We don't care. You either help us complete the task today, or don't think about leaving here. With so many of us, are we afraid of just one person? A burly man stepped forward, glaring at Yi Yu. Yi Yu's eyes were filled with coldness. Although he knew how cold human hearts could be, he never expected it to be this frigid. These people were truly despicable. Everyone has survived relying on their own abilities. If you have the ability, come down and do it too. Yi Yu said still. The eternal night competition was already brutal enough, yet these people were still so selfish. Young man, have some pity on us. We have no other choice. Are you really going to watch everyone die together? The old man began to play the victim again, hoping to win Yi Yu's sympathy through pity. Yes, such an old man, won't you help a bit? This is too inhumane. Another man, seeing that Yi Yu's expression seemed to soften a bit, seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Yes, and we older women can't even get into the water. This water is way too cold. A middle-aged woman stood among the men, speaking in a delicate manner. Oh, is that so? Yi Yu smiled slightly, casting a meaningful glance at the woman. As long as you help me complete the task, you can ask me to do anything. The middle-aged woman kept swaying her body, trying to seduce Yu. In this dark place the woman nestled among the men, feeling quite desirable, more proud of her looks, thinking that all the men in the world would fall for her. The woman showcased her killer move in front of everyone. Everyone had been quite curious about this delicate woman. Now under the candlelight, they almost vomited. If it weren't for the faint candlelight from Yu, who could notice the fly-killing wrinkles on her face. The woman continued to twist her waist, oblivious to the fact that her face had already been exposed to the candlelight. The men who previously thought she was a delicate girl now realized she was an old woman. Looking at the wrinkles on her face, she was at least in her 40s or 50s. Everyone immediately retreated from the woman. "Young man, are you sure you want to call me that?" "Auntie." Yu looked at the woman in disbelief, never expecting to be called young man by such an old woman. "This is truly disgusting. Auntie, your appearance has been exposed. It's better not to stand in places with light. The darkness of the eternal night competition suits you perfectly." Yu curled his lips, feeling somewhat repulsed. The woman's expression stiffened as she reached out to touch her face, looking around to find that the men surrounding her had all retreated, and she panicked. "What did you do to my face? He has magic, he is not human." The woman exclaimed in panic, her voice loud enough to drown out the cries nearby. "Not human? Could he be from the eternal night competition?" One man quickly voiced his suspicion. Everyone immediately cast suspicious glances at Yu, their eyes flashing with insane greed. As for whether Yu was truly from the eternal night competition, it was not that important. What mattered was that he was not afraid of the cold water, which meant he could help them complete the task. The greed and selfishness of human nature were vividly displayed at this moment. Ding. Warning. 20 minutes left. Blood grid 1. Damn, these people were wasting too much time, and he had lost a grid of blood. Truly infuriating. "I don't have time to play with you. If you have the ability, come down and catch me," Yu said, then blew out the last candle, plunging the entire world back into darkness. Don't let him escape. I can't go into the water. Don't push me." With splashes, Yu heard people falling into the water and quickly walked toward the pool. He did not have time to waste on these people. Reaching the center of the pool, Yu noticed the sounds had diminished significantly, and he felt relieved, starting to search for spirit clams. After searching for a long time, Yu still couldn't find anything shell-like. Underwater, apart from the coolness, he felt nothing. Ding. Warning. Only 10 minutes left. Blood grid 1. Hearing the notification from the system, Yu grew increasingly anxious. He only had 2 grids of blood left now. If he continued to delay, he feared he wouldn't complete the task. Yu thought for a moment and directly sat down in the water. The water rose to his chest, and he closed his eyes, carefully listening to the sounds around him. Pat, pat. A strange sound caught Yu's attention. He remembered that when shellfish move, they opened and closed. Perhaps this patting sound was the sound of spirit clams. Yu silently contemplated, realizing this seemed to be the fabled scene of social death. "Master, we should quickly conjure a spiritual spring, otherwise the little wooden house will be burnt to ashes by your flames." The fire pig's eyes widened in shock as it stared at Yu. "Shut up," Yu replied, coldly casting a glare at the fire pig. Truly, how could one bring up a touchy subject at such a time? Was it not due to a lack of control that the fire had started? The fire pig remained silent, eyes wide, watching the flames grow larger, secretly giving Yu a thumbs up in its heart. A master is a master. Even their flames have a certain flair. To burn their own little wooden house so casually, indeed, they are exceptional, unlike ordinary thought. The fire pig, observing anxiously from the side, dared not speak, fearing the master would be displeased. After all, it was just a small wooden house. If it burned, it burned. Regardless, with the master's strength, there would surely be larger houses in the future. Seeing the fire pig quiet down, Yu finally felt a semblance of calm. Watching the flames grow, he forced himself to concentrate, trying to summon a spiritual spring to extinguish the fire. After calming himself for 3 seconds, Yu began to summon the spiritual spring as he had done before, only to find that what erupted from his palm was still flames, and this time the flames were even larger. Damn it! Yu cursed, inwardly gazing at the little wooden house that had been burned into a hole, his mood plummeting to the lowest point. "Master, should we step outside to avoid the fire? I'm afraid if we wait too long we might get roasted ourselves," the fire pig said with a worried expression. The temperature in the little wooden house was rising rapidly. If they did not escape soon, they could easily be burned to death. Yu hesitated for 2 seconds before deciding to take the fire pig and leave the wooden house. Once outside, Yu and the fire pig watched as the flames grew larger, feeling a mix of emotions. This was his first house, and before he could even get comfortable, it had been burned down by his own doing, leaving him somewhat depressed. "Master, we lost the little wooden house, but there will be better houses ahead. Don't be sad," the fire pig said, trying to comfort Yu upon seeing his gloomy expression. Yu raised his hand and hurled several fireballs at the little wooden house, intensifying the flames. The fire pig was left speechless. Perhaps its earlier worries were unfounded. Seeing the master's actions, it did not seem like he was upset at all. "Let's go, let's find another place. This place is too unlucky." After speaking, Yu turned and left without a hint of nostalgia. The fire pig glanced back at the collapsed wooden house side and hurried to catch up. As they traveled, Yu exuded an intense cold aura, making one involuntarily shiver. After a while, the fire pig, feeling exhausted, cautiously spoke up after glancing at Yu. Master, where are we heading? Yu halted, looking at the dark road ahead. Lowering his gaze to see the expression on the fire pig's face, he suddenly jolted. He should not let the fire pig bear his anger. The fire pig was not a tool for venting his fury, it was his most reliable companion in the eternal night arena. Fire pig, I'm sorry. Yu took a deep breath, striving to appear more approachable. He did not want the fire pig to always be cautious in front of him, as that would create a distance between them. Huh? Master, what are you saying? Why are you apologizing to me? The fire pig stared wide-eyed, looking at Yu in shock. A warm current surged through the fire pig's heart. The master still cared about it, actually considering its feelings. It felt so happy to have such a great master. Yu saw through the fire pig's little thoughts. His expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "Do you believe I would turn you into roasted pig?" The fire pig remained silent, perplexed. How could the once sentimental master turn so fierce all of a sudden? But it didn't matter, this did not affect its love for the master. Master, what are we going to do now? The fire pig snuggled up to Yu, wrapping its hoof tightly around Yu's leg, acting cute. Yu looked around helplessly, saying, "Right now, I don't even know what to do. I just feel so angry and want to find a place to vent. Should we go to Lord Yi Ming and challenge a high-level task?" Yu felt a surge of anger that had yet to dissipate, seeking an excuse to release it. The fire pig blinked at Yu's furious expression. After thinking it over, it decided against taking the master to Lord Yi Ming, fearing that two hot-tempered individuals. "Master, how about I take you to a fun place?" The fire pig thought to show Yu something new. What fun place? Yu assumed the fire pig would lead him to a place like Yi Ming's or Yi Tsang's where he could vent his anger. The fire pig's mouth curved into a slight smile as it spoke mysteriously, "Master, you will know when we get there. You will definitely be satisfied this time." Looking at the fire pig's smug expression, Yu wished he could turn it into a roasted suckling pig. "Why aren't you leading the way?" Yu raised his leg and kicked the fire pig's rear. "Ouch! Master, you are so violent." The fire pig covered its rear, looking at Yu with a resentful expression, resembling an abandoned little girl. "Do you want another kick?" Yu pretended to lift his leg to kick the fire pig. No. Get on my back, it'll take you there." The fire pig quickly pleaded, stepping in front of Yu to signal him to get on. Yu straddled the fire pig's back, holding a multifunctional flashlight, as they proceeded toward their destination. Along the way, Yu witnessed many gruesome scenes. Previously, hearing the sounds had not seemed so terrifying, but now seeing the torn bodies made him feel a wave of nausea. In the eternal night arena, humanity is the most lowly of beings, even inferior to an ant, easily becoming food for the spirit creatures. Listening to the wails of women and children, Yi's mood darkened to the extreme. He vowed to rescue humanity from this cruel, eternal night arena. Only light is suitable for humanity. As his thoughts flowed, the fire pig carried Yu to the black market of the eternal night arena, stopping before the entrance of the black stone. "Master, we have arrived." Yu dismounted from the fire pig, looking up at the dark entrance before him, where two bright characters were prominently displayed. "Black market. Have you stared your fill?" Yu regarded the woman before him coldly. Her gaze burning with infatuation, though veiled, it blazed unmistakably. The crimson-robed woman hastily averted her eyes and instinctively wiped a trickle of saliva from the corner of her mouth. Yu glanced at her once, then strode past without pause, heading onward. "Wait, I must apologize to you." She hurriedly reached out, blocking his path, her voice urgent and pleading. "No need." Yu did not even glance at her, continuing forward, as if she were air. "I know I acted rashly just now, but I saw you intimidating the innkeeper and couldn't help intervening. Had I known you were a righteous man, I'd never have mistaken you." Her voice trembled, growing increasingly plaintive. She had once vowed to become a chivalrous heroine, yet here she stood humbled, offering apologies instead. The irony hung thick in the air. Yu refused even to speak, ignoring her entirely as he walked on. "Hey, you're being terribly disrespectful." Frustrated by his indifference, the crimson-robed woman flared with indignation. She seized his waist with both arms and lifted her face defiantly, locking eyes with his strong, unyielding jawline. No one anticipated such boldness. Yu froze mid-step, rigid as stone, then slowly lowered his gaze to regard the woman nestled within his arms. "Release me." His voice was gritted, sharp as shattered ice. "Not until you forgive me," she retorted, lifting her chin stubbornly and tightening her grip. Less embrace, more declaration of defiance. "I forgive you." Yu sighed, resigned. Not because he lacked strength to break free, but because he held no desire to lay hands upon a woman. She obediently loosened her hold, beaming up at him. "I knew you would." Yu shot her a fierce, exasperated glare and strode away without another word. "My name is Bai Yao. What's yours? Are you here to compete, or merely to explore?" She introduced herself with unrestrained candor, utterly unconcerned whether he'd answer pressing question after question. Liahua Pig watched Bai Yao's antics, lips pressed tight to suppress a chuckle. So even its master had met someone he couldn't manage. Witnessing that rare look of helplessness on his face, it felt its porcine life had reached fulfillment. Oh, I haven't yet shown you my face. With that, Bai Yao swept aside her veil, revealing her true visage. Yi Yu felt a quiet jolt within, though his expression remained impassive, carved from marble. Bai Yao was breathtakingly beautiful, delicate features, bold brows, and luminous eyes, skin like fresh snow. Enhanced by the vibrant crimson of her robes, her beauty possessed both grace and grandeur. Her vivacious spirit lent her an air of petite charm, evoking instinctive tenderness in all who beheld her. Well then, does my appearance meet your approval? Might we become friends? She blinked, her jet-black eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. Friendship isn't won by beauty. It demands intellect alone. A faint wry smile curled his lips, betraying an unexpected lightness in his mood. Bai Yao pouted playfully, leaning into him. Everyone misjudges sometimes. Since we're already friends, let me guide you through the black market. I know every alley and secrets. She thumped her chest, confidently, certain he'd acquiesce, only to hear two icy words drift behind her, unnecessary. By the time she looked up, Yi Yu had already vanished several paces ahead. Hey, wait for me. You still haven't told me your name. She dashed after him, clinging like honeyed parchment. All along the way she chattered ceaselessly, like a sparrow in spring, until Yi Yu half considered abandoning the black market altogether. Only the market's familiar glow stirred faint nostalgia within him, and Liahua Pig's eager anticipation of local delicacies kept him rooted, for now. Gradually Yi Yu grew accustomed to Bai Yao's torrent of words, and she in turn shared countless unwritten rules of the black market. Master, I want that one. Liahua Pig halted abruptly, tugging Yi Yu's pant leg, and pointing toward a nearby stall where ordinary-looking cream cakes sat displayed. Yi Yu frowned. He abhorred sweets, yet Liahua Pig clearly adored them. These cakes are divine. Let's taste them at once. Bai Yao slipped her arm through his and guided him toward the stall. Could these cakes be made from infants? Yi Yu eyed the confection with deep suspicion. Haunted by prior horrors, he now viewed every black market delicacy with profound distrust. Liahua Pig suddenly recalled Bai Yao devouring Lingying, and shuddered inwardly. Miss Bai Yao, do you truly relish Lingying so much? Disgust rippled across its snout. How could such a radiant maiden delight in something so ghastly? Bai Yao nodded matter-of-factly. Of course, I adore it. The innkeeper's version is extraordinary, rich, fiery, and perfectly spiced. Watching her rapturous praise, Liahua Pig regretted its earlier hesitation. Perhaps it should have braved a bite after all. Pervert. Yi Yu uttered the word coolly, then seated himself at a nearby table. Bai Yao ordered a chocolate mousse and joined him, taking the seat opposite. Why call me a pervert? What did I do? She glared affronted, convinced he lacked even the most basic appreciation for charm. Eating Lingying, isn't that perverse? Yi Yu studied her anew, baffled by her relentless pursuit. Could she be after the golden core in his possession? Please, you're not that innocent. Her eyes widened in disbelief, then she clapped a hand over her mouth, stifling laughter, before bursting into unrestrained mirth. Ugly. Yi Yu scowled, watching her laugh until tears spilled, suddenly acutely aware of his own awkwardness. Liahua Pig arrived at the table bearing 5 cakes of varied flavors, its gaze darting between Bai Yao's exaggerated mirth and Yi Yu's inscrutable silence, desperate to unravel what had transpired. You actually thought Lingying meant infants. She tried to rein in her laughter, but failed utterly. Yi Yu's expression stiffened. He glanced instinctively at Liahua Pig, bewilderment blazing in his eyes. If Lingying wasn't human infants, then what was it? A demonic infant? You've misunderstood entirely. Lingying is no infant at all. It's a fruit borne by the Lingying tree. The innkeeper simply refines it into a delectable delicacy. Looking at the 2 canine teeth in his hand, Yi Yu tossed them directly into his backpack. Holding the eternal candle, he left the area and found a quieter spot. Yi Yu sat cross-legged and opened the trading interface, intending to quickly gather 5 pieces of cast iron to upgrade his large sword. Opening the trading bar, Yi Yu searched for information regarding cast iron. 1 piece of cast iron is priced at 8 canine teeth. 8. Yi Yu carefully read the information several times, confirming that it displayed 8 canine teeth. Just moments ago it was 4 canine teeth, and now it had doubled just by turning around. It was indeed a steep price hike. A wave of disappointment surged in Yi Yu's heart. His mood became somewhat repressed, feeling as if he had been tricked. The seller was charging exorbitantly, and the price had practically doubled, which only fueled his frustration. In the end, Yi Yu decided not to buy and looked for other trades. Extremely frustrated, he opened the trading bar and searched for the materials he needed. Suddenly, a selling message caught Yi Yu's attention. 1 piece of cast iron is priced at 1 pill. Yi Yu stared intently at the selling information, still hesitating in his mind. The next second, the interface refreshed, and he could no longer find this information. Damn, someone else got there first. If I had known, I should have snatched it up right away. Yi Yu thought to himself, feeling annoyed and agitated, his temper boiling. Ding. Task: kill 3 firebirds complete within half an hour. Yu heard the system's prompt and blinked. He had already completed this task before, why was he being asked to do it again? There was no other choice. Yu had to close his eyes and open the system to check the task list. In the Eternal Night Arena, aside from sleeping, one could only continually complete tasks to enhance their chances of survival. If he simply stood still, he could easily turn into a puddle of blood, completely vanishing from this world. Understanding the rules, Yu directly cancelled this task. If he was going to take on a task, it should be a major one, as such minor tasks were no longer suitable for him. After a long deliberation, Yu chose to kill the Spirit Crocodile, a level 15 task, while he was still under level 5. This leap in difficulty was indeed quite substantial. Ordinary people wouldn't have the courage for this. They were all looking for tasks slightly below their level to ensure their safety. However, Yu chose to go against the tide, always wanting to challenge higher level tasks, ensuring that his equipment would definitely be superior to others. Creature Spirit Crocodile level 15 Spirit Beast skills: Bite Shell, as hard as Black Iron. Attack 100, Defense 80, Agility 50. After examining the Spirit Crocodile's attributes, Yu felt a bit regretful. He seemed to have acted too impulsively. However, the principle of the Eternal Night Arena was that once a task was accepted, it could never be changed. So even if he regretted it now, it was too late. He could only leave it to fate. Yu slapped his forehead, feeling that his mind had been lacking recently. He hadn't read the task carefully and was just eager to complete a few more high-level tasks to level up. After hesitating for a moment, Yu still opened the trading interface, planning to see if he could find someone selling black iron at a low price. If he could upgrade his weapon, perhaps he could indeed tackle these much higher-level tasks. Opening the trading interface, Yu went straight to the point and searched for the words cast iron using the magnifying glass. One piece of cast iron is priced at 8 canine teeth. One piece of cast iron is priced at 1 pill. 3 pieces of cast iron are priced at 2 pills. Yu noticed that there were only 3 pieces of information regarding the sale of black iron. Looking closely, it was still the same 2 people from earlier, but the last piece of information had just been posted, likely not yet seen by many. This time Yu did not hesitate. He directly clicked on the trade. Ding dong. Trade successful. Yu quickly opened his backpack, and indeed there were 5 pieces of cast iron inside. Looking at the branch beside the cast iron, Yu felt extremely proud. He placed the large sword into the crafting bar and added all 5 pieces of cast iron before clicking to synthesize. Oh yeah, it worked. The cast iron sword was completed. Yu held the cast iron sword under the candlelight and examined it. It was indeed different from before. Even the color of the blade had changed to resemble cast iron, and it felt cool to the touch, incredibly comfortable. After adapting to the cast iron sword in his hand, Yu opened his attributes. Attack 30, Defense 13, Spirit 15. His attack power had suddenly increased by 17 points. Although that wasn't much, it was still double what it was before. Yu felt confident and filled with strength. Ding. Warning. You have 20 minutes left to complete the task, or you will turn into a puddle of blood. Hearing the system's prompt, Yu instantly turned sour, sighing as he opened the map to find the Spirit Crocodile's habitat. Holding the candle in one hand, he walked toward his target. Along the way, various wails and cries echoed in his ears. Yu felt a bit distressed. After all, most deaths were human, while those spirit beasts were basically the dominators created within the Eternal Night Arena. Being human, how could he lack compassion? Though he wasn't as noble as a saint, he could not let humanity vanish from this world. He wanted to change, he wanted to conquer. He must stand out in this Eternal Night Arena, leading everyone towards the light and overcoming evil. A surge of blood rushed through his mind as Yu silently vowed to himself that he would lead humanity to conquer the Eternal Night Arena, escape the darkness, and return people to their normal lives. Ding ding ding. Just as Yu was lost in thought, the system emitted a warning sound. Yu stopped in his tracks, closed the map, and listened carefully to the surrounding environment. There was the sound of running water. It seemed that the Spirit Crocodile lived in the water. "Aw, my foot. Let go of me." Splash splash. Immediately followed by the sound of something heavy falling into the water. It seemed the water source was less than 3 meters away from him. Yu pinpointed the route, holding the eternal candle, and cautiously advanced, as he was just a landlubber. Fighting a Spirit Crocodile underwater would be tantamount to suicide. Accompanied by various screams, Yu continued to proceed, cautiously gripping the large sword tightly, fearing that the Spirit Crocodile would suddenly emerge. After taking just 2 steps, Yu suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something unusual. Holding the candle, he bent down and carefully moved towards the object. Just then he happened to meet a pair of pitch-black eyes. Yu felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, and the next second he saw a huge blood-red mouth accompanied by a foul smell rushing toward him. "Of course, master. You cannot grasp how formidable an Xianling body is. If you truly possess one, the blaze you could unleash would be 100-fold greater than mine at my peak. Utterly devastating." Liahua Zhu nodded, eyes full of joy as he looked at Yu. He had not followed the wrong person. His master was indeed that powerful. Majestic, commanding. Yu, wanting to end the subject, offered a casual excuse. "Understood. He'll go claim the reward first," and closed his eyes. Ding. Task complete. Please claim your reward. Rewards: Xiantai Mystic Iron X2, Danyao Pills X2, Lingchao Spirit Herbs X20, Feed X1, Biscuit X1, Steak X2, Milk X2. Yi regarded the list with a faint expression. The rewards were miserly. In former days he might have been pleased, but now they felt useless. Many of them he could not make use of. Irritated, Yi casually produced all 20 Lingchao and tossed them to Liao Zhu. He only took out one bottle of milk and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Master, you seem upset. Liao Zhu clearly sensed Yi's agitation. Was he not pleased to have become a Xianling body? The rewards are too meager. I want to ascend quickly. Do you know any way to make that happen? Yi pondered a long moment before asking Liao Zhu. Perhaps the creature might have a solution. Master, you are already very strong. At this pace you will soon qualify to sit the exam, Liao Zhu said cheerfully as he munched the spirit herbs. Is there truly no better way? Yi asked, disappointed. He knew he was impatient, but to survive the Yongye Jingji, he had to grow stronger and fast. Liao Zhu hesitated, then reluctantly suggested, Master, shall I take you to Lord Yi Ming for a visit? What do you think? Yi's face brightened. He nodded, hauling up the herb, beating Liao Zhu. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Master, wait a moment. Soak in a hot spring first to relax your body. I'm worried that your impatience could cause a regression in your cultivation, Liao Zhu said. He said it with a hint of helplessness. His master was fine in every way except for his rashness. Fine, then let's go soak in the hot spring. Yi nodded, straddled Liao Zhu, and they set off toward the Lingquan. Along the way the wails never ceased. Yi had grown numb to the sounds, yet the sight of blood-soaked ground still stirred a dull ache within him. He resolved to change his circumstances and fight to the end in the Yongye Jingji. When they reached the Lingquan, Liao Zhu wore an expression of distress. He had forgotten he had lost his Lingdan spiritual pill and no longer possessed the power to summon a Lingquan for his master. In that instant a cold dread ran along Liao Zhu's spine. What is it, Liao? Yi noticed something amiss and looked down. Liao Zhu glanced at him awkwardly, eyes flitting about, unwilling to meet his master's gaze. Master, I no longer have the ability to summon a Lingquan, Liao Zhu said, head bowed in sorrow. He chastised himself for having been so elated that he forgot his lack of spiritual power. Warm hands rested atop Liao Zhu's head. He looked up and met Yi's gentle eyes, and a small warmth bloomed within him. Liao, I will do everything I can to restore your spiritual power and let you shine again. Master, you are so kind. How could you not despise me? Liao Zhu sobbed. Liao Zhu stretched out a clumsy hoof and clung tightly to Yi's thigh. Yi fell silent. What was up with this pig, and why was it so fond of clinging to his? Since we cannot bathe in the spring, forget it. Let us go to Lord Yi Ming first. Yi had no mood for leisure baths. He only thought of completing special tasks to secure better equipment and raise his attack power. Master, you could try conjuring a Lingquan yourself. Perhaps you can, Liao Zhu suddenly remembered. Since his master had consumed its Lingdan, he might now possess similar faculties. I cannot. Yi looked at Liao Zhu in astonishment, scarcely believing it. Try it. What if it succeeds? Liao Zhu tried earnestly to persuade him, though secretly, he wanted to see whether his Lingdan had been completely absorbed by Yi. Yi closed his eyes and whispered, Lingquan Lingquan. Bang! A massive black dog appeared and launched into a furious barking at Liao Zhu. Good heavens, master. Think about the word Lingquan. Oh, why did it summon a dog? Liao Zhu scrambled up Yi's thigh in panic, eyes wide with fear. Yi stared at the big black dog wordless, then closed his eyes again and murmured the word Lingquan once more. Bang! He kept his eyes shut and continued chanting. Master, master, you've summoned a Lingquan. Liao Zhu hopped down and shook Yi's leg excitedly. When Yi opened his eyes, a Lingquan stood before him. This one larger than any Liao Zhu had produced, big enough to swim in. Ahem, stay calm, don't make a fuss over everything, Yi said with feigned gravity and stepped toward the mist-shrouded pool, lifting his leg and entering the Lingquan. The temperature was just right, and Yi sighed with contentment. Master, this Lingquan is so large. May I also soak in it? Liao Zhu looked at Yi with envy and slid into the Lingquan, suddenly feeling an itch across his body. Yi, who had been enjoying himself, snapped his eyes open with a face that plainly said no. Liao, we're both grown males, bathing together feels odd. Wait until I'm finished, then you bathe. Yi began, but before he could finish, Liao Zhu nimbly plunged in with a splash. Master, this water is so comfortable, better than before, and it smells wonderful, it's brimming with spiritual energy. Liao Zhu exclaimed. He said it with excitement, and seeing Yi's expression, he grinned ingratiatingly and planted himself squarely in the pool. Now there was no getting him to leave. Liao, why did you come in? Yi asked helplessly. Bathing with a pig was a first for him. The whole thing felt awkward. Master, I thought your earlier behavior meant you agreed to let me come in, Liao Zhu said, licking his snout and looking at Yi with innocent eyes. Yi directly swung his hand, lashing the spirit centipede with a few whips. The cowhide whip struck the hard shell of the spirit centipede, producing only a few sounds without causing any harm. Master, this creature has already become a spirit. Its hide is too thick, the fire pig suggested from the side. Seeing the humans attacking it recklessly, the spirit centipede immediately stood up, and though it only rose halfway, it appeared to be as tall as a 10-story building. Yu had no choice but to look up at the enormous spirit centipede. Fire, what is this creature most afraid of? Can your flames burn it? Yu began to cultivate the flames in his palm, intending to incinerate the spirit centipede before him. The fire pig shook its head, looking helpless. Master, I'm not too sure about this either. My flames seem only capable of burning some low-level spiritual entities. For higher-level spirits, my fiery flames may not be effective. Then let's give it a try and see who is stronger. Yu had already formulated a plan, summoning the black iron knife, and charged directly at the spirit centipede. The spirit centipede spat out a mouthful of viscous liquid toward Yu. He was momentarily stunned but quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, followed by the sound of bubbling liquid burning. Master, its saliva is highly toxic. The fire pig shouted loudly, startled by the scene before it. Roar! Seeing that it had not harmed Yu, the spirit centipede spat another mouthful of venom at him. As Yu landed, he barely had time to catch his breath before a large blob of viscous liquid came rushing at him. He rolled on the ground to evade the poisonous attack. Looking back, Yu saw that the spot where he had just landed was now a black pit, clearly burned out by the intense toxic liquid. This demonstrated just how potent the spirit centipede's venom could be. Master! The fire pig exclaimed, watching with trepidation, regretting that it currently had no spiritual power to assist its master. Yu's expression grew cautious. He no longer took things lightly as before. Since this creature was so fierce, he had no need to be polite. Standing up again, gripping the black iron knife tightly, Yu took out a flashlight and shone it directly into the spirit centipede's eyes. The bright light, dazzling. Caught off guard, the spirit centipede closed its eyes, writhing in pain as its body gradually sank down, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yu leaped to the position where the spirit centipede was sitting, stepping on one of its legs and swaying for a moment before stabilizing his footing. The spirit centipede sensed that it had been offended. Just as it opened its eyes, it saw a burst of flames rushing toward its eyes. This time, Yu used all of his spiritual power. The flames surged fiercely, blazing directly into the spirit centipede's eyes. Burned by the fierce fire, the spirit centipede released a foul-smelling breath, struggling desperately as its body crashed into numerous nearby trees, knocking them. Yu had already jumped down from the spirit centipede's antennae, watching as it went berserk. He quickly dodged to a safer position, observing the spirit centipede writhing in agony. Master, you are truly brave, managing to handle such a large spirit centipede. The fire pig exclaimed, looking at Yu with admiration. Noisy. Yu replied with a few words, his gaze warily fixed on the spirit centipede before him, contemplating what method to employ next to kill it. Although it appeared injured, he knew it would require considerable effort to ensure its demise. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from behind, capturing Yu's attention. As he turned his head, he saw a dark figure rushing towards him from behind. Pearl, go. Yu heard a tiger's roar, and soon after a white figure lunged at the gigantic spirit centipede. The white tiger was tall and imposing, directly opening its mouth to bite the spirit centipede by the neck, refusing to let go. Master, this girl is quite beautiful. The fire pig gazed lecherously at the young girl, standing not far from Yu. I'm here to help you. The young girl, with a light and agile figure, dashed towards the spirit centipede, muttering something. Yu saw that she had red threads in her hands, which seemed to have a life of their own, binding themselves around the spirit centipede. The already injured spirit centipede, combined with the attacks from the fierce tiger and the red threads, quickly succumbed. Master, this girl is amazing. She really killed the spirit centipede. That's impressive. The fire pig exclaimed excitedly, repeatedly nudging Yu, hoping for a response. After subduing the spirit centipede, the young girl reached out to pat the white tiger, named Pearl, then moved towards the fallen spirit centipede, picking up items from the ground and stuffing them into her pocket. Miss, I also contributed to the defeat of this spirit centipede. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? Yu's gaze lingered on Pearl, wondering if he could have a spirit pet like that to make things easier. The young girl merely shot Yu a glance and scoffed. What are you? How dare you compete with me for spoils? This spirit centipede is one I set my sights on and took down. What does it have to do with you? The fire pig snapped back to reality upon hearing the young girl's words. Hey miss, that's not fair. This spirit centipede got injured, and that's all thanks to my master. You're just taking advantage of the situation. Oh, just because you say so? Does that make it true? Do you have any proof? The young girl crossed her arms and looked at the fire pig with disdain. The fire pig was at a loss for words. It considered itself eloquent, but it couldn't outsmart this young girl. Seeing the fire pig speechless, the young girl assumed it was feeling guilty. I've seen many like you. Hurry up and scram, or I won't be polite. The young girl raised her hand and waved in front of the fire pig's feet. Bang! A red light flashed, and a charred pit appeared on the ground less than a meter from the fire. This was the young girl's warning. The fire pig jumped in fright and instinctively took a few steps back, falling to the ground. Haha, with that kind of courage you dare to act like a bully. It's truly laughable. In the future, if you see me, you'd better steer clear, or I won't let you off easily. The young girl mercilessly mocked, treating Yu and the fire pig as if they were mere ruffians. The dazed spirit eagle stood before the large tree, swaying slightly, showing signs of fainting. Yu, hearing the commotion nearby, was startled as well. In the next moment, he grabbed the iron blade and rushed toward the source of the sound. He jumped directly in front of the spirit eagle and wildly hacked at its head with the iron blade. With each strike, Yu exerted all his strength. However, the eagle's head was as hard as rock. Despite Yu's reckless slashes, the spirit eagle showed no signs of injury, but rather it appeared somewhat. The spirit eagle let out a long cry and began to flap its wings again, attempting to employ the same trick. Yet still a bit dizzy from the earlier impact, its wing movements unconsciously slowed down, resembling a bird severely injured. Yu's eyes brightened as he raised the iron blade and struck fiercely at the spirit eagle's wing. The eagle emitted a painful sound, turning to flap its wings and attempt to flee into the sky. Seeing this, Yu immediately swung his iron blade at the other wing of the spirit eagle. With both wings injured, the spirit eagle could no longer take flight, desperately flapping its wounded wings in an attempt to escape. It was a level 50 spirit beast, and very few could inflict such damage upon it. The man before it was terrifying, and the spirit eagle felt as if it had encountered a formidable opponent eager to escape from this horrifying man. Yu would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. He swung the iron blade, wildly hacking at the fleeing spirit eagle. Thus the following scene unfolded. A man swung a large blade, pursuing and hacking at a level 50 spirit beast. After a short chase, the spirit eagle's movements slowed even more. Finally, with a bang, it fell to the ground, its eyes staring vacantly, unwilling to accept defeat as it glared at Yu. "Stinky bird, where do you think you're running? How dare you make me bleed? Let me show you what I can do," Yu said, summoning a delicate dagger and thrusting it toward the eagle. Puff! A disgusting, slimy liquid sprayed out. Yu suddenly regretted his impulsiveness, lamenting why he had acted so rashly, and ended up feeling so nauseated. Yu swiftly withdrew the delicate dagger, hearing a bang as 2 long eagle feathers fell to the ground. He picked up the feathers and tossed them into his backpack. The stains and blood on Yu's body disappeared, restoring him to his previously clean state. Yu nodded in satisfaction. This made things much easier and saved him time on cleanup. Ding! 1/5 of the task is completed. Continue your hunt. Blood meter 1. Looking at the full blood meter, Yu proceeded, ready to hunt the next spirit eagle. Knowing that the spirit eagle's weak point was its wings, the next hunts became much easier. Yu quickly completed all the tasks. Arriving at the safe zone, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and opened the system. Ding! The task is completed. Please collect your rewards. Rewards: 1 headband, 1 spirit herb, 2 pieces of black iron. Blood meter fully replenished. Effect: the headband will enhance your defensive system, protecting your head from heat and cold. Seeing the headband's effects made Yu feel pleased. It seemed that this eternal night economy was quite thoughtful, ensuring he received a defensive headgear. Quite nice indeed. Filled with joy, Yu eagerly opened his backpack. In the next moment, he felt a weight on his head and reached up to touch the headband's shape, wondering why it felt somewhat like a tightening spell. Feeling a sudden tension, Yu clicked on the backpack, attempting to put the headband back inside. In the next second, Yu let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the headband in his backpack. He clicked again, and the headband automatically settled onto his head. Fortunately, it wasn't as terrifying as the tightening spell. After checking the rewards, Yu opened his backpack and took out the eagle feathers, curious to see if he could craft a ding. 20 eagle feathers can be used to craft an eagle fan. Seeing the words eagle fan, Yu wanted to check its functionality, but there was no description. He had to complete the crafting to see its effects. After some thought, Yu decided to keep the eagle feathers in his backpack. Since he could craft weapons, he would save them for that purpose and not sell them. Opening a bottle of mineral water, Yu gulped down a couple of swigs. He then opened the trading section to see if there were any good deals. After searching around, Yu unexpectedly found a trade for helping with tasks: 1 bottle of mineral water for hunting 3 snow-red chickens. Is there really someone willing to do such tasks? How weak must they be as a competitor? Looking at the mineral water in his hand, Yu suddenly felt it was less appealing and closed the trading platform. Opening his eyes, he was met with endless darkness. Yu felt somewhat fatigued. He opened the map to find his way back. At this moment, he just wanted to hurry home. Returning to the banyan tree's location, Yu saw the bloodthirsty rabbit, which was currently munching grass around the tree hole. Feeling a bit hungry, Yu summoned the delicate dagger, preparing to kill a couple of rabbits to satiate his hunger. The bloodthirsty rabbit noticed someone approaching and immediately revealed a fierce expression, opening its mouth wide and charging fiercely at Yu. Yu curled his lips into a cold smile. He no longer resembled the naive youth he once was. He could easily slay level 50 spirit pets, let alone this small bloodthirsty rabbit. The bloodthirsty rabbit pounced at Yu, but was easily tossed aside. The delicate dagger plunged deeply into the rabbit's body, which struggled a couple of times before ceasing to breathe. Yu casually picked up a bloodthirsty rabbit, quickly skinned it, discarded the entrails, and took out the simple barbecue grill, placing the rabbit on it to begin roasting. Then Yu grabbed another bloodthirsty rabbit and placed it on the grill as well. The first bloodthirsty rabbit was already cooked. Yu took it down and started to savor it. This time he didn't wolf it down as he had before, but instead, he took his time to enjoy it. If he had known, he would have kept the spirit eagle instead. He had never tasted eagle meat before. He would definitely want to try it if given the chance. In no time, Yu had taken down 2 bloodthirsty rabbits. Feeling full and satisfied, he stored the items in the system, thinking that since the space was so vast, he could upgrade these items later for likely even better taste. Clearing the stones outside the tree hole, Yu squeezed inside. Looking at the small tree hole before him, he pondered that when morning came, he would gather some wood and build himself a house. It would be more comfortable. In fact, this eternal night arena was quite good. Yu felt he was gradually adapting to life here, and had even begun to love the eternal night arena system. As drowsiness overcame him, Yu fell into a deep sleep. A roar echoed through the air, and then Yu saw a pair of glistening green eyes. Without a second thought, he summoned his iron blade and gripped it tightly. As the spiritual beast approached, Yu discerned its form. It resembled a wolf, yet was different from the spirit wolf he had slain previously. It appeared more ferocious, adorned with patterns on its head, as if it were a hybrid of wolf and tiger. "Hey, I don't want to kill you, just leave quickly, or I won't hold back," Yu said, trying to sound brave, though he felt utterly unprepared. This spiritual beast was clearly much larger than the spirit wolf he had previously defeated. It looked menacing, opening its mouth to roar, and Yu distinctly sensed a foul stench approaching. "You insignificant human, how dare you underestimate me? Let me send you on your way now." With that, the beast charged at Yu with startling speed, leaving him in shock. "Fiery pig, I won't let this go." Yu cursed inwardly, extinguishing the eternal candle in his hand, plunging his surroundings into darkness. He swiftly rolled away, narrowly dodging the beast's attack. Looking for death, the beast roared, turning to charge at Yu once more. It's uncertain who is truly seeking death here. Yu summoned a boulder from his backpack and smashed it down onto the beast's head. Bang! The boulder struck the beast's head hard, but it seemed unfazed, stepping toward Yu with a mocking expression. If only it weren't so dark here, Yu would have cursed loudly. What on earth is this creature? It doesn't even care about being hit by a boulder. What chance do I have? While Yu pondered, a tremendous force suddenly barreled toward him, and before he could react, he was sent flying. As he tumbled through the air, Yu felt himself plummeting towards the ground. If he hit the ground, wouldn't he be crushed to death? With quick reflexes, Yu pointed his iron blade towards the ground. The blade plunged 3 inches into the earth, cushioning his fall. Ultimately, he landed with a thud. Yu felt an ache radiate through his organs, and then he sensed another wave of force rushing toward him. He flipped and narrowly dodged the beast's sharp claws. Just as he was about to turn around, the beast pinned him down with its claw in immense pressure, causing Yu to spit out blood. He gripped the beast's claw tightly, desperately trying to escape. "Human, accept your fate. Stop struggling, you are destined to be my meal." The beast sneered down at Yu, drool dripping from its mouth, landing on Yu's ear, which he found quite repulsive. This foul beast not only had a stinky mouth, but also vile drool. The beast squinted its eyes, seeing Yu's disdainful expression, which only fueled its rage. It truly wanted to stomp Yu into the ground. "Time's up, the game is over," the beast declared, opening its enormous mouth and lunging for Yu's head. "Master, quickly open your eyes and attack its jaw. Its vital point is its jaw, hurry." A familiar voice reached Yu, prompting him to open his eyes, only to see the beast's massive maw. Damn, this is terrifying. That mouth could swallow him whole. Yu suddenly recalled that the fiery pig had mentioned earlier that the beast's vital point was its jaw. Then he couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing the beast's massive jaw less than half a meter away, Yu raised his foot and kicked fiercely at the beast's jaw. "Oh, damn human." The beast's vital point was struck, and it stumbled backward uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yu performed a quick maneuver and stood up. Watching the beast in pain, he wiped his face, still able to smell the beast's drool. "You're the one who should be cursed. Accept your fate." Yu raised his iron blade and charged at the beast. "Insolent little human, do not act so arrogantly in front of me." The beast released its grip, rushing towards Yu. In a moment of urgency, Yu dodged the beast's claw attack, leaping onto its paw. He then jumped up, lifting his foot to strike the beast's jaw again. After being kicked in the vital point twice, the beast let out an enraged roar, wobbling as if it were losing its balance. Yu dared not let up. He drove his iron blade deep into the beast's claw, and it emitted a pained moan. "Damn human, I will devour you." The beast roared, raising its paw to shake Yu off. "Haha, you've fallen for my trick, fool." Yu's eyes lit up as he followed the beast's motion, delivering a fierce blow by summoning his agile dagger, plunging it into the beast's vital point for a leaf. The towering beast let out a howl and collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. "Human, you are truly formidable. I have lived here for hundreds of years, and you are the first. The beast looked at Yi Yu with admiration. Once it viewed humans as mere fodder for energy, now having been slain by a small human, it felt deeply humiliated. It seems you've committed quite a few sins. Your death is not unjust. Yi Yu stood on the ground, watching it painfully close its eyes, finally feeling a sense of relief. Yi Yu approached the beast, reaching out to touch its body, hoping to find some treasure. After rummaging for a long time, Yi Yu found nothing and felt somewhat disappointed. Logically, such a large beast should have at least some reward. Bang! The beast vanished, leaving the ground completely empty, not even a single hair left behind. A gust of wind swept through, and Yi Yu felt himself lighten, finding himself back at his original position. Master, congratulations on completing the special task. Just as Yi Yu regained his balance, he heard the fiery pig's voice. Blinking, he lit the eternal candle, and saw the fiery pig looking at him with great excitement, leaving Yi Yu unsure how to reprimand it. After all, its intentions were for his benefit. I almost got killed by what was inside just now. Yi Yu couldn't help but complain, recalling the near-death experience that had left him drenched in cold sweat. Master, you are the best. I believe you can definitely defeat that arrogant guy, the fiery pig declared with a face full of hatred. Having arrived at the safe zone, Yi Yu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and felt a quiet anticipation, wondering what reward Yonya Arena would bestow upon him this time. He opened the system interface and heard its chime ding. Mission completed. Please collect your reward. Reward: twin axes, spirit pill 1, animal feed 1, milk 1, biscuits 1, mineral water 1. Function: the twin axes can cleave even the hardest substances and are upgradable. Yi Yu blinked in utter bewilderment. He understood the twin axes, but while he could accept the rest, why on earth was there animal feed? Was he expected to eat it? Opening his eyes, he stared blankly at the feed in his palm. Ahem, Master, this feed is meant for me. If it's your feed, why is it counted among my rewards? Yi Yu retorted. You didn't lift a finger to help. His voice carried weary resignation, as if he were steadily walking down a path paved with deception, growing ever deeper into the trap. Hee Master, I gain spiritual energy from eating feed. Once my energy reaches a certain threshold, I'll amplify your offensive power. Leafwo Pig beamed proudly as it extolled its own utility, then watched Yi Yu with gleeful anticipation. Yi Yu shot at a sharp, unimpressed glance and tossed the entire sack of feed toward Leafwo. Since it's your sustenance, keep it yourself. Spare me the sight of it. With that, Yi Yu picked up the twin axes from the ground and began examining his new weapon. The axes felt dense and chilling to the touch, their edges razor sharp. Without hesitation, Yi Yu swung them toward a nearby boulder. The stone split cleanly with a resonant crack, fragments scattering across the ground. Mighty Master. Leafwo Pig cheered joyfully, mouth full of feed. Yi Yu found the axes impressive indeed. He resolved to test them further in an upcoming mission, then stowed them away in his pack and surveyed his remaining spoils. After scanning the items, he lifted his gaze to Leafwo Pig, who was still feasting merrily. Now that I wield the twin axes, might I attempt higher tier? Master, I urge you not to act rashly. At your current level, defeating level 70 spirit beasts is already extraordinary. Leafwo Pig knew Yi Yu burned with impatience, but also feared deeply for his safety. After all, their fates were bound. Should Yi Yu fall, Leafwo would vanish utterly from existence. Is that so? And if I refuse higher missions, will you still get feed? Yi Yu regarded Leafwo with disdainful amusement. Oddly, watching the pig devour feed stirred a pang of hunger within him. Leafwo froze for a heartbeat, then hurried over, plastering on a grin and rubbing against Yi Yu like a pampered pet. Master, please complete more missions. The more feed I eat, the better I serve you. Yi Yu fell silent. So, he was laboring for a pig. Hee Master, only when well-fed can I accumulate spiritual energy, and one day lend you to... Leafwo sidled, close gazing up at Yi Yu with bright-eyed expectation. Oh, you'll truly assist me. Yi Yu arched a brow, studying the creature beside him. Leafwo nodded vigorously, sensing Yi Yu's skepticism, and hastened to explain. Yes, Master. We've forged a soul bond. I am your contracted divine beast. Pride swelled across its snout, until Yi Yu asked without pause, how do we dissolve the contract? Leafwo's expression stiffened. It dropped the feed mid-chew and stared at Yi Yu wide-eyed with terror. Master, you may sever the bond unilaterally, but if you do, I will crumble to ash and cease to exist. A mortal may form but one divine beast covenant. I see. Yi Yu nodded, then recalled the serpent egg he still carried. Though I lack spiritual energy now and offer little aid, once I mature, I shall grow immensely powerful. My Leafwo flame can incinerate low-tier spirit beasts and mortals alike. Desperate to retain Yi Yu's favor, Leafwo rushed to highlight its strengths. Mature. How long before that happens? Yi Yu asked, watching the pig's anxious expression with faint amusement. Perhaps he'd been too stern, making Leafwo mistake him for an unfeeling stoic. Leafwo suddenly blushed, shifting awkwardly. I must consume vast quantities of feed to grow. Yi Yu sighed inwardly. So, every conversation circled back to feed. Seeing Leafwo's eyes fixed hungrily upon the sack, he reached out, retrieved it, and dropped it squarely before the pig. Master, you won't obliterate me. Leafwo trembled with elation, practically vibrating with the urge to leap into Yi Yu's arms and nuzzle fiercely. It depends on my mood. For now, pork isn't on my menu. Yi Yu closed his eyes, turning away, but a subtle upward curve tugged at his lips, betraying his quiet sadness. Tears of gratitude shimmered in Leafwo's eyes. Clutching the feed, it devoured every morsel with fervent gusto. Meanwhile, Yi Yu opened his quest log, scanning level 70 assignments. To remain sharp, he must constantly challenge himself. True contentment blooms wherever survival is secured. Yet after reviewing the list, Yi Yu shut the interface, unimpressed. None of today's quests stirred his interest. Master, is something wrong? Leafwo watched him nervously, a flicker of guilt crossing its face. In truth, one secret remained unspoken. Yi Yu could absorb Leafwo's essence, dissolving their covenant to claim its accumulated spiritual energy, a boon that would accelerate his cultivation dramatically. Leafwo, no compelling quests here. Shall we visit Elder Yiming instead? Yi Yu's gaze burned with sudden intensity. Leafwo exhaled in relief, then shook its head. Impossible. We've just received Elder Yiming's blessing. Protocol forbids another audience so soon. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes, fixing Leafwo with a glacial stare. Elder Yiming enforces strict rules. Leafwo stammered, terrified. Yi Yu might slaughter it on impulse. We must seize every moment, complete missions relentlessly, until we qualify for a level 100 assignment. Only then may we return to Elder Yiming. Then stop wasting breath. Get moving. Yi Yu rolled his eyes, shut them again, and tapped open the system. Scrolling idly through the quest list, he selected a level 75 mission at random. The spirit dog let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from its wound. This time I will not let you go. Yi Yu drew his large knife and stepped closer to the spirit dog, reaching out to feel its body, unsure of what part might be useful. Ding, the spirit dog's teeth can be used for exchange. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Suppressing his disgust, Yi Yu reached into the spirit dog's mouth and felt two sharp fangs. With a slight pull, he yanked them out. Bang! The spirit dog transformed into a puddle of blood mist. It seemed these spirit beasts also had vital points. If he hadn't pulled out the spirit dog's fangs, it would have taken a certain amount of time for it to turn into blood mist. Understanding this, Yi Yu felt as if he had missed out on a fortune. Weighing the fangs in his hand, he eagerly opened the trading interface. There were indeed quite a few items for trade. After searching, he finally found a piece of cast iron. One piece of cast iron priced at 4 dog fangs. For fangs. Yi Yu looked down at the 2 he held, realizing he needed to hunt another spirit dog. Closing the trading interface, Yi Yu stood up with the eternal candle in one hand and gripped his large knife tightly in the other, preparing to actively seek out another spirit dog. After searching for a while, Yi Yu encountered no spirit dogs, but was instead drawn to a vibrant flower. He placed the candle beside the flower and illuminated it, revealing its striking beauty. It resembled a rose, yet seemed different. It was just peculiar. Yi Yu gazed at the flower for a long time, then picked up his knife and approached the red flower, intending to. However, the flower felt as if it were made of reinforced concrete, completely unyielding to his strikes. An idea struck Yi Yu. He took out his gloves, put them on, and slowly approached the flower. As he touched its stem, a cool sensation coursed through him, raising his eyebrows. How could such a vibrant flower feel so cold? Initially thinking it would be difficult to pluck, Yi Yu merely brushed against the red flower, and it snapped off effortlessly. Yi Yu quickly reached out with both hands to catch the red flower, which he held triumphantly. With the beautiful flower in hand, he leaned closer to the eternal candle. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking glass startled Yi Yu. He watched as the red flower shattered into fragments, leaving only a stem-like plant. Ding, mission accomplished. Please collect your reward. Yi Yu was bewildered, staring at the green plant in his hand. Could this stem be the 7-star grass from the mission? This grass looks quite different. The 7-star grass in his hand gradually faded, replaced by a stone that appeared in his palm, its weight substantial. If not for him holding it, it would have dropped to the ground. Reward: 1 piece of rock, 1 piece of cast iron, 1 medicinal pill, full health restoration. Function: the rock can be used to build houses and weapons, and collecting 5 pieces of cast iron can upgrade the large knife. Seeing the rewards, Yi Yu's eyes brightened. If he wanted to survive indefinitely in the Eternal Night Arena, he would need to be one step ahead of others. As long as he completed higher-level tasks, he could swiftly upgrade his equipment, increasing his chances of survival. Looking at the 3 pieces of cast iron he already possessed, he realized that collecting 2 more would allow him to upgrade his large knife. Such a precious medicinal pill should be saved for emergencies. It would be a shame to trade it away, Yi Yu said, placing the pill in his backpack. He planned to hunt 2 more spirit dogs and trade their fangs for an equivalent. Resolute, Yi Yu drew his large knife, holding the eternal candle in one hand as he walked forward. Now equipped with the universal gloves, he dared to touch anything without fear of injury. He had to admit that the universal gloves truly satisfied him. "Ah, don't bite me." The man's screams faded as a series of gory sounds followed, indicating yet another victim had been devoured by the spirit dog. Given this, he decided to confront the spirit dog and see just how formidable it was capable of tearing a person apart. A strong smell of blood assaulted Yu as he raised the candle, using its faint light to reveal a nauseating scene. He saw the spirit dog tearing into the man's chest. In the next moment, it pulled out a still-beating heart, devouring it in 2 or 3 bites as blood splattered everywhere. The man lay on the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief, clearly terrified to death by the spirit dog. Grr. The spirit dog sensed the light and growled a warning at Yu, seemingly telling him not to disturb its feast. "Hey darling, come over here. I have an even better feast waiting for you," Yu said, noticing the spirit dog glaring fiercely at him, blood dripping from its teeth and forming vivid red splatters on the ground. The spirit dog, feeling provoked by Yu waving the candle, abandoned its meal and lunged toward him with a growl. Damn, it didn't even announce its arrival, catching him completely off guard. Yu threw the eternal candle to the ground, gripping his large knife tightly, and charged at the spirit dog with keen instinct. Clang, clang. Yu felt as though he had struck something, but the sensation was odd, more like hitting metal than flesh. Grr. The spirit dog was thoroughly enraged, letting out a roar before turning and lunging at Yu once more. Yu quickly crouched down, feeling a gust of wind sweep over his head. Gripping his knife, he struck wildly as the spirit dog landed. With each slash, Yu lost count until he heard a loud thud. He followed up with 2 more strikes before finally pausing. "Damn spirit dog, I don't believe you can survive this." Yu wiped the sweat from his face, slowly crouching down to pick up the eternal candle and approach the spirit. He saw the spirit dog lying on the ground, bloodied and lifeless. Yu finally sighed in relief, holding the candle as he approached the spirit dog. He realized he had nearly shredded the creature, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone, showcasing the effort he had exerted. Taking a breath, Yu quickly crouched before the spirit dog, reaching into its mouth to pry out a fawn. Bang! The spirit dog transformed into a puddle of blood mist. The girl's words furrowed Yu's brow. Though he had no intention of quarreling with a young woman, her sharp tongue and her brazen threat against his fire phoenix boar left him no choice but to respond. Not much older than a child, yet speaking with such arrogance, Yu remarked coolly. Were it not for the urgency of his mission, he would not have let her insolence pass. So, "Hey uncle." In the eternal night arena, strength speaks louder than words. Might makes right. As she spoke, she sneered at Yu, regarding him as utterly insignificant, like an ant beneath her gaze. "Such foul language from a girl your age. Surely you'll never find a husband," blurted out the fire phoenix boar after a long, awkward pause. Her words struck a raw nerve. The girl froze mid-step, her face flushed with fury as she glared at both the boar and Yu, teeth clenched in silent rage. "So now even a pig dares mock me. I'd spared you both, yet it seems that mercy was unwarranted." Having issued her threat, she raised her hand and summoned her cherished spirit beast. Roar! A white tiger burst forth with a thunderous cry, landing gracefully beside her, docile as a giant house cat. She stroked the tiger's head tenderly, then pointed straight at Yu. "Pearl, slay this wretched pig and its master." Roar! The white tiger roared again, whirled about, and barked fiercely toward Yu. The fire phoenix boar instantly regretted its provocation. Its impetuous jab had only burdened its master with peril. "Master, what do we do? This white tiger's power is unfathomable. Against it our current strength stands no chance." Instinctively, the boar pressed close to Yu, trembling with fear. "Humph, now that's more interesting." A faint, exhilarated smile curved Yu's lips. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he gazed into the tiger's. Long had he sought a formidable spirit beast to test his spiritual energy. And here one had appeared unbidden. How fortuitous. "Master, with our present cultivation, we're clearly outmatched." The fire phoenix boar stared anxiously at Yu, baffled by his master's thrill. Surely any rational person would flee at the sight of such a ferocious beast. Was everyone Wusong? Did they all confront tigers without flinching, charging headlong into danger instead of retreating? "Stand aside, don't spoil my fun." Yu shot the boar a disdainful glance and nudged its leg with his foot, urging it to retreat. With a sigh, the boar shuffled backward, slowly clearing space for its master's imminent display. Yu stretched lightly, then fixed his gaze upon the girl. "Send your spirit beast forward. My time is limited. Let us settle this swiftly." Arrogant. Reckless. She'd meant to terrify Yu with her white tiger. Any sensible person would beg for mercy the moment it appeared. Yet this handsome stranger defied expectation, leaving her stranded mid-bluff, speechless with indignation. "Hurry up." Impatience edged Yu's voice. What was she waiting for? Hadn't she just unleashed her spirit beast, vowing to punish him? "You truly seek death." Flustered and cornered, the girl snapped under Yu's provocation. Heedless of consequence, she waved her hand sharply, commanding the tiger to attack. With a guttural roar, the white tiger lunged toward Yu. Yu's eyes blazed, not with fear but fierce exhilaration, as if oblivious to the tiger's snarling fangs and thunderous charge. His anticipation ran so deep one might mistake the beast for his own pet. "Roar, Seizing its moment, the tiger unleashed a deafening roar, then launched itself skyward in a devastating pounce. Yi Yu stilled his breath and mind, channeling every thread of chi into his palm, then struck with explosive force, slamming his open hand squarely onto the tiger. Oh, whoa! The tiger shrieked, a piercing, agonized wail, as its body cartwheeled violently through the air before crashing hard onto the ground. Pearl! The girl cried out, rushing to the tiger's side, only to discover a charred, blackened patch blooming across its forehead as though seared by fire. Yi Yu steadied himself, glancing down at his palm. He hadn't anticipated such overwhelming force. His strike had stunned a tiger outright. Master, you are peerless. To subdue a white tiger, truly worthy of being chosen by me, the Fire Phoenix boar. Exceptional indeed. As the boar lavished praise on itself as much as on Yi Yu, the latter remained dazed, too stunned to reply. How dare you harm Pearl? Do you know who I am? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cradled the injured tiger. Yi Yu snapped back to awareness, only to find her sobbing uncontrollably. An awkward silence settled between them. He'd merely wished to test his spiritual energy, never imagining he'd wound the tiger so severely, or reduce its master to tears. He tugged helplessly at the corner of his mouth, utterly at a loss for comforting words. Who are you exactly? Why didn't you declare your status earlier? Now that you've lost, you trot out pedigree like a post-battle boast. Don't you feel ashamed? The Fire Phoenix boar wasted no time, blunt, merciless, and fiercely loyal. You wretched pig, you've gone too far. I'll roast you into crispy suckling pork. Enraged, she summoned her weapon, the vermilion sash. Master, she's bullying me. Teach this presumptuous girl a lesson. Knowing full well it couldn't win, the boar appealed directly to its master. Yi Yu sighed inwardly. Gazing at the boar's self-righteous expression, he half wished he could crack its skull open. Day after day, it stirred trouble, then expected him to clean up the mess. Die, pig, take this. She launched her attack, blindingly swift, leaving no time to react. The girl cultivated at the Spirit Disciple 3rd rank. The boar, however, had lost all cultivation. Should the sash strike true, it would tear flesh from bone. The girl cultivated at the Spirit Disciple 3rd rank. The boar, however, had lost all cultivation. Should the sash strike true, it would tear flesh from bone. Though stripped of cultivation, the boar retained its natural agility. Dodging would be effortless. Yet evading would redirect the sash's path toward Yi Yu. So it chose stillness, bracing for impact. Injured Yi Yu's mood turned somewhat irritable, wishing he could capture all these spirit bats and burn them to death. Li Hua, when can your flames be unleashed? Yi Yu recalled that spirit bats were generally afraid of fire, so he thought it best to let Li Huazhu burn them. Li Huazhu looked at Yi Yu with a troubled expression, lowering its head and speaking in a dejected tone. I don't know either. My flames require a trigger to use properly, and I can't do anything right now. After saying this, Li Huazhu directly shot sparks upwards. Yi Yu was speechless. The flames just spewed by Li Huazhu weren't even as high as his eternal candle flame. Seeing Li Huazhu's anxious expression, Yi Yu felt he couldn't continue to blame it. Let me think of a solution. Yi Yu placed the eternal candle in a nearby tree, illuminating the area above him, then removed his hand to expose the wound on his master. This won't do. You've attracted so many spirit bats, they'll eat you. Li Huazhu was startled by Yi Yu's actions. Be quiet. Yi Yu furrowed his brows, hissing softly as he fixed his gaze on the spirit bats circling above him. Sure enough, some of the spirit bats couldn't resist the scent of blood and charged straight at Yi Yu. Yi Yu seized the opportunity, swinging his dual axes towards the spirit bats. The spirit bats were caught off guard and were directly struck by Yi Yu's attack. One bat's wings were injured, causing its body to crash down to the ground in a daze. Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly raised his foot and stomped down hard on the spirit bat's body. Master, be careful, its blood is toxic. Li Huazhu was shocked by Yi Yu's action, shouting out loud as it watched Yi Yu's foot land on the spirit bat. A thick green liquid sprayed out, splattering onto Yi Yu's rain boots, which were immediately burned through in several spots, looking rather unsettling. Yi Yu lifted his foot and looked at the slimy substance on it, frowning as he felt like he had stepped on some kind of soft-bodied creature. Seeing the spirit bat's head crushed under his foot, its eyeballs popped out. Yi Yu felt increasingly cruel, more suited to survive in the eternal night arena. Master is mighty. Li Huazhu also felt a bit nauseous, but dared not speak, instead looking at Yi Yu with a fawning expression. Suddenly, the crushed spirit bat flapped its wings and attempted to take flight from the ground. Yi Yu's eyes widened as he watched the spirit bat he had just crushed getting ready to fly away. Without a second thought, he drew his dual axes and struck down hard, cleaving the bat in half. The severed spirit bat struggled a few times before losing its life. Seeing it finally dead, Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Ding, 1/3 of the task completed. Blood grid 1. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Yu looked up at the spirit bats in the sky, feeling a bit anxious, wondering when he would no longer be threatened by such spirit creatures. Initially, he thought that with a weapon and an additional blood value, he would be in a perfect situation, but unexpectedly, he still looked utterly disheveled. A deep sense of helplessness enveloped Yi Yu's entire being. Li Huazhu sensed Yi Yi's disappointment and felt somewhat uncomfortable as well. If only it could help its master, perhaps his mood would improve. Guilt and frustration swirled in Li Huazhu's heart, almost giving it the impulse to want to commit suicide. Li Hua, what are you thinking? Yi Yi's mood sank. It seemed something was affecting his emotions. Looking down, he saw Li Huazhu's disheartened expression. I'm sorry, master, it's all my fault for being useless and not being able to help you. Li Huazhu raised its head, guilt written all over its face as it looked at Yi Yu. You? Yi Yu was about to speak when a gust of wind rushed past him. Yi Yu hurriedly dodged, avoiding the spirit bat's attack. He'll talk to you later, and let me deal with these beasts first. After saying this, Yi Yu picked up his dual axes and swung them towards the spirit bat that had almost harmed. Yi Yu struck down with one axe, directly cutting the spirit bat in two. Then, as the bat fell to the ground, he extended his dual axes and chopped down at its body. He'll talk to you later, and let me deal with these beasts first. After saying this, Yi Yu picked up his dual axes and swung them towards the spirit bat that had almost harmed. Ding, 2/3 of the task completed. Blood grid 1. Seeing his blood grid full, Yi Yu sighed with relief. There was only one bat left. Master is mighty. Li Huazhu cheered from the side, encouraging Yi Yu. Soon Yi Yu killed another spirit bat and began walking outside with Li Huazhu. Master, your shoes are ruined. Li Huazhu knew how hot the ground was here, yet its master could grit his teeth and endure without a word. This resilience was something. Frowning, Yi Yu felt the cruelty of the eternal night arena. As the cold rain fell, stepping on the ground made him feel as if his feet were about to be burnt to a crisp. Surviving in such a world of icy fire was incredibly challenging. Li Hua. Yi Yu suddenly stopped, looking down at Li Huazhu following closely beside him. What's wrong, master? Li Huazhu looked up in confusion at Yi Yu. Your hooves seem to be burning. Ooh, I smell the scent of burnt pig hooves. Without giving Li Huazhu time to respond, Yi Yu lifted his leg and walked outside. Li Huazhu lowered its head, earnestly glancing at its hooves, and indeed smelled the scent of something burnt. Lifting its head, Li Huazhu saw Yi Yi's figure growing farther away. Master, wait for me. Li Huazhu ran towards the candlelight. Hearing Li Huazhu's words, Yi Yi's lips curled slightly. It seemed this Li Huazhu was rather adorable, perhaps it might even be a bit silly. Li Huazhu finally caught up to Yi Yi's pace, not missing the smile at the corner of Yi Yi's mouth. Master, how can you leave me behind? If you lost me, how sad would you be? Li Huazhu looked at Yi Yu with a fawning expression. Yes, I would be very sad to lose you. Yi Yu replied, playing along and making Li Huazhu happy. After all, it was his spirit pet, so he should pamper it a little. Although it was just a useless pig. Master, your shoes are ruined. Oh, let me help you and get you a new pair. Li Huazhu looked at Yi Yi's shoes, feeling a bit reluctant. His master would surely become the happiest person in the world. Li Huazhu was startled by the girl before them. She had brazenly ordered 2 portions of Linging spirit infants, even specifying she wanted the most tender ones. That flavor is truly intense. Li Huazhu withdrew his gaze and looked up at Yi Yu. Master, shall we try another stall? Li Huazhu spoke cautiously, attempting to divert Yi Yi's attention. The woman in red heard him, lifted her head, and their eyes met. By chance, they regarded one another without the slightest awkwardness. Li Huazhu glanced at Yi Yu and then at the woman in red, puzzled. By all rights, with his master's temperament, Yi Yu would have turned his face away. Li Huazhu spoke cautiously, attempting to divert Yi Yi's attention. The woman in red heard him, lifted her head, and their eyes met. By chance, they regarded one. The shop owner carried out a tray holding 2 white bowls, warmly set it before the woman in red, and placed it on the table. Thanks. The woman in red withdrew her gaze, looked at the steaming bowl on the table, and picked up a pair of chopsticks, preparing to enjoy her meal. Young man, have you decided? What flavor of Linging would you like? The landlady asked, grinning at Yi Yu. I'm thinking. Yi Yu could not bring himself to order. The image churned his stomach. How could he possibly eat now? A rich aroma wafted out, irresistibly tempting. The scent alone provoked an urge to eat. The woman in red lifted the lid to reveal the formed Linging inside. Bathed in numbing spicy sauce, it was reddened and carried a grisly, blood-like appearance. Seeing this, Yi Yu was instantly sober. How could he partake in such cruelty? Li Huazhu, however, was beside himself with hunger, his mouth watering at the little. The woman in red pinched up the Linging with her chopsticks and took a large bite. Li Hua, let us go. Yi Yu said, unable to bear the horrific sight. He clenched his stomach and prepared to leave with Li Huazhu. Stop right there. You come into my stall and think you can leave. Dream on. The landlady reached out and blocked Yi Yi's path. Move aside. Yi Yu snapped impatiently. If he did not leave quickly, he feared he would vomit. The landlady cast him a wicked smile and sent the boss a meaningful look. The boss immediately stepped out from behind the counter, smiling as he faced the landlady. Old woman, what's the matter? Did this brat fail to appreciate your hospitality and anger you? He came up beside Yi Yu, sizing him up with anger in his eyes. No one left this place in safety. Unless they ate the Linging he had prepared, they would leave their lives behind. He rejected my Linging. It is delicious, the landlady protested, looking aggrieved and playfully pleading with her husband. Don't worry, let me handle it. The husband gently stroked the landlady's head to soothe her, then turned, and immediately became a hardened man of iron. Seeing the expression on the boss face, Liao Huazhu immediately crawled closer to Yi Yu, stretched out his hooves, and clung tightly to his master's thigh, trembling. There was nothing he could do. After all, he was a pig without spiritual power. You take issue with the linging my wife makes, the boss asked coldly, an ominous chill emanating from him like a demon. No issue, I just don't wish to eat. Yi Yu said lightly, unafraid to offend the boss. He stood erect, his gaze tranquil, as if the sinister aura the boss exuded was invisible to him. The boss studied Yi Yu carefully. Normally people would cower or flee at his anger, yet this young man maintained a composed, unyielding manner, which made the boss regard him with a measure of respect. Don't want to eat? Once you're here, you have no say. They'll give you two choices: die or eat. Choose one. The boss did not hesitate. He issued the blunt ultimatum. Master, Liao Huazhu cried out at the boss' words. What if I choose neither? Yi Yu lifted his head and met the boss' gaze with cold eyes. He had not expected such bully tactics even in a black market. Then I will send you on your way, the boss said, thrusting out his hand and firing several silver needles toward Yi Yu. Yi Yu had been watching the boss' every move. The instant the boss raised his hand, Yi Yu reacted. He summoned his black iron blade, and with a few casual swings deflected all the silver needles. Hearing the needles strike the ground, the boss' rage erupted. Brat, you refuse the courtesy and accept the punishment. Take this. He unleashed a ferocious burst of force and surged at Yi Yu. Yi Yu remained composed. He extended his hand calmly and released his flames. The boss, taken off guard by Yi Yu's spiritual power, was unprepared, and his clothes were instantly scorched by raging fire. Ah! Fire, quick, bring water. The boss flailed his arms in panic. The landlady grabbed 2 buckets and rushed out of the stall, pouring water onto his arms. They had thought water would douse the flames. Unexpectedly, the fire only grew fiercer, frightening the boss into loud cries. I'm burning, I'm burning. The boss panicked, jumping about and striking his arms against the ground, yet the flames would not subside. Old man, what should I do? The landlady wailed, her face filled with anguish as she watched her husband writhe on the ground. Use spiritual power. The boss gasped, feeling the flames devour his arms. If not for his spiritual protection, he thought he would have been reduced to ash. The landlady snapped to attention and hastily unleashed her own fierce force, but still could not quench the blaze on her husband. Damn you, what did you do to my husband? She glared at Yi Yu with boundless fury, as if she wished to tear him apart. He blocked our way first. Why are you blaming me now? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Yi Yu snorted coldly, folding his arms. He remained unmoved by the landlady's accusations. The woman in red calmly finished her linging, wiped her mouth with elegance, took up the jeweled sword from the table, and approached the landlady. Watching the boss writhe in the fire, the woman in red raised her hand and infused his arms with spiritual energy. The flames gradually diminished. She applied her power again and finally extinguished the blaze. Yi Yu turned his head and examined the woman in red before him. A nameless junior dared to act recklessly. After the head of the family finished speaking, he immediately unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, sending Yi Yu flying. Flying over 10 meters, Yi Yu crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, causing him. Master! The fire pig rushed to Yi Yu's side, looking at him with concern. Yi Yu! Bai Yao exclaimed, seeing this, and walked towards Yi Yu. Bai Qi was about to look up when Lu Yi firmly pressed down on her shoulder. Let go of me. Bai Qi turned her head and tried to shake off Lu Yi's hand, but saw her father's fierce gaze, causing her to lower her head unwillingly. Seeing Bai Kai's obedient demeanor, Lu Yi finally felt somewhat relieved. Yi Yu, how are you? Quickly apologize to my father, otherwise you will die. Master, this old man is too wicked. Oh, we should run away. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu with apprehension. Yi Yu raised his head, staring intently at the head of the family, his eyes filled with killing intent, while a strong fire burned in his chest. It seems you are quite unconvinced, the head of the family said calmly, his gaze toward Yi Yu filled with malice. A mere ordinary brat dared to flaunt his strength before. Yi Yu pushed Bai Yao's hand away and stood up from the ground. A surge of energy was rampaging within him, causing his breath to become unstable. As he stood up, he staggered slightly. To others, Yi Yu's condition seemed like he had been severely injured. The only reason he could stand was due to his sheer willpower. If you kneel down now and repent to us, crawling under Lu Yi's legs to show your apology, perhaps we can still forgive you. Old Gu raised his head, arrogantly speaking in a tone of condescension as he looked at Yi Yu with contempt. Had defeated foe still talks so much. Yi Yu scoffed coldly, feeling that his body had become even lighter than before. Even his vision had sharpened, allowing him to see further. It felt as if he had been reborn. You being stubborn is not a good thing for you. Are you sure you want to choose this path? Old Gu's face flushed red. Unexpectedly, the self-important Old Gu was completely taken down by Yi Yu, truly embarrassing himself. You talk too much, Yi Yu said, then immediately swung towards Old Gu, sending 2 gusts of wind directly at his face. Old Gu's eyes widened momentarily, forgetting to react. His mind was filled with a single thought: it's over. The head of the family, seeing this, quickly intervened to take on Yi's attack. Arrogant little brat, take this. The head of the family did not expect Yi to strike, without warning, even more violently than he was, and quickly launched an attack. This time Yi was prepared and did not take it lightly, directly countering the head of the family. They exchanged blows back and forth, moving at such speed that everyone only saw two shadows continuously darting around, leaving no clue as to who was stronger. Ultimately, the two reached a stalemate before halting their fight. Who exactly are you? The head of the family narrowed his eyes, finally taking a proper look at Yi, trying to discern his background. No wonder old Gu wasn't his match. Yi possessed such high levels of spirit. With Yi's abilities, he could easily work under old Gu in the black market, becoming the youngest elder. Just an ordinary person. Yi replied candidly, secretly astonished, feeling that he had unconsciously improved further. Not only were his skills swifter than before, but even his reaction time had significantly enhanced. It seemed he would need to find a safe place soon to check his attribute. Master is mighty, a master is imposing. The fire pig cheered from the side, excitedly dancing around. Yi gave the fire pig a reassuring glance, then turned his head, his expression instantly shifting back to indifference. Head of the family, this kid is extremely arrogant, let me take him on. Old Gu, observing the head of the family's expression, felt nervous and wanted to prove himself, fearing Yi would take his position. Are you sure? The head of the family did not expect old Gu to still be so persistent, wanting to spar with Yi. Old Gu's face tightened, taken aback by the head of the family's words. For the sake of his future, old Gu gritted his teeth and nodded. If that's the case, then you can go and have a go at him. The head of the family nodded, also curious to see if old Gu was truly Yi's match. Old Gu's expression turned awkward for a moment. He turned his head, glaring at Yi, and pulled out a spirit-exploding pill from his pocket, stuffing it into his mouth. Old Gu, what are you doing? The head of the family frowned, looking at old Gu disapprovingly. Using a spirit-exploding pill against a young man, such words would be too embarrassing if they got out. Head of the family, I was just injured, and I'm not his opponent right now. This is merely a healing pill. Old Gu was confident that Yi did not recognize the pill, hence he dared to speak so boldly. Are you playing with fire? Yi couldn't help but laugh at old Gu's actions. He must have taken him for a fool. To actually use a spirit-exploding pill as a healing pill to fool him. He truly took him for an idiot. Old Gu's face turned awkward, and he spoke uncomfortably. What nonsense are you talking about? Today I'll teach you a lesson, old Gu said, stepping forward only to hear Yi's mocking words. The difference between a spirit-exploding pill and a healing pill is quite significant. Are you really that confused? You can't even tell the difference between the two. Yi stared at old Gu's face, full of disdain. I made a mistake. Old Gu did not expect Yi to be so knowledgeable about pills, and he instantly felt humiliated. Oh, as an elder you can't even distinguish between pills. It seems you really are past your prime. It's time for you to lie in your coffin. Yi showed no mercy, nearly causing old Gu to spit blood. You dare to curse me? Seeking death. Old Gu, as if mad, unleashed all his spiritual power and charged at Yi. Yi smirked, charging forward. He was becoming more and more courageous in battle, able to enhance his strength through combat. Just as he was longing for such an opportunity, seeing old Gu coming directly to him was a welcome surprise. After a few exchanges, old Gu, having consumed the spirit-exploding pill, gradually began to weaken, being directly blasted away by Yi's palm. The man, torn in half, twitched violently. Arms and legs flailing, eyes bulging wide, mouth shrieking for help. Unaware he had already been shredded into two lifeless halves by the spirit crab. Yi gazed upon the brutal scene with detached calm, not a ripple stirred in his eyes. Only a faint wave of nausea disturbed his otherwise impassive composure. In the next instant, the severed corpse vanished into the spirit crab's maw. Watching it chew human flesh, Yi's stomach churned violently. It was utterly revolting. Any ordinary person would likely lose their appetite forever after witnessing such a sight. Soon the spirit crab devoured the man entirely. Its carapace deepened in hue, a clear sign that consuming human flesh had strengthened its constitution. So even spirit pets conjured by the eternal night arena fought fiercely to survive. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of a young man subduing a sting. Warning, warning. 15 minutes remaining. Health bar 1. Yi snapped back to awareness, suddenly recalling he was still on a mission. Distracted by spectacle, he had nearly forgotten his Composing himself, Yi summoned his cast-iron blade and prepared for battle. The spirit crab, hearing the blade scrape across the ground, pivoted and fixed its gaze upon the diminutive figure before it. Come then, let me test just how formidable you truly are, daring to feast upon humanity. Yi stared at the creature, his eyes cold with contempt. The spirit crab swayed its mandibles and charged with startling agility, thrusting its powerful pincers toward Yi. He dodged, swift, precise, and brought his cast-iron blade down hard upon the closing claw. A metallic clang rang out. Yi felt a jolt of numbness shoot up his palm, his grip faltered, and the blade clattered to the ground. Glancing at his trembling, stinging palm, fury flared within him. With a flick of his wrist, the blade leapt from the earth and flew back into his grasp. Clutching the blade tightly, Yeyu sensed his grip weakening. He frowned, tightened his hold with renewed determination, and lunged forward. Recalling clearly, the creature's fatal weakness lay within its maw. Shatter its teeth, and death would follow without fail. Swinging the blade with fainting grace, Yeyu executed a ruse, then drew a stone from his pack and hurled it straight at the spirit crab's eyes. The spirit crab instinctively shut its eyes as the stone hurtled toward them. Seizing the moment, Yeyu gripped his blade and launched himself upward, soaring through the air to strike directly into the creature's open maw. Clang, clang, clang. Yeyu struck again and again. His body descended, and in that split second before landing, he saw a colossal pincer sweeping toward him. Damn it! Too late to evade. He braced for impact, then drove his cast-iron blade downward in desperate defense. The massive pincer clamped down with crushing force, locking onto the blade itself. Yeyu's body landed squarely atop the pincer, then propelled itself upward once more in a fluid leap. He surged headlong into the spirit crab's maw, hacking wildly. The creature roared in fury, spewing black ichor, and reeled backward, collapsing heavily onto the... With no time to dodge, Yeyu seized the creature's jaws and tumbled down with it. The instant the spirit crab hit the earth, he snatched up his blade and drove it deep into its soft underbelly. Clang, clang, clang. Again and again he struck, until golden yellow rose spilled forth. His eyes lit up, he rushed forward and devoured it voraciously. At that moment, sustenance mattered more than taste, and few ever tasted such exquisite roe within the eternal night arena. Yeyu consumed every last trace of the spirit crab's roe, then wiped his mouth with quiet satisfaction. He tapped the creature's skull. Familiar resonance answered his touch. A sharp crack echoed. 2 shards gleamed on the ground. Yeyu picked them up with practiced ease and slipped them into his pack. Ding. Mission progress 20. Health bar 1. Sated and refreshed, Yeyu lifted his cast-iron blade and strode toward another spirit crab. This time experience guided his hand, and victory came effortlessly. Before long, he completed all assigned tasks. Rubbing his belly, Yeyu sighed. Today's feast had left him pleasantly full, the rich, savory roe lingering delightfully on his tongue. Ding. Mission complete. Claim your reward: 1 piece of black iron, 1 medicinal pill, 1 spirit herb. Note: 10 black iron fragments may upgrade the cast iron blade. The spirit herb possesses healing properties. Healing? Isn't the health bar sufficient? Why else would healing be needed? Yeyu frowned, bewildered, but shrugged. Rewards were rewards, of better kept than questioned. Having reviewed his spoils, Yeyu resolved to gather more black iron. Urgently upgrading his gear would make monster slaying infinitely more satisfying. Opening his pack, he retrieved 10 spirit crab shards he'd collected earlier. Perhaps they could be assembled into something valuable or traded for greater utility. Upon inspecting their attributes, Yeyu's face lit with delight. These shards could be embedded into armor to enhance defensive resilience. Such a rare boon was not to be. Without hesitation, he fused all 10 shards into his armor, then activated synthesis. Ding! A gleaming new suit of armor materialized before him. Yeyu's eyes widened as he tapped it curiously. A sudden weight settled upon his shoulders. He looked down, to find himself clad in radiant, newly forged armor. Attack 50. Defense 30. Spirit 21. Seeing his stats rise, Yeyu exhaled. His grueling labor had borne tangible fruit. After prolonged scrutiny, he concluded his offensive power remained pitifully weak. Accelerating his cultivation speed was now imperative. Without further delay, he opened the quest log, scanning for new assignments. Finding none suitable nearby, he expanded the search radius and began selecting. Ding! Level 35 quest: locate 5 spirit spiders. As Yeyu browsed, the system automatically assigned the task. Glancing at the level requirement, 35, he hesitated only a moment. Then with unwavering resolve, he accepted the quest. Timer initiated. Yeyu unscrewed his water bottle, took a sip, and rose, striding confidently toward his destination. The rain boots cushioned each step, granting silent, effortless comfort that stirred a quiet thrill within him. And with the everlasting candle burning steadily in his hand, he walked like a noble scion, head high, stride assured, bathed in steady golden light. Ding! Warning, warning. 22 minutes remaining. Health bar 1. Yeyu. This eternal night arena grew increasingly erratic. Only 8 minutes elapsed, yet his health bar had already dropped. Unreasonable. Ding! Warning, warning. Criticizing the eternal night arena. Health bar 1. What injustice! Is this not outright persecution? His earlier good mood evaporated instantly. He forced himself to breathe slowly. Suppressing rising anger, terrified another rebuke might cost him precious. After walking some distance, cries of battle and agony echoed around him, but Yeyu tuned them out. Such wails heard too often corroded the soul. Ah, help me. Please save me. A strong hand seized Yeyu's ankle. Then another clamped onto the other, gripping with desperate strength. He glanced down. 2 bloodied, mangled men clung to his legs, faces twisted in raw, pleading anguish. Clearly they saw him as their sole lifeline. Yet Yeyu no longer trusted humanity. Betrayed once before, his faith in human hearts had shattered completely. Release me, and you retain a chance to live. Resist, and I shall end you myself. His voice held no malice, only quiet finality. It was not cruelty that hardened his tone, but the unyielding logic of the eternal night arena. Here only the strong earn the right to endure. You're human too. Why so merciless? Please save me. The man refused to yield, fingers digging deeper into Yeyu's thigh, unaware even as pain flared beneath his grasp. Cuckoo. A crisp sound circled above his head, and Yeyu stopped in his tracks, listening carefully to the sound above him. The voice of the firebird was surprisingly similar to that of a cuckoo. It seemed it should be easy to catch. After thinking for a moment, Yeyu activated the eternal candle in his hand, gripping it tightly and raising it above his head. He intended to see what this creature called the firebird truly was. Ding. Warning. Your blood gauge has decreased by 1, leaving only 3 remaining. Complete the task as soon as possible, or you will turn into a mist. Damn, that was fast. Yeyu couldn't care less about watching the firebird anymore, and directly took out the bread from his pocket, raising it above his head. The bread had become soft, and its rich aroma made his stomach cuckoo. The firebird didn't eat the bread at all. Even with his arms getting tired from holding it up, Yeyu saw no firebird come. Reluctantly, he lowered the bread, and unable to resist, took a bite. Delicious. As Yeyu chewed the bread, he suddenly felt a wave of happiness. Ding. Warning. Your blood gauge has decreased by 2, leaving only 2 remaining. Please complete the task as soon as possible, or you will turn into a mist of blood. Hearing the alert, Yeyu quickly put the bread back into his pocket. Listening to the chilling sound in his ears, he steeled his heart and took a knife to cut his own hand. Blood spurted out instantly, and Yeyu frowned in pain, considering this a way to lure the bird. After just a few seconds, he felt a rush of wind above his head, indicating that the firebird had arrived. With the knife put away, Yeyu was ready to catch the bird. Cuckoo. A clear bird call came, and then Yeyu felt a heaviness in his arm. He immediately reached for the firebird on his arm, but the moment he touched it, a rush of heat surged, making him quickly let go. The firebird immediately flew away. Damn, why was the firebird's body so hot? Yeyu shook his burned hand in frustration, pondering how he could catch the firebird. Time was running out, and he hadn't even caught a single bird. Damn, was he really going to fail here today? Opening the system, Yeyu quickly scanned the items inside, finding only the knife. Taking out the knife, Yeyu poked at his wound, blood flowing out immediately. Cuckoo. A series of bird calls followed, and then Yeyu felt a peck at his wound. At that moment, Yeyu swung the knife in his hand rapidly towards the firebird. Bang. One of the firebird's wings was chopped off by Yeyu. Ding. 1/3 of the task completed, blood gauge increased by 1. Nice. To think it could actually increase the blood gauge, Yeyu felt invigorated. It seemed that as long as he found the right method, completing tasks was quite simple. Yeyu continued using the same method, and soon caught 3 firebirds with their wings broken. The firebirds were placed on the ground, flapping their wings incessantly, trying to soar, but they could not take off. Ding. The task involving the firebirds is completed. Please collect your reward. Yeyu felt a warmth in his hand as the firebird he had just caught transformed into a mist of blood, dispersing in his hand and spraying cold blood mist on his face. Damn, even living creatures could turn into blood mist. How cruel was this eternal night competition? Wiping the blood off his face, Yeyu closed his eyes, eager to see what reward the system would provide this time. Reward: 1 pill. Effect: can replenish 1 blood gauge. Yeyu frowned, opening his eyes to look at the pill in his palm, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had expected a hefty reward, but received only a small pill. Sighing, he thought that having something was better than nothing. Yeyu put the pill in his backpack and, looking at the items inside, decided he needed to actively seek out more tasks to level up faster. In the midst of the turbulent sands, only those who worked hard and were diligent would have more chances to survive. Opening the system, Yeyu directly navigated to the task panel, scanning the tasks available and selecting one near the inferno. Kill 3 flamingos. Yeyu opened the flamingo's attributes and was taken aback. Species: flamingo, level 7, flying beast, skills: pecking at hearts, releasing flames, attack 50, defense 40, agility 38. Could he really complete a task against such a high-level flying beast? Yeyu then opened his own attributes to see his current achievements. To his surprise, he was stunned upon opening them. Attack 13, defense 10, spirit 11. Why was it so low? He had clearly completed several tasks. Yeyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling that this eternal night competition was a little too unfair. After all, this was a level 7 flying beast. How could he possibly defeat it? Just as Yeyu was about to switch to another task, the system chimed in with a notification. You have only half an hour left. The timer starts now. Damn, not this trick again. Yeyu complained silently in his heart, and had no choice but to open the map to locate the flamingo's position. Luckily, he had chosen a task close to the inferno, otherwise wandering in the darkness would be exhausting. Taking out the bread from his pocket, Yeyu cautiously took a bite and quickly hid it back. Following the path indicated on the map, Yeyu felt as if he were walking on a mountain of flames. The thick smell of burning made his stomach churn. If food weren't so precious, he would have long since thrown up. The path beneath him was getting hotter, and Yeyu could only jump along to prevent his shoes from getting scorched. A strange sound of footsteps approached Yi Yu. Relying solely on his keen instincts, he sidestepped, feeling a gust of wind sweep past his face, followed by a sharp pain in his hand. Drip, drip, bright red blood flowed from his hand. Yi Yu hurriedly put the wound into his mouth and jumped away from the bleeding spot. Sure enough, the next second, he heard a loud thud as a shadow fell at his feet. Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly summoned the big knife in his hand and hacked at the creature on the ground. No matter what it was, in the eternal night competition, only the strong survive. If you show mercy the next second, it would be you entering hell. With a few squelching sounds, the creature pinned under Yi Yu gradually stopped struggling. Few still quite strong. Yi Yu suddenly remembered that the creature beneath him was already dead and would soon turn into blood mist. Just as he was about to get up, he heard a loud bang. Ouch, that hurt. Yi Yu rubbed his sore backside and quickly stood up from the ground. Ding. 1/3 of the task completed, blood gauge fully restored. Yi Yu felt a sudden itch at the wound on his hand, and in the next second the flesh miraculously healed, leaving no trace of injury. It seemed that the eternal night competition wasn't so bad after all. Perhaps one could attain immortality here. Yi Yu was startled by his own thoughts. Could it really lead to immortality? You insolent brat, so bold as to challenge 100 at once. We're no easy prey. Even if you beg for mercy later, it'll be too late. Seeing Yi Yu remain unmoved, the man resorted to threats. After all, they knew nothing of his true strength. Better to avoid violence altogether, lest someone get hurt. 1 against 100? Humph. Yi Yu let out a disdainful laugh and stepped down from the flamefire boar. The man watched Yi Yu's utter lack of fear and felt a wave of dread rise within him, overwhelmed by the overwhelming aura of a supreme cultivator emanating from Yi Yu, compelling him to flee. Nothing much. You wanted this flashlight, didn't you? Here it is. Take it if you dare. Life or death, no liability assumed. Yi Yu waved the flashlight lazily, his expression arrogant and unflinching. The man fell silent for several seconds, studying Yi Yu's icy composure. This man clearly held them in contempt. Could he truly be a powerhouse? Boss, what are you hesitating for? There are dozens of us. Surely we shouldn't fear one man. One underling could no longer bear his leader's timidity. Exactly. We outnumber him vastly. Why cower before him? Boss, don't back down. With that flashlight, our survival will be far easier. Why should he reap the— Hearing his subordinate's words, the man's wavering resolve steadied. Right. He dares speak so arrogantly, we must show him our might. Confidence surged through him instantly. His brothers stood firm, so he too would not falter. To do otherwise would shatter his authority as their leader. Let me take him first, boss. I'll seize the flashlight and present it to you with honor. Another man stepped forward, eager to prove himself. Arrogant in his modest martial prowess, he regarded all others as beneath notice, as though he alone reigned invincible over the world. Go ahead, but stay safe. The so-called boss replied coolly, a flash of cruelty glinting in his eyes. Let someone else play the sacrificial pawn, while he reaped the glory. A man emerged from the shadows and halted less than 10 meters from Yi Yu. The two locked gazes, sizing each other up in silence. Yi Yu glanced once, then looked away indifferently. He had no interest in staring at just any man. But to the man, that dismissive glance was pure provocation, an insult he could not endure, especially with his leader watching. Brat, I'll grant you one last chance. Surrender the flashlight now, or I'll paint the ground red with your blood. He sneered at Yi Yu, though inwardly his confidence wavered. How irritating, Yi Yu muttered, and strode forward several paces. Halt! Don't come closer. What are you doing? Terrified, the man shrieked and instinctively stumbled backward. Yi Yu stopped, frowning deeply as he fixed his gaze upon him. You wanted a fight? Then make it swift. I have tasks awaiting me. Wasting time on you would be beneath me. Tasks? How many levels have you completed? The man's voice tightened slightly, pride flickering beneath his tone. Among his peers, he ranked highest in task 170. Yi Yu hadn't intended to answer, but curiosity stirred. How far had these humans advanced? Was his pace in the Eternal Night arena exceptionally fast, or slow? What a— 170 levels. Shock contorted the man's face, his mind reeled. This youth appeared barely past adolescence. How could he possibly reach such a staggering tier? After all, he had only reached level 70 among this group. Could this stranger truly surpass him by a full 100 levels? Will you fight, or shall I leave? Yi Yu's patience evaporated, his brow furrowed. Huh, even bluster needs a draft. Today I'll expose your lies. The man refused to believe Yi Yu, dismissing it all as empty boasting. Humiliated before his men, he had no choice but to confront him, to reclaim his dignity through force. Yi Yu watched calmly as the man charged forward, brandishing a massive cleaver. Though swift to ordinary eyes, his movements crawled like a snail before Yi Yu's pursuit. The man lunged, raised his blade high, and brought it down with lethal force toward Yi Yu's skull. Yi Yu raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of flame. Boom. The man vanished instantly, reduced to ash. Spectators froze in horror, their earlier arrogance replaced by raw terror. No wonder he'd stood so unshaken. He was undeniably a master cultivator. Yi Yu himself recoiled slightly, startled by the sheer intensity of the fire he'd just expelled. Had he truly incinerated a man outright? He examined his palm. Though he'd slain the man, not a trace of remorse stirred within him. In the eternal night arena, only the strong deserved to live. Master, wonderful. You've finally gained full command over the blazing flame. The flame fire boar cheered beside him. Is that so? Yu glanced briefly at the boar, lowered his hand, and swept his gaze across the remaining men. The men recoiled en masse. As Yu's gaze fell upon them, they dropped to their knees, trembling and begging for mercy. Forgive us, Lord. We were wrong to covet your light. It was his doing. He urged us to seize your flashlight. All blame rests with him. Yes, it was him. Betrayal cascaded swiftly. The man once hailed as boss was thrust forward by his own followers, offered as sacrifice to appease Yu's wrath. He turned, only to meet the cold, indifferent stares of men who moments ago called him boss. Now they cast him aside without hesitation, making him their scapegoat. A deep, bitter resentment flared within him. Alas, there was no turning back. Standing here meant irrevocable fate. A profound, hollow resignation filled his eyes. In the eternal night arena, only ruthless reality endured. No brotherhood, no loyalty. His longing for kinship had been naivety itself. Yu frowned tightly. If it weren't for his soft heart, he would have already decapitated the two men. Unexpectedly, his compassion brought him criticism from others, and a surge of rage welled up within him. Yu raised his hand, summoning the iron knife, pointing it at the man on the ground. The two men were taken aback by the iron knife in Yu's hand, quickly letting go and trembling as they looked at him. We are truly at our wits' end. Please take us away from here. We really cannot continue living. It's too terrifying here. The man cried, snot and tears streaming down his face, looking pitiful. Yu lowered his eyes, noticing the dirted soles of his shoes, a flash of anger flickering in the same eternal night competition. Why do you think I am stronger than you? Yu's sharp gaze fixed on the man, trying to discern if he was lying. You have the eternal candle in your hand. You must be much stronger than us, the man said, pointing at Yu's candle, with a face full of longing, hoping to leverage Yu's assistance to leave this frightening place. Yu glanced at the eternal candle in his hand, a sarcastic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the eternal night competition, as long as you are willing to put in the effort and complete tasks, you too can possess a candle like mine. Yu explained with rare good humor. Ding, warning, there are only 23 minutes left. Blood level 1. Hearing the system's notification, Yu's good mood instantly evaporated, leaving only fury. Damn man, he had wasted a whole blood level for nothing. Truly detestable. Although he was angry, Yu had no desire for revenge against the two men. As a fellow human, he understood the deep-seated desire to survive. Big brother, I beg you, if we don't leave here, I will really die. There are spirit wolves here. They just ate our father alive. As the man spoke, he cried, even more pitifully. Yu merely cast a casual glance at the weeping man and walked toward his destination. Seeing that Yu was not fooled, a glint of madness surged in the eyes of the two men. Since everyone was going to die, they might as well drag someone down with them. One of the men pulled out a sharp knife, slashing his palm, blood gushing out as he quickly ran toward Yu. Hearing the wind, Yu turned his head and saw a hand rushing towards him. He quickly raised his arm to block, but blood still splashed onto his clothes. Damn it! Seeing his clothes stained, Yu grew furious. He hadn't even settled the matter of his dirty shoes with these two, and now they had come to soil his clothes again. Truly despicable. Ha ha, since you refuse to help us, don't expect anything good. Selfish people like you deserve to go to hell. The man said arrogantly, hands on his hips, looking triumphantly at Yu. It seems you want to die. Yu was now utterly enraged. His soft heart did not mean he had a good temper. Clenching the iron knife in his hand, he decided to deal with this arrogant man before. Crack, crack. The man who had been shouting just a second ago was now knocked down by a spirit wolf, its jaws snapping his neck. The other man, witnessing the scene, screamed in terror and fled in panic. The spirit wolf glanced at the man it had just killed, and then turned its fierce gaze toward Yu. Hey, I was just passing by and didn't intend to take on the spirit wolf's quest. Hee, enjoy your meal. As Yu spoke, he began to back away. If he remembered correctly, the spirit wolf was a level 40 beast. With his current strength, he was no match for this wild wolf, so retreating was the woo. The spirit wolf howled, and in the next moment charged toward Yu. Oh my, why are you still coming? Yu exclaimed, excitement causing him to slip into his hometown dialect. The spirit wolf opened its mouth wide and exhaled toward Yu. Yu's expression froze. Was this wolf planning to suffocate him? Before he could think it through, Yu quickly leaped to avoid the spirit wolf's massive claw. Rolling twice in the air, he landed steadily. If it weren't for his slight training, he would have fallen flat on the ground. Yu closed his eyes and activated the spirit wolf's attributes. Creature spirit wolf, level 40, spirit beast skills, sharp claws, fangs, attack, 200 defense, 150 agility, 120. Seeing the spirit wolf's attributes, Yu cursed on the spot. He was just passing by. Why did this spirit wolf have to pick on him? What Yu didn't know was that the earlier man had stained him with his blood, which was why the spirit wolf targeted him. Yi Yu felt a warm breath spray out, and he quickly opened his eyes to see the spirit wolf staring directly at him, the distance between them not exceeding 1 meter. "Ah!" Yi Yu instinctively shouted, gripping the iron knife tightly as he swung it at the spirit wolf before him. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Yu didn't even know how many strikes he had made, just wildly flailing. At this moment, feeling panicked, facing the spirit wolf that was 2 or 3 times larger than himself, he just wanted to escape. Ding, warning, there are still 15 minutes left, blood level 1. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Yu felt that he was so unfortunate. He had clearly been dragged into this situation innocently, and now the system was deducting his health. Truly a scholar meeting a soldier. No reasoning could clear this up. Spirit wolf, are you sick? Why do you keep chasing me? Yi Yu angrily cursed, pointing at the spirit wolf before him. Awoo. The spirit wolf seemed to have understood Yi Yu's words and howled toward the sky. Yi Yu watched the spirit wolf's movements, thinking it had misunderstood, but in the next moment the spirit wolf charged at him again. Damn it. Yi Yu cursed under his breath, gripping the iron knife tightly as he waited for the right moment to swing at the spirit wolf's face. An unintended strike actually sliced through the spirit wolf's nose, bright red blood streaming from the wound. The spirit wolf roared in anger, agitated by Yi Yu. Yi Yu's eyes brightened. It turned out the spirit wolf's weak point was its nose. Although he now knew this, Yi Yu didn't dare to let his guard down, as it was still a level 40 spirit beast, not to be underestimated. The enraged spirit wolf roared several times at Yi Yu. Seeing Yi Yu standing there, it let out a furious roar, leaping into the air, with its powerful claws instantly lunging toward Yi Yu. Yi Yu was mentally prepared. Seeing the spirit wolf's movements, he tightened his grip on the iron knife and aimed it at the spirit wolf's face, targeting its nose. Zhang Tianren fell silent at the sight of Zhang Tianshur's fury, shrinking his neck and standing meekly aside. Yet hatred toward his master burned ever fiercer in his heart. A one-armed cripple dared to sneer before him. Sooner or later he would kill Zhang Tianshur with his own hands. Zhang Tianshur stared at his severed arm, eyes blazing with venom. He tore off a strip of his robe and tightly bound the stump, then hastily withdrew a vial of pills from his robes, swallowing them whole without counting. The wound moments earlier gushing blood now ceased its flow. New skin even began to knit itself together, proof that Zhang Tianshur had just ingested a high. Once bandaged, Zhang Tianshur lifted his narrow, venomous eyes toward Yi Yu. "You wretched boy, you dared slay a disciple of Lingshan's sect. Today you shall enter this place, but never leave it alive." He thrust an accusing finger toward Yi Yu, rage surging through his veins. Yi Yu rolled his eyes in weary disdain, glancing at the freshly maimed elder, and silently cursing his utter lack of memory. "You spoke those very words before, and lost an arm for it. It seems your other arm is equally dispensable." Yi Yu's gaze flickered coldly toward the outstretched arm, a flash of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Slaying Zhang Xianzong had not been his intent, but the deed was done, and enmity forged beyond repair. Even if he groveled now, forgiveness would never come. Why waste breath arguing with Zhang Tianshur over who held the upper hand? "You dare defy the entire Lingshan sect. Since you seek death, old man shall grant it." With that, Zhang Tianshur drew a crimson sphere from his robes, and the sphere burst high above, unfurling into a dazzling crimson firework, brilliant, unmistakable, a beacon of distress. Liahua Pig sidled up to Yi Yu, pointing upward. "Master, that old man just launched a distress signal." Yi Yu shot him a look of utter contempt. Did he truly believe him blind to such a blatant flare? Liahua Pig chuckled sheepishly under that gaze. Within 2 minutes, the thunderous clatter of armored cavalry shook the earth. So vast in number and ferocity, it seemed an army of 10,000 had descended. Zhang Tianren and Zhang Tianshur exchanged triumphant, hate-filled smiles as they glared at Yi Yu. "Today is your final day, brat. Do you truly think Lingshan's sect is to be trifled with?" Zhang Tianshur's glare seethed with murderous intent, as if he longed to flay Yi Yu alive. "Old man, you chatter far too much," Yi Yu replied, idly digging a fingernail into his ear and flicking away the debris. Before Zhang Tianshur could erupt, a woman descended upon a drifting cloud, his junior sister arriving at last. She alighted gracefully, draped in flowing white robes that lent her an ethereal celestial grace. "Sister, this wretch has slain Zhang Xianzong. Behold, the corpse lies before us. All present bore witness. He murdered him through treachery, then stood here spewing slander against Lingshan's sect." Zhang Tianshur hurried to her side, breathlessly reciting Yi Yu's alleged crimes. Her brows knotted in quiet disapproval as she surveyed Yi Yu, standing tall, unyielding, neither cowed nor arrogant, a bearing strangely aligned with upright virtue. "Did you kill him?" She gestured coolly toward Zhang Xianzong's lifeless form, her expression utterly devoid of sorrow, as though gazing upon a stranger, not a brother disciple. More Lingshan sect disciples arrived in swift succession, encircling Yi Yu in tight formation. Liahua Pig instantly wilted, pressing himself against Yi Yu's leg, clinging tight, trembling like a leaf in gale-force wind. "Yes," Yi Yu admitted plainly, without hesitation or shame. "Sister, he confesses it himself. You must mete out strict justice." Zhang Tianshur's heart leapt. Yi Yu's brazen confession thrilled him. Foolish beyond measure. To offend Lingshan's sect openly even within the black market. Death was inevitable. Yet the junior sect master narrowed her eyes, not in suspicion but in quiet fascination. Something about this youth stirred instinctive doubt. She would uncover the truth, but why did you kill him? Was there private grudge between you? She pointed toward Zhang Xianzong's cooling body. Yi Yu shook his head slowly. Her demeanor, so unlike Zhang Xianzong's, made him willing, even eager to speak with her. No grudge. The root of all this lies solely with him. Yi Yu extended a finger, cold precise, pointing directly at Zhang Tianren. Zhang Tianren opened his mouth to accuse Yi Yu, then froze mid-breath, struck dumb by the sudden weight of his senior aunt's icy stare. His pulse spiked, panic surged as he cried out, "It wasn't me. Senior aunt, this has nothing to do with me. That brute is tyrannical. He assaulted 2 innocent young women. I merely voiced my outrage, and he struck me down. Had I not dodged, I'd lie dead beside uncle now. He is a demon incarnate, boasting he fears no Lingshan sect, holding our sect in utter contempt. After all, he had provoked the conflict first, only to discover too late that he'd kicked a mountain of reinforced concrete. As overseer of Lingshan's sect, the junior master saw through his lies, but offered him one final chance to repent, to choose integrity over deceit. It's true. If Master hadn't passed by and rescued me, I'd already share Uncle's fate, slain by that monster." Zhang Tianren nodded fervently, his face twisted in theatrical grievance, as if he bore the weight of centuries of injustice. The junior master withdrew her gaze, and with a single fluid motion unleashed a golden beam. A scream pierced the air. Then Zhang Tianren flew backward, soaring over 15 meters before crashing hard onto the ground. Unprepared, he was hurled violently through the air, landing with a sickening thud. Before pain registered, a metallic tang flooded his mouth, and he spat a thick crimson. "Sister, what are you doing?" Zhang Tianshi recoiled, bewildered. "Do you still intend to deceive me?" She turned, her gaze sharpening like a blade, her eyes locking onto the flicker of guilt deep within Zhang Tianshi's own. "I speak only truth to uphold Lingshan sect's honor. I sacrificed my arm. Zhang Xianzong perished here. Yet you stand here bullying your own disciples, letting this fiend roam free." Zhang Tianshi roared, humiliation burning hotter than rage. How could his own junior sister distrust him so utterly? Daring to die. Yi Yu exhaled coldly, gathered spiritual energy, and swept his palm toward the woman's hand, sending forth a torrent of scorching flame of blazing fire that instantly ignited her arm. Fire. It's the flame of blazing fire. The woman thrashed wildly, flailing her arm in desperate attempts to shake off the infernal flames. Once adhered, the flame of blazing fire could not be dislodged. Only death could extinguish it. Yi Yu stood motionless beside her, watching in silence as she screamed in agony, writhing on the ground, yet not lifting a finger to save her. Blazing Pig gaped in stunned awe, utterly astonished by its master's ferocity, so much so that the woman had been reduced to ashes before its eyes. Her body crumpled onto the ground, her once exquisite face warped into a grotesque visage of rotting flesh. "Save me, save me." The wraith shrieked with chilling despair, raising her charred hand toward Yi Yu, her eyes burning with raw, desperate longing. Yi Yu merely gazed at her, cold, detached, as though confronting not a human being, but a specter clawing at the veil between life and oblivion. Blazing Pig cast a fretful glance at Yi Yu, pressing its warm, trembling body tightly against his thigh. "Let's go," Yi Yu said calmly, and strode forward without looking back. After that display, few dared approach Yi Yu in the black market. Instead, they watched him from afar, silent and wary. "Master, that technique was absolutely magnificent. You saw through that vile woman's deception in an instant. Tell me, how did you unveil her true nature?" Blazing Pig chattered animatedly, leaping about with unrestrained excitement, gesturing wildly, as if conducting a grand performance. "Are there any other intriguing places here? I see no treasures." Yi Yu's impatience simmered. Just recalling the earlier scene left him unsettled, even queasy. "Don't rush, Master. You must proceed with caution. This place teems with rogues and thieves alike. One misstep could cost dearly." Blazing Pig grimaced, remembering its own humiliating past. Had it possessed even half its master's discernment, it would never have fallen prey to that wizened. As Yi Yu walked, he swept his flashlight across the stalls, until it fell upon an elderly man, ragged and hunched, seated on the ground before a small square wooden board bearing 4 rust-eaten daggers. Instantly, Yi Yu's attention locked onto them. "Master, are you even listening? Let's head over there. That corner boasts delicacies, snacks of every kind, even spirit pills and elixirs. A truly exceptional spot." Blazing Pig touted the place relentlessly, its manner uncannily resembling that of a seasoned salesmaster. "Silence," Yi Yu commanded, and stepped resolutely toward the old man. "Young man, what catches your eye?" The elder smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming, not with warmth, but with quiet calculation. Yi Yu ignored the question. He crouched low, reached out, and lifted the most battered dagger, the one at the center, its surface rough and pitted beneath his fingers. Drawing it fully, he observed thick layers of rust coating the blade, rendering it appear utterly worthless. "Sharp eye, young man. This is my most treasured possession," the elder murmured, a fleeting spark igniting in his clouded gaze as he appraised Yu with subtle scrutiny, weighing, measuring, plotting. "Treasure. This thing's corroded beyond repair. Let me make one thing clear. You won't deceive my master while I stand guard." Blazing Pig nearly choked on indignation. How dare this doddering fraud call rusted scrap treasure? Such brazen falsehoods. And yet, his master remained too kind-hearted, moved by the elder's age, to offer polite patronage. Truly compassion incarnate. What does a foolish pig know? A flash of murderous intent flickered in the elder's eyes, swiftly veiled unseen by Blazing Pig. Yu still studying the dagger sensed the elder's suppressed displeasure immediately. He rose slowly, and fixed his unwavering gaze upon the old man. "Name your price. I'll take this dagger." As he spoke, Yu studied the elder's features closely. Something about his bearing felt incongruent with advanced age. "Ha. Fine taste, young man. This is my favorite blade. If you truly desire it, 10,000 gold coins." The elder named his sum without hesitation, clearly impressed by Yu's decisive demeanor. "What, old man? Have you lost your senses? A rusted dagger for 10,000 gold. Why not just rob the treasury outright?" Blazing Pig erupted again in outrage, bristling with fury, ready to charge and tear the elder limb from limb. To dare swindle his master directly was unforgivable. Blazing Pig vowed to shield Yu's vision, to expose this charlatan once and for all. "I have no gold coins," Yu replied flatly, and withdrew a vial of alchemical pills from his satchel, offering it to the elder. "What is this?" The elder inspected the vial with keen interest. "These are pills I refine myself. Assess their worth. Do they suffice for the dagger?" Yu knew little of coin valuation, so he left judgment entirely to the elder. If deemed fair, he would claim the dagger. If not, he would seek another path. "Master, these pills are priceless. How can you trade them for a rusted blade?" Blazing Pig bounced frantically beside him, horrified at the prospect of wasting such rare alchemy on mere scrap metal. The elder's eyes lit with unmistakable delight. He accepted the vial, uncorked it, and a rich, penetrating aroma of refined essence billowed forth, remarkably potent. Hastily recapping the vial, he tucked it deep into his robes. "Hey you, return my master's pills at once. A single pill could purchase thousands of such daggers." Blazing Pig watched in anguish as the elder pocketed the entire vial. Greed laid bare. Deal struck. "Take the dagger." The elder waved dismissively, urging Yu to depart. "Master, he treated you with such contempt. Unforgivable." Blazing Pig fumed, glaring as the elder gathered the remaining 3 daggers. "Blazing, utter another word and I'll roast you whole." Yu's icy glare silenced the pig instantly. He realized he'd indulged it too long, letting it chatter unchecked. Had it not been for Blazing Pig's genuine loyalty, he would have disciplined it long ago. "Master, you've suffered a grave loss." Blazing Pig pouted, unwilling to concede. But Yu shifted focus seamlessly. "Where is the snack street?" "This way, master. I'll lead you." Blazing Pig eagerly tugged at Yu's sleeve and hurried ahead. Yu slid the dagger into his satchel and followed Blazing Pig, walking steadily toward the bustling alley of flavors and secrets. "Master." The Flamefire boar gazed at the 10 spirit herbs lying on the ground, its heart swelling with profound gratitude. These were all the spirit herbs master possessed, yet he had reserved not a single one for himself, offering every last one to it. Such devotion compelled unwavering loyalty, even unto death. "Go ahead and eat. I'll check the system." My black iron blade snapped. "Oh, I wonder if it can still be repaired." With that, Yu closed his eyes, preparing to inspect his weapon. Competition here is fierce. Without a formidable weapon, one is no better than meat laid bare upon a cutting board. The Flamefire boar nodded, watching as its master shut his eyes, then happily devoured the spirit herbs. Without them to sustain its life force, it would long since have faded from this world. Its master truly treated it with extraordinary kindness. Yu closed his eyes and opened his equipment interface, examining his shattered black iron blade, now fully restored, pristine as the day it was forged. Could this also be a reward? Yu blinked, summoned the black iron blade, and ran his gaze along its razor-sharp edge. Only then did he exhale and quiet. After all, forging another black iron blade would be arduous indeed. Holding it now, he sensed its edge was sharper than before. "Master, this blade evolves alongside your cultivation. It ascends automatically as your strength grows," the Flamefire boar said between mouthfuls of spirit herbs, savoring each bite. "Ah, I see." Yu nodded, finally understanding why his black iron blade had grown keener. "Captain, you should eat some spirit herbs too. They'll greatly augment your spiritual energy." The Flamefire boar extended the herbs toward Yu, eager to share the delicacy with its master. "You eat them. I have no need." Yu glanced briefly at the herbs in the boar's trotter, then closed his eyes again and opened his inventory, searching for anything else usable. There, nestled among his belongings, lay the ox hair he'd acquired earlier. Recalling the flame firebore's remark that it could be fashioned into a whip, Yu tapped its attributes to review the crafting process. Counting the strands, he confirmed there were precisely enough to forge a Tieri iron whip, and without hesitation, he initiated the crafting sequence. Storing idle materials served no purpose. Transforming them into weaponry was far more pragmatic. Ding! Your new weapon, Oxhair Whip, has been forged. Yu opened his eyes, lifted the whip, and gave it a light shake. It felt indistinguishable from an ordinary whip, far too rudimentary for his current level. After a moment's idle handling, Yu resolved to sell it. Such a low-tier weapon held little practical value. Converting it into coin was infinitely more sensible. Watching Yu's furrowed brow and dismissive expression, the flame fireboar instantly recognized its master's disdain for the Oxhair Whip. Master, this whip is upgradable. Its power will surge alongside yours. The flame fireboar trembled, inwardly fearing Yu might impulsively discard it. Upgrade? How high can it possibly ascend? It looks utterly unremarkable. Yu idly flicked the whip in his hand, his expression one of utter indifference. Master, never sell this Oxhair Whip. Reacquiring the materials later would be exceedingly difficult. Though it begins as a Tieri artifact, it may ultimately evolve into a legendary grade relic. Seeing Yu's skeptical frown once more, the flame fireboar repeated its plea with earnest urgency. Truly, can this thing rise so high? Evolve into a legendary weapon? Yu arched a brow, studying the unassuming whip in his palm. Nothing about it suggested such potential. The flame fireboar nodded vigorously, its gaze resolute and unwavering. I swear I'd never deceive you. Trust me. Very well. I'll keep it for now. What about these eagle feathers? Yu stared wordlessly at the flame fireboar, struck by how meticulously the creature guarded every item in his inventory, as though it were a devoted steward. As if fearing he might mistake a treasure for trash, the boar affirmed, indeed, these feathers can be crafted into an eagle fan, a tool of immense future use. Fine, go ahead and eat these biscuits too. They're just cluttering my inventory. Yu nodded, deciding, for once, to trust the flame fireboar, and emptied his pack of stale biscuits and milk rations, tossing them all to the boar. The flame fireboar's eyes widened, gleaming with delight as it seized the feed and began devouring it eagerly. Master, won't you join me? I've no appetite for these. I prefer meat. These things simply won't go down. Yu spoke with unmistakable distaste. Raw, hearty flesh remained his sole culinary truth. The flame fireboar nodded and resumed eating. Yu opened the system interface and tapped his character profile, intent on reviewing his current status. Attack 1000, defense 650, spirit 420. Yu raised a brow. His attack power hadn't increased, yet both defense and spirit had risen markedly. Clearly, even this humble log cabin subtly enhanced his cultivation. Closing the stat panel, Yu navigated directly to the quest log, seeking a suitable assignment. Though he stood somewhere between mediocrity and adequacy, complacency was unthinkable. He needed rapid advancement or risk becoming the next casualty of this unforgiving arena. Master, when selecting quests, please scrutinize them carefully. Do not leap too far beyond your tier. The flame fireboar recoiled in alarm, terrified its master would once again court catastrophe. Though they'd survived their last trial, its perils remained seared deep within their shared memory. Understood, Yu replied coolly, and with a single gesture ejected the flame fireboar from his mental communion, leaving himself in serene solitude to examine the quests. Clutching spirit herbs in one trotter and feed in the other, the flame fireboar wept silent tears, then dutifully consumed every morsel. After prolonged deliberation, Yu selected a level 140 quest. The Ginseng King incident still haunted him. If not for the flame fireboar's elixir and the king's momentary arrogance, victory would have been impossible. Yet he had prevailed, and thus chose a lower tier task this time. Ding. Quest accepted. Slay 3 spirit leopards. Timer activated. Yu opened his eyes and looked down at the flame fireboar sprawled lazily on the ground. Flame fire, rise. It's time we undertook our quest. He stood observing the boar's stubborn inertia. Master, I ate too much just now. I'm utterly bloated. The flame fireboar lifted a trotter to pat its round, taut belly. Yu fell silent. Watching the boar lie there pathetically helpless, he hesitated, then relented. Rest here a while. I'll complete the quest alone. With that, he strode toward the cabin's door. Wait, master. Flame fire insists on accompanying you. Struggling upright, the boar waddled after him on short, determined legs. Master, this is the black market of Eternal Night Arena, accessible only to cultivators. There are many treasures inside. The fire pig grinned at Yu, introducing the extraordinary items within. I see. Let's hurry inside and not waste any time. Yu, feeling a bit impatient, could hardly wait to see the treasures within. Master, do you have any gold coins? The fire pig pondered for a moment and looked up at Yu. Gold coins? What are those? Yu blinked in confusion, looking at the fire pig. During his time in Eternal Night Arena, he had never encountered gold coins. The fire pig suddenly remembered that the master had always been focused on completing tasks and had no gold coins, which was quite normal. Master, you can exchange items here. Since you have none, we can barter instead. The fire pig thought for a moment and informed Yu about another trading method. Bartering. Can the items in my backpack be exchanged? Yu contemplated. His backpack seemed rather empty, with even his weapons being pitifully few, let alone anything of value. Of course, Master, you can refine pills and your elixirs are of high quality. They might fetch a good price. The fire pig racked its brain wanting to please Yu. Yu nodded, filled with anticipation for the black market ahead. Let's go in and take a look. Yu stepped towards the black market, arriving at the entrance. He reached out and knocked on the door. Creak. Yu felt as if his hand had been shocked, quickly pulling it back. Ouch, that hurts. Yu shook his hand, noticing no injuries on it, which relieved him. Master, you were too impulsive. I hadn't finished telling you before you knocked. The fire pig looked at Yu with an apologetic expression. Then how should I knock? Yu shrugged off the incident. Use spiritual energy to knock. If your energy is sufficient, the door will open by itself. The fire pig explained seriously, though it was somewhat uncertain about the current stage of the master's spiritual energy. Yu looked at his palm, took a few steps back, gathered the spiritual energy within his body, and pushed it forcefully towards the black market's door. Boom. The door of the black market was smashed down by Yu. The fire pig's eyes widened in shock as it stared at Yu. Master, what stage are you at now? I don't know. Can we go in now? Yu hadn't expected his spiritual energy to be so powerful that it would demolish the door. As the door of the black market fell, it attracted numerous onlookers. Many oddly looking individuals stood at the entrance, sizing up Yu. What kind of spiritual beings are these? They look like humans with ghostly features. Yu observed the strange individuals at the entrance and turned to the fire pig. A master, they are all spiritual beings, just with somewhat frightening appearances. The fire pig had grown accustomed to these people, forgetting this was Yi's first encounter. Is it because of spiritual energy that they look this way? Yu pointed at the people in front of him, feeling a bit scared. If he were to become like that, he might as well not cultivate. After all, he relied on his looks for a living. Of course not. Spiritual energy comes in both celestial and demonic forms. Demonic energy can cause such terrifying appearances, while celestial energy makes one handsome and women become beautiful. Hearing the fire pig's words, Yu felt much more relaxed and stepped forward into the black market. As the man and pig entered the black market, Yu shone his flashlight onto the ground, being careful not to shine it in anyone's face, as that would be very rude. Hey handsome, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time at the black market? A charming woman with an alluring figure approached Yu, her phoenix eyes scanning him up and down. Yu looked at the woman in front of him, finding her overly enchanting, exuding a hint of the worldly charm. Yet her figure was remarkably good, dressed in a dark green cheapao adorned with red flowers, looking enchanting. Are you the fortune teller here? The fire pig gazed at the woman's long legs with a lecherous look, admiring their tenderness and whiteness. You filthy pig, if you keep staring, do you believe I'll gouge out your eyes? The woman glared fiercely at the fire pig, cursing mercilessly. Yu glanced down at the fire pig's awkward expression, unable to help but smile slightly. Little brother, since you're new here, I won't hold it against your pig this time. But next time I won't be so forgiving. The woman seized the opportunity to win favor with Yu. I'm not familiar with it. You can punish it however you want. Who told it to covet the beauty of a fairy? Yu was not one to talk much, but to understand the situation, he had to be patient and appease the woman in front of him. The woman's eyes lit up upon hearing Yu's words, her gaze towards him filled with appreciation. I didn't expect a young man like you to have such sweet words. I wonder what it would taste like. Saying that, the woman placed her hand on Yu's chest, squeezing it casually. Yu suppressed the feeling of disgust, glaring at the woman with anger, wondering how anyone dared to covet his looks. It was infuriating. Remove your filthy hands. Don't touch my master, or I'll fight you. The fire pig suddenly dashed forward, raising its hoof and fiercely kicking at the woman. Damn you, filthy pig. How dare you hurt me? The woman glared at the fire pig with a sinister expression, and in the next moment, she raised her hand high. Her once fair and tender hand now resembled that of a corpse, her nails extending 20 centimeters, looking like a female ghost. Master, run. She's a fortune teller. The fire pig tugged at Yu's pants, signaling him to escape quickly. Yu was stunned by the scene before him. He hadn't expected that such an enchanting woman could transform into something more terrifying than a ghost. It was a complete reversal. Master, hurry. Seeing Yu frozen in place, the fire pig thought he was scared silly and urgently tugged at his pants. Shut up. Yu barked, glaring at the female ghost with a fierce look in his eyes. Just thinking about how he had been touched by such an ugly woman made Yu feel sick to his stomach, as if he were about to vomit the steak he had eaten the night before. This is too disgusting. You will die too. The woman let out a voice filled with sorrow, like a man-eating monster, raising her dark claws and reaching for Yu. Having mentally prepared himself, Yu squinted his eyes, holding the eternal candle in one hand while raising the other, ready to strike. Little did he know, the next moment a spiritual spider flew directly towards Yu's face, its speed so quick that an ordinary person would have difficulty dodging. Fortunately, Yu had been paying close attention to his surroundings, and although he was momentarily shocked, he still reacted in the next second. Yu extended his gloved hand and reached for the flying spiritual spider. The tiny creature was caught in his grasp, and with a forceful squeeze, he crushed the bang. The spiritual spider, transformed into a mist of blood, instantly dissipating into the air. Yu shook his hand to rid it of the green slime, muttering a curse of disgust. Ding. 2/5 of the task completed. Blood gauge 1. Seeing his blood gauge replenished, Yu felt quite satisfied. As long as he could survive here, it was an extremely fortunate thing. He had no other expectations. With the experience from these 2 encounters, Yu quickly completed the task. After finishing, he headed straight to the safe zone, eager to see what rewards he could obtain. Ding. Task completed. Please collect your reward. Reward: 2 black iron pieces, 2 spiritual herbs. Additional reward: a light spirit dagger. Yu, why is there an additional reward? Could it be that the previous rewards were too meager and the Eternal Night competition couldn't bear to see it? Ding. Warning. Insulting the Eternal Night competition. Blood gauge 1. Yu. Hey, is there no reason here? He just wanted to know why he received an extra reward. How did it turn into an insult to the Eternal Night competition? Ding. Exceeded task completion. Hunted 1 spiritual wolf. Hearing the system's words, Yu finally realized that before arriving in this forest, he had indeed killed a spiritual wolf. At that time, he thought it was just an accidental kill. He didn't expect the Eternal Night competition to be so generous, offering an extra grand reward. Ding. Praising the Eternal Night competition. Blood gauge 1. Yi's eyes lit up. This was something he had never experienced before. Could it be that praising the Eternal Night competition would also yield rewards? At this moment, Yu was immensely excited. From now on, he only needed to mentally commend the Eternal Night competition to replenish his blood, allowing him to save on medicine in exchange for other things. Just thinking about it feels great. Yu opened his backpack and saw 2 wolf fangs lying quietly inside. He checked their attributes. Wolf Fang 5 attack power. 2 wolf fangs would give 10 attack power. Without hesitation, Yu clicked to synthesize. He then opened his backpack and clicked on the light spirit dagger. Yu felt a weight in his hand and looked down to see the dagger resting in his palm. It felt light and delicate. Drawing it from its sheath, Yu examined the sharp blade and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he had gained another powerful weapon. Opening his attributes, Yu was taken aback. His attack power had skyrocketed to 110. Attack 110, defense 50, spirit 35. From previously 50 to suddenly 110, this was simply exhilarating. He looked at the dagger in his hand, pondering this change. It must be this additional reward that allowed his attack power to grow so swiftly. It seemed he had to undertake higher-level tasks. At this rate of growth, he would soon become a big boss. Determined, Yu opened the task bar, directly searching for tasks starting from level 50. After scanning around, he spotted a task to hunt spiritual eagles, capturing 5 of them, and the location was nearby. Bang. Just as Yu was contemplating, a woman covered in blood crashed in front of him. In the faint candlelight, Yu saw the girl's face. Although the girl was covered in grime, her features were delicate and sweet, giving off a neighborly sister vibe. Help! Help! Me! The girl reached out, her face filled with longing as she looked at Yu with her big dark eyes, pleading for assistance. Seeing the girl's desperate gaze for help, Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. How do you want me to help you? Yu pursed his lips, standing up to look at the girl on the ground. Water, I want to drink water. The girl, seeing Yu's willingness to help, voiced her innermost desire. Yu hesitated for a moment, but still pulled out the half-empty bottle of mineral water and tossed it beside the girl. This half bottle is for you. Do take care of yourself. After saying that, Yu planned to leave, but his pant leg was grabbed by a dirty little hand. Don't go, I will return it to you. The girl, using Yu's pant leg for support, sat up, picked up the mineral water from the ground, took 2 big gulps, and then carefully tightened the cap, raising her hand. Yu looked at the girl sitting on the ground in confusion. What did this mean? Thank you, kind person, I will return the remaining water to you. The girl revealed a sweet and innocent smile. No need, Yu replied with 3 words, lifting his leg to walk towards the spiritual eagle's location. Seeing that Yu ignored her, the girl quickly stood up and called out in his direction. My name is Linger, don't go, I have something to give you. After saying that, Linger hurriedly chased after him. Since Yu was holding the eternal candle, she directly followed the candlelight. Not long after, she caught up to Yu's pace, grabbing his arm anxiously. You just saved my life, I want to repay you. Yu turned his head and glanced at Linger, noting her ragged clothing and numerous wounds, some still bleeding, making her appear rather pitiful. No need, Yu stated curtly, shaking off Linger's grip on his arm, intending to quickly complete his task. After all, it wasn't appropriate for him to be entangled with her. Benefactor, don't leave, take this. Linger ignored Yu's attitude and directly pulled out her most treasured jade talisman, forcing it into Yu's embrace. Yu felt a chill in his hand as a rush of coolness swept through his body, and then he felt a sense of ease, as if absorbing spiritual energy. What is this? Yu raised his head, just about to ask Linger, only to find that besides the darkness, there was not a single person around. Yu examined the jade talisman in his hand closely, It was completely unmarked, resembling an uncarved piece of raw jade, feeling pleasantly cool to the linger. Yu tentatively called out, hoping to clarify the origin of the jade talisman, but unfortunately besides the howling sounds there was no other noise, leaving him some. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Yu gave up on searching for Linger, directly tying the jade talisman around his waist, thinking that if he encountered Linger again in the future, he would definitely return the talisman to her. As Yu just ran away from that place, he heard a commotion, likely caused by someone tripping and falling. Roar! You ignorant humans dare to look down on me, the blazing fire. I will burn you all to ashes. The fire pig's eyes, capable of night vision in the eternal night arena, observed the humans without showing any signs of fear. Instead, it continued to chase a young man, and without warning, the fire pig unleashed a burst of flames, scorching those closest to it. The cries of pain filled the air as Yu hid nearby, watching the injured writhing on the ground in agony, a surge of righteous anger swelling within him. This damned pig dares to harm defenseless humans. It is utterly despicable. Huh. Now you know the power of my blazing fire, don't you? If you dare to look down on me again, I will reduce you all to ashes. The fire pig chuckled with arrogance, reveling in the feeling of impending dominance. Lord Blazing Fire, we truly mean no offense. We were sent here by the system. Please spare us and grant us a chance to survive. One man took the lead and knelt down, begging for mercy. Seeing this, the others who were unharmed also knelt down, repeatedly bowing before the fire pig. You humans do not deserve to exist in the eternal night arena. This world was crafted by the god of eternal night, and your kind should not exist here. I will burn you all to ashes. The fire pig grew more arrogant as it saw the humans prostrating before it. You damned pig, who gave you the right to speak like that? You are just a spirit beast, and here you are acting so arrogantly in front of me. Be careful, or I will turn you into roasted pig. Yi's anger flared as he heard the pig's insults towards humanity. Today he would defeat this arrogant creature and bring honor to his kind. The fire pig, in high spirits, suddenly heard someone boastfully claiming they would turn it into roasted pig, and it was instantly enraged. It spewed flames directly towards Yi's position. Yi swiftly dodged, landing gracefully and pointing a finger at the fire pig's snout while cursing loud. Do you have any martial ethics? You attack without warning and call yourself Lord Blazing Fire. I see you are nothing but a pathetic pig. You little human dare to disrespect me, you shall pay. The fire pig was enraged by Yi's words and opened its mouth to unleash another torrent of flames. Yi dodged again, but the fire pig did not relent. It continued to chase him with fire. Yi cursed under his breath, thankful for his armor and rain boots, or he might have been roasted by the pig's flames. Others, witnessing Yi's solo confrontation with the fire pig, hurriedly retreated, fearing for their safety. Yi, in a state of panic, felt anger flash in his eyes as the damned pig relentlessly pursued him. Ding. Warning. 20 minutes remaining, blood value 1. Hearing the system's notification, Yi felt like he was about to vomit blood. What kind of broken system was this, always screwing him over at critical moments? Damn human, where do you think you're running? The fire pig, infuriated by Yi, had been spitting flames for a while, but had not managed to burn him. It felt deeply insulted. Rumble, rumble, time to eat, rumble, rumble. Yi suddenly recalled how he used to call pigs for food when he was a child. The fire pig suddenly let out a horrific scream, its body thrashing wildly. Wherever it went, the surroundings were left barren, even creating massive craters in some spots. Run! The fire pig has gone mad, someone shouted, prompting everyone to scatter in panic. With so many people around, the chaotic pushing caused a large number of them to fall, many humans piling on top of one another, forming a heap of bodies. Seeing this, Yi cursed under his breath, summoned his iron blade, and swung it fiercely at the fire pig. Rumble, rumble, die, pig. Yi shouted loudly, raising his iron blade to strike at the fire pig's head. Damned human, I will burn you alive. The fire pig spat out a jet of flames as soon as it finished speaking. Yi's eyes widened. He was in midair and had no way to dodge, so he could only brace himself. The searing flames surged towards him, and Yi squinted, suppressing his anger while gripping his iron blade, aiming for the fire pig's face. In the midst of his swing, Yi stepped onto the fire pig's snout, raising his iron blade to jab fiercely into its nose. That hurts. The fire pig howled, thrashing its head in an effort to shake Yi off. At this moment, Yi was trying to strike at the pig's head, searching for its vital spot, but after searching for a while he could not find it, and he felt his balance falter, nearly falling off. Damn human, get down now. I will roast you alive. The fire pig screamed, wildly shaking its body furiously. Watching the violent fire pig, Yi suddenly remembered that fire is most afraid of water. He pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, opened it, and poured it into the pig's mouth. Roar! The fire pig screamed, struggling more fiercely, its body leaping up and down crazily. Soon it let out a wretched scream. Yi poured the entire bottle of mineral water into the fire pig's mouth, feeling a pang of heartache. In less than a minute, the fire pig slowly calmed down, its body shrinking rapidly until it was the size of a normal pig. Yi was currently perched on the fire pig, and seeing his feet touch the ground made his heart tighten. Could it be that he had defeated this fire pig boss? Ding. Boss has been slain. Mission complete. Nanny, is the mission really over this quickly? A wave of ecstasy surged within Yu as he quickly got off the fire pig, crouched down, and looked into its eyes, continuously feeling around its body, hoping to find some treasures. The fire pig stood obediently, allowing Yu to touch it. Strange, why are there no treasures? Could they be in its mouth? Yu reached out, attempting to feel inside the fire pig's mouth. Master, please don't touch my mouth, it will burn your noble hands. A childish voice rang in his mind, successfully stopping Yu's hand. Who is speaking? Yu murmured, standing up and looking around. Besides the darkness, he could only see a faint light in the distance. Master, it's me, I am the blazing fire. The voice echoed again, startling Yu. Did you anger him? Yu lowered his head to look at the fire pig beneath him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then continued, I am not angering him, I am merely stating the facts. The fire pig thought to itself, daring to pluck feathers from Lord Yi Ming's head. The master was the first one to do it, giving a mental thumbs up to Yu. Returning to the seaside, Yu was already quite familiar with the vast ocean before him. Master, are you really going on an adventure? The fire pig looked at Yu with a worried expression, feeling somewhat conflicted. What do you think? Master Yi Ming has given me the treasure. I must try it out to see if it works right. After finishing his words, Yu directly headed towards the sea. The water gradually reached his ankles, then his calves, thighs, and waist. In the next moment, Yu plunged straight into the ocean. With the sheer veil gifted by Yi Ming, Yu felt no chill at all, though instead he felt an incredible lightness as he floated in the water like a fish swimming freely. Following the location marked on the map, Yu arrived at a deeper part of the water, where he once again spotted the several spiritual snakes he had seen last time, observing how they swam back and forth, as if guarding something. Seizing the right moment, Yu swiftly dove down as a water snake swam, by trying to evade its pursuit and see if there were any pearls below. However, just as Yu sank a little, the recently passed water snake abruptly turned around and swam toward him. Seeing this, Yu hurriedly summoned the light dagger in his hand, planning to duel with the approaching spiritual snake. In the water, he couldn't use his spiritual power, so he could only resort to this method. The spiritual snake raised its head to glance at Yu, seemingly surprised that he had a flashlight in the water. Realizing Yu's target was the pearls below, it launched in it. It straightened its entire body rapidly like an arrow, charging straight at Yu with such speed that it was almost instantaneous. Yu had long been on guard. The moment the spiritual snake charged at him, he dodged, watching as the snake missed its strike. Yu quickly reached out to grab the snake. Unexpectedly, just as he touched the spiritual snake's body, Yu felt a tingling sensation surge through him, followed by dizziness. Who would have thought that such a small spiritual snake would be electrified? It was truly frightening. The spiritual snake, seeing Yu shocked by its electric shock, thought it had succeeded and quickly turned its head to attack Yu once more. Yu smirked as he watched the spiritual snake charge at him. Instantly, he summoned the universal gloves to wear, firmly gripping the snake's body, and raised the light dagger to slash at the snake's body with such force and speed that it severed the snake in two. Bright red blood spurted out, forming a dazzling stream. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to let go, he felt the spiritual snake in his hand rapidly grow larger, expanding from its head. Seeing the snake in his grasp grow larger and larger, Yu hurriedly let go. In less than 10 seconds, the snake returned to its original form, now many times larger, looking quite terrifying. This was no longer a spiritual snake, it was clearly a giant python. Stunned by the sight before him, Yu quickly swam backward to distance himself from this. Looking at the snake's head, which was as large as a truck, Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. It seemed he had provoked a formidable foe. What should I do now? Even if I wanted to escape, it was too late, and I could only brace myself and go forward. Yu tightened his grip on the light dagger, staring at the snake's head, and suddenly plunged it in. Due to the buoyancy of the seawater, even though Yu exerted a great deal of strength, he couldn't penetrate deeply, merely scratching the surface of the spiritual snake. The spiritual snake was enraged by Yu's actions, directly using its tongue to push against Yu's body, beginning to swim wildly in the water. Yu had no choice but to tightly hold onto the snake's head, feeling as if he were being pushed along, wildly swimming in the water. After an unknown amount of time, Yu noticed the snake's movements gradually slowing down. He quickly steadied his mind, raising the light dagger in his hand to stab at the snake's eyes. Yu felt a warm stream of water rush into his palm, followed by being pushed along by the snake once more. The spiritual snake swam at a rapid pace, making Yu feel uncomfortable. Additionally, with the snake pressing against his chest, he began to feel difficulty. After a moment of relief, Yu discovered that the spiritual snake showed no sign of stopping. He gripped the light dagger tightly again and aimed for the other eye of the snake. The familiar warmth surged in his hand, and Yu felt the snake's movements become even faster. He hurriedly reached out to firmly hold the snake's head. Gradually, the snake's movements slowed down, becoming chaotic and aimless. Yi's eyes widened as he spotted an even larger creature which appeared to belong to the whale family, though it looked somewhat different with a mouth resembling that of a catfish and two whiskers that resembled whips. The blinded spiritual snake failed to notice the danger ahead and continued to charge forward. Yi watched as the strange creature opened its massive mouth, seemingly intending to swallow the spiritual snake whole. Just as it was about to engulf the snake, Yi quickly let go and kicked hard. He kicked the spiritual snake straight into the creature's mouth. The spiritual snake was swallowed whole by the creature, and Yi seized the opportunity to escape, watching as the beast swam away beneath him. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that next time he accepts a task, he should avoid water-related tasks. This was far too terrifying. Regaining his composure, Yi began to dive deeper, spotting several shiny white pearls on the seafloor. He felt a surge of joy and reached out to pick them up, pocketing them as he swam up towards the surface. Fortunately, by defeating one spiritual snake, he could directly obtain 5 pearls. If it were 1 pearl for each snake killed, he truly wouldn't have been confident in being able to slay 5 of them. It seems he still needed to quickly enhance his spiritual power. That way he could deal with higher-level spiritual creatures more easily, otherwise he would inevitably lose his life sooner or later. Yi waved the pearls in his hand and smiled at the fire pig. It was a pity that the spiritual snake had been— "Did you succeed this time?" The fire pig paced anxiously on the shore, and upon seeing Yi's surface it immediately became excited. "Don't worry, with you as my master, nothing." Yi waved the pearls in his hand and smiled at the fire pig. It was a pity that the spiritual snake had been swallowed by the creature, resulting in him missing out on a reward. "Wow, master is so amazing." The fire pig bounced around excitedly on the shore, looking at Yi with a beaming face. Yi was in good spirits as well, having defeated such a formidable spiritual snake. He walked towards the shore. Following the map's guidance, Yi arrived at another forest. At its entrance, a faint smile curved his lips. He had learned from past mistakes and gone straight to his destination, then immediately claimed the quest, thereby avoiding unnecessary time penalties that drained his vitality bars. Closing his eyes, Yi confidently opened the system interface, navigated to the quest log, and selected the mission: Hunt 5 Spirit Eagles. Ding. Mission activated: Slay 5 Spirit Eagles. Timer begins. Hearing the system's chime, Yi nodded in quiet satisfaction, only to notice with growing disbelief that one of his vitality bars had vanished. Blinking rapidly, Yi stared in disbelief at the system prompt. His vitality was unmistakably down to 3 bars. Had Eternal Night Arena detected his clever shortcut and deliberately deducted a bar as punishment? How thoughtful of Eternal Night Arena. His earlier good mood evaporated, yet he dared not dwell on such thoughts, lest Eternal Night Arena somehow read his mind again. So he slumped his shoulders, face grim, and stepped into the forest, resolved to vent his frustration upon the Spirit Eagles. If he didn't release this pent-up fury, soon he feared he might succumb to sheer despair. No sooner had he crossed into the forest than a chorus of agonized shrieks pierced the air. His heart tightened. This was a high-tier mission. It would be no easy prey. Frowning, Yi halted and paused in deep thought, then suddenly opened his clear, sharply contrasting eyes and strode forward, brimming with renewed resolve. The piercing cries of spirit eagles cleaving through the sky sent tremors of terror through many souls. Yi felt the fierce rush of wind overhead. Even without sight, he sensed their terrifying speed. These were no ordinary foes. Finding an open clearing, Yi wedged his everlasting candle between 2 sturdy branches, transforming it into a modest night lamp. Though its glow barely reached beyond its immediate vicinity, even this faint light was better than utter darkness. Once the candle was secured, Yi tilted his head upward and scanned the blackened sky for his quarry. Eternal night reigned, pitch black and absolute. Beyond the faint halo cast by the everlasting candle, Yi saw nothing, not even the silhouettes of the eagles soaring above. The wind alone betrayed their presence. Ah, gurgle gurgle. At the sound, Yi's eyes lit up. The cry came from nearby, perhaps an opportunity to claim an easy kill. Snatching up the everlasting candle, he hurried toward the source. After advancing roughly 7 or 8 meters, Yi raised the candle to illuminate the ground ahead. Ugh! He couldn't suppress a violent— There lay a man prone and motionless while a massive spirit eagle stood upon his shoulder, its beak relentlessly tearing into his skull. His thick cranial bones splintered under the eagle's razor-sharp beak, and his milky white brain matter lay scattered and mangled. Now the eagle feasted upon it with chilling relish. The sight overwhelmed Yi, especially the grotesque curdled texture of the exposed brain tissue, resembling crumbling tofu. Hearing Yi's retch, the eagle lifted its head. Its sharp predatory gaze locked onto him, calculating, assessing whether his brain might make an equally savory— Yi met that gaze heated, and instantly summoned his cast-iron blade, daring to show him such revulsion. Then he would end this foolish bird's life himself. A small act of vengeance, for humanity. Resolved, Yi advanced 2 deliberate steps, radiating unmistakable provocation. The eagle let out a sharp warning cry, refusing to leave its grisly feast, but now watched Yi with heightened wariness. Filthy bird, Scram now, or I'll carve you open myself. Yi Yu halted and brandished his cast-iron blade wildly in the air. It wasn't that he lacked the will to kill it, yet seeing the white smear of brain matter clinging to its beak made him recoil. Perhaps he'd seek another eagle instead. As if comprehending his words, the eagle stepped off the corpse, advanced 2 paces on its talons, and flared its wings, letting out 2 guttural mocking cries. Shut your beak. Yi Yu had nearly spared it, but its brazen defiance ignited his fury. With a roar he charged, swinging his cast-iron blade in a fury. Thud! Mid-sprint, Yi Yu felt a violent gust strike him like a battering ram. His body lifted clean off the ground, sailing nearly 2 meters before crashing down. Ugh! A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. His debut had ended in humiliating defeat, the very first exchange, and he'd been utterly overpowered by this wretched creature. No longer underestimating his foe, Yi Yu hastily opened his status panel to examine the eagle's abilities. Creature: Spirit Eagle. Level 50 Spirit Beast. Abilities: Razor Talons, Gale Wings, Piercing Beak, Cerebral Consumption. Attack 230. Defense 200. Agility 180. Damn, was it this absurd? The eagle looked unimposing, yet its stats defied reason. Wiping blood from his lip, Yi Yu raised his gaze to the looming shadow and sprang upright with a swift kip-up. Pride demanded he stand firm. He'd deliberately chosen missions above level 50. No petty obstacle would break his resolve. Strategy, not brute force, would if frontal assault failed, then subterfuge would suffice. In the end, only one truth mattered: destroy it, by any means necessary. A cold, knowing smile flickered across Yi Yu's lips. Demon beast, die. With those words he blew out the everlasting candle, tossed it carelessly into his pack, and hurled a chunk of granite to the side. The eagle instantly veered toward the sound, exposing its back. A flash of triumph lit Yi Yu's eyes. Gripping his cast-iron blade tight, he lunged, aiming a lethal slash at its vulnerable flank. Clang, clang, clang. His frantic strikes struck true, but glanced harmlessly off impenetrable feathers. The eagle whirled, locking eyes with Yi Yu, then roared, beating its wings violently. A gale erupted, hurling leaves like shrapnel into his face, stinging with brutal intensity. Leaves multiplied, swirling in the tempest. His vision narrowed to a thin slit. Without the candle's light, stealth and precision dissolved into chaos. Accustomed to eternal night's absolute darkness, the eagle's keen eyes perceived every contour with preternatural clarity. It surged forward. Yi Yu wasn't reckless. He listened intently to the eagle's movements. Sensing the gale's approach, he twisted sideways, evading the first devastating strike. The eagle moved with blinding speed and momentum, certain its charge would send Yi Yu flying. Instead, he vanished from its path. Off balance and unable to halt, it slammed headlong into a massive ancient tree. Yi Yu's eyes lit up as he cast an appreciative glance at the fire pig, his spirit pet, who truly understood him. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find the weaker spirit mosquito, Yi Yu said, holding the eternal candle as he groped inside. Buzzing sounds of a multitude of wings approached from afar. Yi Yu quickly crouched down, pulling the fire pig close and hugging a nearby tree, feeling as if he had experienced the charge of 1,000 troops as the giant mosquito passed overhead. Master, this mission will be quite difficult, the fire pig pondered, realizing that even the lower-level spirit mosquitoes were not easy to encounter. Ding, warning, 15 minutes remaining, blood gauge 2. Yi Yu was speechless. At this point, only the Eternal Night Arena cares about time issues. No matter how difficult the task, it must be done. Time is urgent, we can't wait any longer. We must confront these damned stinky mosquitoes. Yi Yu sighed, straightened up, and shone the eternal candle towards the sky, spotting a gigantic creature flying high above, causing him to gasp in shock. Even from such a distance, it looked enormous. If seen up close, wouldn't that spirit mosquito swallow him whole? Master, the weakness of the spirit mosquito is its wings. As long as they get wet, they become much easier to deal with. The fire pig recalled hearing Lord Yiming discuss such matters before. Then what are we waiting for? Rather than waiting here to die, we should take the initiative to strike. Yi Yu finished speaking and directly summoned the swift dagger, giving his finger a light cut. A drop of bright red blood rolled out and fell to the ground. Master, you've hurt yourself again, the fire pig exclaimed in distress, not expecting Yi Yu would use this method to attract the spirit mosquito. What else can I do? Cut your flesh. Yi Yu retorted, annoyed. If it weren't for his concern for the fire pig, he wouldn't have resorted to cutting himself. The fire pig hurriedly shook its head, backing away a few steps, while grinning at Yi Yu. Master, I'm very afraid of pain. Don't cut me. My blood isn't fragrant. Yi Yu rolled his eyes, raising his hand above his head to observe the surroundings carefully. Buzzing sounds grew louder as a powerful wind swept towards him. He retracted his hand and took out a bottle of mineral water, preparing to damage the spirit mosquito's wings. Yi Yu rolled his eyes, raising his hand above his head to observe the surroundings carefully. Buzzing sounds grew louder as a powerful wind swept towards him. He retracted his hand and took out a bottle of Master, be careful. The fire pig exclaimed, immediately raising its legs to run, distancing itself from Yi Yu for safety. There was no choice. After all, he was a powerless little pig now. If he didn't dodge a single injury, could mean his demise. As Yi Yu watched the spirit mosquito charge towards him, he rolled to the side to evade its attack and hurled the bottle of mineral water onto the mosquito's wings. Haha, die. Yi Yu stood tall, looking triumphantly at the spirit mosquito, feeling confident of his victory. To his surprise, the spirit mosquito suddenly halted, swiftly turned around, and glared at Yi Yu, its long needle gleaming with cold light. Fire pig, how can it still flap its wings? Yi Yu swallowed hard, backing away 2 steps as he felt the killing intent radiating from the spirit mosquito. It must be that there isn't enough water. The fire pig muttered uncertainly, feeling just as apprehensive. I knew you were unreliable, Yi Yu said helplessly. Ding, warning, 5 minutes remaining, blood gauge 2. Without hesitation, Yi Yu took a spirit pill from his backpack, and the blood gauge was instantly replenished, and Yi Yu felt an influx of strength surging through him, his body also feeling lighter. Seeing the spirit mosquito charge towards him again, Yi Yu summoned his twin axes, ready to slay the creature before him. However, just as Yi Yu tightened his grip on the axes, he perceived a shadow flash before his eyes. The next moment, he was knocked to the ground by a tremendous force, followed by 2 powerful claws pinning him down. Master! The fire pig cried out, watching helplessly as his master was pinned to the ground by the giant spirit mosquito, yet at that moment the fire pig was too scared. Yi Yu opened his eyes, spotting a needle glistening with cold light before the spirit mosquito's mouth, poised to drain his blood. Hey, isn't this an ambush? Don't you know? Get off me right now. Yi Yu struggled a few times, but his body was firmly pinned down by the spirit mosquito. The spirit mosquito shook its head, seemingly searching for a suitable spot to bite, ultimately targeting Yi Yu's neck. Hey, don't suck my blood. My blood isn't tasty. Yi Yu tensed up, staring in horror at the spirit mosquito before him. He saw the mosquito raise its head high, suddenly plunging towards his neck, intent on draining his blood. Yi Yu instinctively closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the pain. Suddenly, a flash of purple light shot from his wrist, directly heading for the spirit mosquito's eyes. Splat! A disgusting viscous liquid sprayed out, and Yi Yu felt warmth on his face as he opened his eyes, witnessing the purple light erupt from the spirit mosquito. The spirit mosquito, in pain, stood upright, no longer caring about draining Yi Yu's blood. Seeing this, Yi Yu quickly dodged to the side, frowning at the bright bloodstains on his body. The purple light surged into the sky, then rushed back down, creating a powerful airflow. The spirit mosquito, writhing in agony, knocked over several trees around. Splat! A familiar sound echoed as Yi Yu watched the intense purple light strike the spirit mosquito's skull, piercing through its head once more. The purple light returned to Yi Yu's wrist, transforming back into the harmless snake ring. Yi Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the brilliant light just now was emitted by the little creature on his wrist. Master, it just saved you. The fire pig, seeing the spirit mosquito lying on the ground, hurriedly ran to Yi Yu's side, curiously gazing at the snake ring on Yi Yu's wrist. This little guy is surprisingly strong. Yi Yu hadn't expected that the creature he had just hatched was unexpectedly powerful. Fortunately, it was there. Otherwise, it would have been truly dangerous. Just now, the fire pig said, patting its chest with its hoof still shaken. Yi Yu shot a cold glare at the fire pig, his tone sinister. You were just watching me die over there, weren't you? The fire pig's heart raced at Yi Yu's words, and quickly flattered. Oh dear master, I just wanted to test it out, and see if it would act to protect you. After saying that, the fire pig affectionately raised its head and hugged Yi Yu's thigh, with its 2 hooves beginning to act cute. At this moment, Yi Yu suddenly felt that the fire pig was indeed unreliable. He would have to carefully consider its opinions next time. Otherwise, it would be himself who suffers. Master, keep it up. Fushi is an incorporeal spirit, just like a ghost. The fire pig, seeing Yi Yu struggling against Fushi, hurriedly explained Fux's characteristics. Damn, why didn't you say that earlier? Now I'm in a very awkward position trying to dodge. So where is his vital point? Yi Yu narrowly dodged Fux's attack, almost getting hit by a skill thrown by Fushi. I don't know, but as long as we can defeat Fushi, we can make a wish, and we'll have new rain boots to wear. The fire pig spoke with a tone full of happiness. It seemed to be certain that Yi Yu would definitely defeat Fushi. Yi Yu thought, who gave you the courage to be so confident? Sighing, Yi Yu focused on the dark shadow before him, secretly contemplating where Fux's vital point was. Fire, can't you use your flames? Yi Yu thought that if he could use flames, maybe he could burn away Fux's soul. Generally, souls are quite afraid of fire. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu awkwardly and grunted a couple of times. Master, I am still in my infancy stage. Yi Yu rolled his eyes. It seemed he would ultimately have to solve this himself. Summoning dual axes, Yi Yu planned to fight Fushi Hiden. As he saw Fushi drifting towards him, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he swung the axes towards Fushi. To his surprise, the next moment Yi Yu was stunned. He had just passed through Fux's body. A strange fear surged in his heart as he turned around to see Fushi looking at him with a smiling face. Foolish human, do you think you can harm me? You probably can't do that. Ha ha. Fux's piercing, mocking laughter made Yi Yu furrow his brows tightly. Master, didn't you just get a vial of spirit bat blood? You can pour it on his head, it might have an effect. The fire pig's voice echoed in his mind. Yi was taken aback for a moment, glancing at the fire pig, which was nodding at him. Without hesitation, he pulled out the spirit bat blood from his backpack, clenching it in his hand, ready to pour it on Fux's head. Human, let me end your life. Ooh, I will use your life to nourish my soul. Fushi laughed arrogantly as he drifted towards Yi. Yi tightened his grip on the spirit bat blood. Since there was only a small vial, he had to be accurate or it would be a waste. Fushi rushed towards Yi with a smug expression, opening his dark maw ready to swallow him whole. I'm not so easy to obtain. With that, Yi leaped to a nearby rock, then jumped forward towards Fux's head. Foolish, truly foolish. Seeing Yi charge towards his head, Fushi remarked dismissively, showing no fear of the knife in Yi's hand. It's not necessarily me who is foolish. After saying that, Yi poured the entire vial of bat blood over Fux's head. Fushi let out a piercing scream, his entire body starting to thrash wildly as a pair of black hands tightly covered his head. Yi landed steadily on the ground, retreating a few steps as he watched Fux's body thrash violently, black smoke rising from his head, his dark soul appearing to be devoured by something. Damned human. I will kill you. My eyes. Fux's cries grew more and more tragic, sending shivers down one's spine. Master Fushi is done for, we have won. The fire pig joyfully came to Yi's side, looking up at him with a smile, eager for praise. Yi was tightly focused on Fushi, completely ignoring the fire pig. Fux's body continued to emit black smoke, green liquid slowly oozing out, and with the black smoke, Fux's body gradually shrank, finally turning into a puddle of green water. Has Fushi really died? Yi looked at the green water on the ground, wrinkling his brows, feeling a bit nauseous. Yes, master, you have killed Fushi. It's truly impressive. The fire pig looked at Yi with a flattering expression. Now who should we make a wish to? Yi lowered his head, observing the excited expression of the fire pig, unable to help but raise. What is it so excited about? It's not like it killed Fushi. Master, follow me. The fire pig led the way, bringing Yi to the entrance of a pitch-black cave, where pairs of green eyes surrounded the cave. Where is this? Yi waved the eternal candle in his hand, discovering that the green eyes were bats hanging from the cave, and there were about tens of thousands of them. Human, did you really kill Fushi? An old, deep voice rang out, laced with disbelief, for Yi was the first human to kill Fushi since the Eternal Night Arena. This was indeed surprising. That's right, just killed him a moment ago. Yi replied calmly, his expression revealing no joy or anger. It seems the humans in the Eternal Night Arena are getting stronger and stronger. The old laughter sounded very pleasant. I heard that killing Fushi allows for a wish. Can I make a wish now? Yi, too lazy to waste time talking, just wanted to quickly take the reward and leave. State your wish, but it cannot exceed your level. Yi pounded his eye, realizing that after all his hard work to kill Fushi, he couldn't just wish for a pair of shoes. I want a weapon, a powerful one. The fire pig was taken aback for a moment, looking up at Yi, thinking he must have misheard. Yi glanced at the fire pig, pursed his lips. The next moment, Yi suddenly felt a weight in his hand, and looking down, he found it was about intricately carved with patterns he couldn't comprehend, and it felt heavy. With your strength, you still cannot draw this bow. The old voice sounded again. Damn, why give it to me if I can't draw it? Is it just taking up space? Yi cursed, inwardly reaching out to touch the bowstring, and indeed found it impossible to draw. A bow that cannot be drawn is no different from having none at all. Yi looked at the sun-shooting bow in his hand, growing more and more furious. Master, hurry up and thank Lord Yitsong, this is a good thing. The fire pig looked at Yi with excitement. Hearing the fire pig's voice, Yi remained unmoved, feeling somewhat dejected, looking at the undrawable sun-shooting bow in his hand. After working hard for so long, he ended up with a useless bow. Well, how could he feel happy? Human, this bow has the potential for upgrades. You will soon understand. After the old voice finished, the cave's entrance was directly closed. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Yi stretched lazily, feeling fully rejuvenated and filled with strength. It seemed that he had made a complete recovery, and honestly this place wasn't so bad. Waking up from a nap, he felt considerably lighter. After stretching his muscles, Yi rubbed his growling stomach. He had only eaten a little bread the day before. How could he not be hungry? It seemed he had to continue searching for food, or else he would starve to death even after completing his task. Suddenly, a thought of roasted rabbit meat flashed through his mind. It appeared that only the bloodthirsty rabbits were nearby, which were relatively easy to catch, and they should taste quite good when roasted. Without hesitation, Yi summoned his great sword and began to search the area. In less than 10 minutes, he effortlessly caught 2 rabbits. As he had done before, Yi lit the wood with a candle, surrounding himself for defense, and then, just like yesterday, activated the system. He took out the simple grill he had made earlier and used his knife to clean the rabbit's innards and fur, starting the simple process of roasting rabbit meat. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, and Yi thought he should try the taste of that flamingo. Such a large bird must be delicious when roasted. As the scent of the roasted meat intensified, Yi's stomach began to protest, rumbling incessantly. It should be about ready. Yi picked up the roasted rabbit meat and sniffed it. Indeed, it smelled delightful. If he wanted to survive, he needed to eat meat. Blowing on the meat in his hands, he started. The two bloodthirsty roast rabbits were effortlessly devoured by Yi Yu. After a satisfying meal, he lay on the ground rubbing his full belly and whistling nonchalantly. After resting for 10 minutes, Yi Yu opened the trading interface in his mind. Seeing many people engaged in trading made him a bit anxious, fearing that good items would be bought by others. Yi Yu thought about upgrading his great sword, wondering if there was any cast iron for sale. After searching for a while, he finally spotted someone selling cast iron. One piece of cast iron, price 5 feathers of the flamingo. Yi Yu never expected that flamingo feathers could be sold. Had he known, he should have plucked all the feathers off those 3 flamingos. 2 pieces of cast iron, price 1 blood replenishing pill. Yi Yu frowned, knowing that this pill's effect could fully restore health in desperate times, and using it to exchange for cast iron seemed a waste. Continuing to look through, Yi Yu searched for a long time, but found nothing he wanted, feeling disheartened as he closed the trading interface. It seemed he still needed to complete more tasks to earn great. If he had 2 or 3 pills, it wouldn't be impossible to use them for exchanging cast iron. Yi Yu sat up, planning to make the most of his time to complete tasks, hiding the tree hole, and opened the task panel. After searching around, Yi Yu saw a task for gathering herbs. Such a task shouldn't be dangerous. At most, it would just consume a bit of stamina. Now that he was quite full, it was perfect for him to work off some of that food. Clicking to accept the task, Yi Yu confidently opened the map, allowing it to guide him to the location. Along the way, the chilling sounds of wailing echoed continuously. Yi Yu had grown numb to these cries, having listened to them for 24 hours straight. He had become accustomed. Despite the constant cries surrounding him, Yi Yu had no intention of intervening. Surviving was good enough, and he had no leisure to concern himself with others' affairs. Yi Yu walked cautiously, deliberately, wearing his versatile gloves. The system's notification sound rang out, making Yi Yu stop in his tracks. It seemed that the herbs were growing right here. Taking out a match, he lit the eternal candle and shone it towards the ground. The dim light illuminated a limited area, forcing Yi Yu to crouch down and search carefully. After searching for most of the day, Yi Yu still hadn't found a single herb that matched the picture shown by the system. Could it be that he had come to the wrong place? Reopening the map, Yi Yu searched again. The red dot on the map was flashing incessantly, indicating that the precious herb was indeed located here. With a sigh, Yi Yu decided to search more carefully. It was incredibly demanding. He confirmed around the area 2 or 3 times and found no herbs, so he had no choice but to change locations and continue searching. Just as he crouched down with the candle, he suddenly heard a roar, followed by a tremendous force lunging towards him. Yi Yu, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground with strong claws pressing against his shoulder guard. The sticky saliva dripped onto his neck, making him feel quite disgusted. At this moment, Yi Yu did not dare to move. Fortunately, he held the eternal candle in his hand. He struggled to calm himself, and in the faint light, he saw the creature pinning him down. It looked like a dog. Roar. The dog seemed to sense Yi Yu's abnormality and let out an angry roar, a powerful stench coming at him, almost making Yi Yu faint. In the moment he closed his eyes, the system in his mind activated automatically. Creature Spiritual Hound, level 10, Flying Beast, skill bite, can crush a person's skull, attack 70, defense 50, agility 45. What the hell? How did he provoke such a formidable creature? Taking advantage of the moment to open the system, Yi Yu quickly opened the task panel, his eyes widening in disbelief. It turned out this 7-star grass was a level 10 task. The one he had done before was only level 7. Wasn't this a bit harsh? Mainly, he had been lamenting not plucking all the feathers from the flamingos, so he hadn't paid close attention to the task level, thinking that gathering herbs would be much safer. Who knew he would be tricked by the Eternal Night Arena? At this moment, Yi Yu deeply regretted why he had not carefully reviewed the task. Roar. The Spiritual Hound roared angrily, waiting for Yi Yu to close the system so it could bite his neck off. Though he knew that the Spiritual Hound was not easy to deal with, when a person is in a dire situation, they can unleash energy 100 times stronger than themselves. Opening the weapon panel, Yi Yu took out his only knife and opened his eyes. The moment the system closed, the Spiritual Hound seemed to have received a boost, instantly becoming excited, opening its gaping maw to reveal sharp fangs and lunged towards Yi Yu's neck. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing against teeth was particularly jarring. Yi Yu felt his body lighten as the Spiritual Hound jumped off him. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly got up, gripping his great sword and slashing at the Spiritual. Oh, whoa! The Spiritual Hound accidentally got cut and howled in pain. Yi Yu seized the moment, using the faint light from the eternal candle to time his attack, lunging at the Spiritual Hound, plunging his knife straight into its heart. I have nothing to say, Yi Yu said lightly, as the words of Zidian kept flashing in his mind. If he truly became stronger, would that mean Zidian would also grow stronger? Moreover, judging by Zidian's tone, he should have been a very powerful spirit pet, even stronger than the Fire Pig. Master. The Fire Pig said helplessly, feeling that his master no longer loved him as much. Alright, let's hurry to Master Yi Ming and resolve this task of mine. Yi's mood was clearly not good, and his tone was slightly impatient. The Fire Pig felt even worse, thinking that now that his master had Zidian, he didn't love him anymore. They rushed along the way and arrived at Yi Ming's old place. Yi got off the fire pig and looked at the familiar door in front of him, becoming respectful as he clasped his hands together in front of his chest. Master Yiming, I have arrived. Yi, what brings you here so soon? Are you eager to become my disciple already? Yiming, who was sleeping, opened his eyes upon hearing Yi's words and glanced. Master, there's something I need your help with. Yi got straight to the point, skipping the roundabout talk. Oh, what is it? Yiming sat up and looked at Yi. Since they had met before, Yiming did not transform back into a door, allowing Yi to see him clearly. I accepted a level 200 task to collect pearls from the sea, but I don't have much protective gear, and the sea is super cold. I want to cancel this task. Yi said lightly, actually wanting to test whether Yiming would help him. On the way, Yi thought a lot about recognizing Yiming as his master. Although he wouldn't lose out, he was particularly curious about whether Yiming regarded him as a disciple. A level 200 task. With your current spiritual power, you can handle at most a level 100 task. How could you directly accept a level 200 task? Yiming quickly checked Yi's spiritual power with his gaze. He suddenly discovered that Yi's spiritual power was even denser than last time. It seemed that Yi truly was a genius, his spiritual power growing so rapidly. He believed that before long he would be able to participate in the Eternal Night competition. Yiming suddenly felt that he had picked up a treasure of a disciple, bringing glory to his old face. I don't particularly like other tasks, so I accepted this one, but I didn't expect the sea to be so cold, though I can hardly bear it. Yi pretended to be timid, wanting to see how Yiming would resolve the situation. You shouldn't have accepted such a high-level task all at once. Although you are exceptionally gifted, you must act according to your physical abilities. Yiming chided him as he got out of bed and walked over to Yi. I understand. Yi nodded, raising his head to look at Yiming approaching. Yiming came to Yi's side and waved his hand. In the next moment, Yi felt a lightness on his body. He looked down to see that he was wearing a garment as light as gossamer, and then raised his head to look at Yiming. Wearing this garment, you won't feel the cold of the sea anymore. Yiming smiled enchantingly at Yi, as a master should indeed spoil his disciple. Thank you, master. Yi looked at Yiming in surprise, not expecting such an expensive gift from him. Yi, I have great hopes for you. I hope you can participate in the Eternal Night competition, bringing glory to your master and earning a good future for yourself. Yiming placed a hand on Yi's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Eternal Night competition. Is that the competition mentioned by Master Qing Xian? Yi suddenly recalled that Master Qing Xian had seemingly mentioned it before. Yiming shook his head. It's not the same. What Qing Xian mentioned was the alchemy competition. You can participate in that too. Do you know that alchemists are also very respected professions in the Eternal Night? If you are interested, I hope you will take part. Yi raised his head and gazed at Yiming for a few seconds. Master, I understand. I will participate in the Eternal Night competition. Yi nodded, feeling a bit of interest in the competition mentioned by Yiming. Whether he could win would be discussed later. Gaining experience is a good thing. He firmly believed that Master Yiming would not harm him. Master Qing Xian values you highly. Do not disappoint her, she has already been very tired. Whenever Yiming spoke of Qing Xian, a deep tenderness would show in his eyes, as if afraid others wouldn't sense his affection. Yi felt a chill looking at Yiming's mushy expression. He thought that Master Qing Xian was much better, at least she was more normal. Yi, did you hear what I said? Yiming waited a long time without receiving a response from Yi and had to remind him helplessly. Master Yiming, you are not young anymore. You need to take care of your health, or else Master Qing Xian might choose another suitor in the future. Yi suddenly smiled at Yiming. What do you mean? Yiming narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi, dangerously feeling that he was being mocked by his disciple. Master, you have kidney deficiency. After saying this, Yi automatically stepped back 2 paces. Yiming's eyes widened, his face turning instantly red as he pointed at Yi, unable to utter a word. Master, I have a gift for you too. After saying this, Yi took out a medicine bottle from his backpack and tossed it into Yiming's arms. What is this? Yiming looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, his attention diverted, forgetting that he needed to settle accounts with Yi. This is a spiritual pill for kidney replenishment. Remember to take it regularly, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. After saying this, Yi rode away on the fire pig, leaving Yiming behind. You brat. Yiming watched Yi's departing figure, smiling as he opened the medicine bottle, a rich herbal fragrance wafting towards him. Yiming's eyes lit up. This was not a kidney replenishing pill at all, but a treasure that could repair his spiritual root. It seemed that he already knew about the damage to his spiritual root. He had intentionally said that just to tease him. This silly boy. Yiming looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, chuckling foolishly, hurriedly capped it, and carefully tucked it into his robe, transforming back into the door god. The fire pig ran very fast, fearing that Yiming would chase after them to settle accounts with his master. Fire pig, slow down a bit. We have plenty of time, there's no need to rush. Yi reached out to pat the fire pig's head, knowing that his tone earlier was not very good and might have hurt the fire pig's pride. Master, you just angered Master Yiming. The fire pig slowed down, saying worriedly. It felt that its master was too reckless, daring to say that Master Yiming had kidney deficiency. That was truly audacious. I am taking my disciple. Do I need to report to you? Now I am leaving with my disciple. Do you have any objections? Yi Ming glared at Zhang Lingshan, having lost all. Zhang Lingshan smirked, looking at Yi Ming with pride. You are right to protect your disciple, but your disciple has killed a member of my Lingshan sect. As his master, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? Zhang Lingshan's eyes shifted, formulating a plan in his mind. Yi Ming did not expect the situation to become so complicated tonight. Had he known, he wouldn't have gotten involved. How about this? Since my disciple has taken a liking to him, let him also join my Lingshan sect. That way all grudges will be settled. How does that sound? Zhang Lingshan looked at Yi Yu with admiration in his eyes. A talent as exceptional as this must be brought under his wing. Dream on. My disciple Yi Ming would never join your sect. Such wishful thinking. Yi Ming did not even think twice and directly rejected Zhang Lingshan's proposal. Yi Ming, don't be so certain. In a few days the Eternal Night Tournament will begin. If he joins my sect, he will be qualified to participate, and you will still be his master. Isn't it safer for him to have another master looking out for him? At that moment Zhang Lingshan resembled the big bad wolf, enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Yi Ming felt his resolve begin to waver at Zhang Lingshan's words. He had made mistakes in the past, which is why he could only guard the cave. If Yi remained by his side, he would absolutely be ineligible to participate in the Eternal Night Tournament. A deep sense of helplessness engulfed him. He could not be so selfish as to ruin Yi's future out of spite. A talent like Yi Yu should have a better path ahead. Watching Yi Ming remain silent, Yi Yu knew that Yi Ming was wavering. He stood resolutely by Yi Ming's side and spoke coldly. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not need it. I feel honored to stay by Lord Yi Ming's side. Yi Yu, don't say foolish things. Yi Ming instinctively replied, and looking at Yi Yu's serious expression, a warm current flowed through his heart. Truly he was a person of loyalty and right. Such a person, he would certainly do his utmost to help him rise to greater heights. Lord Yi Ming, aside from you, I will not recognize anyone else as my master. Yi Yu frowned, looking firmly at Yi Ming. Suddenly Yi Ming turned his gaze toward Zhang Lingshan. He can become your disciple, but you must promise me not to bully him. You must ensure he becomes the best, and those scoundrels of your Lingshan sect should best not appear before me. Yi Ming pointed at Zhang Tianshi and Zhang Tianren, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Rest assured, I will punish them and make them reflect in isolation. Moreover, I intend to take him as my closed-door disciple, so no one can touch him. Zhang Lingshan directly assured Yi Ming of Yi's future status. Very well, I hope you keep your word. Yi Ming nodded, deciding to let Yi Fan recognize an additional master. Lord Yi Ming, I want no one but you. Yi Yu continued to express his feelings. Seeing this, Zhang Lingshan chuckled and swiftly drew a white light from his chest, shooting it into Yi's forehead. Yi Yu felt a burning pain between his brows, which disappeared in less than a second. He reached up to touch his forehead and found no issues. Haha, you are now a member of my Lingshan sect. No matter how you deny it, you can't shake it off now. Zhang Lingshan was like a mischievous child, jumping about, as if to deliberately provoke Yi Yu. How can you be so despicable? I haven't agreed yet. Yi Yu glared at Zhang Lingshan, his heart filled with frustration. He only wanted to acknowledge Yi Ming as his master. Yi Yu, with him protecting you, your future path will be easier. Yi Ming spoke earnestly, realizing he had to compromise for Yi's future success. Lord Yi Ming, Yi Yu still wanted to refuse, but saw the fire pig tugging at his clothes. He looked down and saw the fire pig's face. Master this kind of contract. As long as Lord Yi Ming nods, you have no right to refuse. This is the highest awareness of being a disciple. Yi Yu, what kind of nonsense reasoning is this? Alright, I should be heading back. Let her take care of things here. They are still waiting for me to play cards. After finishing his words, Zhang Lingshan lightly leaped onto the white crane and flew into the sky. Farewell, sect leader. Lighter raised her head, casting a cold gaze at Zhang Tianshi. You both heard what Master said. You are to be punished by spending 2 months in the purgatory. What? 2 months in purgatory? Junior sister, isn't this punishment too harsh? I just lost an arm. Zhang Tianshi displayed his wand to Lighter, hoping she would lighten the punishment. These are Master's orders. If you have any objections, you can take them up with him. You two take care of his corpse. Lighter pointed at the already stiff Zhang Xianzhong, her face showing no sign of sadness or regret. Evil does not deserve tears. After handling these matters, Lighter looked up, her face filled with a smile as she turned to Yi Yu with a gentle attitude. Yi Yu, you are now a disciple of Lingshan. You can return with me to Lingshan to familiarize yourself with the environment. There are many martial arts manuals and various elixirs. Seeing Lighter casting out the bait towards him, Yi Yu remained unmoved. At this moment, he was focused on improving his abilities rather than relying on these elixirs to make his spiritual power appear formidable, which in reality was of no use. Just like Zhang Tianshi, who seemed powerful on the surface, but was actually weak and easily defeated. Yi Yu shook his head, directly refusing Lighter's goodwill. No, I still have a lot to do, so I won't be going to Lingshan for now. What could be more important than going to Lingshan? I can personally teach you and help you achieve a rapid ascension in a short time. Lighter continued to cast out the bait, trying to lure Yi Yu in. Yi Yu still shook his head. Seeing Lighter's unwavering admiration for him, his tone softened. There are many important things I need to attend to, so it's not quite suitable for me to go to Lingshan to cultivate just yet. I will come to find you at Lingshan one day. Seeing Yi Ye's resolute expression, Lighter could only nod in resignation, watching him with a sense of regret. All right, then I will wait for you at Lingshan. You must return. After saying this, Lighter took out a token from her bosom engraved with the words Lingshan. This token is the unique symbol of Lingshan. As long as you show it, no one will dare to stop you on your way back to Lingshan. This was the first time he felt such humiliation in his life. If he did not vent this anger today, how would he still have the face to remain in the Ling Mountain sect? Junior sister, you heard what just happened. That Yi Ming completely disregards our Ling Mountain sect, so he must be severely punished, otherwise Zhang Xianzong's sacrifice would have been in vain. Zhang Tianqi's tone was harsh, filled with murderous intent. Zhang Tianshi, I have my own conclusions on this matter. The Ling Mountain sect is not for you to dictate. Qingxin was also irritated by Zhang Tianqi's tone, her voice naturally becoming somewhat unpleasant. Fine, today I will see how you plan to resolve this, whether you will just watch our Ling Mountain sect being bullied by outsiders while you, the one in charge, remain indifferent. Zhang Tianshi directly placed a hat of blame on Qingxin, forcing her to stand up for herself. After all, so many eyes were watching, and indeed someone had. He wanted to see how Qingxin would defend Yi Ming's disciple. Watching Qingxin being put in a difficult position, Yi Ming couldn't help but frown, wishing he could personally eliminate the old man spouting nonsense before him. The anger gradually submerged Yi Ming's rationality, and he felt a surge of thick spiritual energy forming in his palm. Hey, you old thing, do you have no Clearly unable to defeat me, even after taking the Fury Spirit pill, now you come to pressure others to stand up for you. You truly are a rarity in this world. Yi Yu sarcastically approached Yi Ming, tugging at his arm. Seeing Yi Ming looking at him in surprise, Yi Yu smirked. Don't worry, leave it to me. After saying that, Yi Yu stepped in front of Yi Ming, blocking the anger radiating from him. Yi Ming looked at Yi Yu's determined expression, suddenly curious. He was particularly eager to know how Yi Yu would solve this problem. Zhang Tianshi watched Yi Yu ran in front of him, opening his mouth, but unable to utter any rebuttal. After all, what was said was the truth. What could he do? Qingxin cast an appreciative glance at Yi Yu, increasingly admiring him. At that moment, a somewhat immature thought crossed her mind. If she could bring Yi Yu into the Ling Mountain sect, wouldn't they have yet another expert? You don't just stand there making sarcastic remarks. Who knows what underhanded methods you used? It was my master who was careless and fell for your trick. Moreover, it was clearly Lord Yi Ming who blocked the last attack for you. Otherwise, you would be dead by now. Zhang Tianren saw Zhang Tianshi silent and quickly spoke up for him. Indeed, the next moment Zhang Tianshi shot Zhang Tianren an appreciative look. As expected of the disciple he trained, he truly understood him. Enough of the nonsense. If you are unconvinced, come and fight for your master. Shouldn't we resolve this with Yi Yu proudly raised his head, looking down on Zhang Tianren with disdain. Wasn't all of this caused by him? I want sign a life and death contract with you. You are not worthy to battle me. Zhang Tianren's face turned red with anxiety, feeling ashamed and wishing to find a hole to hide in, but he was also very afraid of Yi Yu. He didn't dare accept this life and death contract at all. Oh, not worthy. After saying that, Yi Yu directly raised his hand and flung a wave of spiritual power at Zhang Tianren's feet, causing a small pit to form on the ground. Ah, master, save me. Zhang Tianren exclaimed instinctively, pushing Zhang Tianshi forward while he himself was scared and hid behind Zhang Tianshi. This is the disciple of the Ling Mountain sect. Today I have truly witnessed it. To actually use his master as a shield, how shameless. Such a person is even worthy of being called human. He is better off feeding spiritual beasts. If I had such a disciple, I would have beaten him to death with a stick. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhang Tianshi suddenly felt his old face lose all dignity, and he raised his hand to slap Zhang Tianren's face hard. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap was exceptionally loud. Beast, useless thing, Zhang Tianshi scolded angrily, feeling as if he had lost all face. Zhang Tianren also realized he had just been tricked. Covering his sore face, he dared not speak. Faced with Zhang Tianqi's anger, he could only endure. Interesting, truly interesting, Yi remarked, showing no surprise at the scene before him. He had long seen that Zhang Tianren was a timid and weak man who did not dare to directly accept his challenge. What is your name? Qingxin looked up at Yi Yu, already formulating a plan in her mind. Yi Yu, staying under Yi Ming's wing won't bring you any good reputation. Why not come to our Ling Mountain sect? Qingxin directly expressed what she truly wanted to say. There was no helping it, as she really admired Yi Ye's character. Straightforward and genuine, yet powerful. Such talent should not be wasted. Hey Qingxin, you're being too excessive. To actually poach my people right in front of me. Yi Ming did not expect Qingxin to say this, and he was instantly taken aback. Master Ancestor, how can you accept someone with a wicked heart as a disciple? Zhang Tianren did not expect all his efforts would benefit Yi Yu instead. Yes, junior sister, what you are doing violates our Ling Mountain sect's rules. Zhang Tianshi squinted his eyes, glaring angrily at Qingxin, secretly cursing her for being foolish, surely mesmerized by Yi Ming's looks. Yes, junior sister, what you are doing violates our Ling Mountain sect's rules. Zhang Tianshi squinted his eyes, glaring angrily at Qingxin, secretly cursing her. The moment everyone saw the butterfly, they all revealed shocked expressions. This was the unique divine beast of the Ling Mountain sect. Do not be fooled by its seemingly ordinary appearance. This butterfly has extremely strong attack power. It is said that even epic-level spiritual creatures are no match for this butterfly. Junior sister, what are you doing? Quickly bring it back. Zhang Tianshi stood up in agitation, wanting to catch the butterfly, but to his surprise it flew away right in front of him. You are getting old, it's time for you to enjoy your twilight years, Qingxin said with a smirk, revealing a cold smile. Had it not been for the time they spent training together, she would have dealt with Zhang Tianshi long ago, without waiting for the master to arrive. Qingxin, this is not the time for foolishness. The most important thing now is to quickly kill him and avenge Zhang Xianzong. Zhang Tianshi was somewhat flustered at this time, only thinking about resolving Yi Yu quickly to avoid future troubles. My actions do not require your interference. Qingxin shot a cold glance at Zhang Tianshi, her tone filled with displeasure. Zhang Tianshi, realizing he had overstepped, quickly lowered his head, adopting a submissive demeanor. Qingxin withdrew her gaze and turned to Yi Ming. I want this person for the Lingshan sect. On what grounds? Yi Ming raised an eyebrow at Qingxin, puzzled by her thoughts. He had already accepted Yi Yu as a disciple. Could it possibly change? It's nothing. No one stipulates that Yi Yu can only recognize one master, right? Qingxin turned to Yi Yu, displaying a friendly smile. Qingxin's smile sent a chill down Yi Yu's spine. I might have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Yi Yu just wanted to slip away. Oh, he had no intention of getting involved in the matter between Yi Ming and Qingxin. Just as Yi Yu was about to escape, a long cry echoed from the sky, followed by the sight of an elder riding a white crane flying towards them. All the disciples of the Lingshan sect knelt respectfully on the ground, their heads bowed, displaying submissive expressions. Only Qingxin stood in place, head lowered, pretending to be respectful. The fire pig approached Yi Yu, tugging at his clothes and whispering, Master, this is the sect leader of the Lingshan sect, Zhang Lingshan. Yi Yu responded with silence. This name was quite casually chosen, even using the same character for both the name and the sect. Greetings, sect leader. As Zhang Lingshan landed, everyone shouted in unison, Qingxin, what urgent matter do you have for me? Zhang Lingshan replied, turning to Qingxin with a hint of displeasure on his face, seemingly blaming her for interrupting him. Master, you must stand up for your disciple. Upon seeing the sect leader arrive, Zhang Tianshi immediately began to wail, as if he had suffered great injustice. Zhang Lingshan turned his head to look at Zhang Tianshi, who had lost an arm, frowning slightly. What happened to you? Where's your arm? Master. Zhang Tianshi was about to cry out when he was interrupted by Qingxin taking the floor. Master, this matter is a misunderstanding. When I return, I will explain it to you. Right now, there is something very important I need to ask for your guidance on. Qingxin placed her hands on her chest, respectfully looking at Zhang Lingshan. Go ahead. Zhang Lingshan replied, turning to see his disciple lying on the ground, stiff and unresponsive, causing him to frown and step towards Zhang Xianzong. Qingxin felt a pang of anxiety, cursing herself for her immaturity, having forgotten this matter. If she truly angered the master, wouldn't it ruin everything? Master, it was he who killed Zhang Xianzong and severed my arm. You must stand up for me in this matter. Zhang Tianshi looked at the sect leader, crying out once more to, What? Someone dared to harm my Lingshan disciples. Zhang Lingshan looked at Zhang Tianshi in shock, struggling to believe his words. Master, everyone present can testify that it was indeed he who killed your beloved disciple, Zhang Tianshi asserted, feeling wrong, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Lingshan turned to Yi Yu, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Observing the young man before him, who remained neither humble nor arrogant in his presence, he could see that he was a person of great character, someone he liked. Master, things are not that simple. Qingxin desperately wanted to explain, but saw her master make a gesture for her to stop. Did you kill someone from my Lingshan sect? And severed my disciple's arm? Zhang Lingshan questioned Yi Yu. Indeed, I killed him, but he severed his own arm. Oh, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Yu shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Tianshi. Why did you kill him? Did he offend you? Zhang Lingshan was surprised by Yi Yu's candor, further piquing his curiosity. Yi Yu shook his head, pointing at Zhang Tianren. Everything originated because of him. Your disciple's death was accidental, but I did indeed kill him. Yi Yu said this casually, as if killing a person was nothing in his eyes. Little did he know it was his first time taking a life. Zhang Lingshan turned his head to glance at Zhang Tianren, forming a judgment in his mind. Yi Ming walked directly to Yi Yu's side, looking up at Zhang Lingshan with eyes full of hostility. Zhang Lingshan, why are you pressuring my disciple? Instead of wasting time on this, you should manage your own disciples well. If someone dies, don't blame it on us later. Yi Ming sarcastically retorted, showing no fear of angering Zhang Lingshan. Oh, your disciple. So does that mean all the underlying factors stem from? Zhang Lingshan directly placed the blame on Yi Ming. Whatever you think, I am taking my beloved disciple and leaving now. Do you have any objections? Yiming crossed his arms, coldly staring at Zhang Lingshan. Qingxin quickly moved to Zhang Lingshan's side, respectfully speaking. Master, this person is a rare talent. I would very much like to take him as my disciple. What do you think? To take him as a disciple, Zhang Lingshan looked at Qingxin in confusion. Knowing that Yi Yu had killed someone from the Lingshan sect, wanting to accept him as a disciple was tantamount to slapping himself in the face. Was this an attempt to proclaim to the world that the people of the Lingshan sect are all great? Master, I just don't want to miss such a good seedling. After all, Zhang Tianshi just consumed a spirit-exploding pill and still wasn't a match for Yi Yu. We cannot retain useless individuals in the Lingshan sect. Qingxin at this moment was already harboring murderous intent. If not for the current crowd, she would have dealt with Zhang Tianshi and others to avoid bringing disgrace to the Lingshan sect. In the Eternal Night Arena, there would never be a shortage of people. Junior sister, what nonsense are you talking? Do you really want to let a murderer become our Lingshan disciple? Zhang Tianshi, shocked by the current outcome, shouted in panic. Qingxin didn't even bother to spare him a glance. Zhang Lingshan, filled with curiosity towards Yi Yu, completely ignored Zhang Tianshi's words. What is your name? What realm have you cultivated to? Can you practice alchemy? Zhang Lingshan looked at Yi Yu with anticipation. Yiming took a step forward, standing in front of Yi Yu, coldly staring at Zhang Lingshan. This is my disciple. Why are you asking so much? Your disciple? You Yiming have started accepting disciples now. Zhang Lingshan widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Yiming. Having dealt with Yiming for so many years, how could he not understand him? Yiming's personality was far too laid back, extremely picky and nitpicky, looking down on everyone. Who would have thought such a person would take on a disciple? Truly, watching the flames in the golden cauldron grow stronger, Yi Yu broke into a cold sweat. It wasn't that he was afraid of losing, he was more concerned about the spiritual herbs inside being burned, which would result in significant losses. Master Yiming, noticing Yi Yu's anxiety, provocatively said, "If you think you can't do it, you can give up." Yi Yu ignored him completely, still focused on figuring out how to extinguish the fire. Could it be that alchemy has failed? What went wrong? Although it was Yi Yu's first time refining pills, he felt as if he had done it hundreds of times before and could easily handle the herbs. Unexpectedly, a problem arose today. Master, failing at alchemy isn't a big deal. You've only just transformed into a celestial spirit body. It's understandable if you struggle with controlling the heat for now. The fire pig, seeing Yi Yu's furrowed brow and conflicted expression, hurried over to comfort its master. Yi Yu shut out all external sounds, dedicating himself fully to alchemy. Sensing the faint, burnt smell emanating from the golden cauldron, he closed his eyes. Recalling the steps and techniques he had just gone through, he suddenly opened his eyes, his brow relaxing as he realized that his earlier impatience and excessive force had caused the cauldron to act up. It seems that refining pills not only requires a fierce flame, but also a delicate balance with other fires, otherwise a relentless assault would backfire. Yi Yu closed his eyes again, calming his mind, and began to control the heat with his will. When he achieved the unity of man and fire, he instead switched to a gentle flame for alchemy. As the golden cauldron, which had been roaring with flames, now softened, the area illuminated by it also shrank. Seeing the golden cauldron return to normal, the fire pig breathed a sigh of relief. It had been sweating bullets for its master just moments ago. Yi Yu patiently managed the intensity of the flames. Alchemy tested one's patience the most, and fortunately Yi Yu had plenty of it. He meticulously observed the flames, which fluctuated with time, seeking to achieve the optimal effect. After what felt like an eternity, the golden cauldron emitted a unique fragrance that was mouth-watering. Yi Yu's heart leaped with joy, sensing that the elixir was about to be completed. Gently retracting the other fire, Yi Yu gazed at the golden cauldron before him, filled with excitement. It was his first time refining pills, and he was unsure of the outcome, yet he felt an inexplicable confidence, as though alchemy came naturally to him. Master, it smells amazing. The elixir is ready. The fire pig scampered over joyfully, looking at Yi Yu. Why are you in such a hurry, fire? Whether the elixir can be formed depends on the final product. Master Yiming scoffed, eyeing the fire pig's eagerness to please Yi Yu with disdain. When did the fire pig become so cheap, bowing and scraping to a human and trying to curry favor? Truly, it was a disgrace to Master Yongyi. The fire pig rolled its eyes and shot a sideways glance at Master Yiming. Yiming, speak properly. My master is undoubtedly the strongest. It's just a pill, how could it possibly be difficult for him? The fire pig proudly declared, as if the elixir was its own achievement. Yi Yu couldn't help but find the fire pig's smug expression amusing. Heh! Master Yiming simply snorted, ignoring the fire pig's comments and fixating his gaze on the golden cauldron. With such a rich aroma, he had longed to open it and take a look. Yi Yu approached the golden cauldron, extending both hands to meld with it. In truth, Yi Yu felt a bit nervous. It was his first time refining pills. Although he felt confident, he still felt uneasy as he prepared to lift the lid off the golden. Upon opening the golden cauldron, Yi Yu stared at the elixir inside, momentarily dumbfounded. The elixir was only a half-finished product, not a whole and plump pill. The fire pig leaned closer to Yu, gazing at the half-elixir in front of them, equally stunned. A master a half-finished elixir is still impressive. You're already doing great. This is your first time refining pills, and achieving such results is quite rare. The fire pig praised Yu, not wanting him to feel too disheartened. Yu, however, looked indifferently at the half-elixir before him, feeling a bit upset. He had put in so much effort and hadn't expected this outcome. Seeing the half-finished product in the golden cauldron, Yi's mood plummeted. Wait, this isn't an ordinary half-finished product. The fire pig pointed a hoof at the half-finished product in the golden cauldron. Yu glanced at the fire pig before turning his attention back to the cauldron. Still, he couldn't see what was different. Master, look quickly. This elixir, although incomplete, has fine golden lines on it, which means this is a half-finished product of a one-turn elixir. The fire pig excitedly pointed at the elixir inside the golden cauldron. In the Eternal Night competition, elixirs are categorized not only by grades 1 to 9, but also by turns 1 to 9. Each golden line represents a turn, and the efficacy is several times that of ordinary elixirs. The more lines, the better the efficacy. For example, a regular 4th grade elixir might not be as effective as a 4th turn elixir. It is challenging for an average alchemist to complete a 1-turn elixir. Who would have thought that on his first attempt Master would achieve this? Truly, he is exceptionally gifted. Master Yiming looked at Yu with excitement, urgently speaking. Fire, is this elixir of your master indeed adorned with golden lines? Yiming, are you doubting my master? The fire pig replied sharply, wishing it could dig up the ancestors of anyone who bullied its master. Quick, let me see it. Yiming said eagerly, almost bursting through the door. Yiming, you've been cooped up here for so long, it's time to come out and meet everyone. We're all old friends, is it necessary to be so shy? The fire pig deliberately provoked Yiming, hoping to get him to meet its master, making future communication more convenient. Only when the master sees Yiming with his own eyes will he gain Yiming's recognition. Fire, you know the rules of Eternal Night. How can you let me go out? Master Yiming was not foolish. He knew that if he appeared before Yu, it would mean he had recognized Yu. This way Yu would qualify to participate in the Eternal Night competition and might even become a student there. What's wrong? Is it too much trouble for you to meet my master? The fire pig deliberately tried to provoke Master Yiming. No need. I might not make it. Cough. Yu said, then directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling as if he was being burned by raging flames. No way, you are my master of flames. I won't let anything happen to you. At that moment, a strong faith burst forth in the eyes of the fire pig. It absolutely could not bear to see its master in any peril. At this moment, Yu felt the world spinning around him, his limbs becoming incredibly stiff, as if countless insects were crawling within his body, a strong, burning sensation coursing. Yu howled in pain, his veins bulging, even his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, appearing extremely terrifying. Seeing Yu in such agony, the fire pig was frantic, for it had only spoken half the truth. If the cleansing of the marrow did not succeed, it would result in death. Yu rolled on the ground in pain, unconsciously pounding his fists against the ground. Each time his fist struck the earth, cracks appeared on the surface. Master, you must hold on. The fire pig looked at Yu with wide eyes, the blood vessels on its head turning black, as if countless insects were crawling across Yu's face. Unable to bear watching any longer, the fire pig knew better than anyone how painful the cleansing pill was. Master, let me lend you a hand. The fire pig revealed a relieved smile. It was already very satisfied to have lived this long, and moreover it had encountered such a good master. If possible, it hoped to recognize Yu as its master in the next life. At the moment the spirit pill was extracted from the fire pig's forehead, it directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, holding the pill and placing it directly. At the moment the spirit pill was extracted from the fire pig's forehead, it directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, holding the pill and placing it directly into Yu's mouth. Yu felt his bones being shattered one by one, even his internal organs feeling as if they were being sliced. It was the first time he understood what it meant to suffer to the point of wishing for death. Enduring this torment, he thought it would be quicker to just die, but a strong sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. He must become the master of the Eternal Night arena. He must save humanity from peril. He would lead humanity towards the light. Yu let out a thunderous roar, suddenly feeling a pill tossed into his mouth. He had no time to speak and swallowed it directly. In the next moment, Yu's eyes widened, feeling two balls of fire colliding fiercely in his chest, and he spewed out mouthfuls of blood. Master, you must pull through. The fire pig stood beside Yu, anxiously watching him. Boom boom. At that moment, the dark Eternal Night arena flashed with several beams of white light, causing everyone to kneel and worship, thinking that someone had broken the barrier of the Eternal Night arena, allowing light to shine in. As the white light flashed, thunder erupted and a massive bolt of lightning struck Yu's crown. Yu screamed, his entire body twitching uncontrollably. After more than 10 seconds, he finally collapsed onto the ground. How could this be? Why is there a tribulation? What on earth is happening? The fire pig murmured to itself, looking at Yi Yu in disbelief, feeling that this was somewhat A strong burning smell wafted out, and the fire pig let out a painful howl. Master! Boo-hoo, I can't bear to lose you. Cough, I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? A voice that strained to speak reached the fire pig's ears, causing it to raise its head immediately. Upon seeing Yi Yu open his eyes and look at it, the fire pig excitedly rushed to Yi Yu's side. Boo-hoo, master, you didn't die. Oh, it's really great. The fire pig knelt beside Yi Yu, both crying and laughing, overwhelmed with complex emotions. Yi Yu felt his body as if it had been run over by a large truck, excruciatingly painful. Hiss. Why does it hurt so much? If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have taken that cleansing pill. Yi Yu said, helplessly, feeling somewhat regretful for having been too impulsive. He had only heard the fire pig say that the cleansing pill could enhance spiritual energy, so he disregarded the consequences and tossed it into his mouth, never expecting to endure such great suffering. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Yu's eyes widened in an instant, feeling his bones and his body automatically reconnecting like a wound-up robot. Master, what's wrong? The fire pig was about to share its grievances with Yi Yu when it saw Yi Yu's eyes widen, his face filled with shock. Fire, did you hear the sounds coming from my body? Yi Yu looked at the fire pig in astonishment, feeling as if his body had been dismantled and reassembled. This was truly incredible. The fire pig shook its head, appearing somewhat at a loss. No, I didn't hear any strange sounds. The fire pig shook its head and listened carefully. Apart from the other people's wails, it hadn't heard any sounds coming from Yi Yu's body. Yi Yu suddenly shouted, curling his entire body into a ball, tightly hugging himself like a small shrimp. The fire pig was startled by Yi Yu watching as he curled up due to the pain, feeling somewhat worried. It had already made its most precious spirit pill available to its master. If this tribulation didn't succeed, it would mean that it would also perish with Yi Yu in the eternal night arena. Not knowing how long had passed, Yi Yu's body finally relaxed, his gaze becoming clearer and his voice firmer. Fire, I have been reborn. Master, really? That's wonderful. You made it through, you truly made it through. The fire pig excitedly looked at Yi Yu, tears streaming down its face. If it weren't for its limited abilities, it would have wanted to spin its master around. If it actually spun its master around, it would probably be beaten to death. Yi Yu sat up, extended his hand to look at his palm, feeling a surge of power coursing through. Fire, why do I feel different from before? I feel lighter, and there seems to be a flow of energy circulating within my body. Oh, what does this say? Yi Yu did not understand the true meaning of the cleansing pill, so it was more convenient to ask the fire pig directly. Master, you have been reborn through flames. You have undergone nirvana. The fire pig said excitedly, how as long as its master became stronger, it would feel at ease. Nirvana. Me. Zhang Tianxia never expected Yi Yu would mock him, and his expression immediately darkened. Usually, whenever he mentioned the words Ling Mountain, many would be so frightened they could only lower their heads and apologize. Moreover, he was now an elder of Ling Mountain, his status even more esteemed. He never anticipated that today he would be ridiculed by a mere child. It seems you intend to go against Ling Mountain. Zhang Tianxi's tone turned heavy, exuding an air of authority. A fierce wind began to whip around, and even the sky flickered with flashes of light resembling lightning. It's over. Zhang Tianxia is angry. This kid is in big trouble now. The people of Ling Mountain truly have no sense of reason. Strength is the only hard truth. Everything else is just talk. Oh, another vibrant life about to fall. The fire pig clung tightly to Yi Yu's thigh, preventing himself from being blown away by the wind. He never expected this old man had become even more formidable. Yi Yu stood firm in place, unaffected save for his hair being tousled by the raging wind. He remained as steady as a mountain, showing no sign of being influenced by the tempest unleashed by Zhang Tianxia. Zhang Tianren had long since gripped a nearby tree to prevent being blown away by the wind, his eyes locked in focus. Suddenly the wind ceased, and Zhang Tianxia cast a gloomy glance at Yi Yu. Which sect do you belong to that you dare act so arrogantly before me? Seeing his intimidation tactics failing, Zhang Tianxia decided to change his approach. I have no master. Yi Yu replied indifferently. In the Eternal Night Arena, he had always walked alone, and aside from the fire pig, he had not truly met any significant figures. Without a master, you dare be so arrogant. Today let me teach you a lesson for your disrespect towards your elders. Zhang Tianxia produced a black whip that floated down from the lion, striking directly towards Yi Yu. Instinctively, Yi Yu reached out to intercept Zhang Tianxi's impending strike. Master, be careful. Don't touch his hand. The fire pig, watching from the side, was alarmed, his eyes glued to Yi Yu's movements. Upon hearing the fire pig's warning, Yi Yu's heart tightened. Seeing Zhang Tianxi's triumphant expression, he wasted no time and unleashed a burst of flame. Zhang Tianxia thought his scheme had succeeded, intending to crush Yi Yu with his palm, but unexpectedly, he was met with a wave of fire. Realizing it was too late to retract his hand, Zhang Tianxi's eyes widened as he watched the flames rush towards him. Ah, damn it! Zhang Tianxia shouted angrily, quickly landing and steadying himself. He looked at Yi Yu standing still and raised his whip, aiming for Yi Yu's head. Master! The fire pig shouted excitedly, wishing he could rush over and take the blow for Yi Yu. To his surprise, Yi Yu simply sidestepped the whip and Zhang Tianqi's whip missed, creating a large pit in the ground. Yi Yu looked at the pit and felt a surge of anxiety. If he hadn't dodged in time, he might have lost his life. Thinking of this, Yi Yu's expression turned even colder, and even the way he looked at Zhang Tianqi became filled with anger. At that moment, Zhang Tianqi couldn't care about anything else. He just wanted to shake off the flames. However, it seemed as if the fire had glued itself to his arm. No matter how he waved, he couldn't shake it off, and the flames only grew fiercer. Master, what should I do? Zhang Tianren looked at Zhang Tianqi, who was in agony, hurriedly coming closer. Seeing the flames on Zhang Tianqi's arm, he hesitated, unsure whether to approach. Water. I need water. Hurry. Zhang Tianqi felt his palm was about to be burned to a crisp, waves of scorching heat causing him to panic. Zhang Tianren looked up at Huagu, pleading, Huagu, please give me some water, so I can save my master. Young Master Zhang, I have no water, only blood. It can't save your master. Huagu shook her head, looking at Zhang Tianren apologetically. Damn it, what should we do now? Zhang Tianren looked up at Huagu, pleading, Huagu, please give me some water, so I can save my master. Young Master Zhang, I have no water. His master, who usually flaunted his power, was now humiliated by a young man, which was utterly disgraceful, especially in front of the woman he admired. Zhang Tianqi let out a series of agonizing screams. The intensifying burning sensation made him forget his pride, wanting nothing more than to extinguish the flames on his body. Suddenly a stream of water fell from the sky, dousing Zhang Tianqi's arm. However, instead of extinguishing the flames, they burned even fiercer. So painful, so painful. Zhang Tianqi cried out in agony, frantically shaking his arm. Yi Yu raised his head only to see a gust of air rushing towards him. He quickly dodged to the side, appearing somewhat flustered. Uncle, how did you arrive? Zhang Tianren looked at the man who had landed on the ground, his face filled with surprise and excitement. It was known that his uncle traveled far and wide, rarely returning to Ling Mountain. The last time he saw his uncle was several years ago, and he never expected to run into him today. He felt incredibly fortunate. What exactly happened? Why can't your master extinguish the flames? His uncle frowned, looking at his former brother now in a predicament, his expression turning. It was him. He released the fire. He wants to put my master to death. Uncle, you must teach this brat a proper lesson. At that moment, Zhang Tianren was filled with thoughts of punishing Yi Yu, completely forgetting his master, who was suffering from the burning pain. Zhang Tianqi let out a pained wail, unable to hold on any longer, collapsing to the ground. Looking at the flames on his arm, he deeply regretted it. Why did he stand up for Zhang Tianren, this little brat? Now he had not only lost face, but also risked being burned alive. Seeing this, his uncle summoned another stream of water and poured it over Zhang Tianqi's arm. It is said that water and fire are incompatible. When the stream from his uncle hit Zhang Tianqi's arm, the flames burned even more fiercely, as if gasoline had been poured on it. Junior brother, please save me. Zhang Tianqi looked at his uncle in agony, his eyes filled with desperation. Young man, grant me a favor and spare my brother. I can grant you a wish. How about that? With no other options, his uncle had to use a roundabout method to stabilize Yi Yu's emotions. Yi Yu held Liao Zhu's garment and walked toward the Ling Niu. Master, the Ling Niu's attack is formidable. Do not underestimate it. This is a level 100. Liao Zhu pressed its two hooves tightly over its chest, looking at Yi Yu with a bashful expression. Yi Yu waved his hand to show he understood, but forgot he was clutching Liao Zhu's red coat. The Ling Niu at the side saw the motion and took it as a provocation. Moo moo moo. The Ling Niu bellowed several times, scraped its hooves, and charged at Yi Yu. It moved with startling speed and agility, locking onto Yi Yu's position and arriving before he could even react. Master, watch out. Liao Zhu cried, instinctively lifting a leg and rushing toward Yi Yu. A gust of wind hit Yi Yu. He spun and saw the Ling Niu barreling toward him. Stunned and with no time to dodge, he stared as it aimed to slam him away. He closed his eyes and You shall not harm my master. Gathering courage from somewhere deep within, Liao Zhu planted itself before Yi Yu and sprayed a plume of flame at the Ling Niu. A thunderous blast. The Ling Niu was seared by the fire, slammed to the ground, and rolled wildly, clawing at the flames to put them out. How dare you bully my master? Rage filled Liao Zhu, banishing any trace of fear as it sought only vengeance for its master. Yi was taken aback by Liao Zhu's ferocity. Was this still his foolish, endearing pig? It felt as if the creature had transformed into someone else. Even Liao Zhu had not expected to unleash such a potent blaze. The flames instantly singed the Ling Niu's coat. Watching the Ling Niu thrash on the ground, Liao Zhu finally exhaled in relief. So long as it did not harm his master, all would be well. Liao, can you really spit flames now? Yi Yu approached. Yi Yu stepped to Liao Zhu's side and bent his head under the glow of the Yongheng Lazu, studying the pig's still frightened face. Master, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you were about to be tossed away. Only then did Liao Zhu realize its master had been speaking to it. It lifted its head, met Yi's concerned gaze, and felt a surge of emotion. Yi was speechless. They seemed to be talking past one another, each in a different world. Liahua, now that you can spit flame, does that mean you have returned to your peak? Yi asked, eagerly desperate to know Liahua Zhu's condition. The pig shook its head in bewilderment and stared at the charred Ling Niu. I don't know. I suddenly breathed fire just now. Now I can't even light a candle. Liahua Zhu exhaled toward the front as if to demonstrate. No spark appeared. Don't worry. Perhaps the ability to unleash flame depends on certain circumstances. Yi patted the pig's head in reassurance. Master, once I return to my peak, I will help you deal with these spirit beasts. Liahua Zhu's eyes grew bright with excitement. The thought that it had just burned a level 100 spirit to death filled it with exhilaration. Under the heat of the blaze, the Ling Niu finally ceased its struggles. A thick smell of charred flesh rose into the air. Let us see what treasures a level 100 spirit might carry, Yi said as he stepped forward. Smoke still drifted from the Ling Niu, its body was blackened and scorched. Yi approached the carcass feeling an unexpected tug of hunger. He kicked at the Ling Niu. The outer layer of hide had been burned to ash, revealing tender meat beneath. He crouched, tore off a piece of meat, brought it to his nose, and found the scent acceptable. He could not be fussy. He stuffed the meat into his mouth and chewed. Master, is it tasty? I want some too. Liahua Zhu watched Yi eat with watering mouth. Help yourself, it's ready roasted beef. Your flame did well, it's cooked nicely. Yi tore off a large portion and began to chew slowly. Taking the cue, Liahua Zhu no longer hesitated and climbed atop the Ling Niu to start gnawing. The two of them ate heartily until they were fully sated, only then pausing. Master, I haven't eaten such fragrant meat in a long time. I'm utterly satisfied. Liahua Zhu wiped grease from the corner of its mouth and looked at Yi with contentment. Yi suddenly realized and asked with a puzzled look, pigs can eat beef. He had been so focused on eating that he had forgotten Liahua was a pig. Of course. Though feed accelerates my growth, I also need meat to supplement my nutrition, or I would become malnourished. Liahua Zhu nodded earnestly, trying to convince Yi to let it eat meat. Yi was speechless. Malnourished, here in the eternal night arena. How absurd. Full and satisfied, Yi habitually patted the Ling Niu's body. The half-consumed beast dissolved into a mist of blood and vanished, leaving 3 strands of cow hair quietly on the ground. Ding! System 1/5 complete. Shuiga 1. Yi picked up the hairs and inspected them. They looked like ordinary cow hair, and he could not help feeling a little disappointed. Master, those are Ling Niu hairs. They're treasures. Liahua Zhu exclaimed excitedly, its gaze fixed on the 3 strands in Yi's hand. What use do they have? Yi turned the hairs over, but saw nothing remarkable about them. Liahua Zhu grinned broadly, and eyes glittering spoke eagerly about the hairs. Master, with Ling Niu hairs you can accumulate enough to craft a Ling Niu whip, and it can be upgraded. If fortune favors you, it might become an epic-grade weapon. Yi raised an eyebrow when he heard this. He had not expected those simple strands of hair to possess such value. Indeed, high-level spirits left formidable spoils. Ding! 25 minutes remaining. Shuiga 1. Hearing the system prompt, Yi tossed the 3 hairs into his backpack and prepared to find the next Ling Niu. Liahua, I need to kill 5 Ling Niu. We've already taken down 1. There are 4 left. How about we split them evenly 2 apiece? Yi suggested. Facing the tiring prospect of dealing with so many Ling Niu, Yi thought that if Liahua Zhu could take half, he would save a great deal of effort. Arriving at the snack street, Yi looked up at the grand entrance and frowned. Liahua, do we need to knock using spiritual power? No need this time, Master, watch me. Liahua the pig excitedly trotted to the entrance, rummaging through itself to produce a black token, which it placed on the door. Welcome to the food city. With that, the door opened automatically. Yi gazed inside in shock, for the food street was illuminated. The vendors inside included not only humans, but also other spirit beings, creating a scene akin to stepping into an animated story. Master, hurry. Let's find something delicious to eat. Liahua waved its trotters at Yi, a look of excitement on its face. Yi shook off the shock and stepped inside. Liahua, why is there light here? Yi asked, astonished at the surroundings, as it had been a long time since he had seen such brightness, feeling a sense of nostalgia. This snack street is different from the black market. Here food is made for both humans and spirit beings. Look at this roasted eyeballs. It's a delicacy for avian spirit beings, and the taste is superb. Liahua pointed at a nearby stall where eyeballs were being roasted. Yi glanced over, seeing white eyeballs sizzling on a grill, a wave of nausea washing over him as he noticed humans lining up to buy them. The thought alone was terrifying. Master, do you want to try? They say when you bite into them, there's an explosion of flavor. Liahua attempted to persuade Yi to taste it, only to receive a fierce glare from him. If you want to eat them, go ahead. I won't touch such disgusting things. Yi shot Liahua a disdainful look and continued walking forward. Liahua grinned, quickly following Yi's pace as it began to introduce other types of food, most of which were grilled or fried organs looking extremely bizarre. Yi walked around, finding everything nauseating and feeling no desire to eat. Master, would you like something to drink? There's a stall selling drinks over there. Liahua pointed towards a nearby stand. Yi Yu followed Li Huo's direction and indeed saw a young girl manning a stall with various colorful drinks that looked very appealing. Is it okay, master? Li Hua looked at Yi Yu with eager anticipation, nearly drooling. Let's go. Yi Yu glanced at Li Hua and walked towards the drink stall. Excuse me, young lady, what drinks do you have? Our stall offers the most comprehensive selection. The young girl smiled warmly at Yi Yu, her eyes glinting with an unusual light. Having learned from past experiences, Yi Yu felt no attraction towards the girl, fearing she might turn out to be another hideous ghost like the one. Li Hua, what do you want to drink? Yi Yu observed the drinks before him, finding them somewhat strange. The colors seemed off, and they had a thick texture. Little sister, what flavors do these drinks come in? Li Huo's eyes were glued to the beverages. We can customize any flavor you want here. Flower mushroom, give me a cup of human blood with an orange flavor. A man approached holding a folding fan dressed in a long robe that gave off an ancient vibe. Yi Yu glanced at the man, lowering his eyes, puzzled as to why someone would wear ancient clothing. Could it be that the Eternal Night competition has even brought people from ancient times? Young Master Zhang, you haven't come here for tea in a long time, Flower Mushroom greeted warmly. With practiced ease, Flower Mushroom picked up a cup of fresh blood, adding various condiments, swapping cups, shaking it back and forth, dazzling onlookers. Recently, a trader emerged from Spirit Mountain, and we've been tracking that trader. Today I finally had some time, so I came to enjoy a drink made by you personally. As young Master Zhang spoke, he approached the stall and glanced at Yi Yu, frowning slightly. What was this kid wearing? It looked rather out of place. That must be tough on you. Your drink is ready. Flower Mushroom poured the orange juice into a paper cup, inserting a colorful straw, and handed it to young Master Zhang. Thanks, Flower Mushroom, your drinks are still so delicious. Young Master Zhang accepted the drink and took out a gold coin, handing it to Flower Mushroom. Flower Mushroom smiled as she accepted the gold coin, pocketing it casually while looking at Yi Yu. Young man, you haven't said what you want to drink yet. Suddenly I have a bit of a stomachache, master. Let's hurry and leave. Li Hua remarked, feeling a bit queasy upon hearing the drinks were made with fresh blood. Yi Yu replied, turning to leave. Stop. Who allowed you to leave? Young Master Zhang slammed his drink down on a nearby table, looking arrogantly. Is there something you need? Yi Yu stopped and turned around coolly, regarding young Master Zhang, finally taking a serious look at him. Upon seeing young Master Zhang, not only wore ancient attire, but also styled his hair in an ancient fashion, which appeared somewhat ridiculous. You've been standing here for so long without buying a drink. What does that imply? Young Master Zhang looked at Yi Yu, arrogantly, not expecting this kid to actually be someone. No wonder Flower Mushroom's gaze had been lingering on this kid. Perhaps she was attracted to his looks. He had liked Flower Mushroom for a long time and could not let this kid get ahead of him. He had to save face here. What does it have to do with you? Yi Yu raised an eyebrow at young Master Zhang, perplexed by what he was getting worked up about. The girl hadn't even spoken, yet he was causing trouble. He found such people most annoying. Of course it relates to me. I am a warm-hearted person who enjoys standing up for others. When I see something I dislike, I naturally have to intervene. Young Master Zhang shot Flower Mushroom a reassuring glance. Oh, how do you plan to intervene? Yi Yu was beginning to lose his patience, not taking the man's provocation seriously. Kneel down and apologize to Flower Mushroom, or I will teach you a lesson, you ignorant brat. Young Master Zhang raised his head high, speaking in a tone of feigned benevolence. Arrogant and self-important. Could this little creature be dead? Li Hua, why isn't this little snake responding? Yi Yu extended his hand in front of Li Hua for a closer look. Master, perhaps it's too small and lacks enough spiritual energy, so it's in a deep sleep. Li Hua Pig speculated, glancing at the little silver snake on Yi Yu. So that's how it is. I thought it was dead. Yi Yu muttered to himself, finally understanding the situation. Li Hua thought. Can't the master think positively for once? Yi Yu opened his eyes and looked at Li Hua Pig. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't harm you, he said, rolling his eyes before closing them again, planning to take on more tasks. Master, please don't rush for results. Your body may not be able to handle so much spiritual energy, Li Hua Pig said worriedly, genuinely afraid that Yi Yu might mishandle it and meet an untimely end. Yi Yu opened his eyes and looked at Li Hua Pig. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't harm you, he said, rolling his eyes before closing them again, planning to take on more tasks. Li Hua Pig was taken aback by Yi Yu's straightforwardness and awkwardly chuckled. Yi Yu opened the task panel, scanning through the available tasks. Spotting an interesting task, Yi Yu clicked to claim it. Ding. Task claimed: hunt 5 spirit mosquitoes. The timer begins. Yi Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He realized that even swatting mosquitoes could complete a task. How did he not notice this sooner? Li Hua Pig felt an ominous premonition wash over him as he saw Yi Yu's beaming face. Master, why are you smiling so lewdly? What have you done now? Li Hua Pig looked at Yi Yu helplessly. Whenever Yi Yu wore that expression, Li Hua Pig knew it was never a good sign. Li Hua, this time your master has chosen a very simple task, Yi Yu said, feeling quite pleased. Even his tone was different from usual. A simple task. Li Hua Pig blinked, thinking to himself. Given the master's temperament, how could he have chosen a simple task? This was pure nonsense. Every time the master selected a task, it was either difficult or involved a supreme spirit creature. Such luck was not something everyone possessed. Whom you see for yourself. Yu stood up, stretching his limbs to warm up. Lihua Pig quickly closed his eyes, but when he saw the task Yu had chosen was to hunt 5 spirit mosquitoes, he opened his eyes wide, watching Yi's relaxed demeanor, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. So what do you think? This task is simple, right? Yu looked confidently at Lihua Pig, waiting for praise. Master, didn't you check the attributes of the spirit mosquitoes? Lihua Pig felt dizzy and sat down, looking speechlessly at Yu. Yu thought. He seemed to have overlooked the task's level, but it surely had to be above level 140. He had only seen it was about mosquitoes and claimed it without. How strong could a mosquito be? A few slaps should easily kill it. Oh, why all the fuss? Master opened the task panel and take a closer look. Seeing Yi's expression, Lihua Pig knew this would end badly. His master had always been so reckless, never considering the seriousness of the consequences. Yu looked at Lihua Pig's helpless expression, rubbed his nose, sat down again, and opened the task panel to find the task he had just claimed. A level 147 task, hunt 5 spirit mosquitoes. Yu clicked on the attributes of the spirit mosquito, intending to see just how capable a mosquito. To his astonishment, in the next moment, Yu was dumbfounded. Species spirit mosquito, level 147, spirit beast skills, blood-sucking, venom, temptation, attack, 1450 defense, 1000 agility, 920. How could a mere mosquito have such high attack power? It even has venom. What kind of mosquito is this? Whose mosquito is so powerful? Yu complained inwardly while quietly checking his own attributes. Attack 1050, defense 700, spirit 460. Looking at the numbers, Yu felt a bit agitated. He closed the attribute panel and looked at Lihua Pig. Master, don't you think the spirit mosquito is somewhat different from what you imagined? Lihua Pig, fearing to hurt Yi's pride, had to ask in a different way. Whether it's different or not doesn't matter, I can still defeat them all, Yu said, casually standing up from the ground and picking up the eternal candle. Looking towards Lihua Pig walked up to Yu. Yu directly sat on Lihua Pig's back, heading towards the breeding ground of the spirit mosquitoes. All the way Yu remained silent. No matter what Lihua Pig said, he completely ignored it. Eventually Lihua Pig obediently closed his mouth, fearing to upset his master. In no time they arrived at an unfamiliar place, and Lihua Pig stopped. Yu closed the map, stood on the ground surveying the environment before him, using the eternal candle to illuminate the surroundings. Lihua, this place is a bit strange. Why are there so few trees? It doesn't look like a forest or anything like that. Master, I've never been here either. Lihua Pig answered honestly, also feeling somewhat curious about the terrain. Yu rolled his eyes and stepped inside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A loud sound came, and Yu stopped. This was the sound of mosquitoes flapping their wings, and every time he heard it he wished to swat them dead. As the buzzing grew closer, a cold wind blew, making Yu feel as if facing a helicopter's rotor blade. The wind was fierce. Yu took 2 steps back, wrapping his arms around a nearby large tree. Lihua Pig was also blown back by the wind and hurriedly grabbed Yi's thigh with his trot. Only when the buzzing passed over their heads did the wind die down a bit. Yu released the tree and gazed curiously at the spirit mosquito that had just flown overhead. How big must this spirit mosquito be to create such a strong wind? Yu shook his head to clear his messy hair, feeling somewhat helpless about facing the spirit mosquito ahead. Isn't this a bit too much? He initially thought it was just a matter of swatting a mosquito easily, but now it had turned into this. The spirit mosquitoes in the Eternal Night Arena seemed to be too large. Master, the size of spirit mosquitoes also changes with their level. Should we try to catch a few smaller spirit mosquitoes instead? That would be easier to handle. Lihua Pig had thought of a brilliant idea along the way. The phrase spending the night sounded oddly awkward. Yet even in eternal night he, human as he was, had no choice but to sleep. Oh. Yu brandished the torch and lunged forward with a sudden fierce thrust, aiming to catch the bloodthirsty hares utterly off guard. And indeed the 3 ferocious beasts recoiled in alarm as scorching heat rushed toward them, leaping backward in panic. A faint cold smile flickered across Yu's lips as he charged again. The torch swept horizontally through the air, forcing the 3 hares to scatter left and right. SSSSS. The bloodthirsty hares shrieked, a piercing, gut-wrenching wail. Thud. One instantly lunged forward, claws bared. Yu hastily seized a length of timber, wielded it as a weapon, and struck upward with all his might. Thump. The hare was struck midair, its skull cracked open, blood gushing forth as it collapsed onto the ground. Yet it still lived. Meanwhile, Yu's arm numbed under the violent recoil, and the timber snapped cleanly in 2, rendered useless. Seeing this, the remaining 2 hares roared in fury and converged from both sides. Yu swiftly sidestepped backward, just narrowly evading their simultaneous. Thinking fast, he retreated to the cave entrance, backing himself against the hollow trunk, thus eliminating the threat of flanking attacks. As expected, the 2 hares could now only charge him head-on. Torch in hand. 1 hare he could still handle. Thump. He swung the blazing torch hard against its flank. The creature's fur instantly ignited. It let out a ghastly cry before collapsing, writhing helplessly on the ground. The second hare, sensing imminent peril, turned to flee, but Yi Yu would grant it no such mercy. Thump! He hurled a heavy stone with deadly precision, sending the final hare tumbling head over heels. Yi Yu closed in without hesitation and finished it. Thump! 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 Within moments, all three bloodthirsty hares lay dead. Exhausted, Yi Yu sank to the ground. Though the battle appeared simple, Yi Yu had poured every ounce of strength into it. Moreover, these were merely level 1 ferocious beasts, the weakest tier across the entire eternal night world. Still, regardless, his first victory had been secured. Yi Yu gathered the carcasses of the 3 hares. Waste was unthinkable. Then he encircled the colossal banyan tree, with torches forming a defensive perimeter against further beastly incursions. With preparations complete, Yi Yu finally stepped into the hollow trunk. Oh, unimaginable warmth and comfort enveloped him. Objectively speaking, such comfort was impossible. The hollow offered only marginally milder temperatures, merely less extreme than the surrounding frost, and its floor held nothing more than scattered shrubs and weeds, hardly luxurious by any measure. Yet, for Yi Yu at that moment, it was nothing short of paradise. Still wary, he barricaded the entrance with heavy stones. Outside, torchlight stood sentinel. At last he felt a measure of peace. Gently he settled inside the hollow, unfurled his newly acquired perfect-grade blanket, and drew it over himself. One word: bliss. Wealth well rested within the shelter of the hollow, bathed in the gentle, warming glow of torchlight filtering inward. Utterly serene, he reopened the global chat channel. My matches are gone. What do I do? Someone, please save me. How is anyone supposed to eat this bread? It's rock hard. I can't even chew it. I forced down several frozen mouthfuls of purified water, and now I'm colder. I don't think I'll last much longer. Huh. Wait a moment. Is free trading possible here? Yi Yu's pulse quickened at the sight. Free trading. Perhaps he too could give it a try. Free trading appears to be enabled here. I need more matches. Anyone willing to trade? I'll exchange timber. I scavenged it with great difficulty, intended for torchmaking, but 10 matches vanished without igniting a single flame. I've lost all hope. Timber for matches. You're dreaming. Timber can be found with a little exploration, but matches, who knows when, or if, they'll ever appear again. Only a fool. Yi Yu shook his head. At this juncture, matches were priceless. After all others lacked his divine artifact, the ever-burning candle. One match could mean the difference between life and death. Why would anyone trade readily available timber for something so irreplaceable? Still, he understood the other. Matches were consumable. Each use diminished the dwindling supply. Yet if one succeeded in kindling timber into a torch, a steady, enduring flame could be sustained. However, this land's frigid, damp climate made ignition extraordinarily difficult. He alone had succeeded, thanks solely to his candle. Others would require extraordinary luck. Across the global channel. I don't want to die. Something monstrous stirs in the dark. I hear it approaching. What beast is this? No, don't. Don't do this. A final agonized scream. Yi Yu sighed deeply. It seemed the entire world had plunged into despair. Yet, he was no saint. In this merciless world, survival itself was triumph enough. Others' fates were beyond his concern. Free trading truly is a brilliant feature. But fatigue began to seep into his limbs, mental strain and physical exhaustion converging upon him. Without hesitation, he decided. Now, sleep, rest, restore strength. Yi Yu drifted into slumber. When he awoke, time had blurred beyond measure. Yet peering through the narrow gap between the stones sealing the hollow's entrance, he saw that all torches outside had burned down to ash. He must have slept for several hours. Yi Yu stretched languidly, weariness dissolved, vitality renewed. Yet, gurgle gurgle, his stomach growled anew. Naturally, he'd consumed only a quarter of a loaf earlier. Shall I eat the bread first, or the hare? He paused to consider. He chose the hare. Bread kept well, hare meat did not. Moreover, its raw scent risked attracting other predators, disaster waiting to happen. Emerging from the hollow, Yi Yu reignited several timbers with his candle, arranging them defensively around himself and the entrance. Then, roast hare meat. Craft simple roasting rack. Materials: timber 8. Yi Yu glanced, within his means. He tapped to craft. 8 timbers vanished from his inventory, and in their place appeared a rudimentary roasting rack. He retrieved it. The rack stood firmly upon the earth. Yet, to prepare the hare, he needed to eviscerate it. Removing entrails demanded a sharp blade. Yi Yu gazed at the token in Qing Xian's hand, hesitating to take it. His mind weighed whether or not to accept it. Meanwhile, Liahua Pig snatched the token from Qing Xian's palm without delay, examined its intricate patterns, and broke into a wide grin. I shall safeguard this token for my master, declared Liahua Pig, tucking it securely into his chest. As he lifted his head, he met Yi Yu's icy gaze, and he had apparently erred again, saddening his master. Qing Xian cast Liahua Pig an approving glance before raising her eyes toward Yi Yu. From now on, you are my sole inner disciple. Within Lingshan's sect, you may walk with unchallenged authority. No one outranks you, and none dare disrespect you lest they defy me. Qing Xian directly. Having spoken, Qing Xian deliberately turned her gaze toward Zhang Tianshi behind her, a look sharp with warning. Zhang Tianshi lowered his head, unable to conceal the seething hatred in his heart. Yi Ming felt a pang of bitter irony. His newly sworn disciple had barely warmed his sleeve before being claimed by another, leaving him with a peculiar hollow. "Thank you, Master Yi," Yu said, bowing deeply. Since she had so openly thrown her support behind him, failing to show proper reverence would have been unforgivable. Qing Xian nodded, visibly delighted that Yi Yu had addressed her as Master, a title that warmed her heart like spring sunlight. "This Master has urgent matters to attend to. I must return to Lingshan sect first. Do remember to visit often. Our sect holds countless treasures. You may choose freely among them." Qing Xian looked upon Yi Yu with profound trust and high expectation. As commanded, Master. Yi Yu replied, nodding respectfully, his eyes now holding a new layer of solemn deference. Qing Xian gave a final lingering glance toward Yi Ming before leading her entourage away from the black market. Even after her figure vanished into the distance, Yi Ming remained rooted, his gaze reluctant to withdraw, his expression clouded with turbulent emotion. "Master, if you truly miss her so deeply, why not pursue her and declare your heart? I sense Qing Xian Master feels the same for you." Before Yi Yu could finish, a sharp rap echoed against his skull. "Daring to jest about your master's affairs. What does a mere child know?" Yi Ming scolded, but a flicker of guilt flashed across his eyes. His long-hidden secret, buried for years, had just been unearthed by his own disciple. Embarrassment burned hot and fierce. Yi Yu rubbed his head, then stared at Yi Ming's crimson face with exasperated amusement. "Am I forbidden from speaking truth? Did I err? Do you not love Master Qing Xian? When I meet a worthy man in the future, I'll be sure to introduce him to Master Qing Xian." Before Yi Yu could complete his sentence, Yi Ming seized his ear. "I forbid you from entertaining such thoughts. She belongs to me alone." The moment the words left his lips, Yi Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, releasing Yi Yu's ear as if scorched. He had pondered this confession for years, yet never dared utter it aloud. Today it slipped out effortlessly before Yi Yu's very eyes. Could Yi Yu possess mind-reading art? Now that's the spirit. Love demands courage. How absurd that you wear such icy composure while your heart burns so fiercely. With that, Yi Yu stepped back several paces, putting safe distance between himself. "Yi Yu, master these alchemical treatises thoroughly. I shall test your understanding within 2 days." With a flick of his wrist, Yi Ming summoned a towering stack of books before Yi Yu. Yi Yu glanced down. 30 or 40 volumes lay sprawled at his feet. His breath caught. Was Yi Ming's vengeance this severe? Yet as Yi Yu scanned their titles, a slow smile spread across his face. "No problem. I welcome your inspections anytime." With a casual wave, Yi Yu swept the entire pile into his satchel. Watching Yi Yu's radiant delight, Yi Ming's lips curved upward imperceptibly. Then without another word, he vanished into the black market's winding alleys. "Master, why provoke Master Yi Ming?" Liahua Pig asked, puzzled by Yi Yu's cheerful expression, his master's motives growing ever more inscrutable. "What do you understand? If I hadn't jolted Master Yi Ming awake, Master Qing Xian might wait decades before this wooden-hearted man finally stirred," Yi Yu declared breezily, only to pause mid-turn, spotting Hugu, the mushroom seller who'd earlier dispensed drinks. Hugu stood gazing at him with open curiosity. Yi Yu flushed crimson. No young woman had ever stared so intently at him, leaving him flustered and oddly disarmed. Liahua Pig followed Yi Yu's line of sight, beheld Hugu's enraptured expression, and grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth, before striding forward with deliberate swagger, mimicking Yi Yu's confident bearing. "Besides blood, do you offer any other beverages here?" Liahua Pig scanned the stall. Every vessel brimmed with blood, varying only in hue. Yet the thick coppery reek made his stomach churn. Hugu shook her head, honestly gesturing toward the array of crimson drinks before her. "Each is brewed from the vital essence of spiritual creatures, exquisitely flavorful, utterly devoid of metallic tang, and customizable to your preferred taste." Hugu explained patiently, her gaze never straying far from Yi Yu, her curiosity about this young man deepening with every passing moment. Liahua Pig's mouth watered at the description. Turning to Yi Yu, he pleaded with wide, liquid eyes, pathetic, irresistible. Yi Yu frowned, ready to refuse, until those pleading eyes melted his resolve. "Choose whatever flavor you wish. Let her prepare it for you," Yi Yu sighed, stepping forward. His nose wrinkled instinctively at the spectrum of crimson hues before him, bewildered by how one might possibly drink such a thing. "Choose whatever flavor you wish. Let her prepare it for you," Yi Yu sighed, stepping forward. His nose wrinkled instinctively at the spectrum of crimson. "Fair lady, choose whichever flavor pleases you most. I'm not particular." Saliva nearly dripped from Liahua Pig's jaws, especially at the thought of Hugu crafting his drink with her own hands. Hugu smiled softly, her gaze glinting with quiet allure as it lingered on Yi Yu. "Since it's your first tasting, I'll gift you a second, my newest creation." "Wow, lovely elder sister. You're truly kind. I'm endlessly grateful." Liahua Pig beamed, overjoyed. "Very well. I shall see who kills whom." Yi Yu regarded the Ginseng sovereign with disdain, still seething over its earlier attempt to sow discord between him and Liahua Pig. Fury surged through Yi Yu's chest, channeling every ounce of his wrath into his palm as he struck fiercely toward the Ginseng sovereign's eye. A torrent of roaring flame erupted, scorching the Ginseng sovereign's eye instantly. Ah! It cried out in agony, its orb engulfed in searing fire. Yi Yu staggered violently, nearly flung from the Ginseng sovereign's body, only clinging desperately to its hair to steady himself. Gazing upon its contorted, pain-racked face, he raised his palm once more and struck toward its remaining eye. But the flame sputtered weakly, dying before it could even manifest. Yi Yu glanced at his palm and frowned deeply. Clearly he had yet to fully assimilate Liahua Pig's spirit pill. Human, how dare you possess the ember of Liahua flame? The Ginseng sovereign clutched its ruined eye and roared in outrage, utterly incredulous that Liahua Pig would bestow its most sacred spirit pill upon a Mind your own business, old man. Yi Yu retorted contemptuously, his impatience mounting after the failed ignition. Regaining its balance, the Ginseng sovereign extended a tendril toward Yi Yu in a treacherous ambush. Damn you! Have you no shame at all? Already dispirited, Yi Yu erupted anew in fury upon spotting the ambush. He summoned his lingling dagger, gripped it tightly, and, just as the tendril lashed forward, dodged sideways before slashing the blade across its length. This time he struck with full force, severing the tendril cleanly. You shall die, human. Stunned by Yi Yu's uncanny vigilance, the Ginseng sovereign stared at its severed tendril, its heart boiling with murderous intent. It would not rest until this human lay dead for daring to desecrate its millennium-old tendril. Too much talk. Let me end you. With that, Yi Yu seized the Ginseng sovereign's beard, swung his body around its opposite shoulder, timed his leap perfectly, and plunged the lingling dagger deep into its. No flame remained, so brute force would suffice. Thwip! The dagger pierced the eyeball with a sickening crunch, spewing viscous green ichor. Yi Yu was hurled violently from the Ginseng sovereign's body. Master! Liahua Pig cried out, and sprinted toward the spot where Yi Yu plummeted, desperate to catch him before impact. As Yi Yu watched the Ginseng sovereign writhe in torment, a faint grim smile curled his lips. Even death now held no sting. Liahua Pig caught Yi Yu midair, but the sheer force of the fall knocked both unconscious. Yi Yu sank into profound oblivion. How long passed none could say. At last Yi Yu's eyelids fluttered, his entire body aching, his vision slowly returning as he blinked open to darkness he had long since learned to embrace. After lying still a while, he sat up and instinctively lit his eternal candle. When its soft glow bloomed, Yi Yu froze, then lifted the candle, sweeping its light across the room, to find himself inside a rustic wooden cottage. Liahua! Liahua! Yi Yu called, instinctively seeking answers. Liahua Pig, deep in slumber, stirred only when hearing its name, then roused slowly. Master, what is it? Liahua Pig rubbed its eyes and sat upright. What's happened? Does something feel strange here? Yi Yu rose and began illuminating the surroundings with the eternal candle. Only then did Liahua Pig fully awaken, springing to its feet, encircling the room in swift appraisal. Liahua, I recall slaying the Ginseng sovereign before losing consciousness. Do you remember? Yi Yu blinked, his thoughts fogged, memories of the battle already slipping like smoke. Liahua Pig hesitated, then lifted its gaze to Yi Yu. Master, this may be a system reward. Why not check? Perhaps conquering the Ginseng sovereign triggered an extraordinary boon, but this reward surpasses all expectation. Liahua Pig beamed at Yi Yu, elation bright in its eyes. Having survived centuries within the Evernight Arena, this was its first true shelter. A humble wooden cottage, yet infinitely more than it had ever known. Yi Yu too trembled with excitement. He seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and eagerly opened the system interface. After searching fruitlessly for a reward notification, he tapped into the quest log instead. Ding! The Ginseng Harvest quest has been completed beyond requirement. Claim your reward. Reward: 1 wooden cottage, spirit herbs, 10 spirit pills, 1 of biscuits, 1 milk, 1 of feed, 1. Function: the cottage provides shelter from wind and rain, and can be stored within the system at will, eliminating arduous travel. Yi Yu blinked, reading the cottage's description twice with meticulous care. Liahua, we are homeowners now, and this cottage can be summoned or stowed into our inventory anytime. Deployed on command, dismissed at will. Perfect. Yi Yu beamed with unrestrained delight, turning to Liahua Pig. Master, in all my centuries within the Evernight Arena, I've never dwelled in a house, not even one so modest, that the arena itself granted us this dwelling. Oh! Liahua Pig gazed at Yi Yu, tears shimmering. Its choice had been right, with Master impossibility dissolved into reality, and now even shelter became theirs. Yi Yu nodded, heart pounding. I wonder, did the Ginseng sovereign truly perish? His voice carried quiet regret. He had loathed that arrogant countenance, long yearning to erase it entirely. It must be dead, else the system would never grant us this cottage nor such abundant rewards. At the word dead, sorrow flickered in Liahua Pig's eyes. Though centuries had passed since their parting, they'd once been kin, fellow survivors bound by shared history. Grief lingered, however faint. Liehua, do you blame me? Yi Yu studied Liehua Pig's downcast expression and felt a pang of remorse. Perhaps he had been too merciful. Liehua Pig shook its head, lifting its gaze with unwavering sincerity. Master, you alone are my sovereign. I shall never fault you. And the ginseng sovereign was reckless. Its arrogance demanded retribution. Yi Yu nodded, then unceremoniously dumped all newly acquired spirit herbs before Liehua Pig. Haha, you certainly know how to speak. Here, take this. Huagu reached into her pocket and pulled out a token, handing it to Liehua Pig. Liehua Pig extended a hoof and accepted the token from Huagu, his eyes scanning its intricate engravings. His heart leapt with quiet delight. Wasn't this an invitation to the black market? With it one could enter and exit freely unimpeded, nothing short of a master key. There'll be a culinary competition held here the day after tomorrow, free tastings of countless delicacies. You're most welcome to join us, Huagu said cheerfully while preparing a special beverage. Finding Yi Yu especially agreeable, Huagu added extra ingredients, enhancing both aroma and richness. Wonderful. Master, shall we attend the culinary competition the day after tomorrow? Liehua Pig gazed at Yi Yu, eyes gleaming with unrestrained excitement. Food alone was enough to override all reason. We'll see how things go then. Yi Yu stared blankly at Liehua Pig, utterly speechless. How could this creature forget everything the moment food was mentioned? Oh, come now, master. And such a lovely young lady has personally invited you. How could you possibly renege on your word? Liehua Pig pleaded with adoring eyes already lost in dreams of the feast. Huagu smiled sweetly, turning her gaze toward Yi Yu. If you're free, do stop by. It'll be a rare gathering. Eminent cultivators and scions of noble clans will compete. A truly unparalleled opportunity. Huagu continued persuading Yi Yu, extolling the competition's many virtues. I'll come if my schedule permits. Yi Yu held little enthusiasm for culinary events. He'd rather spend that time completing quests to strengthen his cultivation. After recent events, Yi Yu understood clearly his strength remained woefully insufficient. Even though he could best figures like Zhang Tianshi. Yet against masters like Yi Ming or Zhang Lingshan, he doubted he could endure even 10 exchanges. He needed more quests and rapid advancement. Seeing his hesitation, Huagu said nothing further, simply handed Yi Yu one prepared cup and the other to Liehua Pig. Liehua Pig eyed the crimson liquid warily. The drink was brewed from blood, perhaps even multiple sources, and he couldn't be certain whether any of it was human. It tastes best fresh. The longer it sits, the duller the flavor, Huagu remarked gently, noting their lingering hesitation. Yi Yu frowned slightly at the amber liquid in his cup, then took a small sip. It burst with pure fragrance, tangy and sweet, evoking the delicate illusion of fruit-infused tea. How do you find it, handsome young man? Huagu smiled demurely, knowing full well she had already won over his palate. Not bad. What's this flavor called? Yi Yu took another sip, then several more, each more intoxicating than the last. This is Lu Ming. Huagu answered with a soft laugh, then glanced down at Liehua Pig. He too drank eagerly, bright, tart, and refreshing like savoring blueberry ice slush. Whoa, this is incredible. How did you make it? Liehua Pig's eyes widened in awe. How had he never encountered such a sublime beverage before? What a colossal way. That's my secret family recipe. I can't reveal it, Huagu replied with a playful twinkle radiating irresistible charm. Liehua Pig's heart melted instantly. No wonder Zhang Tianren harbored secret affection for Huagu. Even he, a pig of simple tastes, found himself stirred by her guileless smile. Liehua, snap out of it. It's getting late. We must go. Yi Yu tapped Liehua Pig's head lightly to rouse him. Master. Liehua Pig blinked back to awareness, chuckling awkwardly as his snout flushed crimson, mortified to have been so thoroughly entranced. Shall I send you off with 2 complimentary cups? Huagu spoke warmly, swiftly preparing 2 more servings and presenting them to Yi Yu. How much do I owe you? Yi Yu suddenly remembered. He had no coins at all. Gazing at Huagu's innocent smile, his cheeks burned with embarrassment. What now? Where could he possibly procure coins at this hour? All because of Liehua Pig, insisting on drinks. Now 3 cups had been gifted, and refusing payment felt utterly shameful. Utterly humiliated, he nearly drowned in mortification, until Huagu softly interjected, "These are my gifts to you both." At the sight of her smile, Yi Yu's breath caught, as if gazing upon the most exquisite visage in all creation. Liehua Pig stifled a giggle beside him. Even his master couldn't resist Huagu's enchanting charm. Proof enough that Yi Yu was after all a mortal man fully attuned to love and longing. He'd long fretted whether Yi Yu preferred men, or cared only for cultivation. Now witnessing his master's flustered surrender to beauty, Liehua Pig finally, thank you. So how much? Yi Yu stammered, eyes darting away, unable to meet hers directly. Her gaze seemed bewitching, capable of dissolving will and self. No charge. Our first meeting deserves commemoration. I'm treating you. Huagu declared it with radiant warmth, her smile blossoming like spring sunlight. Yu nearly wept. His pockets held not a single coin. Her generosity had rescued him from utter social ruin. Truly, he asked, voice trembling, needing confirmation he hadn't misheard. Huagu nodded, her expression sincere. Of course, when Huagu speaks, she keeps her word. Wonderful, or thank you. Yu struggled to steady his pulse, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. No need for thanks. Let's simply be friends. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Huagu, call me by it. She introduced herself with effortless grace, her smile unwavering. Yu, and this is Liaohua, Yu said, gesturing to the pig beside him, still happy. Ah, Liaohua. A true pleasure to meet you. Huagu bent gracefully, extending her hand toward Liaohua pig. The spirit leopard landed on the ground, instantly turning its head and lunging at Yu again, giving him no time to breathe. Yu cursed under his breath, watching as the spirit leopard pounced. He had no choice but to pick up his dual axes to block the attack, lying on the ground as the leopard pinned down his chest. The force was so great that it felt as if it would crush Yi's chest. Yi let out a roar, using all his strength to push the spirit leopard away. The spirit leopard did not expect Yi to possess such strength, being pushed back several meters before it came to a halt. Just as it lifted its head, it saw Yi charging towards it again, prompting a low growl as it awkwardly dodged, getting slashed by Yi. The sound of flesh tearing was particularly loud in this moment, making Yi's heart leap with joy. It seemed this spirit leopard was not as formidable as he had imagined. After witnessing its fierce demeanor, he had thought it would be incredibly fierce. Before him it was as docile as a kitten. The injured leopard became somewhat enraged, its gaze towards Yi changing dramatically. Hidden within its ferocity was a deep-seated killing intent, indicating that the leopard had reached a peak of fury. Yi, no longer careless, instead focused all his energy, preparing to fight to the death with the leopard before him. The leopard crouched low, looking ominously at Yi, letting out a few low growls before suddenly leaping towards him. Watching the spirit leopard's speed, Yi finally understood the meaning of swiftness. Clenching the dual axes in his hands, Yi intended to settle the score with the spirit leopard. As he timed it right, he raised his axes to slash at the leopard's belly. Suddenly his legs weakened, and Yi stumbled, falling to the ground. Master, what's wrong with you? The fire boar looked at Yi, who was sprawled on the ground, filled with ding, warning, 5 minutes remaining, health 2. Damn, what a critical moment to falter. At this time, Yi was left with only 1 health point. How could he possibly contend against such a fierce creature? Yi raised his head and saw a shadow overhead, instinctively closing his eyes, trying to retrieve a spirit pill from his backpack. No, master, be careful. The fire boar was terrified as it watched the spirit leopard about to pounce on its master, anxiously running towards Yi. At this moment, the fire boar was too frightened to think of its own safety, only wanting to sacrifice its own body to save its master. Yi had just taken out the pill but hadn't had the chance to consume it when he heard the fire boar's roar, startling him into opening his eyes only to see a shadow lunging at him. In Yi's heart, only 2 words echoed, "It's over." He felt he should be done for, resignedly closing his eyes and tossing the pill into his mouth, swallowing it with. Before his health could fully recover, Yi felt his body sink, and the next moment a drop of nauseating, foul-smelling slime dripped onto him. Opening his eyes, Yi saw the spirit leopard staring back at him, drool dripping from its mouth. He couldn't help but curse. Is this even living? Isn't it a bit too disgusting? Yi looked at the leopard in disgust. When he saw its sharp fangs, he felt a pang of anxiety, cursing himself for being too impulsive. He had thought that with an attack power over 1,000 he could act with impunity, only to realize he had been negligent. Roar! The spirit leopard growled at Yi, a wave of pungent odor rushing toward him, nearly making him vomit. The spirit leopard seemed to have lost patience, opening its mouth wide to bite at Yi's neck. Bang! A tremendous force sent the leopard flying several meters. Yi was startled by the bright light, quickly closing his eyes. After being in darkness for so long, he could not bear such brightness. Master, what is this? The fire boar was also startled, maintaining its running posture while standing rigidly in place, forgetting to lower its raised leg. As Yi felt the light was no longer blinding, he opened his eyes to see his chest emitting waves of light, as if bulbs had been implanted within. Sitting up, Yi saw the leopard that had just been baring its teeth at him, now lying on the ground motionless, its body charred black, as if struck by lightning. Fire, does your spirit pill have this effect too? Yi brushed off the dust on his body, stood up, and walked over to the charred leopard. He couldn't believe he had roasted a level 140 spirit leopard, suddenly feeling quite impressive. The fire boar finally regained its voice, hurriedly trotting to Yi's side, trembling as it looked at the charred spirit leopard. Master, my fire doesn't possess that kind of power, and this is a level 140 spirit beast. With my flames it would never have been burned this badly. Yi blinked in surprise at the fire boar beside him. If it's not your flames, then what is it? Why am I glowing? I don't know either, master. This is really strange, the fire boar replied, honestly shaking its head, not daring to take the credit. Yi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, his whole body tensing up. He pressed his hand firmly against his chest, cold sweat pouring out. Master, what's wrong? You're sweating so much. The Firebore noticed Yi Yu's voice was hurried and his complexion pale. Yi Yu was in so much pain, he couldn't speak, feeling as if his entire meridian system was being torn apart, as if thousands of small knives were carving into his veins, almost unbearable. This pain came on suddenly 100 times worse than the last time he took the cleansing pill. Yi Yu could no longer endure it, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest, rolling in agony, letting out pain sounds. A large mouthful of foul blood was spat from his mouth, with continuous black blood seeping out from his body, making him look like a blood-soaked person. The Firebore was hopping anxiously on the side, wishing it could take the suffering in place of its master. Master, what exactly is happening to you? How could this be? The Firebore was utterly clueless at this moment, having no idea what had happened to Yi Yu. Seeing its master in such pain, rolling on the ground, it felt a pang of sympathy. Yi Yu was in so much pain, he was nearly fainting, but just before losing consciousness, the pain would jolt him awake. Enduring such torment, he wished he could just bang his head against something to end it all. Yi Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, followed by a wave of intense pain. The two individuals ventured deep into the forest, where Yi Yu picked up the eternal candle in his hand and illuminated the surroundings, revealing nothing but towering trees and no sign of the spirit serpent. Li, are you sure the spirit serpent is really here? Yi Yu questioned, feeling a sense of unease after walking for so long without a trace of the serpent, wondering if they were in the wrong place. Don't worry, Master, the spirit serpent is right here. I am very familiar with the map of the Eternal Night Arena, Li Hua assured, vouching for Yi Yu. All right, I'll trust you this once, Yi Yu replied, dismissively raising his leg to continue forward. Ding, warning, 25 minutes remaining, blood gauge 1. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Yu frowned and closed his eyes to access the system, suddenly realizing that his blood gauge had increased from 4 to 5. What on earth is going on? The blood gauge is a crucial factor for survival, and an increase by 1 means a greater chance of survival. Master, because you have tamed me and defeated a higher-level battle wolf, Lord Yi Ming has granted you an additional point of blood gauge. What on earth is going on? The blood gauge is a crucial factor for survival, and an increase by 1 means a greater... Li Hua, who exactly is this Lord Yi Ming? Why does he have such authority to grant me an additional point of blood gauge? Master, you'll gradually understand in the future. With your current level, 5 points of blood gauge is already the limit. However, with me by your side, you will become even stronger, and leveling up will accelerate. Li Hua looked at Yi Yu with a smug expression, as if to say, I am your treasure. Yi Yu thought to himself. So does this mean we can frequently visit Lord Yi Ming in the future? If we defeat the spirit creature behind the big door, can the leveling speed increase? Yi Yu looked at Li Hua, eagerly wishing he could rush to Lord Yi Ming right now to enhance his leveling speed. Master, haste makes waste. You need to complete the tasks properly, otherwise later on, even if you can defeat high-level spirit creatures, your equipment won't keep up. So we must take it step by step. Li Hua earnestly advised, encouraging Yi Yu. So that's how it is. Yi Yu felt a bit disappointed. He harbored a restless heart, yearning to rapidly enhance his strength and break free from the constraints of the Eternal Night Arena. Seeing Yi Yu's despondent expression, Li Hua couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Just as Yi Yu managed to collect himself, he felt a chill around his neck, a cold sensation pressing against him, causing his body to stiffen and his scalp to tingle. Without even thinking, he knew what was on his neck. The slimy and slippery feeling made Yi Yu feel nauseous. He wished he could get rid of whatever was on his neck immediately. Closing his eyes, Yi Yu accessed his attributes, his heart racing. Creature Spirit Serpent, level 70, level Spirit Beast skills, Venom Constriction, Asphyxiation Attack, 300 Defense, 280 Agility, 240. Damn, Li Hua, are you trying to trick me again? Yi Yu cursed inwardly. The last time he accepted a mission, it was only a level 50 task, and now he had jumped straight to 70. Is he hoping to see me die slowly? At this moment, Yi Yu seriously suspected that Li Hua had come to take revenge on him, forcing him to accept such a high-level task, perhaps intending to lead him to his doom. Master, you misunderstood me. Only by challenging spirit creatures that are higher than you can you obtain rapid ascension, Li Hua earnestly explained, trying to gain Yi Yu's. Cut the crap. What should I do now? The spirit serpent is right on my neck. If you have the ability, help me get it off. Yi Yu said, helplessly, feeling the spirit serpent on his neck writhing incessantly, clearly hearing the sound of it flicking its tongue. Li Hua shook his head, speaking helplessly. Master, I am currently powerless and am no match for the spirit serpent. I can only handle spirit creatures up to level 10 at most. Yi Yu thought to himself, what kind of useless creature have I picked up? Looking at Li Hua's innocent expression, he realized he could only rely on himself. If the serpent weren't hanging on his neck, he could have dealt with it more easily. The ice crossbow or the black iron blade could have easily solved it. Now he couldn't possibly take a knife and start hacking at his own neck. If he didn't get hurt by the spirit serpent and instead harmed himself, it would be counterproductive. Master, how about you slowly crouch down and let the spirit serpent crawl onto my pig neck? Li Hua suggested, looking at Yi Yu's grim expression, contemplating a sacrifice of himself. Forget it, I'll deal with it myself. Yi Yu sighed. He couldn't entirely blame Li Hua. He had been too careless and hadn't noticed that something had fallen onto him. At this moment, the spirit serpent was continuously flicking its tongue, coiling around Yi Ye's neck, exploring from the back to the front, its head swaying near Yi Ye's chin, treating him like a rock. What does the spirit serpent fear the most? Do you know? Yi Yu, now completely stiff, dared not move, placing all his hopes on Li Hua. I don't know. My highest level is only within 50. Oh, I have no knowledge about higher level spirit creatures. Li Hua honestly admitted, feeling useless and burdening his new master. At this moment, Yi Yu truly wanted to curse. Staring at Li Hua ahead, he found himself with no way to deal with it. If you don't know about high-level spirit creatures, why did you make me fight the spirit serpent? Yi Yu spoke helplessly, wanting to know if Li Hua was intentionally putting him in a bind. Because I saw that the spirit serpent was a 70-level task, and I thought I'd let you skip the 60s. Li Hua had already sensed Yi Ye's anger and spoke honestly. Yi Yu took a deep breath and turned off the system. He really didn't want to talk to Li Hua anymore, fearing that one wrong word might end up angering him to death. After calming himself, Yi Yu felt that the spirit serpent on his neck had started to explore toward his face. He couldn't just sit and wait, otherwise he would surely die. He had specifically checked the attributes of the spirit serpent earlier, and the first one was venom. If he were bitten by a 70-level spirit serpent, he would likely lose his life. Master, it's almost kissing your mouth. Li Hua couldn't help but remind him, only to earn a roll of Yi Ye's eyes. Did he not realize the spirit serpent was almost at his mouth? Yi Yu slowly raised his hand, preparing to seize the moment to grab the spirit serpent off his neck. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The spirit serpent, unaware of the impending danger, continued flicking its tongue and crawling into uncharted territory. Deng Tzu. This is the young master of the Liu family, your future fiancé, elder guest. Words made by Kai's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. Bai Yao was equally shocked and stared at Bai Qi, her mental shock no less than Bai Kai's. Yi Yu instinctively glanced at the man on the ground, waved his hand to extinguish the flames on him, and looked at his palm, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed that he had become quite adept at using fire, able to control it freely in the future. Master, let's hurry and leave. The fire pig approached Yi Yu, communicating with him telepathically, eager to leave this place of trouble. All right, since it's a family matter, we shouldn't interfere. Yi Yu replied as he raised his leg to leave, only to be spotted by the sharp-eyed Elder Gu. Stop. This matter isn't over yet. Who allowed you to leave? Elder Gu unleashed a surge of spiritual energy aimed at Yi Yu, clearly intent on striking him down. However, Yi Yu was no longer the naive youth he once was. He frowned, and then raised his hand, sending a powerful beam of spiritual light toward Elder Gu. Bang! The two beams of spiritual light collided, producing a huge sound. Who are you? Elder Gu was taken aback by Yi Ye's strength, staggering back. What does this have to do with your sneak attack on me? Yi Yu coldly looked at Elder Gu, having felt a strong aversion to this old man from the start, sensing the calculations in his eyes. He never expected that Elder Gu would actually try to ambush him. Ignorant youth. With that, Elder Gu put his hand to his mouth and whistled. Oh no, Yi Yu, run. If you don't get away now, it will be too late. Bai Yao anxiously tugged at Yi Ye's arm, urging him to escape. Yi Yu looked at Bai Yao in confusion, hearing Elder Gu's mocking voice. It's over, he'll never escape now. Bai Yao, I can't believe you would side with an outsider. It seems the punishment by the family head is too lenient. Elder Gu looked at Bai Yao with disdain. Bai Yao, I am willing to obediently return with you to accept punishment, but this matter has nothing to do with him. Please let him go. Bai Yao pleaded with Elder Gu, hoping to spare Yi Yu. Bai Qi felt uneasy, recalling how Yi Yu had helped her deal with the villains. Elder Gu, there's no need to make such a big deal out of this, and he hasn't done anything wrong. Bai Qi looked at Elder Gu with arrogance, showing no regard for him. Princess Bai Qi, you cannot say that. Regardless, he has harmed Lu Yi, so this matter must have an explanation. Elder Gu remained unmoved, determined to pin a heavy accusation on Yi Yu. Elder Gu, are you not even listening to me? Bai Qi was taken aback by how Elder Gu showed her no respect this time, becoming enraged. Just then a gust of wind blew and making it hard for people to open their eyes. When the strong wind ceased, Yi Yu saw nearly 20 spiritualists standing before him, each with a grim expression, as if someone owed them 800,000. Master, these people seem difficult to deal with, the fire pig whispered to Yi Yu, trembling at the sight before him. Don't be afraid. There will be many such scenes in the future, so it's nothing to worry about, Yi Yu said calmly, exuding a sense of composure that instantly calmed the fire pig's anxious heart. With the master around, why should it be afraid? The fire pig puffed out its chest, looking at the people before them. Family head, you have finally arrived. This man severely injured Lu Yi and even set fire to him. It's truly despicable. I hope the family head can seek justice for— Elder Gu clasped his hands, looking at the family head with excitement. Yi Yu observed the elder before him. He appeared quite old, with a white beard and an air of celestial grace emanating a sharp aura. One could clearly feel the oppressive force he radiated. However, Yi Yu had already grown accustomed to life in the dark combat world. There were few normal people here, so even upon seeing the family head mentioned by Elder Gu, Yi Yu felt nothing. What great storms had he not seen? Why would he fear him? Is it him? The family head scrutinized Yi Yu, noticing his calm demeanor, feeling somewhat unsettled. In the eternal night, anyone who saw him would feel fear, as he was now a king-level figure, yet to Yi Yu, he seemed no different from a commoner. This disparity made him feel quite uncomfortable. Indeed, family head, he is the one who has harmed Lu Yi to this extent. Elder Gun nodded, gritting his teeth, as if wishing for the family head to kill Yi Yu directly. Lu Yi, pleased to see Elder Gu speaking on his behalf, was lifted up by his underlings covered in dust, and came to stand behind the family head. Family head, please seek justice for me. I was simply talking to my fiancé when he suddenly attacked me. I was caught off guard, and only got injured because of him. Lu Yi lied without a shred of hesitation, placing all the blame on Yi Yu. Do you have no shame? Clearly you were the one who harassed me first, and even tied me up with a rope. Bai Qi glared angrily at Lu Yi, her heart filled with rage. I was just flirting with you. You are my fiancé. What else could I do? Lu Yi looked at Bai Qi arrogantly, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. How could a woman who knew she had a fiancé still flirt with other men be worthy of being his wife? If it weren't for the power behind Bai Qi, he wouldn't even look at someone like her. You have no shame. Bai Qi was at a loss for words, only able to curse angrily. Bai Qi, you are becoming increasingly unruly. The family head turned around and shot Bai Qi a glare. Bai Qi respectfully lowered her head, feeling utterly wronged. Yi Yu had been watching the drama unfold, and it finally made sense. It turned out that Bai Qi and Bai Yao as sisters had a low status at home. It seemed that in the world of eternal night, it was indeed a male-dominated society, and women's status was family head. How should this kid be dealt with? Elder Guest's focus remained on Yi Yu, as he was still upset about losing face to him. What is your name? What is your relationship with Bai Qi? The calm voice of the family head came forth, making Yi Yu feel a sense of pressure. His chest felt tight, as if being pushed by a force. Yi Yu. Suppressing the discomfort in his chest, Yi Yu looked at the family head with a calm expression. Increase values. Yi Yu's eyes brightened. This was a great place, as it could increase his values. He closed his eyes, opened the system, found his attributes, and clicked to check what his current values. Attack 300, defense 190, spirit 150. Upon seeing his values, Yi Yu was instantly stunned. He had done nothing, so how could his stats have increased so much? His attack power skyrocketed from 180 to 300, and his defense rose from 100 to 190. What on earth is going on? Yi Yu blinked, closed the system, reopened it, and checked his attributes again. Attack 300, defense 190, spirit 150. Seeing that the values were exactly the same as before, Yi Yu opened his eyes and excitedly looked at the fire pig. Fire, what is going on? Why have my values increased so quickly? Could it be the spiritual spring? Master, these are all extra rewards given to you by Lord Yiming. Have you forgotten? The fire pig didn't understand why Yi Yu was so excited, but seeing him happy, it felt joyful as well. Yes, Lord Yiming had mentioned extra rewards. Could this be it? Then what about the ice crossbow? Yi Yu calmed the joy in his heart, closed his eyes, opened the system, and tried to pull out the ice crossbow, but unexpectedly discovered that all the black iron in his backpack had vanished. Fire, my black iron is gone. I was about to refine the black iron sword. How could it disappear? Yi Yu opened his eyes and asked anxiously, thinking he had lost the black iron due to poor management. Master, don't worry. Check what else is in your backpack, or if anything is missing or added. The fire pig noticed Yi Yu's agitation and quickly tried to soothe him. Yi Yu closed his eyes again, opened his backpack, and saw that the color of his cast iron sword had changed. He clicked on the attributes of the cast iron sword and was immediately taken aback. Black iron sword, attack 50. So that's why his attack power had suddenly increased so much. The black iron sword was complete. When did this happen? Why wasn't he aware of it? Yi Yu opened his eyes, looking at the black iron sword in his hand. A surge of joy flashed through his heart. He was so lucky. Not only did he obtain an ice crossbow, but even the cast iron sword had transformed into a black iron sword. Master, these are all extra rewards from Lord Yiming. It seems he has high hopes for you. The fire pig watched Yi Yu with excitement, sharing in the happiness. Who exactly is Lord Yiming? Why is he giving me so many rewards? Could he be the master behind the creation of the Eternal Night Arena? Master, I cannot tell you much right now, but Lord Yiming is just Lord Yiming. He is not the master of the Eternal Night Arena. The fire pig suddenly spoke in a tone of admiration, praising the master of the Eternal Night Arena. Oh, then who is the master? Why did he create such a cruel world? Yi Yu looked at the fire pig with curiosity, asking the question he had long wanted to know. Master, I cannot tell you about this because I don't know much either. Even I was created by the master of the Eternal Night Arena, and I am not qualified to meet Lord Eternal Night. The fire pig still spoke with longing, as if not having met Lord Eternal Night was a great regret. Yi Yu looked at the expression on the fire pig's face and became even more curious about Lord Eternal Night. One day he would personally unveil the veil of Lord Eternal Night and see just how perverse this Lord Eternal Night truly was to create such a cruel world. Yi Yu looked around. Although it was pitch black, the screams had never ceased. Could the Eternal Night Arena have been created with human blood? Thinking of this, Yi Yu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, shocked by his bold thought. Master, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? The fire pig, seeing Yi's agitated appearance, thought he was unwell and unable to adapt to this spiritual spring pool. "I'm fine. Let's go, I want to do a task now," Yi said and stepped out of the pool. The moment Yi left the spiritual spring, the water stains on his body instantly disappeared, returning to a dry and clean appearance. Yi was shocked by the scene before him, looking down to touch his clothes dry and clean, as if he never wanted to leave the hot spring water. After scanning through Yi directly clicked on the level 60 taskbar. Looking at the tasks inside, "It's nothing. I just want to check the tasks first." Yi glanced awkwardly at the fire pig, closed his eyes, opened the system, and planned to take on a high-level task to see how his equipment was. After scanning through Yi directly clicked on the level 60 taskbar. Looking at the tasks inside, Yi felt disinterested, thinking they didn't seem fun at all. Since he could select tasks, of course he wanted to pick a task that looked appealing. "Master, why not challenge the spirit snake? The rewards will be very high." The fire pig recommended a beneficial task to Yi, noticing that he hadn't found a desirable task. "Really? Then let's go for the spirit snake." Upon hearing the fire pig's recommendation, Yi clicked to accept the task. Ding. Hunt 5 spirit snakes. Damn, I forgot about this. Yi rolled his eyes, feeling that he had been a bit forgetful lately. He mounted the fire pig and followed the map's instructions. With the fire pig, Yi moved quickly, reaching the designated woods in less than 3 minutes. "Master, this is the place to hunt the spirit snakes here." The fire pig stopped, allowing Yi to dismount. "Will you come with me or wait here?" Yi recalled that the fire pig seemed to have little combat power, and entering could be dangerous. "Master, I will stay with you until you no longer need me." The fire pig looked at Yi earnestly, knowing its current weakness in combat, and that it couldn't help much. "I will protect you and ensure you suffer no harm from any spiritual beings." Seeing the fire pig's pitiful appearance, Yi felt a pang of sympathy and gently patted its head. "You're the best, master." The fire pig walked beside Yi, nudging his thigh with its snout. Yi was left speechless, wondering what it felt like to be pampered by a pig. Shaking his head helplessly, Yi stepped towards the forest, while the fire pig followed closely beside him, walking proudly. Arriving at the seaside, Yi could clearly smell the salty scent of the sea. "Master, we've arrived. Why did you take on a task by the sea this time?" The fire pig stopped far away from the ocean, unwilling to continue moving forward. "Isn't the seaside task a good one?" Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at the fire pig. Thinking that the fire pig was dissatisfied with the high level of the task, Yi recalled that he had taken on a level 200 task, this time crossing more than a dozen levels. The reason he hadn't told the fire pig earlier was that he was afraid of scaring it, wanting to spare it from unnecessary worries. "Master, I fear water the most. Water and fire do not coexist." The fire pig clung tightly to Yi's thigh, entering a mode of acting cute. Just as Yi was about to speak, the spiritual snake on his wrist suddenly shimmered, emitting a dazzling purple light. Though faint, it still shone brightly in the dark world. "Master, the little snake is waking up," the fire pig exclaimed, eyes wide, looking at the small snake on Yi's wrist. "Little snake, have you woken up?" Yi raised his wrist and spoke gently. Looking at the little snake slowly raising its head, he appeared very pleased, as the little snake had saved his life several times, always rushing to protect him at critical moments. Who wouldn't love such an adorable pet? The little snake opened its eyes, looked at Yi and flicked its tongue. "Little snake, do you want something to eat? Or perhaps something to drink?" Yi looked carefully at the little snake in his hands, wary of hurting it. Ding, warning, warning, 15 minutes left, health 2. Yi ignored the system's warning. After all, he was an alchemist and could easily refine plenty of healing pills without worry. "Master, my name is Zidian. From the moment I was born, I have been your spirit pet. Whenever you are in trouble, I will awaken." Zidian said weakly, its head that had just lifted now resting on Yi's arm. "Zidian, you are also my spirit pet now." Yi looked at Zidian on his wrist in surprise, instinctively glancing at the fire pig. He remembered the fire pig had once told him that only one spirit pet could exist. Now how should he choose? "Master, I need to continue sleeping. I am currently very weak and need some spiritual pills to replenish my strength, otherwise my sleep will only grow longer." Zidian said weakly, its eyelids drooping. Yi quickly took out a handful of pills from his pocket and offered them to Zidian. Zidian opened its mouth and swallowed more than 10 pills in one go, finally appearing a bit more spirited. "Master, thank you." Zidian raised its little head, looking gratefully at Yi. "Now that you call me master, you don't need to be so polite. Zidian, you are my spirit pet. What about it?" Yi directed Zidian's gaze towards the fire pig. The fire pig looked nervously at Zidian, fearing that Zidian would discover it lacked spiritual pills. Unfortunately, how could such a thing be hidden? Zidian glanced at the fire pig and coldly stated, "It has lost its spiritual pill and is useless, merely a follower beside the master." The fire pig's eyes widened, looking at Zidian with a face full of disdain, feeling its heart sink. It turned out it was just a worthless being following the master, possibly dragging the master down. A heavy sense of sadness enveloped the fire pig, making it feel somewhat uncomfortable. Hearing Zidian's words, Yi's heart sank, and he instinctively glanced at the fire pig. Seeing the fire pig's sad expression made Yu feel somewhat unsettled. The fire pig was once quite powerful, but it sacrificed its spiritual pill to save me. Once I find the recipe in the future, I will definitely refine an immortal pill to restore it to its former peak. Yu hurriedly comforted the fire pig. Master, you are too good to me, woohoo. The fire pig looked at Yu with a face full of gratitude, its mood finally lightening a bit. It's useless. Even if it returns to its peak, it will still be of no use, merely a low-level spirit creature, Zidian said haughtily, as if the fire pig were nothing more than trash in its eyes. You this stinky snake, if I hadn't picked you up you might not have even hatched. The fire pig glared angrily at Zidian, not expecting this little creature to look down on others. It was truly infuriating. Zidian couldn't even be bothered to give the fire pig a glance. Master, once I recover, I will definitely assist you in achieving success. Zidian looked at Yu seriously as if making a promise. It's okay as long as you are safe by my side. Yu smiled, reaching out to gently pat Zidian's little head. Master, don't touch me. I am Zidian the Great One. Zidian looked at Yu awkwardly. Although it enjoyed the master's touch, it still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Yu's eyes flashed with amusement as he playfully ruffled Zidian's head. Master, you need to quickly cultivate spiritual power. The higher your spiritual power, the more incredible strength I can unleash. My spiritual power has been sealed for too long. I can't use it now unless I find a way to break the seal. Zidian looked at Yu with a sorrowful expression. Recalling the scenes of its peak period, Zidian's heart shattered. If it hadn't been so careless back, then it wouldn't have been reduced to its current form and turned into an egg. Sealed spiritual power. Didn't you just come out of your shell? Yu felt a bit confused. Master, I'll explain the rest later. I need to sleep again. After finishing, Zidian slowly wrapped around Yu's arm, transforming into a bracelet. Zidian. Yu called out several times, but the bracelet offered no response. Yu looked at Zidian on his wrist with some disappointment and sighed. It seems I still need to work harder to improve, otherwise Zidian can only continue to sleep. Reaching out to stroke Zidian's little head, Yu prepared to begin the task. Ding, warning, 5 minutes left, health 2. Seeing that he only had 1 health bar left, Yu calmly took out 2 healing pills from his backpack and began to chew on them. Master, I can't accompany you to do the task here, the fire pig said dejectedly, its entire being losing its vitality, as if it had suddenly lost its color. What's wrong, Fire? Yu asked, patiently, thinking that the fire pig was reluctant to accompany him to the sea because it felt he was leveling up too quickly. I am a landlubber. I fear water. Moreover, I am of the fire type, which doesn't blend with water. The fire pig raised its head, looking at Yu pitifully. Yu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the smug expression on Liahua Pig's snout, and spoke in a chilling low voice. So you truly despise that spirit creature inside? Could it be you two share some past history? Master, that fellow inside. Liahua Pig began to grumble, but the moment it lifted its head it met Yu's cold, predatory gaze, and its heart clenched. Hastily it averted its eyes toward the grand entrance. Mortal, your courage impresses me. This time I shall grant you an unexpected boon. A hoary, ancient voice echoed once more. Yu suddenly felt weight settle into his palms. 2 treasures now rested there. Master, quickly express your gratitude to Lord Yiming. Liahua Pig exclaimed, brimming with elation as it stared at Yu. Yu sighed, watching the pig's unbridled excitement. Fine. Though it did manipulate me just now, its intent was not ill. But this matter shall wait for I thank you, Lord Yiming, Yu said respectfully, his gaze fixed upon the towering gate before him. Could it be? Lord Yiming is merely a door. Ha. We shall meet again. Lord Yiming laughed. A warm, hearty chuckle that evoked the image of a venerable elder with snow-white whiskers. Liahua Pig lowered its head and prostrated itself reverently upon the ground, remaining thus until the laughter faded. Only then did it rise, eyes gleaming with unrestrained delight as it turned to Yu. Master, hurry. See what treasures Lord Yiming has bestowed upon you. Yu, observing the pig's rapturous expression, shifted the objects in his hands closer to the eternal candle. It was a crossbow. By the candle's soft glow, its arrowheads shimmered with an icy, lethal sheen. Yu ran his fingers along its surface, bone-chillingly cold, its tips razor-sharp. Master, Lord Yiming holds you in high regard. This is the Frostbinder crossbow. Any target struck by its bolts freezes instantly into solid ice. Of course, its full effect applies only to low-tier spirit creatures. Against higher-level ones, it may merely immobilize them for mere seconds. Liahua Pig offered the explanation, eagerly keen to ensure Yu grasped the weapon's formidable power. Truly so potent. Yu examined the Frostbinder crossbow in his hands, and a surge of exhilaration flooded his chest. His safety now bore an additional formidable layer. It was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, Master. Lord Yiming rarely bestows such treasures. Ordinarily, he would never part with one. Liahua Pig nodded vigorously, striving to lend credence to its words. Yu turned the Frostbinder crossbow over in his hands, pulse quickening. At that moment, he could scarcely wait to test it upon real spirit creatures. Hey brat, what do you think you're doing sitting here? And that candle, what's that about? A burly man strode forward, his features coarse, his demeanor hostile. His eyes sharp with avarice flickered between the eternal candle beside Yu and the crossbow in his hands. In the Evernight arena, supremacy belonged to whoever wielded the finest gear. With overwhelming weaponry came greater odds, not merely of victory, but of survival itself. "Boss, this kid's got a candle." One lackey chimed in, his tone sycophantic, his gaze slithering toward Yu with ill intent. "Ha ha, boy, you've got decent looks. How'd you like to join our Azure Dragon sect? Serve me loyally, and I might, just might, take you under my wing. Hand over that candle and crossbow as tribute. This opportunity won't come again. Don't be foolish enough to refuse." The man spoke with feverish eagerness, already imagining seizing Yu's treasures. "Get lost," Yu replied without glancing up, still absorbed in studying the crossbow, savoring every detail of his newfound treasure. Damn it. Refusing wine when offered, yet demanding vinegar. The man flinched inwardly at Yu's rebuke, an uneasy intuition whispering that this youth was far more dangerous than he appeared. "Boss, he just insulted you," another lackey piped up. Instantly the man slammed a heavy fist onto the youth's skull. "Do I need you to tell me that? If your boss is humiliated, why aren't you rushing to avenge him?" With that he delivered a brutal kick to the lackey's ribs. "Ow, brother, please stop." The lackey clutched his bruised backside, pleading desperately. Another stepped forward, puffing his chest, glaring arrogantly at Yu. "Our boss deigning to notice you is your fortune. Don't squander it." "Right, don't squander it. Boss, we're 20 strong. Surely we shouldn't fear one lone." "Crush him. Crush, crush, crush." Hearing his underlings chants, the man stood taller, pride swelling across his face as he turned his covetous gaze back upon Yu, who remained calmly inspecting the crossbow. Such a peerless artifact must be his. Only then could his dominance grow ever more absolute. Annoying. Yu frowned. He had intended to study the crossbow in peace, yet instead encountered a pack of brigands. In that instant a cold, quiet lethality stirred within. Though he held no desire to harm humans, he was no pliant pawn to be squeezed at will. Should they dare continue their insolent posturing before him, he would not hesitate to prune the Evernight arena's ranks, permanently. "Boss, he called you annoying." The lackey pointed tremblingly at Yu, repeating the words verbatim. Slap. The man raised his hand again, this time delivering a stinging blow across his subordinates. "I'm not deaf. That insolent whelp dares mock me. Attack now. Today I demand to see him groveling at my feet." Ha ha ha. His eyes burned with manic triumph as he glared at Yu. His lackeys glanced at Yu, alone seated quietly, and scoffed internally. 20 against 1. What was there to fear? "Boss, I'll teach this arrogant brat a lesson he'll never forget." With a sharp gesture the man signaled his men to advance. Liahua Pig watched the gang stride forward with brazen arrogance, and stepped resolutely before Yu, its gaze sharp and watchful. Were it not still in its nascent stage, it would have unleashed a torrent of scathing invective upon those shameless fools. For now, however, it could speak only to Yu, and only in whispers. "Where's your flame from before? Roast them all." Yu murmured, coolly, still absorbed in examining the crossbow. Liahua Pig's expression stiffened. Turning away, it muttered sheepishly. "Forgive me, master. I am bound to you now, and you've already shattered my vital nexus. I am grievously weakened, incapable of fighting them." With that it darted behind, Yu shrinking into a posture of utter vulnerability. Yu fell silent, staring at Liahua Pig cowering behind him, trembling uncontrollably. It was nearly impossible to reconcile this pitiful creature with the fearsome, awe-inspiring boss it had once been. The disparity was staggering. Patter patter. The strange sound returned again, and Yu calmed his heart, sensing the flow of water beneath him. Suddenly Yu moved, directly reaching out his hand towards the source of the sound. Hiss! In the next moment Yu stood up in the water, shaking his hands vigorously. His hand had been pinched by a spirit clam. Shaking his injured hand, Yu lifted it up only to find that both his index and middle fingers were swollen. It seemed that this spirit clam was not so easy to catch. He needed to change his approach. Yu opened his backpack and looked at what was inside: wood and vines. He decided to make a simple version of a catching device. Without hesitation, Yu closed his eyes and activated the system, creating a catching device. Item: ordinary catching device. Level: ordinary. Materials: vines X5, wood X10. Description: an ordinary catching device that can only capture small spirit creatures. Yu frowned slightly at the materials required for such a small net. It was hard to believe that this eternal night competition was so exploitative. After some thought, Yu clicked to synthesize the device. With little time left, he didn't want to waste any more pills. He would make a catching device that could be useful later, or even sell it. Clang. Yu felt a weight in his hand as a fishing net appeared in his palm. Gripping the fishing net, he closed his eyes and listened carefully to the sounds around him. Patter patter. Another strange noise came. Yu tightened his grip on the fishing net and cast it towards the direction of the sound, pulling it in with great force. In the next moment, Yu felt himself being uncontrollably pulled into the water. At that moment, he could not resist his body being dragged along by the spirit clam as it swam through the water. A spirit clam the size of a palm possessed such power that it could drag an adult man into the water swimming wildly. Yu had no idea how much water he had swallowed. He felt as if he were tied to the back of a speedboat. After 3 minutes, he sensed his swimming speed slowing down, and the spirit clam inside the net seemed to have lost its strength. Yu shook his head and flipped over, standing in the water. He tightened his grip on the fishing net and lifted it with force. At the moment the spirit clam surfaced, it perished instantly. Yu looked at the fishing net, observing the shell inside. He knocked on the spirit clam's hard shell through the net, surprised that such a small spirit clam could possess such great. In the Eternal Night competition, it seemed that only humans were the most insignificant and fragile beings. Boom. The spirit clam disintegrated into ashes, leaving only a purple pearl in the net. Yi's eyes lit up. A pearl with such a brilliant luster was something he rarely encountered. He picked it up and tossed it into his backpack. Ding. Task completed, 1/5 blood gauge 1. Hearing the notification, Yu hurriedly began the next wave of tasks, floating in the water until he completed all the tasks. Ding. Task completed, please collect your reward. Yu sighed in relief. Being tossed around in the water like a salted fish was indeed an unpleasant experience. Reward, a pair of rain boots, blood gauge fully restored. Affect no damage when stepping in any water, defense 1. Damn, after exerting so much effort, all he received was a pair of rain boots, not even a single pill. Wasn't that a bit stingy? Yu dared not think too much, fearing that the system might punish him for his thoughts. He understood the lesson of learning from his mistakes. Sighing, Yu resignedly climbed ashore, shaking the water droplets from his hair. He felt a chill at his feet and crouched down to feel his icy cold feet. Without hesitation, Yu opened his backpack and put on the rain boots. His previously wet feet instantly felt dry and warm. I didn't expect these rain boots to be quite good. Yu admired the shoes, pleasantly surprised by their quality. He stomped his feet, but felt no pain, as if he were stepping on soft clouds. Whistling, Yu walked to the safe zone, planning to sit down and rest while checking the next task. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and activated the system. Finding his backpack, he clicked on the 5 pearls he had just obtained and checked their attributes. Spirit Clam Pearl can enhance the defense system. This Spirit Clam Pearl is quite useful. Yu combined the 5 pearls together and clicked to synthesize. Attack 50. Defense 25. Mental 18. Seeing the defense increase by 5, Yu examined his attributes, which were still too low. At this moment he realized that to undertake higher-level tasks he needed to significantly boost his attack power, otherwise continuously doing low-level tasks would waste too much time. Having learned from past experiences, Yu opened the task list, intending to find a level 30 task to do. After all, one must have ambitions. Without effort one would never know how excellent they could be. With this belief, Yu began to search for suitable tasks among the level 30 options, ideally near a pool, so that he wouldn't have to run back and forth. After searching for a while, Yu spotted a task involving spirit crabs located not far from here. Without a second thought, he clicked to accept the task. Ding. Level 31 task, capture 5 spirit crabs. Timer starts now. Yu had become accustomed to the unscrupulous ways of the Eternal Night competition, standing up and walking towards the destination. Along the way, he heard constant wails which he had grown numb to. Yet there was still a slight flutter in his heart. He wondered when this dark and dreary existence would end. He longed to return to that world filled with sunlight. While pondering, he arrived by the riverside. Before he could light a candle, he heard a series of piercing cries, causing him to frown. "Oh, let me go, you damn crab." Poof. Following that came the sound of a body being crushed. "Ah, please spare me. Ah, damn it, let go of me, I'll fight you." As Yu listened to the cries around him, he felt a sudden urge to see what the spirit crab looked like. He took out the few remaining matches from his pocket. After hesitating for a moment, he lit the everlasting candle. In the moment the candlelight lit up, Yu saw a muscular man being held in the claws of a crab about 2 meters tall, swinging helplessly in the air. "Ah, put me down." As the man spoke, he coughed up blood. It was evident that the grip of the spirit crab was so strong that it had ruptured his internal organs. At the moment Yu was analyzing the situation, he saw the man who had been shouting just a moment ago, suddenly torn apart by the spirit crab's claws, his body splitting at the waist as blood and intestines sprayed everywhere, creating a scene that was extremely brutal and disgusting. Yu instinctively frowned and unconsciously took a few steps back. Yu stared at the flaming boar's obsequious expression and felt an involuntary shiver of revulsion. It wasn't a maiden. What on earth was it coquettishly clinging? "Enough," Yu said, withdrawing his leg from beneath the flaming boar's hoof and strode toward the spirit mosquito. Only when Yu reached the spirit mosquito did he realize it was far larger than he had imagined. Its gaping maw alone could swallow him whole. So this Eternal Night arena truly was grotesque. Exaggerating even a mosquito into such a monstrous entity left him deeply unsettled. "Master, don't forget to claim your treasure," the flaming boar reminded him, watching Yu gaze fixedly at the spirit mosquito with no sign of moving toward the spoils. Yu nodded, reaching out to run his fingers across the spirit mosquito's body. until his touch grazed its wings, revealing them to be as thin as cicada membranes, translucent as gossamer veils. After admiring the intricate patterns etched upon the wings, Yu struck the spirit mosquito's head twice. With a resonant thump, the colossal creature dissolved into a crimson mist and vanished instantly from the eternal night arena. Noticing 2 strips of gauze lying on the ground, Yu picked them up and stowed them in his pack. Ding. 1/5 of the quest completed. Continue your hunt. The blood gauge increases by 1. Yu rolled his eyes. He already knew the eternal night arena's unrelenting cruelty. Its demands were always absolute. Master, 4 more spirit mosquitoes remain. The flaming boar trotted over on its stubby legs. Obvious. Yu glanced at the serpent ring coiled around his wrist and gently stroked its head several times. A quiet gesture of gratitude towards Xiaoling Shi. Master Xiaoling, she has exhausted nearly all her strength protecting you. You'll face the remaining 4 spirit mosquitoes alone. She won't awaken for some time. The flaming boar gazed at the serpent ring, sensing not a trace of spiritual energy within it. Clear proof that Xiaoling Shi had expended her very last ounce of power to safeguard Yu. The flaming boar gazed at the serpent ring, sensing not a trace of spiritual energy within it. Clear proof that Xiaoling Shi, Master, like me, she is your sworn guardian spirit beast. Since you hatched Xiaoling Shi yourself, her first sight of you bound her loyalty forever, just as I am bound to you, faithful until the end of days. Knowing full well he had become a useless boar, the flaming boar hastened to affirm his devotion, hoping Yu would pity this inept, discarded creature. Yu, fully aware of the boar's intent, reached out and ruffled its head affectionately. Rest assured, if you both have pledged yourselves to me, I swear I will keep you both alive. So long as I draw breath, I will never abandon you. For you two are the most precious spirit companions my life has ever known. Rarely voicing such sincerity, Yu spoke only to soothe the flaming boar's anxiety. Master, you're truly kind. The boar wept, smearing snot and tears all over Yu's trousers, leaving him nauseated for hours. If you dare soil my clothes again, I'll roast you and eat you. Unable to bear the slime coating his body, Yu issued a blunt threat. The flaming boar fell silent. Its earlier tearful devotion instantly replaced by a cringing retreat. It drew back its hooves and lifted its snout, gazing up at Yu with pitiful, pleading eyes. Stay here quietly. I must complete the quest. Yu refused to waste any more spirit pills, so every moment counted. The flaming boar trailed behind at a cautious distance. Fortunately, the subsequent spirit mosquitoes were smaller, and Yu swiftly dispatched them all. I'm utterly spent, Yu groaned, shaking his aching arms before scooping up the 2 gauze strips. Master, you were astonishingly valiant just now. I admire you deeply. The flaming boar gazed up at Yu with unrestrained awe, never imagining such formidable spirit mosquitoes could fall so effortlessly beneath his master's hand. Every victory cost me my life. Nothing about it was easy. Yu couldn't help but grumble inwardly, acutely aware of his own frailty. Against even moderately powerful spirit beasts, he relied solely on stealth and surprise. In open combat, he stood no chance against these mosquitoes. The thought alone left him bitterly frustrated. Master, you've just completed task level 147. I can escort you to Lord Yiming. He may grant you an additional reward this time. The flaming boar recalled that quests beyond level 50 typically qualified for lavish rewards from Lord Yiming. Though Yu had reached only level 147, it was practically indistinguishable from level 150. Yu's eyes lit up with delight as he turned to the flaming boar. Truly, may I seek Lord Yiming's guidance immediately. His excitement surged. He still remembered the thrill of his last reward. This time perhaps something even more extraordinary awaited. His offensive capabilities remained woefully inadequate. To survive indefinitely within the eternal night arena, he needed to strengthen himself. Swiftly, absolutely. We'll claim this reward first, then proceed directly to Lord Yiming. The flaming boar nodded, heartened to see Yu finally smile. Yu quickened his pace toward the outer safe zone, yet had taken only a few steps when his foot slipped, sending his entire body crashing downward. Master! The flaming boar cried out, but as it tried to lift its leg, it found itself rooted to the ground, immobile. Yu sat upright on the ground, feeling his body sink steadily. Bad, this is a marsh. Watching his body slowly submerge, Yu lay flat and relaxed his muscles, letting his weight disperse, buoying himself atop the treacherous mire. Master, my legs are sinking. The flaming boar panicked, thrashing its limbs desperately to pull free, only to sink deeper from ankle deep. It was now submerged past its knees. Hearing the boar's cries, Yu quickly intervened. Don't struggle. Relax your body. Let me think. At Yu's voice, the flaming boar forced itself to calm. Indeed, the moment it relaxed, the suction lessened markedly. The boar exhaled in relief, thankful beyond measure for its master's timely warning, which had likely saved it from total submersion. Hearing the boar fall silent, Yu at last gained the stillness to consider their escape. Who could have foreseen it? They'd entered unscathed, yet now retreat seemed impossible. Yu hastily retreated several steps, Yet even his swiftness paled beside the Ling crocodile's agility. After all, it was a level 15 divine beast, its physical prowess far surpassing his own, even without considering equipment disparities. Seeing the Ling crocodile charge toward him with jaws agape, Yu did not hesitate. He tightened his grip on the cast iron blade and swung it straight into the beast's gaping maw. The clang of iron striking tooth pierced the suffocating darkness, jolting Yu's heart into his throat. One misstep in defense, and those razor-sharp fangs would pierce deep into his flesh. The Ling crocodile recoiled sharply as its teeth rang with shock, snapping its jaws shut and stumbling backward, granting Yu the precious moment he needed to catch his breath. Seizing the cast iron blade with both hands, he launched a fierce downward strike at the beast's flank. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted from the impact, but the Ling crocodile bore not a single wound. Instead, its expression twisted into raw, seething fury, as though it longed to devour Yu whole. Damn it, still unscathed. Your hide must be thicker than ancient dragon scale, Yu muttered, glancing down at his cast iron blade. Though unmarred, it had proven utterly powerless against the beast before him. Warning, warning. 10 minutes remaining, health bar halved. A sudden lightheadedness seized Yu, his steps faltered, his wrists weakened, and even his grip on the cast iron blade trembled violently. Curses welled in his throat. This path led only to doom. The Ling crocodile, sensing his unraveling vitality, surged forward with lethal precision. Yu clenched the cast iron blade and poured every ounce of strength into a desperate sweeping slash, only for it to glance harmlessly off the beast's armored hide once more. As the Ling crocodile closed in, Yu in sheer desperation flung aside the eternal candle. The instant it struck the ground, he watched in stunned disbelief. The Ling crocodile blinked, recoiling as if struck by blinding light. Its eyes, its fatal weakness. A surge of triumph flooded Yu's mind. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and drove his fingers straight toward the beast's orbs. Honor mattered not now, a victory alone was sovereign. Squelch. Warm viscous fluid gushed over his palm. With grim resolve, Yu squeezed, like bursting a fragile balloon, until a sharp, sickening pop echoed through the air. The Ling crocodile's eye ruptured beneath his fist. The beast writhed in agony, thrashing across the ground. Seizing the opening, Yu snatched a chunk of granite from his pack and slammed it into the creature's remaining eye. Blind and broken, the Ling crocodile convulsed twice, then lay still. Yu exhaled deeply. The Ling crocodile was surely dead. Ding. 1/3 of the quest completed. Health bar increased by 1 segment. At the system's chime, Yu rushed to the corpse and began frantically searching its massive frame, hoping to uncover some rare treasure. After minutes of fruitless probing, frustration boiled over. He slammed his fist against the beast's skull. With a resonant thud, the Ling crocodile dissolved into crimson mist, leaving behind only 2 gleaming scales resting silently upon the earth. Could these be the Ling crocodile's true treasures? Yu had expected emptiness, yet fate had granted him 2 iridescent scales. As he reached for the scales, the system chimed again. Ding. Warning. 10 minutes remaining. How could time vanish so swiftly? Yu hastily stowed the scales into his pack. His newly replenished health bar flickered and vanished, leaving him with only 2 segments. If he failed to complete the quest, now this world would claim him forever. He retrieved the cast iron blade and the eternal candle, then strode purposefully toward the nearby water source. Time was short, but he now held the key to victory, the Ling crocodile's fatal vulnerability. Suddenly a shadow erupted from the water, lunging straight at him. Yu, already braced for battle, met the assault not with fear, but with ferocious instinct. He caught the Ling crocodile midair, locked his arms around its torso, and hurled it headlong onto the ground. A guttural cry of pain tore from the beast's throat, clearly dazed by the impact. Yu vaulted onto its back and plunged his fingers toward its eyes with ruthless precision. Squelch! Squelch! 2 wet, grotesque sounds echoed. Warm blood oozed over Yu's palms, dripping thickly onto the earth. Beneath him, the Ling crocodile writhed violently, but Yu anchored himself firmly atop its thrashing form, accelerating its demise. Within seconds, the convulsions ceased. Yu repeated his earlier method, striking the beast's skull twice, and instantly heard the familiar resonance. With a hollow pop, the Ling crocodile dissolved into crimson mist, leaving 2 gleaming scales upon the ground. Yu scooped them up and tucked them into his pack. Now only 1 more remained to hunt. Ding. 2/3 of the quest completed. Health bar increased by 1 segment. Yu rose, muscles humming with newfound vigor, a sensation utterly alien to him, as though his veins pulsed with pure spiritual energy. No time for wonder. Yu settled into ambush, standing precisely where the first Ling crocodile had vanished, baiting the others with its spilled blood, racing to finish the quest before time ran dry. A heavy scraping sound echoed, the claws of another beast dragging across stone. A faint, confident smile curled Yu's lips as he waited poised. A thunderous thud shook the ground. Yu spun with flawless grace, evading the lunging Ling crocodile's grasp. In the same motion, he leapt onto its broad back. The beast bucked wildly beneath him, yet Yu drove his thumbs deep into its eyes without mercy. Squelch! Squelch! A deafening roar tore from the Ling crocodile's throat as foul, acrid fluid oozed over Yu's palms and dripped onto the earth. Though the act thrilled him, staring at the viscous slime coating his hands stirred a wave of revulsion. Within 3 seconds the beast stilled. Yu rapped its skull twice, casually, almost dismissively. With a final pop, the Ling crocodile dissolved into crimson mist. Yu gathered the scales, stowed them away, reclaimed his cast-iron blade, and lifted the eternal candle, marching resolutely into the distance. He had no intention of lingering near the water. Though the quest neared completion, nothing guaranteed that other reckless spirit beasts wouldn't attack without warning. Finding a relatively secure vantage point, Yu closed his eyes and activated the system interface. Ding! Quest completed. Claim your reward. His pulse quickened. This was no ordinary feat. He prayed the reward would match the magnitude of his triumph. Reward: 1 suit of armor, 3 medicinal pills, full health restoration. Effect: the armor withstands bites from low-tier spirit beasts and confers resistance to extreme cold and heat. Yu had just finished pondering when he felt his body grow a little weak. He opened his attributes and saw that indeed 1 bar was missing. Damn, I must find the Xiahong chicken quickly. Yu closed his eyes again, opened the map, and searched for the location of the Xiahong chicken. Following the map's directions, the journey was relatively smooth except for the occasional heartrending cries and the pervasive smell of blood, which made Yu involuntarily frown. In the past half hour, who knows how many people have perished. Competition is indeed cruel and merciless. Ding! Warning: your blood bars have decreased by 1, leaving only 3. Please complete the task quickly or you will become a mist of blood. Upon hearing the alert, Yu set aside his fear and quickened his pace. Following the map's guidance, he soon arrived at the location of the Xiahong chicken. Yu opened his attributes and was taken aback. Creature: Xiahong chicken, level tier 3 beast, skills: I Pet, Claw, Strike, Attack, 20 defense, 15 agility, 25. This Xiahong chicken is actually of a higher level than the bloodthirsty rabbit. Does this mean I have leveled up? Goo goo goo. A group of large Xiahong chickens kept crowing, and quite a few people had already been pecked to death by them. Ah, my eyes. A miserable cry rang out, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. It seems another person has sacrificed themselves. The Xiahong chicken, sensing the smell of blood, became even more excited, and its combat strength increased several bars. It appears that the more people it pecks to death, the more ferocious it becomes. Ding! Severe warning: your blood bars have decreased by 1, leaving only 2. If you delay, you will face punishment. Damn, I can't wait any longer, otherwise I will only grow weaker. Drawing the knife from his body, Yu, relying on his keen senses, slowly approached the Xiahong chicken. Goo goo goo. A gust of wind rushed towards Yu. Using his agility, he spun around and narrowly avoided the Xiahong chicken. The momentum of the Xiahong chicken was quite strong. Missing Yu, it dove straight towards the ground. Yu quickly turned his head, gripping the knife tightly, and lunged towards the Xiahong chicken. Uft! A warm spray of blood splattered across Yu's face, and he felt a surge of joy. He then pulled out the knife and stabbed several times fiercely. Until the Xiahong chicken lay motionless on the ground, Yu continued to stab, frantically fearing it might rise again. Ding! You have completed 1/3 of your task. Continue with your slaughter. Hearing the prompt, Yu let go of his grip, his body slumping against the Xiahong chicken like a deflated balloon. Before Yu could regain his composure, he felt a fierce wind rushing towards him. Fortunately, he had been in a state of battle, and the moment he sensed something was off, he rolled his. Yu quickly got up, only to hear the sound of the Xiahong chicken pecking at the corpse of its own kind. How could they lack humanity to the extent of not sparing their companions? In less than a minute, 1 Xiahong chicken had been completely devoured by its companions, leaving only a puddle of blood on the ground with not a single feather left. Hearing that sound, Yu immediately sensed danger. He gripped the dagger tightly, and using the wind's force, pounced directly at the Xiahong chicken at the right moment. With a swift motion, Yu's knife severed the Xiahong chicken's neck. The strong scent of blood made him feel nauseous, but he remembered that these Xiahong chickens had a particular fondness for the taste of fresh blood. Ding! You have completed 2/3 of the task. Continue your slaughter. Yu's ears perked up as he sensed a fierce wind approaching. Just as he was about to turn, a force struck him down, leaving him no time to dodge. Ignoring the pain, Yu was hit by a foul stench. Instinctively, he swung his knife forward towards the approaching Xiahong chicken. The Xiahong chicken let out a tragic cry before crashing to the ground with a thud. Yu quickly flipped over and mounted the Xiahong chicken, swinging his knife repeatedly until the creature ceased its struggles. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and hastily jump aside. In the next moment, a flock of Xiahong chickens rushed over, frantically pecking at their companion's corpse. Yu held back the churn in his stomach and walked aside. Since the task was completed, he needed to distance himself from these crazed Xiahong chickens to avoid inadvertently injuring himself. Ding! The Xiahong chicken task is complete. Please collect your reward. Yu's eyes lit up at the system's notification. He hadn't expected that completing the task would yield a reward, so he quickly closed his eyes and accessed the system. Reward: 2 pieces of cast iron blood gauge replenished. Purpose: collect 5 pieces of cast iron to upgrade the knife, increasing attack power by 3. He currently only had 2 pieces, so it seemed he needed to complete more tasks to obtain better equipment. Yu closed the system and took out a piece of bread harder than stone, biting into it. It was so tough that he couldn't manage a bite. He regretted not having eaten the xiaohong. Rubbing his stomach, Yu reluctantly took a few sips of water to stave off his hunger. Ding ding ding. Yu heard the system notification sound and opened the system. Yu closed the system and took out a piece of bread harder than stone, biting into it. It was so tough that he couldn't manage a bite. He regretted. Cursing aside, the task had to be done. Yu scrambled to his feet, opened the map in the system, and began to move toward the direction of the inferno, not daring to stop, fearing that if he slowed down, he would become a puddle of blood mist. The further he walked, the hotter it became. At first, Yu felt quite comfortable, finally experiencing warmth. However, before he could enjoy this comfortable warmth, he caught a strong smell of something burning. No, to be precise, it was the smell of roasted meat, which oddly resembled the scent of burning corpses. Could it be? A chill ran down Yu's spine, and he became cautious, slightly slowing his pace as the ground grew increasingly hot, making it feel like he was stepping on fire even through his shoes. Ding. Task: capture 3 firebirds within half an hour. Firebirds? What kind of creatures are those? Do they live in fire? Before Yu could ponder further, he heard the system's prompt. The timer has started. Damn, here comes this again. This eternal night arena is truly torturous. It's practically pushing people to their deaths. Complaints aside, the task must be done. Yu endured the burning sensation under his feet and made his way toward the source of heat. Oh! The shrill cries echoed, sending shivers down Yi's spine. Although he was gradually getting used to the rules of this eternal night arena, every time he heard the tragic screams of others, it still made his heart race. After all, one only has one life. A great demon lord. If my memory serves, it was you who first raised the alarm and drew your weapon. Yu, standing nearby, could not help but interject as Zhang Tianshi complained like a scolded schoolboy. He might be unremarkable, but he would never tolerate baseless slander. Silence, you wretched brat. I shall kill you this very instant. Zhang Tianshi, already seething with fury, erupted anew at Yu's words. Old man, cease your empty boasts. True power lies not in speech, but in deed. Yu bent slightly, speaking softly, his tone laced with biting mockery. Wretched brat, I'll slay you now. Enraged beyond reason, Zhang Tianshi, Master, perhaps we should keep a lower profile, whispered Liao Pig, tugging nervously at Yu's sleeve. Fear not, the old fool cannot harm you. Yu bent slightly, speaking softly, his tone laced with biting mockery. Wretched brat, I'll slay you now. Enraged beyond reason, Zhang Tianshi summoned his weapon and charged headlong at Yu. A flash of lethal intent flickered in Yu's eyes as he swung his black iron blade to meet the assault. Master, kill him. Kill him now. Zhang Tianren, sprawled on the ground, shouted frantically, egging his master on. Stop. His junior sister cried out, desperate to halt the clash. But Zhang Tianshi, blinded by bloodlust, heeded no plea. His sole purpose was Yu's annihilation. Elder, your speed is disappointingly sluggish. You'll never prevail at this pace. Yu countered with effortless grace, showing no strain whatsoever. Instead, he toyed with Zhang Tianshi like a cat toying with a mouse. Insolent whelp, cease your arrogance. Zhang Tianshi roared, then withdrew a pill from his robe and swallowed it whole, whereupon golden light blazed across his body, radiating overwhelming dangerous. Master, he's just ingested a spirit-enhancing elixir. His spiritual energy has surged 3 to 5 times its original strength. Liao Pig recoiled in shock, astonished that Zhang Tianshi would resort to such extremity, immediately consuming a potency-boosting pill to catapult his spiritual energy to its absolute peak. Oh, so formidable. Perhaps I'll refine a few myself someday. Yu paid Liao Pig's warning no mind. In his estimation, Zhang Tianshi remained nothing but refuse. Even amplified by elixir-fueled power, he was still utterly powerless against him. Master, do not underestimate him. Liao Pig urged anxiously, heart pounding with dread. Zhang Tianshi, have you lost your senses? Do you comprehend the dire consequences of ingesting that? His junior sister bellowed in outrage, astounded that Zhang Tianshi, in his obsession to slay this youth, had chosen a strategy that inflicted grievous self-harm for mere fleeting advantage. Since none will aid me, I shall exact vengeance myself. Today, by any means, I will kill him. Zhang Tianshi's eyes burned crimson like a slumbering beast roused from ancient hibernation. How intriguing. A faint icy smirk curled Yu's lips as he locked his full attention onto Zhang Tianshi's movements and unconsciously tightened his grip upon the black iron blade. Die! Zhang Tianshi gathered all his spiritual energy, swirling it fiercely within his palms, his gaze fixed upon Yu, brimming with murderous elder. Words alone won't suffice. Come then. Yu taunted, provoking Zhang Tianshi deliberately. to lure him into overextension and expose his fatal flaw. Zhang Tianshi launched relentless assaults, blinding streaks of spiritual light streaking toward Yi Yu seeking to shatter his body. Yet each time Yi Yu evaded by the narrowest, it appeared almost deliberate, yet equally plausible as sheer coincidence. After over a dozen failed strikes, Zhang Tianshi's fury intensified. In all his long years, never had a mere youth so humiliated him. This indignity was intolerable. Tired yet elder. Now, it's my turn to strike. With that, Yi Yu lunged forward, black iron blade raised high. Zhang Tianshi parried desperately. The duel became a furious exchange, until gradually the elixir's effect waned and his movements grew sluggish. Yi Yu seized the moment, raising his black iron blade high to cleave straight down upon Zhang Tianshi's crown. Halt! His junior sister cried out, and a bolt of golden light shot forth. Damn it! Already airborne, Yi Yu had no time to react, only barely managing to raise his black iron blade to intercept the blow. Boom! The golden light struck the blade with crushing force. A deep resonant hum reverberated as Yi Yu was hurled backward by sheer momentum. He flew over 10 meters before descending, only stabilizing himself at the last instant by driving the black iron blade deep into the earth. His chest churned violently, his hands trembled with numbness. Lifting his gaze to the woman before him, Yi Yu felt his fighting spirit ignite anew. Those three boisterous men had been mere trash. She was the true expert, and he, undeniably, was no match for her. A pang of bitter irony pierced him. Moments ago he'd believed himself invincible, yet he couldn't even withstand a single strike from her. Master, are you alright? Liahua Pig scrambled to Yi Yu's side, face etched with worry. I'm fine. Yi Yu suppressed the blood surging up his throat, straightened his spine, and met the woman's gaze with cold, calculating eyes, mentally weighing his odds of survival, wondering whether he'd ever walk free from this black market alive. His junior sister stared dumbfounded. She had unleashed her full spiritual energy in that desperate moment, yet Yi Yu stood upright unscathed. She was astounded. How could this young man absorb such force without injury? Are you truly unharmed? She asked, instinctively scrutinizing his expression, finding no trace of pain, only quiet resolve, deepening her intrigue with every passing second. Barely. I'm still breathing for now. Yi Yu replied, tersely, grimacing inwardly. The woman's strike still left his chest tingling with dull persistence. Zhang Tianshi watched his junior sister express concern for Yi Yu, and a surge of bitter jealousy rose within him. Within Lingshan's sect, she was revered like a celestial being. Countless disciples yearned for even a glance of her favor. Even among senior and junior brothers, many harbored secret devotion to her. Yet she devoted herself solely to cultivating spiritual energy, dismissing all flattery with serene indifference, leading Zhang Tianshi to believe her nature was inherently aloof. Today's revelation, that she showed genuine concern for a stranger, shattered his assumptions. His resentment curdled into murderous resolve. He would slay Yi Yu, not merely for vengeance, but to reclaim what he perceived as stolen dignity. Zhang Tianshi silently gathered his remaining spiritual energy, and with lethal precision aimed a devastating blow directly at Yi Yu's chest. At this moment, a group of men surrounded Yi Yu, who sat alone on the ground wearing a blank expression. Smelly brat, I'm giving you another chance. Hand over your treasure quickly, or else. Before the man could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his body, and his body suddenly turned extremely cold, as if he had been thrown into an ice cave. Whoosh! Yi Yu casually pressed a button on the ice crossbow, and shot at the man who had just threatened him. Yi Yu still retained a shred of kindness. He only shot the ice bolt into the man's arm, not intending to take his life. Boss, what's wrong? You're so cold. One of the men, hearing his boss' words, stopped mid-sentence, thinking that his boss had been ambushed. After all, it was pitch black here, and nothing could be seen. Suddenly, a strong cold current erupted among them, instantly scaring everyone. Yi Yu wanted to test the power of his ice crossbow, so he picked up a candle of eternity and shone it towards the man. He saw that the man still maintained his previous posture, but his face and body were covered in frost, looking like he had just been taken out of a freezer. Oh, a ghost! Someone shouted in fear, and the others immediately panicked, rushing about wildly, many of them tripping over each other. Yi Yu frowned, stood up, and walked towards the quiet direction, accompanied by the Fire Pig. Master, you're so brave. Fire admires you greatly. The Fire Pig followed Yi Yu, closely lifting its pig head, and looking at Yi Yu with admiration, feeling that being by Yi Yu's side would surely lead to its ascension. Yi Yu glanced at the Fire Pig, saying nothing, but the corners of his mouth slightly curled upwards. Having a talking pig by his side wasn't so bad, at least it could alleviate his boredom during dull moments. Otherwise, being stuck in this dark and endless arena, he might just die of boredom. Don't run. Great one, we were wrong. Please spare us. This group of people thought Yi Yu was also a big shot in the endless arena, and hurriedly knelt before him. Yi Yu looked at the people blocking his path, frowned, and spoke impatiently. Move aside. Great one, we are willing to be your loyal servants. Please take us with you. The leader raised his head, tears streaming down his face, looking at Yi Yu as if he were a deity. Master, why are they so strange? Weren't they just trying to give you a hard time? Why are they now kneeling and begging for mercy? Humans are truly peculiar. The fire pig, being pure-hearted, couldn't comprehend the malice of humans and was filled with curiosity about them. Yiyu glanced at the fire pig and raised the ice crossbow, aiming it at the leader. I'll say it again, move aside. The leader, seeing Yi's cold expression and the crossbow in his hands, immediately moved aside, but still knelt on the ground, head bowed in respect. Great One, please give us a way to live. We can't survive like this. The man spoke pitifully, trying hard to evoke sympathy. Yiyu merely glanced at the man and walked away, completely disregarding the desperate pleas behind him. He was not a deity and couldn't extend his grace to everyone. Only once he became truly powerful could he protect humanity. He was still immature at this point. The fire pig clearly sensed Yi's displeasure and obediently followed behind him. After walking for a while, Yiyu stopped, took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, took a couple of sips, and suddenly remembered there was a little guy beside him. Do you want some water? Yiyu shook the bottle of mineral water, looking at the fire pig. The fire pig looked at the mineral water in Yi's hand with a face full of disdain. Master, how can you drink such ordinary mineral water? Yiyu said nothing. Seeing the fire pig's indignant expression, he suddenly felt as though he was being looked down upon by a pig. Then what should I drink? Yiyu looked at the mineral water in his hand, suddenly feeling it was less appealing. Master, follow me. The fire pig smiled foolishly at Yiyu, lifted its hooves, and walked ahead. Yiyu tossed the mineral water into his backpack and followed the pace of the fire pig. After all, he only had this one bottle of mineral water left. All the others had been used to tame the fire pig. Since the fire pig said it could find a water source, he wouldn't have to worry about drinking water in the future, which meant he had made a good deal. After walking for a while, Yiyu felt a bit tired and directly climbed onto the back of the fire pig. The fire pig moved quickly and soon brought Yiyu to an unfamiliar place where he could hear the sound of flowing water. Master, this is a spiritual spring. It's beneficial for your body. The fire pig looked at Yiyu with a face full of pride, as if saying, praise me, praise me. A spiritual spring. That's a great place. He didn't expect the fire pig to be so good to him. Oh, really? Yiyu raised an eyebrow, suppressing his excitement, and followed the fire pig towards the location of the spiritual spring. Captain, it's right here. Jump in quickly. The fire pig led Yiyu to a small pool that didn't look too big, with white mist rising above it, looking very inviting. At this moment, the fire pig had already jumped in, turning back to look at Yiyu. To Yi's surprise, he frowned, showing some reluctance. Taking a bath was indeed a very comfortable thing, but bathing with a pig, it just felt a bit awkward. Master, come on. It's so comfortable here. The fire pig submerged its whole body in the spiritual spring, kicking its legs in sheer bliss. Yiyu thought for a moment and decided to get in and wash up, enjoying the experience. After all, the last time he bathed, he had put in a lot of effort using the saliva of a spiritual frog to wash himself. If he had already used saliva, why should he care about bathing with a pig? Yiyu prepared himself mentally, lifted his leg, and stepped into the spiritual spring. A warm sensation enveloped him, making him feel much better as he directly sat in the pool, feeling a surge of power fill his entire body. He felt as if his bloodline had been completely replenished. How is it? Are you satisfied with this place, Master? The fire pig splashed around excitedly beside Yiyu, eagerly awaiting his praise. Not bad, this is a great place. Yiyu nodded, feeling that the water quality in the spiritual spring was not only pleasant to soak in, but also had a fragrant aroma, forming a striking contrast to the spiritual frog saliva. You can't soak in this spiritual spring every day or your body won't be able to handle it. The fire pig happily splashed around, sending droplets of water spraying onto Yi's face. Why not? Yiyu wiped his face and looked at the fire pig, who was joyfully playing in the water. Because this is spiritual spring water, and it can enhance your attribute. Following the steps upward, Yiyu looked at the eternal candle in his hand, swaying unsteadily in the cold wind. He had no choice but to shield it with his hand, as the icy wind mixed with snowflakes struck his hand, quickly numbing it. Master, if this continues, you will be in great danger, the fire pig said, seeing Yi's actions with concern. Yiyu also felt his body growing numb from the cold. Even with his armor and rain boots fully equipped, he could still feel the bone-chilling wind. The fire pig, wrapped in a blanket, was not much better off. 2 long icicles hung from its snout, looking both comical and ridiculous. No, if this continues, we will both freeze to death, Yiyu said, stopping in his tracks, his face showing difficulty as he gazed at the dark mountain range ahead. Although there was a path to follow, the cold was truly unbearable. Master, we should abandon this mission. If I sacrifice myself now, you can choose another task, the fire pig said, unable to bear seeing its master suffer such harm. Fool, the path is mine to choose. There's no reason to sacrifice you. I will definitely lead you out of here. Yiyu gritted his teeth, raised his leg, and continued to face the biting cold as he walked forward. Ding. Warning. There are 15 minutes left, and HP 1. Yiyu already felt somewhat powerless, and now with 1 less HP after deducting the previous 2, he was left with only 2 HP to survive. Master, how are you? The fire pig rushed to Yi Yu's side looking at him with a face full of concern. Just moments ago, Yi Yu had stumbled a bit, his entire body slumping against the steps. Yi Yu opened his backpack, took a pill, and instantly restored his HP. He also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling warmth returning to his body. I'm fine. Yi Yu turned his head and looked at the snow-covered fire pig, a wave of emotion washing over him. Having someone by his side fighting together felt truly wonderful. Since the fire pig had joined him, he felt the world was no longer so lonely, also giving him a sense of attachment and purpose. Master, why not just give up? It's all wind and snow here, and we can't see where the ginseng is at all. If we can't see it, then let's dig. There must be a lot of ginseng here. If a task at level 130 if we can't see it, then let's dig. There must be a lot of ginseng here. If a task at level 130 can take me down, how will I survive in the future? Yi Yu forced a smile, one that was more painful than a cry. The fire pig understood the meaning behind Yi Yu's words, but it was genuinely afraid that Yi Yu would perish here. After all, it understood the survival conditions here better than anyone. Very few could survive in this place. While speaking, Yi Yu noticed white mist escaping from his mouth. Suddenly he remembered that in such extreme cold warmth was especially feared. He just happened to have a flame with nowhere to release it, oh why not try it here? While speaking, Yi Yu noticed white mist escaping from his mouth. Suddenly he remembered that in such extreme cold warmth was especially feared. He just happened to have the fire pig. Although it had no idea what Yi Yu was planning, it obediently stepped aside to give Yi Yu space to unleash his flames. Today I will use the fire to see if I can melt this ice. Let's see if this weather can defeat me, Yi Yu declared, raising his hand and waving it toward the ice, and sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The small flames melted some of the nearby ice and snow, but the area melted was only about the size of a palm. Yi Yu and the fire pig exchanged glances at the scene before them and couldn't help but chuckle. Cough, I still don't quite know how to use this fire palm. Let me brew it for a bit, Yi Yu awkwardly said, making a stance, as if squatting into a horse stance, gesturing with both hands, looking somewhat like a master. Fire burn, Yi Yu exclaimed, directly pushing the accumulated snow around him. Puff puff. This time the flames from the fire palm were a bit better, burning a large chunk of snow and exposing the black earth beneath. Fire, look. I succeeded, Yi Yu said, excitedly pointing at the ground that had been burned clear, his joy evident. Master, you're amazing. You mastered the technique of the fire palm so quickly, the fire pig exclaimed, surprised that Yi Yu had grasped some of the fire techniques in such a short. Yi Yu smiled, continued operating, and after a while finally cleared a small area. Alright, let's dig here. With that, Yi Yu summoned the agile dagger to act as a shovel and began digging into the ground. The fire pig, unable to help much, started using its trotters to dig a hole. After digging for a while, Yi Yu felt his stamina waning. He quickly ate another pill, and also gave the fire pig some milk and a few biscuits. Not knowing how long they had been digging, just when Yi Yu was about to give up, he finally spotted a yellow creature that looked a bit like ginseng. Fire, quick look. Is this ginseng? Yi Yu excitedly pointed at the small yellow object peeking out of the ground. The fire pig tiptoed over to Yi Yu's side, looking at the creature on the ground, and nodded. That's right, master, this is ginseng. Let's hurry and dig it out, the fire pig said, anxiously eager to complete the task and leave this cursed place. But I heard that ginseng has legs and can run away. Yi Yu frowned, recalling scenes he had seen on television. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu in shock, genuinely clueless about digging for ginseng. Forget it, let's just dig it this way. If it doesn't work, we'll figure it out then. Yi Yu also couldn't withstand the cold any longer. He took out the agile dagger and began to dig around the ginseng, carefully, afraid of harming it. Only after fully excavating the ginseng did Yi Yu breathe a sigh of relief. He used the agile dagger to cut the ginseng from its roots, gripping it tightly, fearful that it would flee like in the dramas. The fire pig held its breath, afraid that the sound of its breathing would scare away the ginseng in Yi Yu's hand. Master, the ginseng has been dug out. The fire pig held its breath, afraid that the sound of its breathing would scare away the ginseng in Yi Yu's hand. An angry voice rang out, startling Yi Yu. If it weren't for his strong mental fortitude, he would have been frightened away by now. Who is it? Who is speaking? Yi Yu stood alert, scanning the surroundings, genuinely afraid that something might leap out from somewhere. Aren't you going to sleep? Yi Yu frowned. The thought of not sleeping anymore made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Oh, after all, he had been sleeping for so many years. If he really couldn't sleep, he would likely find it hard to adjust. Master, this is a good thing. It's luck that others can only dream of, the fire pig emphasized, repeatedly, fearing Yi Yu wouldn't understand the benefits. Understood, I'll rest for a bit. Yi Yu thought the fire pig was a bit noisy, so he closed his eyes and lay down on the floor, hoping to catch some sleep. Master, how can you still think about sleeping? You're already so powerful now. Shouldn't you take on a task to quickly improve yourself? The fire pig knew what mattered most to Yi Yu, so he said this deliberately. Sure enough, the next second Yi Yu opened his eyes and sat up. Fire, you're right. I can't keep being so lazy, I need to take on a task. After saying this, Yi Yu prepared to close his eyes to accept the task, but was interrupted by the Master, please calm down. When accepting tasks, you must choose wisely. Don't leap too many levels, and my fragile heart can't take it. The fire pig placed its front hooves on Yi Yu's arms and looked at him with pleading eyes. Understood, don't worry. Yi Yu replied, closing his eyes as he opened the task list to check its contents. After browsing through the options, Yi Yu felt none were appealing, even feeling a bit disgusted. He opened his eyes and looked meaningfully at the fire pig. Seeing Yi Yu's gaze, the fire pig couldn't help but shiver, a sense of foreboding rising within. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Since we got the golden cauldron from Lord Yiming, why don't we go visit Lord Yitsong? Maybe he will tell me how to use the sun-shooting bow. Yi Yu suddenly thought of this and wanted to ask the fire pig. The fire pig shook its head, looking at Yi Yu with a face full of resistance. Master, it's not that I don't want to take you, but your level is too low. You need to complete at least 250 level tasks to qualify to use the sun-shooting bow, and whether you can actually pull it depends on your own abilities. Oh, is that so? Then why bother giving it to me so early? Yi Yu pouted and abandoned his plan to look for Yitsong. Master, you're still around level 150. Pick something simpler. If we take on more tasks, we can level up quickly, the fire pig consoled Yi Yu. Master, you're still around level 150. Pick something simpler. If we take on more tasks, After some deliberation, Yi Yu directly chose a level 170 task. Ding. Do you want to accept the level 170 task? Seeing the system's prompt, Yi Yu clicked to accept without hesitation. Ding. Task accepted successfully. Hunt 5 spirit centipedes. The timer starts now. Yi Yu opened his eyes to find the fire pig looking at him with eager eyes. A smirk appeared on his face as he said, Fire, we should set off now. After saying that, Yi Yu stood up directly. Master, you didn't just choose a level 160 task again, did you? The fire pig, seeing the smile on Yi Yu's face, felt a bit uneasy. Of course not. Yi Yu replied nonchalantly, giving the fire pig a reassuring answer. The fire pig let out a sigh of relief and patted its chest with its hooves. That's good. I was really worried you would impulsively leap levels. Luckily, you chose a relatively safe task this time. Yes, it's indeed very safe, but it's just a level 170. Yi Yu's words lightly fell into the fire pig's ears, causing it to instantly freeze in place. Just moments ago, it had repeatedly warned Yi Yu to be cautious about picking a higher level task. Unexpectedly, he had jumped over more than 20 levels. His master truly played by his own rules. Let's go, Fire. We need to complete the task, Yi Yu said calmly, a smile playing at his lips. He enjoyed seeing the fire pig's frantic reaction. It was quite adorable. Master, have you gone mad? You picked such a high-level task. That's a leap of over 20 levels. Heavens, you must be crazy. The fire pig was now grumbling incessantly, resembling an old woman. Yi Yu initially planned to listen for a while, giving the fire pig a chance to chatter on. He didn't want to upset it and risk making it anxious. But after waiting for about 5 minutes and the fire pig was still rambling, Yi Yu's patience was suddenly worn thin. Enough, Fire. Why don't you sleep in the house while I go do the task by myself? After saying this, Yi Yu turned and walked towards the door, no longer wanting to deal with the talkative fire pig. Master, wait for me. I'm not sleeping. I want to go with you to fight, the fire pig said with high spirits, as if it were the one going to battle. Yi Yu raised his long legs, sitting on the fire pig's back, holding a flashlight along the way to act as a headlight. Master, quickly hop on. My pace is faster. The fire pig knew that its master was upset earlier and quickly tried to please him. Yi Yu raised his long legs, sitting on the fire pig's back, holding a flashlight along the way to act as a headlight, illuminating the path ahead. Look over there, there's light. Someone shouted, causing the crowd around them to stir, and many even had greedy thoughts, wishing to rush over and snatch the flashlight from Yi Yu. Master, you're so cool right now, the fire pig said proudly, basking in the envious gazes of the surrounding humans, greatly satisfying its vanity. Yi Yu thought, why does it feel like the fire pig has become a bit silly after giving it his elixir? Could it be that it also burned out its brain? Stop. Hand over the flashlight, and we'll let you go. A group of men blocked the fire pig's path, glaring fiercely at Yi Yu. That's right, hand it over quickly. We won't make things difficult for you, just give us the pig under you as well, or we'll make you regret it. The others chimed in, clamoring with threats, relying on their numbers to intimidate Yi Yu. Oh, you want my flashlight? Then it depends on whether you have the qualifications to take it away. Yi Yu replied with a mischievous smile, letting out a helpless sigh. In truth, he didn't blame these men for trying to snatch the flashlight from him. He just felt a bit helpless. The man resignedly raised his head and looked at Yi Yu, speaking with unwavering candor. If you mean to kill or maim me, do so. I bear full responsibility. This matter has nothing to do with them. Yi Yu arched a brow, surprised that this man possessed such unyielding integrity and the courage to shoulder consequences without flinching. Oh, are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself for their sake? Yi Yu's expression hardened as he gazed coldly upon the man, whose eyes trembled with fear, yet burned with quiet resolve to lay down his life for others. The man nodded firmly, his heart pounding violently, his fists clenched tight, his eyes squeezed shut, his face etched with raw terror. Then strike. I welcome your judgment, be it death or torment. Very well. I shall not hold back. At Yi Yu's words, he raised a hand, and a surge of force slammed into the man's chest, whipping his hair wildly into the air. Yi Yu withdrew his hand in an instant, inwardly startled. Such selfless valor was rare, and worthy of profound respect. He was no bloodthirsty killer, nor did he revel in slaughter. The man opened his eyes, beheld Yi Yu's retreating silhouette, and instinctively touched his own face, astonished to find himself still alive. Relief flooded his features. "You won't kill me," he called out instinctively, voice trembling with uncertainty. "Only the brave deserve to live." With those words Yi Yu strode toward the flame-fire boar, his mission urgent, time precious. Upon hearing them, the man's eyes brimmed with tears, his stoic composure shattered like glass. "Savior, please spare my life. I Wang Yong swear I will repay you with everything I am." Overcome with emotion, Wang Yong broke into a sprint after Yi Yu's departing figure. "Your truest repayment will come only when you become a genuine powerhouse." Yi Yu spoke calmly, then signaled the flame-fire boar to depart, onward toward their destination. "Savior, I shall never forget your words." Wang Yong dropped to his knees and bowed deeply 3 times toward the path Yi Yu had vanished down. "Master, you were absolutely magnificent just now." You should have seen how utterly stunned they all were. The flame-fire boar prattled gleefully, tail wagging with pride, honored beyond measure to serve such a master. Silence. Yi Yu closed his eyes, settling into serene repose. The flame-fire boar grinned broadly, bounding forward with unbridled joy, for its happiness grew in direct proportion to its master's strength. As Yi Yu rested in quiet meditation, a system alert chimed, subtly furrowing his brow. Ding. Warning. Warning. 10 minutes remaining. HP reduced by 3. Yi Yu opened his eyes in silent exasperation. So the system waited until now to deduct health. Hardly fair, let alone ethical. He sighed, glanced at his dwindling HP. Only 2 bars left, and swallowed a pill to restore it fully. Otherwise, he'd collapse long before reaching his objective. Once his HP stabilized, Yi Yu accessed the Spirit Centipede's profile. Creature Spirit Centipede, level 170, Spirit Beast abilities: Razor Claws, Venomous Secretion, Visceral Corrosion, Attack, 1700 Defense, 1200 Agility, 1000. Yi Yu frowned. The stats fell short of expectation. A level 170 Spirit Beast wielded merely 1700 attack power. He'd assumed such a high-level entity would exceed 2000 in offensive might. Clearly, level alone did not guarantee overwhelming strength. With that realization, his expression softened, calm, composed, untroubled. "Master, we've arrived," announced the flame-fire boar, halting before a dense thicket, its snout wrinkling in distaste. It dreaded insectoid spirit beasts most, lethal toxins, elusive forms notoriously difficult to subdue. In mission rankings, these ranked among the most perilous. It could scarcely fathom why its master so relished such extreme challenges. Yi Yu stepped down from the flame-fire boar's back and swept his flashlight across the undergrowth. "Master, this forest harbors not only the spirit centipede, but other spirit beasts as well. Proceed with utmost caution." The flame-fire boar urged earnestly. "You're not entering with me." Yi Yu eyed it skeptically. Master, I'm just..." The boar stammered, torn between dread and loyalty. Yi Yu lowered his gaze, observing the boar's conflicted expression. "Wait here." Then, without another word, he strode into the thicket. "Master!" The flame-fire boar jolted. Before thought could catch up, its hooves were already pounding after him. Deep down, it feared abandonment above all, even more than venomous insects. "I told you to wait outside," Yi Yu said, pausing as the boar caught up beside him. "Wherever you go, I follow. No danger frightens me." Seizing the moment, the flame-fire boar affirmed, its devotion desperate to dispel any notion of cowardice. "Enough. Let's go." Yi Yu resumed, walking forward, the flame-fire boar falling instantly into step beside him. Yi Yu swept his flashlight beam across the forest floor, where scattered mutilated remains lay strewn about. His brow furrowed. Bloodshed fierce and inevitable loomed ahead. "Master, there it is. The spirit centipede. Look how enormous it is." The flame-fire boar pointed urgently to the left. Yi Yu trained his light in that direction. There it lay. A jet-black centipede, 3 meters wide and 10 meters long, crowned with twin antennae nearly 2 meters in length. Its gleaming obsidian eyes dwarfed a human skull. It was devouring a grown man. Its maw stretched wide, swallowing him waist-deep. His legs kicked feebly in the air, evoking visceral... "Master, perhaps we should seek a smaller one. This one's simply too massive," the flame-fire boar murmured, edging closer to Yi Yu, nose wrinkled in aversion. "No, it's precisely this scale that makes it thrilling. Come, we must seize such a rare spirit beast as a vital alchemical ingredient." Yi Yu's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement, already envisioning its refinement into potent elixirs. The flame-fire boar fell silent. Watching its master's rapturous expression, it suddenly regretted ever encouraging him to take up alchemy. Perhaps he'd gone... Yi Yu's mind raced, not with fear, but with calculation. The centipede's medicinal value, optimal extraction sequences, precise refinement protocols, all crystallized in his thoughts. Only taming remained. They reached the centipede just as it finished swallowing the manhole. It regarded Yi Yu with indifferent disinterest, its massive form unmoved. "Do you dare scorn me?" Yi Yu summoned his oxhide whip, ready to lash it into submission. The centipede parted its inky jaws, revealing rows of gleaming serrated fangs, an unmistakable threat. In an instant, the fire pig made a decision, or it absolutely could not let its master lose face. Standing firm, the fire pig held its head high, displaying a resolute demeanor. However, the intense pain it had imagined did not befall the fire pig. Yi rushed to the pig's side, swiftly extending his hand to catch the red thorn held by the little. To Yi's surprise, the red thorn in the little girl's hand actually had barbs. The barbs pierced deeply into his palm and blood dripped down. Yi showed no sign of pain, merely gazing indifferently at the little girl before him, his eyes filled with an icy chill. The fire pig stared wide-eyed in shock at its master standing protectively in front of it. With slightly moist eyes, it looked at Yi's towering figure and let out a cry. "Whoa, master, you are so good to Fire. Whoa, Fire will stay by your side for a lifetime, through life and death, never leaving." Yi was silent. Though the fire pig's words were somewhat ridiculous, they were inexplicably endearing. Yi had been focused on the little girl's movements and did not notice that his blood had dripped into the serpent ring on his wrist, which greedily absorbed his blood as a dark light flowed through. "You let go of my weapon." The little girl tugged hard, trying to reclaim her weapon from Yi's grasp. However, she could not pull it away and could only angrily demand her red thorn back. Yi fixed his gaze on the little girl, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, his expression cold. "Such a weapon designed for treachery seems ill-suited for a little girl like you." Although Yi said this, he suddenly yanked hard, causing the little girl to stumble and fall flat on the ground as she lost her balance from the whip's swing. "You wretched human, without any cultivation, dare to challenge me." The little girl lay on the ground, nearly driven mad by Yi. "Haha, whether I have cultivation or not I am not sure, but I know that you, a self-proclaimed cultivator, cannot even defeat me. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to show my face." Yi looked at the little girl with derision. If it weren't for her sharp tongue, he wouldn't stoop to argue with a girl. Yet this little girl truly deserved a lesson. The little girl lying on the ground heard Yi's insulting words and became furious. She lifted her head, glaring at Yi with rage, gathering all her spiritual energy, and then fiercely yanked to reclaim her red thorn from Yi's grasp. To her surprise, bang! Yi suddenly let go, causing the little girl who had just gotten up to be sent flying back, landing in a heap. "Ta! Master, she is so foolish, ha!" The fire pig mocked mercilessly, clutching its belly and laughing uncontrollably. "You..." The little girl raised her head, struggling to ignore her pain, glaring at Yi in exasperation, her eyes filled with fury. "Enough with your nonsense. You can't defeat me and are wasting my time. Do as you wish." After speaking, Yi prepared to take the fire pig to search for a new centipede. If he continued to entangle himself with this little girl, he would not be able to test his spiritual energy. It was better to seize the time to complete more tasks and quickly enhance himself. "Stop. Don't leave. Explain yourself clearly." The little girl pounded the ground with force. If it weren't for the pain in her body, she would have already gotten up to teach this foul man a lesson. "Don't humiliate yourself further. You are no match for me, and I have no habit of hitting women." After saying this, Yi didn't even glance at the little girl and vanished into the dark world. "Damn you, foul man. I will find you and make you pay 1,000 cuts." The little girl shouted with full vigor. If it weren't for her lack of strength, she would have killed Yi right then and there. The fire pig excitedly chattered beside her, most of its words praising Yi's prowess. Yet Yi's thoughts were consumed by the little girl's earlier words. It did that not mean he had cultivation? But what exactly is cultivation? In a fit of frustration, Yi seemed to direct all his fury at the spirit centipedes. The gigantic and powerful spirit centipedes were almost all cut into pieces by Yi, shocking the fire pig. Yi wiped the blood from his face, his expression grim, and strode towards the safe zone. The fire pig followed closely, not daring to breathe, fearing to provoke Yi. Though it did not know why Yi was troubled, the fire pig instinctively connected Yi's bad mood to the little girl. Upon reaching the safe zone, Yi sat cross-legged. The fire pig closely followed, sitting down as well, but maintaining a safe distance from Yi. Yi glanced at the fire pig and slowly closed his eyes. The fire pig finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being stared at by Yi had been quite uncomfortable, and now it could relax a bit. Just as the fire pig had taken a deep breath, it heard Yi's cold voice. "Fire. Master. What is it?" The fire pig was momentarily stunned, raising its head and meeting Yi's piercing gaze, which made it feel a tightening in its heart, unable to fathom what Yi was angry about. "Tell me about cultivation in detail." Yi looked at the fire pig indifferently. The fire pig sighed with relief, displaying a broad smile. "Master, that white tiger from earlier was a 6th-tier beast, and you injured it with just a single palm strike. That's incredible. Get to the point," Yi said, impatiently focusing on the fire pig. The strength of a 6th-tier beast is equivalent to a high-level spirit master. In the Eternal Night arena, the cultivation ranks are Spirit Apprentice, Spirit Soil, Spirit Master, Spirit King, Spirit Venerable, Spirit Immortal, and Spirit Emperor, each divided into 9 tiers. That little girl's cultivation is not low, otherwise she wouldn't have a pet like the white tiger. I see no wonder she was so arrogant. She has the power to back it up. Yu nodded, suddenly understanding the little girl's earlier behavior. This is someone who speaks with strength, but why couldn't that little girl defeat him? Hot tired already. Now it's my turn, Yu said, tightening his grip on the cast iron knife as he struck towards the spiritual frog's head. Quack quack. The spiritual frog croaked a few times, extending its tongue to ensnare Yu as he attacked. Seeing the spiritual frog extend its tongue, Yu's eyes gleamed, and he charged directly towards the frog's eyes, for such creatures usually have their vital spots near their eyes, which are relatively vulnerable. Die! Yu shouted, reaching out his hand to gouge at the frog's eyes. Uft, uft. A warm, sticky liquid erupted from the frog, accompanied by a nauseating odor. The spiritual frog, injured in the eyes, went into a furious frenzy, thrashing its body wildly in an attempt to throw Yu off. Yu clung tightly to the frog's eyes, refusing to let go even as the frog twisted and turned. He had little time left and needed to quickly deal with the spiritual frog before him. Suddenly the frog went still. After a few seconds, Yu relaxed, thinking that like the previous spiritual alligator, if he destroyed its eyes it would be over. Just as Yu let his guard down, the spiritual frog suddenly exerted force, throwing Yu off its back. Ouch! Damn, that hurt. Yu rubbed his sore backside and lifted his head to curse. The next moment he quickly rolled to the side to evade the frog's attack. At this point Yu was thoroughly enraged. The damned spiritual frog still wouldn't die even after losing its eyes. Clearly its vital point was not located there. Looking up, Yu saw the spiritual frog wildly attacking the space in front of it with its tongue. An idea struck him. He held his breath to avoid detection. Indeed, as he eased his breathing, the spiritual frog began to act like a frenzied toad, crashing around and creating pits in the ground, which was quite eerie. Yu remained calm, squatting in a relatively safe spot, waiting for the frog's spiritual energy to dissipate before seizing the opportunity to kill it. While Yu was plotting, the system suddenly alerted him. Ding. Warning, warning, 15 minutes remaining, health decreased by 1 unit. Damn, even at a time like this it had to reduce his health. This is outrageous. Ding. Insulting the system, health decreased by 1 unit. With 2 health units gone in quick succession, Yu felt nauseous and hurriedly pulled out a pill from his bag, tossing it into his mouth and chewing. Yu deliberately chewed loudly, as if treating the pill like the system, wanting to vent his frustrations. Ding. Health fully restored. At this moment the spiritual frog seemed to go mad, repeatedly slamming its body against a nearby wall. Yu quickly picked up his eternal candle and shined it towards the sound of crashing, feeling a tightness in his chest. Could it be that the spiritual frog was suicidal? With that question, Yu knew he couldn't let it kill itself, otherwise all his previous efforts would be in vain. Gripping the cast iron knife, Yu charged towards the spiritual frog, dodging slightly before launching an attack at the frog's head. With agile movements, Yu leaped onto the spiritual frog's foot, vaulting directly to its neck. A flash of light caught Yu's attention. He realized the frog's vital point was here. He gripped the cast iron knife tightly and struck down hard at the precise point. Yu felt a strong burst of gas erupt, and the spiritual frog collapsed beneath him. As it fell, Yu quickly jumped off. Seeing the spiritual frog lying motionless on the ground, Yu sighed in relief and hurried to its side, feeling over its body for treasures. Finding none, he knocked on the frog's head, thinking it might yield treasures like the spiritual alligator. To his surprise, after several knocks, there was no reaction. Bang! The spiritual frog transformed into a mist of blood, disappearing instantly. On the ground lay 2 items seemingly contained in vessels filled with a warm, pleasant white liquid. Ding! Mission completed, 1/5 done. Continue your hunt, health 1. Seeing the mission refresh, Yu raised an eyebrow and tossed the water pouch into his bag, planning to save it for later to see what treasures he had obtained. Yu shut off the system and stepped towards the pool, a warm breeze wafting over him. He was pleasantly surprised to find the water was warm. If he could jump in and enjoy a relaxing bath, how delightful that would be. However, those were just thoughts. He needed to focus on completing his tasks. Quack, quack, quack. Yu imitated the frog's croak, hoping to attract other spiritual frogs. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, he heard the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Yu couldn't help but swallow. Just how many spiritual frogs had he attracted? How could there be such a loud commotion? Don't eat me. Uff, uff, let me go. A series of intense screams erupted, and Yu sighed in relief. It seemed there were others also undertaking this mission. No wonder there was such a ruckus. Yu closed his eyes, opened the system, and checked the attributes of the spiritual frog. Creature: spiritual frog. Level 20 spiritual beast. Skills: long tongue, devour humans. Attack 150. Defense 100. Agility 73. Damn, what kind of rotten luck was this? How did he keep picking such high-level tasks? With his current equipment, he couldn't possibly defeat the spiritual frog. It was a miracle he hadn't died yet, and now he had to kill 5 spiritual frogs. Yu shook his head in resignation. He truly felt like he was courting death. A series of piercing screams rang out, and Yu opened his eyes. Having already killed one spiritual frog, it seemed that taking down these high-level spirit beasts wasn't as difficult as he thought. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes, firming up his resolve. He gripped the cast-iron knife and the eternal candle and moved forward. Primarily selecting the position where the screams were most desperate, it seemed someone had already tested the waters. All he needed to do was act quickly and finish off that spiritual frog. Hee. What a brilliant plan. Bang. Dust flew up, and Yi Yu squinted, shining the eternal candle ahead, only to see a person lying on the ground breathless. The next second, the spiritual frog wrapped its tongue around the person and tossed him into its mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. Yi Yu was stunned for a few seconds, realizing that this spiritual frog indeed ate humans. You dare kill my brother. He'll fight you to the death. A youthful voice rang out, but before Yi Yu could react, he heard the sound of something heavy falling. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing a few times before he stopped struggling. Yi Yu squinted. In such a short time, 2 people had already been killed by the spiritual frog before him. An indescribable feeling occupied Yi Yu's heart. Lai Hu, you know it well. Yi Ming's tone carried a hint of helplessness, as if he were being coerced by Lai Huizhu. Yi Ming, it has been hundreds of years since we last met. Don't you want to see an old friend? Seeing that he couldn't provoke Yi Ming, Lai Huizhu decided to take a softer approach, not believing that Yi Ming could resist. Indeed, as soon as Lai Huizhu spoke, Yi Ming fell silent, seemingly contemplating his words. Yi Yu, listening to their strange conversation, felt puzzled, wondering what kind of riddle they were playing. Master Yi Ming, my master is now an alchemist with a celestial spirit body, a rare genius. It wouldn't hurt to meet him. Lai Hu, after spending so much time with humans, you've become quite crafty, Yi Ming said with a wry smile. In the Eternal Night Arena, there is a rule: once someone in Yi Ming's position reveals his true identity in front of a human, it means he accepts that human as his disciple. A master can only take one human as a disciple. Although Yi Ming had seen Yi Yu's alchemical prowess, he was still in a state of consideration, making it difficult. Yi Ming, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Lord Yitsong also thinks highly of my master, and even gifted him a powerful sun-shooting bow. What? That old fellow Yitsong has taken a liking to him. Yi Ming exclaimed excitedly, nearly rushing over to challenge Yitsong to a life-or-death battle. Of course, the sun-shooting bow is not an ordinary weapon. If Yitsong didn't see the potential in my master, how could he possibly part with his most treasured possession? Lai Huizhu looked proudly at Yi Ming, exuding a sense of shared honor. How does he really think he can compete with me for a disciple? Yitsong is not worthy. With that, Yi Ming transformed into human form, without hesitation, and stepped out from behind the door. Yi Yu furrowed his brows as the door opened, a blinding light pouring in, making his eyes accustomed to darkness feel uncomfortable. Yi Ming, must you be so ostentatious? Why all this blinding light? Lai Huizhu commented without reservation, secretly cursing Yi Ming for his show. It's been a while since I transformed. I didn't gauge my power properly. After saying this, the beam of light diminished somewhat, becoming softer. That's better. I thought you were going to put on a dazzling show for yourself, Lai Huizhu retorted, rubbing his pained eyes. Yi Yu squinted until his eyes adjusted to the brightness. Only then did his brows relax, revealing a tall figure stepping out from the light, standing over 6 feet tall. The man walked slowly towards Yi Yu, dimming the radiance around him, so that Yi Yu could clearly see his true appearance. Yi Yu observed the figure before him, noting his exquisitely handsome features, tall and slender frame, clad in a striking red robe that did not appear ostentatious, but suited him perfectly. His porcelain-like complexion and handsome face radiated a wild charm, exuding a sense of untamed allure. Yi Ming stood there, allowing Yi Yu to scrutinize him. So how do I measure up to your expectations? He asked with a smug look, seemingly proud of his appearance. It's all right, Yi Yu replied flatly, successfully darkening Yi Ming's expression. How could such a handsome face only earn a mere "it's all right"? That was truly outrageous. Lai Huizhu, seeing Yi Ming's embarrassment, stifled a smile, looking gleeful as he watched Yi Ming's reaction. So does that mean I've won the bet? This golden cauldron should belong to me now, Yi Yu said, casting a glance at Yi Ming before turning his attention to the golden cauldron before him. Yi Ming. It turned out that in Yi Yu's mind, he was even less significant than a golden cauldron. Ahem, Yi Ming, it's been a long time since we last met, and you're still as handsome as ever. Surely you won't go back on your word. This golden cauldron belongs to my master now. Lai Huizhu interjected, cutting off any escape for Yi Ming. Yi Ming rolled his eyes, looking at Lai Huizhu with disdain. Lai Hu, when did you become like this? You're completely different from before. Yi Ming looked at Lai Huizhu in confusion, feeling that he no longer recognized the pig. People must always progress. Yi Ming, after all these years, you haven't changed a bit. What treasures do you still have? Hand them all over. Lai Huizhu said boldly, treating Yi Ming as if he were an old acquaintance. Yi Ming rolled his eyes again and extended his hand, revealing a pill bottle in his palm. This is the Qingxin pill, which can aid in his ascension. Remember not to take too much. I fear his body won't be able to handle it. With that, Yi Ming raised his hand, and the pill bottle flew directly to Yi Yu. Yi Yu lifted his hand to grasp the pill bottle, examining it carefully. The jade-colored bottle appeared quite valuable. Removing the cap, Yu poured out the contents, revealing 5 pills that shimmered with a glow. Just from their appearance, their value was apparent, and the fragrant aroma they emitted was intoxicating. Master, hurry and take one, Lai Huazhu urged, eager to have Yu consume the pill. Yu glanced at Lai Huazhu, then at Yi Ming, noticing Yi Ming's pained expression, which made him feel pleased. It seemed that these pills were of high quality. Without further hesitation, Yu picked one up and placed it in his mouth. The pill melted, instantly releasing a cool sensation that spread in his mouth. Yu felt a surge of energy flowed down his throat and through his body, leaving him feeling refreshed and significantly lighter. Wonderful. His body is perfectly capable of dual cultivation. He has fully absorbed your Qingxing pill. He truly is a remarkable genius. Wonderful. His body is perfectly capable of dual cultivation. He has fully absorbed your Qingxing pill. Wonderful. His body is perfectly capable of dual cultivation. He has fully absorbed your Qingxing pill. He truly is a remarkable genius. Ding. Warning, warning. 20 minutes remain. Complete the mission promptly, or you will dissipate into a crimson mist. Ah, my heart. Yu heard a sickening thud, followed instantly by a man's agonized scream. A pungent wave of blood filled the air. He grimaced, tightened his grip on the blade in his hand, and charged toward the source of the sound. Since someone's heart had been devoured, fire crimson birds must be nearby. He had to slay 2 of them, swiftly, to fulfill the mission. A searing wave of heat slammed into him heaten. With no time to evade, Yu was hurled backward onto the ground. A metallic tang rose in his throat, and he spat forth a gush of crimson blood. Ding. Warning, vitality bar decreased by 2 segments, combat strength reduced by 3 points. Damn it. If this continues, he would vanish forever, dissolved into a crimson mist. The sharp whoosh of beating wings preceded a scorching blast. Yu rolled across the ground just in time. A blazing crater now smoldered where he'd lain moments before, illuminated by a fleeting flash of firelight. The fire crimson bird rose, shaking its head with wilder fury, granting Yu no respite before lunging straight at him once more. If you seek death, then die. Clutching his greatsword tightly, Yu felt the infernal heat drawing nearer, and met the beast heated in a thunderous clash. Shink! The blade sliced through flesh. A shriek tore from the bird's throat. Then Yu was struck hard across the back, flung 2 or 3 meters through the air, before crashing down. Ugh! Blood erupted from his mouth. His stomach churned violently, how it felt as though every organ within him had been pulverized by a savage blow. Ding. Warning, warning. Only 1 segment remains in the vitality bar. Complete the mission immediately, or dissolve into a crimson mist. Yu nearly choked upon hearing the system's reminder. He was risking his life battling fire crimson birds, yet the system kept blaring warnings with infuriating precision. He opened the system interface, selected a pill, and swallowed it whole. Instantly vigor surged through his limbs, just as a furnace-hot gale roared toward him. Die, fire crimson bird. Yu sprang upright, gripped his greatsword, and swung it downward in a lethal arc. Their bodies passed like opposing currents. Blood dripped steadily from the blade onto the scorched earth. Drip, drip. With a heavy thud, the bisected bird collapsed, then dissolved into a crimson mist. Yu exhaled deeply, wiped the blood from his face, and strode onward into the infernal realm, gripping his greatsword. His next target, the 3rd fire crimson. The deeper he advanced, the hotter the ground grew. His boots began emitting acrid smoke, their soles charring. Suddenly Yu halted, an even fiercer wave of heat washed over him, so intense that his hair seemed poised to ignite. He could go no further, else the unbearable heat would consume him utterly. Gugot! A strange cry piqued Yu's curiosity. He turned, just as a fierce gust swept overhead. Clearly another fire crimson bird lurked. Summoning his greatsword, Yu wasted no time. Closing his eyes, he focused intently on the subtle vibrations of the bird's wings. Within a minute, his vision sharpened unnaturally. He could now perceive the creature's exact location, even in utter darkness. Clutching his greatsword, he dashed toward the source of the wind. This was a race against death himself. No hesitation, no fear. Only the unyielding will to survive. The fire crimson bird, caught off guard by Yu's reckless charge, took a grievous wound, then snarled like a maddened beast, enraged beyond reason. It thrashed its wings with terrifying force, charging straight at Yu, as if intending to hurl him bodily aside. Trained since childhood in martial arts, Yu dropped instantly into a solid horse stance, sword raised, awaiting the perfect moment. Ah, my eyes, stop pecking. Wallow, no? My heart. Each wail pierced the air like icy needles, chilling the spine, freezing the blood. Yu paid no heed to those futile cries. His sole focus remained the mission. Survival demanded absolute urgency. One misstep could cost him everything. The blistering gale drew ever closer. Yu tensed, every muscle coiled, his expression sharpened by razor-edged vigilance. Gugot! As the fire crimson bird hurtled toward him, it emitted an involuntary cry. Yu seized the opening, lunged forward, and swung his greatsword wildly, recklessly, unrelentingly. Slish! Slish! 2 rapid cuts. then the heavy thud of a collapsing body. Yi Yu sighed in relief and sank to the ground, only to leap up again an instant later frantically patting his own backside. He'd nearly forgotten. He stood in the infernal realm. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, otherwise the scent of charred flesh would already hang thick in the air. Ding. Mission completed. Claim your reward. At those words, Yi Yu's face lit with elation. He closed his eyes at once, eager to behold whatever treasure awaited him. Reward: 1 pair of omnipotent gloves, 1 medicinal pill, and full restoration of vitality. Function: as thin as cicada wings, the gloves adapt seamlessly to ambient conditions, impervious to all poisons. Instantly, a pair of gloves, delicate as spun silk, materialized in Yi Yu's palm. He ran his fingers over their surface, impossibly fine, weightless. Carefully, he slipped them onto his hands. A refreshing coolness spread across his skin. Yi Yu smiled faintly. Clearly, high-tier missions yielded far more extraordinary rewards. With the omnipotent gloves now adorning his hands, Yi Yu boldly reached down to touch the ground, yet felt only a gentle, soothing chill, utterly untouched by the surrounding infernal heat. Excellent. Henceforth, extremes of heat or cold would hold no terror for him. Exultant, Yi Yu strode back along the path, intent on returning to his hollow tree to rest. He felt bone-deep weariness. After a short walk, he arrived at the hollow tree. He shifted aside the stone seal, then fingered the few remaining matches in his palm, hesitated, then lit the eternal candle. Its feeble glow revealed only oppressive, suffocating darkness, casting a pall over his spirit. How long must this hell endure? He yearned desperately for his former world. Yet after a quiet moment's reflection, he let the longing fade. Wherever fate leads, accept it. Having arrived, he would carve his name into heaven and earth, or forfeit all honor. Light ahead, charge. A distant voice bellowed, and chaos erupted, pounding footsteps, panicked shouts, and the sharp curses of those who'd stumbled and fallen. Yi Yu reacted instantly, blowing out the eternal candle in one breath. Once more the realm plunged into endless absolute night, the eternal arena of darkness. The surrounding cries and sobs made Yi Yu frown. Enough. He would sleep. Rest was essential. Only with renewed strength could he unfurled his peerless gray blanket and wrapped himself within its embrace. Instantly the biting cold receded, replaced by deep, enveloping warmth. Yi Yu settled comfortably, eyelids drifting shut, ready to sink into deep restorative slumber, gathering strength for the trial still ahead. Huagu, you are truly exquisite. Liahua Pig extended a trotter and shook Huaga's hand, his face alight with excitement, as if merely clasping the hand of such a beautiful young woman were an honor in itself. Yi Yu glanced sideways at Huagu. Undoubtedly lovely, yet something about her felt subtly off. For a moment, however, he could not quite place what it was. After all, it was but a fleeting nod of acknowledgement. No need to probe deeper into another's affairs. We have matters to attend to. Thank you for the drink. Yi Yu gave Huagu a courteous nod, then turned away with effortless grace. Liahua Pig reluctantly withdrew his trotter, gazing at her with conflicted sorrow. Huagu, I must depart now, but I shall return soon to speak with you again. Seeing Yi Yu's figure recede into the distance, Liahua Pig waved farewell and hurried. Liahua, remember to come play with me again. Huagu feigned wistfulness, watching Liahua Pig's retreating form. As Liahua Pig glanced back, he caught the lingering sorrow on Huagu's face, and an uneasy pang stirred within him, whispering that his master was heartlessly indifferent. She had offered him a drink with genuine kindness, yet he responded with such cold detachment. How utterly despicable. Still, such thoughts remained unspoken. Liahua dared not voice them aloud. Puffing and panting, he finally caught up to Yi Yu and walked beside him, wrestling with hesitation before finally speaking. Master, was it because you dislike Huagu that you left so hastily? His heart raced with trepidation. He dreaded Yi Yu uttering even a single word of disfavor, for that would mean he might never see Huagu again. Yi Yu halted and looked down at Liahua Pig at his feet. A faint wry smile curved his lips. Do you find her appealing? He mused inwardly. How ironic that Liahua, revered as the Great Flame, could so thoroughly misread a person. Having dwelled here for years, yet failing to discern even the artifice behind a facade. Liahua Pig lowered his head in embarrassment, his trotters twisting tightly together as he stammered awkwardly. Oh master, she'd never favor a pig like me. What good is affection then? His voice dimmed with quiet dejection. Yi Yu watched Liahua Pig's lovesick expression and smiled faintly. Not a word passed his lips as he resumed walking. Some illusions were best left unshattered. Let hope linger, if only to soothe a loyal heart. Master, wait for me. Lost in bashful reverie, Liahua Pig looked up only to find Yi Yu far ahead, and scrambled after him without delay. They departed the black market, stepping once more into an abyssal void. Faint glimmers flickered distantly, only to vanish in an instant, betraying how scarce matches had become. Within 100 li, scarcely anyone dared kindle a fire. At times hundreds gathered around a single flame, just to catch a sliver of light. Yi Yu's chest tightened at the sight. Without hesitation, he drew forth his universal flashlight, switched it on, and cast a beam of pure illumination ahead, drawing curious, awestruck gazes from all around. Those who moved freely through the black market were mostly formidable spirit cultivators. Yet even their prowess could not conjure light, where none existed. Around him eyes gleamed with envy and avarice, calculating, scheming, wondering how best to seize that radiant tool from Yi Yu's grasp. Yi Yu paid them no mind. He strolled forward at ease, lantern held aloft, calm and unflinching, utterly unconcerned by the predators circling in silence. Suddenly, a shadow hurtled toward him. Instinctively, Yi Yu raised his leg to strike, when a delicate voice cried out, "Oof!" In the next breath, Yi Yu felt a soft, yielding weight settle into his arms. His entire body stiffened, hands reflexively cradling the woman's slender. She lay nestled in his embrace, lifting her gaze to meet his. Cheeks flushed, voice tender. "Thank you. I was just flung out. I'd have been utterly humiliated." She lingered there, reclining against him, with no sign of rising. No trace of accident in her posture, only the deliberate grace of intention. "It's fine. Might you rise now?" Yi Yu stood rigid, face burning with awkwardness. This was his first time holding a woman, and the sensation unsettled. Boldly she reached up and wound her arms around his neck, eyes sparkling. "You saved me. I must repay you." With that she rose, and pressed her lips to his cheek. Yi Yu instinctively recoiled, gripping her arm firmly. "Ouch, you're hurting me." She hadn't expected resistance, and embarrassment flared across her features. Yi Yu yanked her clear of his chest, steadied her upright, then withdrew his hands, and frowning she stared at him, wide-eyed, guileless. "Since you've confirmed I'm unharmed, I'll take my leave." She turned to go, only for Yi Yu to step past her, blocked instantly by her body. His brow furrowed, impatience sharpened his gaze. "You touched my wrist, so you must marry me." She declared it with brazen entitlement, her eyes gleaming with unmistakable greed. Yi Yu remained silent. She was undeniably beautiful, but her fantasies were even more dazzling. Marry her? Preposterous. His grand destiny remained unfulfilled. No trivial union would derail it. Her silence deepened her mortification. Around them laughter rippled, mocking her audacity, her desperate advance rebuffed so plainly. Shame coiled around her like smoke. "I don't care. I demand you wed me since you laid hands upon me." She stepped forward, pressing closer, seeking to force his consent. "Humph. Move aside." Yi Yu's voice hardened with disdain. She lunged again, furious, relentless, and he sidestepped, effortlessly vanishing behind her. Overbalanced, she pitched forward, her momentum carrying her headlong into the ground. This time, Yi Yu did not reach out. He watched impassive as she collapsed onto the earth. Prostrate and seething, she cursed inwardly. The wretched man had watched her fall without lifting a finger. Unforgivable. "Have you finished your theatrics?" Yi Yu's tone cut like frost. No pity softened his gaze, not a shred for the woman sprawled before him. She lifted her head, fury blazing in her eyes, as if her very lifeblood might burst forth. "Don't spurn this blessing. That I chose you is your privilege alone," she roared, heedless of the scorn echoing all around. "Master, no matter how powerful she is, she has never defeated you. After all, you are the strongest." The fire pig proudly stated, as if in the whole world only its master was the mightiest. "Perhaps I underestimated her," Yi Yu said indifferently, closing his eyes and ceasing to think about the little girl. It seemed he also needed to hasten his pace and enhance his spiritual power, otherwise being looked down upon by a woman would be too shameful. The fire pig wanted to speak again, but upon seeing Yi Yu had closed his eyes, it obediently fell silent. In its mind, its master would certainly become the dominator of the eternal night competition. Ding. The task has been completed. Please collect your reward. Reward: spiritual liquid 1, bamboo shoot 1, feed 1, biscuit 1, milk 1, steak 3, shin iron 3, spiritual herb 10. Effect: the spiritual liquid can help you break through bottlenecks, but can also lead to your soul scattering. Use with caution. Yi Yu, after working hard on a task that crossed over more than 10 levels, receiving just a bottle of spiritual liquid seemed like an acceptable reward, yet if not handled properly, it might cost him his soul. This eternal night competition is indeed. Yi Yu quickly shook his head, trying to dispel the negative thoughts in his mind. After suffering too many losses before, he certainly didn't want to be deceived again. "Master, what's wrong?" The fire pig, seeing Yi Yu shaking his head, thought Yi Yu had lost his mind, and hurriedly stood up, scampering over to Yi Yu's side. Upon hearing the fire pig's words, Yi Yu opened his eyes and saw the concerned expression on the fire pig's face, causing his heart to soften. He had just been overly emotional and treated the fire pig harshly. A wave of guilt surged within him. He directly took out the snacks that the fire pig loved from his bag and tossed them all in front of the fire pig. Wow, so many delicious treats. The fire pig no longer holding back as it once might have, grabbed the snacks and began to eat. Watching the fire pig eat joyfully, Yi Yu closed his eyes and began to study the spiritual liquid. He picked it up and examined it. It was a blue transparent liquid, the bottle emitting a faint glow, looking quite exquisite. "Master, what are you doing? You're not selecting another task, are you?" The fire pig, happily munching, noticed Yi Yu had his eyes closed and thought he was once again choosing a high. Yi Yu opened his eyes, revealing a glowing bottle in his hand. "Fire, come take a look at this thing." Yi Yu presented the spiritual liquid to the fire pig. The fire pig was happily eating when it heard Yi Yu's words. It looked up and saw the spiritual liquid dropping the half-eaten spiritual herb on the ground. Without a moment to pick it up, the fire pig rushed to Yi Ye's side, eyes wide, carefully studying the spiritual liquid in Yi Ye's hand. How is it? Is this thing useful to me? Yi was also seeing this for the first time and felt a bit curious. Master, where did you get this? This is spiritual liquid. It's a treasure. The fire pig exclaimed excitedly. But I saw in the description that if used improperly, it will dissipate. Yi frowned, feeling a bit frustrated at the thought. After all the effort to obtain a bottle of spiritual liquid as a reward, it seemed he couldn't even use it. Just thinking about it felt like a waste. Dissipating only applies to those without spiritual chi. Master, you already possess spiritual chi. You can drink it freely without any danger. Really? Yi glanced at the fire pig, looked at the spiritual liquid in his hand, and without hesitation opened it. He saw a blue gas inside as if it had a life of its own, immediately flying into Yi Ye's mouth. Master, look. The spiritual chi is seeking out its master by itself. It seems you truly have extraordinary talent. The fire pig looked at Yi with excitement, knowing he was no ordinary person. After inhaling the spiritual liquid, Yi felt his body become unimpeded, experiencing no abnormalities. It seemed he had fully absorbed the spiritual liquid. Master, hurry and sit down to cultivate. You need to absorb this spiritual chi well, only then will you better merge it into your being. Yi slowly closed his eyes, his mind filled with the alchemy collection gifted by Lord Yi Ming. The fire pig obediently ate its snacks beside him, guarding Yi. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, the fire pig became tired of eating and directly laid down beside Yi, falling asleep. Finally, Yi felt that he had completely absorbed the spiritual power of the spiritual liquid. As he opened his eyes, a glimmer of purple light flashed in his gaze, though Yi did not notice. Seeing the fire pig sleeping soundly, Yi shook his head and opened the small wooden house, allowing them both to lie inside. Having a space was comfortable. The house could be lived in any time and anywhere. Yi continued to close his eyes and cultivate. In the space, his time did not align with the time of eternal night. It seemed that the time in eternal night was 6 times that of the space. This meant that while he cultivated for a day and a night in the space, only half a day had passed in eternal night. Yi cultivated continuously for several days until he finally heard the voice of the fire pig, at which point he stopped and slowly opened his eyes. Master, you're finally awake. The fire pig hurriedly approached as Yi opened his eyes. Fire, why do I feel a fiery heat all over my body? It feels like there's a surge of hot flow. Yi frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable in his body. Is it that I still haven't completely merged into one? The fire pig looked at Yi with a worried expression, unsure where the problem lay. Yi shook his head, gazing blankly at the fire pig, only to feel as if a flame was burning in the palm of his hand. Hiss! Yi could no longer endure the burning sensation in his palm, looking at his hand, wanting to know where the issue arose. As Yi flipped over his palm, he saw a flame suddenly burst forth from his palm. Instinctively, he flicked his hand. The flame shot directly towards the corner of the small wooden house, instantly igniting it. Master, what are you doing? The fire pig stared at Yi in shock. This wooden house, even if it's broken, is still our home. Yi panicked, saying, I don't know what's going on. Hurry and find a way to put out the fire. Hurry and summon it. The fire pig suddenly remembered that Yi could summon the spiritual spring before. Yi calmed down instantly. Hurry and summon it. The fire pig suddenly remembered that Yi could summon the spiritual spring before. Yi calmed down instantly, silently reciting the incantation for the spiritual spring in his mind. Suddenly, Yi felt a surge of airflow erupt from his body. He pointed his hand towards the fire, wanting the spiritual spring to extinguish it directly. However, as soon as Yi pointed at the fire, he saw that the small flame had suddenly grown larger. Yi could no longer endure the spiritual snake crawling near his mouth. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and swiftly aimed for the snake's head. The spiritual snake reacted quickly, sensing the impending danger. It dodged, deftly avoiding Yi's attack, and in the next moment, it spat a mouthful of venom towards Yi's hand. Yi had already prepared for this. He had only intended to feign an attack. Seeing the snake spit out venom, a glint of joy flashed in his mind as he reached out again towards the snake's head. Master, be careful. The spiritual snake has a lot of venom. The fire pig observed closely from the side, and seeing Yi's actions, immediately shouted in alarm. Yi thought the snake only had a single mouthful of venom. Hearing the fire pig's warning, he attempted to retract his hand, but it was already too late. He could only brace. Fortunately, Yi was a step faster than the spiritual snake. He grabbed the snake's mouth, preventing it from spitting out venom, and tightly held the snake, forcefully yanking it down from its neck. Damn spiritual snake, how dare you crawl on me and wreak havoc? Just watch how I deal with you. Yi, illuminated by the dim light of the eternal candle, began to teach the spiritual snake a lesson. The fire pig, witnessing Yi's actions, broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Master managed to resolve the issue with the snake quickly, otherwise it could have led to serious trouble. Yi looked at the spiritual snake in his hand and searched around, but couldn't find its vital point. He then turned his gaze towards the fire pig. You said you didn't know about high-level spiritual creatures, but do you know where its vital point is? Although Yu held little hope for the unreliable fire pig, he still felt the need to ask. The fire pig shook its head, looking innocently at Yu. Master, I don't know about this one. Yu, forget it. Seeing the fire pig's guilty expression, Yu focused back on the spiritual snake in his hand. Since he couldn't find its vital point, he would just kill it directly. Summoning the black iron blade, it was Yu's first time using it, and he felt a flutter of excitement. After all, when he used the cast iron blade before, he had felt quite impressive as he cut down those strange spiritual creatures. Now equipped with the advanced black iron blade, its power was unimaginable. Looking at the pure black blade in his hand, Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he threw the spiritual snake into the sky and brought the blade down. The once arrogant spiritual snake was now cut into 2 pieces, falling to the ground, looking somewhat pitiful. The green blood it spouted landed on the ground, bubbling up like acid, exhibiting strong corrosiveness. If this were to touch human skin, the consequences would be dire. I didn't expect you to be so venomous, even your blood is toxic. Yu murmured to himself, observing the spiritual snake on the ground. To his surprise, in the next second the snake's head actually lifted, staring at Yu, startling him. Could this spiritual snake also have a return to life? Yu stepped back 2 paces, watching as the snake shook its head and quickly grew larger until it became a giant snake thicker than his waist. Damn, this is just too outrageous. I cut you in half and you can still stand up. Yu blinked, staring in disbelief at the fantastical scene before him. Master, after all, this is a level 70 spiritual beast. And since you didn't destroy its vital point earlier, it will only grow stronger. You can only completely eliminate it by finding its vital point. The fire pig explained Yu's confusion from the side. Yu, had he known this, he would have just turned the spiritual snake into mush right away. Even if he didn't know where its vital point was, he could have easily destroyed it. Now, looking at the giant snake that was much taller than himself, Yu felt some regret about why he always let the fire pig entice him into tackling tasks that were so much higher than his own level. Master, don't be afraid. I will always be by your side. The fire pig quickly reassured him, fearing that Yu might resent it. The spiritual snake, just bullied by Yu, was infuriated to see Yu looking at it with wariness, not displaying any sign of fear, making the snake mistakenly believe that Yu was looking down on it. In a fit of rage, the spiritual snake lunged towards Yu at lightning speed. Yu couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by the snake's open jaws. Yu frowned, holding his breath. The snake's mouth smelled too foul, almost making him faint. Master, are you okay? The fire pig, seeing Yu's actions, mistakenly thought Yu couldn't withstand the snake's attack. At that moment, Yu had no time to answer the fire pig. He tightened his grip on the black iron blade and swung it at the snake. Bang! The black iron blade struck heavily against the spiritual snake, creating a deep gash on its body, and green slime instantly sprayed out. Having learned from past experience, Yu easily dodged aside, jumping away, and as he saw the snake going berserk, he swung the black iron blade again towards it. With a slicing sound, the snake's skin split open. Yu felt a surge of joy, quickly withdrew the blade, and jumped back. He saw that the spot where he had just stood was burned into a large pit by the snake's blood. Tisk, this is indeed a venomous snake. Its toxicity is surprisingly strong. Yu complained, secretly relieved that he had just dodged the venomous attack. Having been injured twice in a row, the spiritual snake was even angrier, wishing to grab Yu and swallow him whole. The spiritual snake opened its jaws wide, letting out an angry roar towards the sky. In the next second, its massive head charged straight at Yu with incredible speed comparable to a rocket. Can't play anymore. Yu cursed under his breath, dodging repeatedly. However, the spiritual snake seemed to have gone mad, relentlessly pursuing Yu. Its head was like a giant rock, packing a powerful punch, leaving marks on the ground each time it missed a bite. Damn it, can you please stop chasing me? Yu shouted in frustration, dodging clumsily, coming close to being caught by the snake several times. Running away continuously wasn't a solution. Yu kept brainstorming for a plan until suddenly he had an idea. He turned around and saw a massive mouth coming at him. Yu quickly raised the black iron blade in front of him. The spiritual snake, unaware of the danger, thought Yu had run out of strength and opened its mouth wide, ready to. In the next second, the spiritual snake let out a painful howl, frantically writhing and knocking down all the towering trees around it. The moment Yu entered the snake's mouth, he stabbed the blade fiercely into its forked tongue. Without the forked tongue, the spiritual snake couldn't sense his position, and it also prevented him from being swallowed whole. Yu paid no heed to the flamefire boar's obsequious grin, and after a casual soak in the spirit spring, he rose without a word. The spring still brimmed with abundant spiritual energy. Beneficial to his body, the boar insisted, utterly oblivious to Yu's growing unease. No need. Let's hurry to Lord Yiming. We've tasks awaiting. Yu rolled his eyes inwardly, thoroughly unwilling to share the spirit spring with a pig. Reluctantly, the flamefire boar emerged from the spring. The spirit spring summoned by its master far surpassed its own, not only in pristine clarity, but also in sheer density of spiritual energy. Ignoring the boar entirely, Yeyu strode forward. Master, wait for me. The boar shook droplets from its hide and hurried after him. Lord Yiming, we've returned once more, the Flamefire boar declared cheerfully, gazing at the towering gate, as if greeting an old friend. Flamefire, why are you back again? Lord Yiming yawned lazily, his voice dripping with languid disinterest. The boar glanced at Yeyu, then stepped forward 2 paces. Lord Yiming, my master has now attained the celestial spirit body. Surely he qualifies for special assignments under your purview. The boar gazed rapturously at the gate, as though envisioning Lord Yiming's face behind it. Oh, the celestial spirit body. Lord Yiming's tone sharpened, suddenly electrified with intrigue. Indeed, the celestial spirit body. And we've just vanquished a level 147 spirit mosquito. Might we be granted exceptional tasks? Pride swelled in the boar's voice. Truly formidable, mused Lord Yiming, skepticism edging his words. He found it hard to believe a human could ascend so swiftly. Of course, after all, he is my master, Flamefire's master. Yeyu remained silent. Yet watching the boar's smug, self-satisfied expression, an unbidden wave of satisfaction rippled through him. Heh, is that so? Then let me test your master myself, to see just how extraordinary he truly is. With those words, Lord Yiming exhaled a gust of. Yeyu felt a violent gale strike him. His body recoiled 2 steps before crashing backward. A resounding clang echoed as a golden cauldron materialized before him. Lord Yiming, what is this? The Flamefire boar frowned at the golden cauldron. Having survived long within the Eternal Night Arena, it knew full well what lay before. Outwardly resembling a ceremonial bronze ding, it was in truth a supreme alchemical furnace. This furnace bore immense prestige. It belonged exclusively to Lord Yiming, and legend held that only flames born of a true celestial spirit body could ignite its sacred core. Lord Yiming had unveiled it deliberately, to test Yeyu's mettle. Flamefire, since you boast so highly of your master, surely he can kindle even this golden cauldron. Lord Yiming deftly turned the boar's own words against it. The boar stammered, speechless. In its earlier fervent praise of its master's prowess, it had forgotten Yeyu had just awakened the celestial spirit body, and had yet to fully integrate its power. As Yeyu listened, his gaze lingered upon the golden cauldron, its radiant luster deepening his fascination. Its gleaming surface stirred quiet delight within it. Yeyu, shall you attempt to ignite it? Seeing the boar fall mute, Lord Yiming shifted his attention directly to Yeyu. Yeyu lifted his eyes toward the obsidian gate, knowing Lord Yiming dwelled somewhere beyond it. Though unseen, Yeyu sensed almost intuitively that the Lord must be a man of strength. What advantage lies in igniting it? I never engage in ventures without profit. Arms crossed, Yeyu stood unflinching. No trace of fear before Lord Yiming, as though regarding him not as a sovereign arbiter, but merely another mortal. A greedy human. What reward do you demand? Lord Yiming regarded him with undisguised disdain, eyes sharp with contempt. Yeyu's gaze swept once around the chamber before his finger pointed decisively at the golden cauldron. If I ignite it, this cauldron becomes mine. Agreed, master. The Flamefire boar stared in utter disbelief, never imagining Yeyu would dare propose such audacious terms. Truly extraordinary. Within the Eternal Night Arena, Lord Yiming ranked among the highest echelons of governance. Mortals who encountered him typically prostrated themselves, trembling as they awaited his command. Only Yeyu dared negotiate terms with him. No wonder he was its master, truly peerless. Such arrogance. Lord Yiming's voice chilled, laced with mockery, utterly unconvinced that Yeyu possessed the power to kindle the cauldron. Observing Lord Yiming's scornful expression, Yeyu decided to administer a stronger dose of persuasion. Very well. If Lord Yiming deems the wager unfair, allow me instead to refine a pill within this cauldron. But you must supply the ingredients. I am destitute and cannot afford rare spirit herbs. Master, speak carefully. Defeat carries grave consequences. The Flamefire boar trembled, heart pounding, as if on the verge of collapse. Do you truly doubt your master? Yeyu arched a brow, his expression calm, assured, utterly unshaken. No master. The boar faltered, unable to articulate the dire gravity of what Yeyu had just wagered. Excellent. Since you stand so resolute, I shall grant your request. Such amusement has been scarce for decades. Without granting the boar further pause, Lord Yiming waved his hand, and rows of exquisitely rare spirit herbs unfurled before Yeyu like a celestial offering. Yeyu inhaled the delicate, heady fragrance of the herbs, and his eyes lit with sudden joy. Every specimen before him, distinct in form and essence, was instantly recognizable. As though etched into his very soul, each herb bore a name known to him without hesitation. Why the silence? It's too late to retreat. I permit no Lord Yiming watched Yeyu stare silently at the herbs, assuming ignorance, believing the earlier boasts were mere hollow bravado. Not at all. I'm merely considering which pill to refine first, using this golden cauldron. Yeyu lifted his gaze, casting a serene, unhurried glance, toward the gate itself. Then stay here and wait for me. Yi did not make things difficult for Liao Zhu. He strode toward the sea and switched on his all-purpose flashlight, illuminating the water. Master, what kind of task is this? Are you good at swimming? Liao Zhu looked at Yi with worry etched across his face, afraid his master might drown. Yi stopped, turned to Liao Zhu, and furrowed his brow slightly. Looking for 5 pearls. The map led me here. Yi stared at the sea before him, feeling uneasy. Find pearls. A sea task like this should be at least level 200, shouldn't it? Liao Zhu regarded Yi skeptically, an ominous premonition rising within him. Yi suddenly felt a pang of guilt, as if he had once again gotten Liao Zhu. Ahem, this is a level 200 task, not higher. Yi answered with mock solemnity. Master, how did you agree to this in the first place? Didn't I tell you not to jump levels so recklessly? How could you suddenly leap so many levels? Liao Zhu exploded, shouting at Yi. Yi inclined his head and regarded the furious Liao Zhu with a cold gaze. The look sobered Liao Zhu like a bucket of cold water. He hurriedly pasted on a conciliatory smile and looked to Yi. Master, I was only worried about you. By leaping so many levels you may miss out on rewards, things like inflatable rings or diving suits. You don't have any of that. How will you fetch the pearls? Liao Zhu reached out with a pig hoof and tugged Yi's trouser leg. Yi withdrew his indifferent stare and spoke in surprise. In Yongyejingji do they hand out inflatable rings? Diving suits? Of course. Treasures in Yongyejingji are limited only by imagination. There is nothing they cannot provide, Liao Zhu said proudly, as if dwelling in Yongyejingji were a great honor. Yi watched the expression on Liao Zhu's face and muttered to himself. He had not expected Yongyejingji to be both dark and brutal, and yet oddly humane. Warning, warning, 20 minutes remaining. Bloodstat 2. Hearing the system alarm, Yi did not hesitate. He popped 2 spirit pills into his mouth and chewed them. Master, are you really going into the sea? Liao Zhu clutched Yi's trouser leg and refused to let go, his voice fraught with unease. Don't worry, I can swim, Yi said, then strode purposefully toward the water. Liao Zhu watched his departing figure, anxiously feeling unsettled. The moment he stepped into the seawater, Yi felt it sting his feet. He hurriedly put on the cloth shoes he had acquired that morning. They were far more comfortable and strangely impervious to the sea's ingress. Yi walked along the shore and ran his hand through the sand, searching for shells. Perhaps one might conceal a pearl. Ah, my eyes! A piercing scream rent the air and drew Yi's attention. He swept his flashlight toward the sound and saw only frothing waves. The surface calmed moments later, as if the cry had been a phantom. Yi frowned and continued to search for a while longer. Warning, warning, 5 minutes remaining. Bloodstat 2. Resigned, Yi opened his pack, took out pills, and swallowed them. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the deep. The water was bone-chilling, every nerve sharp with cold. How can it be like this? Yi closed his eyes, opened his pack, and donned every wearable garment. He checked the map again. The pearl's location was right beside him. Only then did he feel some relief. He drew a deep breath and sank toward the seabed. Darkness blanketed the water. Despite forcing his eyes open, he could not see. He switched on his flashlight and swam with one arm while scanning the gloom below. A shadow streaked across his vision. On closer look, it was a water snake. A jolt of alarm ran through Yi, and he scrambled back toward the surface. As he broke the surface, a head slid down from the sky and plopped before him, startling him violently. Though he had grown numb to such grisly sights, the presence of the head still made Yi instinctively tense. Master, how is it? Did you find any pearls? Liao Zhu rushed forward at the sight of a flash of light and arrived at Yi's side. No, the conditions below are impossible to see. I want to cancel this task, Yi said, frowning at Liao Zhu. It was not that he was cowardly. The sea was simply too much trouble, and with his current gear, he felt rather ill-equipped. Master, don't be afraid. I have an idea. We can seek out Master Yiming. He is your teacher now, and will surely help, Liao Zhu said, having already thought of a way out. Master Yiming. Yi's frown met Liao Zhu's earnest expression and could only nod. If he had called someone master, he ought to seek their aid when trouble arose. Otherwise, what had been the point of calling him? Yes, this small matter he will help you solve, Liao Zhu said, nodding as Yi began to waver. Fine, let's go. Yi did not want to go back into the water. The depths were pitch black, and there were floating heads. It was frankly nauseating. Liao Zhu was surprised that Yi was so agreeable this time. He had no idea that a head drifted just behind Yi. Master, you're soaking. Use the Liao flame to dry off, but don't make it too fierce. Yi glanced at his palm and concentrated. An orange-yellow glow arose from his hand, and in less than 3 seconds his dripping clothes were instantly dry. Master, how does it feel? Isn't the Liao flame wonderful? Liao Zhu grinned, eyes pleading for praise. Yes, you're the best, Yi said, perfunctorily intrigued by the spiritual power he had just released. Come on, Master, let's go find Master Yiming for a chat. Liao Zhu stepped forward and gestured for Yi to mount his back. Yi nodded and swung onto Liao Zhu's back. All the while he wondered where the pearls could be. Could those water snakes be the spirit creatures guarding them? But the water snakes paid him no heed. They simply kept swimming back and forth. Seeing that Yi Yu showed no reaction, the woman in red stubbornly spoke up. Every guest who comes here will be recorded. If you come and do not eat, it will be a negative review for them. With negative reviews, they will lose their eligibility for selection. Do you understand? What does that have to do with me? Yi Yu coldly glanced at the woman in red. What more could he say to someone who didn't even dare show their face? How can you be so cold-blooded and heartless? After saying this, the woman in red took advantage of Yi Yu's unguarded moment and directly launched a sneak attack. Yi Yu waved his hand and knocked the woman in red down to the ground again. Blood spurted from her mouth as she was severely injured by Yi Yu. Such a petty trick, do you dare to deceive me? Yi Yu sneered, casting a cold glare at the woman in red before turning to leave. Stop, I won't let you go. The woman in red angrily struck the ground. If you dare to block me again, do you believe I will kill you? Yi Yu left these words behind, preparing to depart. A bell rang, followed by an elderly voice sounding. A guest is dissatisfied with your food, canceling your eligibility for the food competition. In an instant, the previous stall turned to air. Yi Yu was shocked by this scene, not expecting the Eternal Night Arena to be so ruthless as to actually cancel the stall. Old woman, I am sorry. Whoa. It is my limited ability that caused you to lose the chance to compete for the small Huandon. The owner began to cry heartbrokenly while holding his wife. Seeing this, Yi Yu felt a pang of sympathy. It turned out that what the woman in red said was true. As long as he left, the stall would lose its eligibility to compete. Ultimately, this incident stemmed from his actions. Now are you satisfied? You caused the owner's wife to lose the chance to compete for the small Huandon. The woman in red glared at Yi Yu angrily, her chest heaving violently, clearly infuriated by Yi Yu's actions. Master the Fire Pig instinctively moved closer to Yi Yu upon seeing the fierce expression on the woman's face. Yi Yu glanced at the couple on the ground and took out a pill from his bag, directly tossing it beside them. I don't know what a small Huandon is, but since I caused you to lose your eligibility for the competition, this pill is my compensation to you. The owner quickly picked up the pill Yi Yu had thrown, and looking at the patterns on it, his eyes filled with excitement. He hurriedly brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply, a rich medicinal scent wafting out. This is even more precious than a small Huandon. Are you an alchemist? The owner looked at Yi Yu with surprise, holding the pill in his hand. No wonder Yi Yu was so arrogant. It turned out he was not only a spiritualist, but also an alchemist, truly a prodigy. No, I bought this. Yi Yu didn't want to reveal his identity as an alchemist, so he casually told a lie. Seeing the owner's excited expression, Yi Yu felt a bit better. It seemed these pills could help the owner. Thank you, I want to pay you. The owner extended his hand, and a bag appeared before him. He immediately used his spiritual power to send the bag towards Yi Yu. No need. Yi Yu directly rejected the owner's kindness. He never intended for the owner to exchange money for the pills, so how could he take the owner's life-saving money? The owner released his wife from his embrace, stood up, and walked in front of Yi Yu, speaking earnestly. Please accept my gratitude. My wife really needs this pill. Without it, her life will soon come to an end. The owner said this, his eyes turning red. Yi Yu raised his eyes to look at the owner's wife sitting on the ground, and suddenly a phrase popped into his mind. The meridians throughout her body are damaged, her organs displaced, her head has suffered a severe impact, injuring her brain, sometimes conscious, sometimes familiar. Yi Yu was astonished by this phrase in his mind. What had this woman gone through? How could she have sustained such severe injuries? No wonder the owner kept saying he needed that small Huandon to alleviate this woman's condition. Looking at the owner's deeply affectionate expression, Yi Yu was suddenly moved. Taking another pill from his bag, he handed it to the owner. This pill is for you, I will accept the money. After saying this, Yi Yu didn't bother to elaborate, directly reaching for the cloth bag in the owner's hand, not even looking at it, and tossing it into his space. The owner widened his eyes, watching Yi Yu hold the golden turning pill, growing even more excited. Such a precious pill, I wouldn't be able to trade my life for it. The owner trembled as he reached out to take the golden turning pill from Yi Yu's hand, overwhelmed with excitement. As long as he had these two pills, his wife would surely recover. Watching the owner's excited demeanor, Yi Yu's lips unconsciously curled into a slight smile. Indeed, doing good deeds brings happiness. Yi Yu gave a glance to the Fire Pig and turned to leave. This time, no matter how the owner called out, Yi Yu did not look back. Seeing this, the woman in red also changed her opinion of Yi Yu, realizing she had misunderstood him earlier, and hurriedly lifted her leg to chase after him. Master, did you just give the pill to them? That pill is so precious, it cost quite a bit of good materials, the Fire Pig said, with a pained expression, feeling that the master was to give away such a valuable pill just like that is truly wasteful. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, do you understand? Yi Yu rolled his eyes, not wanting the Fire Pig to affect his good mood. Stop, wait for me. A familiar voice rang out, making Yi Yu furrow his brows. This woman is truly relentless. Why is she following me? Hasn't she had enough? The more Yi Yu thought about it, the more annoyed he became, unconsciously quickening his. The woman in red chased after him, finally catching up to Yi Yu's pace. Stop. The woman in red panted, looking at Yi Yu, who continued to walk forward. Without stopping, she quickly reached out to grab Yi Yu's clothing. Let go. Yi Yu stopped, frowning as he looked at the delicate little hand on his arm, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. He did not like being touched by strangers regardless of whether the other party was a woman. Who would want to touch you? I just wanted to apologize. The woman in red came in front of Yi Yu, carefully examining his appearance. She had been too focused on defending the owner and his wife earlier, not paying attention to Yi Yu's looks. Now that she looked closely, she was instantly taken aback by Yi Yu's stunning appearance. With a chiseled face and sword-like brows, his narrow phoenix eyes beneath a straight nose and perfect thin lips gave him an air of aloofness, yet it did not diminish his extraordinary beauty. Looking at Yi Yu's demonic-like appearance, the woman in red's heart skipped several beats. As Yi Yu stepped out of the small house, he turned back and looked at the wooden cabin with a hint of disdain. This was hardly a wooden house, but rather a mere thatched hut. Master, this room will change as we continue to level up, the fire pig said, noticing Yi Yu's expression, aware that Yi Yu surely looked down upon the somewhat dilapidated. Forget it, let's just go do the mission, or it's pointless to dwell on this. Yi Yu pinched his brow, wearing an expression of helplessness. The fire pig dared not say more and stepped in front of Yi Yu, signaling him to ride on its back. Yi Yu swung his leg over and sat atop the fire pig. Master, what level of mission did you accept this time? The fire pig recalled how Yi Yu always liked to challenge the limits, thinking that this time should also be a very difficult mission. Just level 140, no need to worry too much. Yi Yu rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat unreliable in the fire pig's mind. The fire pig breathed a sigh of relief as long as it wasn't a challenge to the limits. However, when the fire pig saw the mission details for hunting 3 spirit leopards, it nearly choked on its breath. Master, spirit leopards are very difficult to deal with. Why don't you skip this level? The fire pig lamented, always feeling that Yi Yu managed to select the hardest tasks. Such luck was indeed unparalleled. No matter how difficult we must face it, it's just 3 spirit leopards, it shouldn't be that hard, Yi Yu said lightly, completely unaware of the dangers he was about to face. The fire pig spoke with a pained expression. Master, have you ever looked at the attributes of spirit leopards? No. The fire pig silently consoled itself, watching Yi Yu remain casual and indifferent, unable to help but rub its forehead. Master, at least check the introduction. Those spirit leopards are really tough to handle. Yi Yu, feeling a bit irritated by the fire pig's constant skepticism, spoke with a somewhat ominous tone. Are you doubting my abilities? Hearing this, the fire pig's heart tightened, aware that Yi Yu was displeased, and thus reluctantly spoke up. No, absolutely not. My master is so wise and powerful, how could I doubt you? Yi Yu snorted coldly, yet still clicked to view the mission attributes, wanting to see just how high the spirit leopard stats were, considering how terrified the fire pig had. Creature spirit leopard, level 140, spirit beast, skill swiftness, bite, sharp claws, attack, 1300 defense, 900 agility, 880. Upon seeing the stats of the leopard, Yi Yu finally understood the concerns that the fire pig had earlier and couldn't help but swallow hard. It seemed he needed to think carefully before accepting missions. Otherwise, he could easily end up in a predicament. No wonder this mission only required hunting 3 spirit leopards. If it were 5, wouldn't it just exhaust him to death? Yi Yu slowly opened his eyes, having made up his mind. Master, did you check the spirit leopard stats? The fire pig asked cautiously, fearing it would trigger Yi Yu's temper. No, don't worry with me around, those beasts won't bully you, Yi Yu replied nonchalantly, although a hint of worry lingered in his heart. Hearing Yi Yu's words, the fire pig felt even more anxious. It turned out its master still did not understand the danger of hunting spirit leopards, and it seemed they would have to take it one step at a time. Ding. Warning, warning. Time left 15 minutes, health 2. Listening to the system's prompt, Yi Yu rolled his eyes widely. This eternal night system was always so arbitrary in deducting his health. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the forest, and the fire pig stopped at the entrance. Master, this is the spirit leopard zone. Yi Yu dismounted from the fire pig and moved forward, holding the eternal candle to shed light ahead. Only then did he realize that the number of people in this forest seemed to have decreased significantly. It was no longer as lively as before. It seemed that progressing through these levels of missions had indeed cost many lives. Master. The fire pig called out worriedly to Yi Yu, fearing that Yi Yu regretted coming here. Let's go. Yi Yu glanced at the fire pig and stepped forward into the forest. Although the fire pig had once been a mid-level BOSS, it still felt a sense of dread facing such high-level spirit beings. However, for the sake of its master, it steeled itself and entered. Following behind its master, the fire pig was on high alert. Even the slightest breeze made it extremely nervous. Fire, relax a bit. I'm still here. Yi Yu noticed the fire pig's anxiousness and smiled, soothing it with his words. Fire, relax a bit. I'm still here. Yi Yu noticed the fire pig's anxiousness and smiled, soothing it with his words. Master, the spirit leopard is coming. It's here. Yi Yu looked at the fire pig speechlessly, although he did not disdain that the fire pig had become a useless pig. It should at least have some courage, right? Otherwise, how would they become dominators together in the future? I'm sorry, master, I was just too scared. The fire pig released its hooves, looking awkwardly at Yi Yu, knowing its reaction had been a bit excessive. Stay behind me. I will protect you, Yi Yu said, and continued walking forward. Hearing the cries echoing from the forest, Yi Yu frowned. Soon after, a chilling wind blew and a strong stench assaulted his nostrils. Yi Yu raised the eternal candle in his hand, and shone it ahead, discovering a fierce-looking spirit leopard devouring a mangled corpse. Roar. The spirit leopard roared at Yu, attempting to intimidate him. You beast daring to challenge me. Today I will take you down. Yu summoned the double axes in his hands and charged toward the spirit leopard. After taking the cleansing pill last time, Yu felt that his body had become much lighter, and even his speed, while running, had increased significantly. It seemed the previous ordeal was not in vain. Master, be careful, spirit leopards are very fast, don't let it pounce on you. The fire pig exclaimed, shocked that its master was so brave, charging straight in Faceta face, leaving it no choice but to hide behind a tree and silently cheer for Yu. Yu dashed right in front of the spirit leopard, swinging his double axes down upon it. The spirit leopard, with its acute instincts, dodged and instinctively raised its paw to swipe at Yu's face. Roar. The spirit leopard roared in anger, and just as it was about to injure Yu's face, Yu managed to block it with his axe, the leopard's paw crashing against the double axes. No need for that, Yu replied, turning to walk outside, unwilling to pay any attention to the crazy woman. Stop. Did I allow you to leave? The girl angrily exclaimed, raising her hand to unleash a beam of golden light towards Yu. What do you want? Yu truly did not wish to engage in a fight with the girl, otherwise he would have acted long ago rather than let a young girl bully him. It's fine if you don't marry me, just give me the flashlight in your hand. I'm just a girl really afraid of the dark. The girl feigned a weak demeanor, as if Yu were bullying her. So your goal is the flashlight, Yu said before promptly turning off the flashlight, feeling somewhat speechless at the girl's demand. Why should he give her the flashlight? Just because she was a woman? Or was it because she had thick skin? I am a princess, you must give it to me, or I will have my father put a bounty on. The girl looked at Yu with a domineering expression, much like a spoiled little girl. He'll be waiting for your father to come find me at any time, any place. After saying that, Yu turned and walked away, feeling extremely frustrated. What was going on these days? He kept encountering some crazy people, it seemed better for him to stay away from trouble. With that time, he might as well focus on completing tasks and cultivating his chi. The girl, seeing that Yu ignored her, became furious and directly took out her magical treasure, a small night pearl, shining it forward in search of Yu's figure. Little did she know Yu had already ridden away on the fire pig. After searching for a while, the girl could not find Yu's figure and immediately erupted into anger. Damn man, I must find you and show you my power. The fire pig was startled by the woman's furious shout. Master, this woman is probably a madwoman, right? No need to pay her any mind. My luck with romance has been overflowing lately, Yu said with a gloomy expression, feeling somewhat down on his luck. Master, where are we going now? Why don't you visit Lingshan's sect? It is said that there are many treasures inside, and Master Qingxin treats you so well, all the treasures can be used by you freely. The fire pig was increasingly confused about Yu's thoughts. After a moment of silence, Yu finally spoke. What I need now is to enhance my strength, not to rely on shortcuts. And do you really think Lingshan sect is so peaceful, eh? What do you mean? The fire pig looked at Yu with a puzzled expression, feeling that its pig brain was insufficient. It's nothing, let's first find a place to rest. The rest can wait until we wake up. At this moment, Yu had no thoughts of doing anything else. He just wanted to rest well and settle his emotions. The fire pig directly took Yu to a safe zone. Yu opened his backpack and suddenly remembered that his small wooden house had burned down, so he took out all the snacks. Eat, and then rest after eating, Yu said as he started eating a steak. The system was quite good, knowing he was too lazy to cook, so it provided ready-made food that tasted incredibly delicious. The fire pig happily munched on its feed, its mind filled with the smile of Hua Gu, unconsciously revealing a foolish grin. Fire pig, what are you grinning about? Yu looked at the fire pig with an expression as if looking at a fool, thinking that it should get its head checked. Hee master, why is Hua Gu so beautiful with a sweet appearance and such a kind heart? Master, why don't you marry her as your wife? The fire pig looked at Yu with a mischievous grin, picturing the scene of the two getting married. Yu shot a glance at the fire pig. Seeing the smile on its face, he felt an urge to hit it and directly reached out to knock on its head. Ouch master, why did you hit my head? The fire pig did not expect Yu to strike it, covering its head where it was hurt, looking at Yu in confusion. I just wanted to knock some sense into your pig brain, though I'm afraid it's rusting. Yu rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay the fire pig any mind. How could a brain rust? The fire pig looked at Yu with a resentful expression, feeling that Yu was deliberately looking for trouble. However, it had no good methods to resist and could only accept its fate. Yu simply closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Seeing this, the fire pig obediently started munching on the snacks. The next day, Yu opened his eyes, feeling completely refreshed, and his body felt lighter. After shaking his neck, Yu closed his eyes and opened the system, intending to check the tasks. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in today. Reward: a pair of universal shoes. Item levels are categorized as ordinary, good, excellent, perfect, outstanding, epic, legendary, mythical. After shaking his neck, Yu closed his eyes and opened the system, intending to check the tasks. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in today. Level perfect. Description: walking on frost will not feel cold, and they are resistant to flames with room for upgrades. The canvas shoes will change as they level up. Looking at the shoes in his hand, Yu, who had initially looked down on them, directly put them on his feet and found them much more comfortable. He casually tossed his old shoes into the backpack and closed his eyes again, planning to tackle some tasks. After surveying the options, Yu chose a task to search for pearls. Opening his eyes, he saw the fire pig sleeping soundly and kicked it lightly. "Ah, who hit me?" The fire pig groggily opened its eyes and saw Yu staring at it expressionlessly, feeling a chill down its neck. It forced to "Master, you are awake. Pack up, oh, we are setting off." Yu stood up, stretched his muscles, and felt filled with strength. "Where are we going, Master?" The fire pig rubbed its eyes and stood up. "To do a task. This time I found a relatively simple one." Yu lowered his head and smiled broadly at the fire pig. The fire pig felt a chill run down its back, feeling uneasy about the smile on Yu's face. Yu lowered his head and smiled broadly at the fire pig. The fire pig felt a chill run down its back, feeling uneasy. Yu put away his smile and looked at the fire pig expressionlessly. Master, you actually look the best when you smile." The fire pig looked at Yu with a flattering expression, feeling that its pig life was difficult. "Get lost." Yu simply dropped that one word and walked ahead. "Master, wait for me." The fire pig hurriedly followed. Flame boar. Yu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the flame boar standing resolutely before him. His heart surged with a profound, indescribable. The flame boar squeezed its eyes shut tight, wholly intent on shielding Yu from that fatal strike. A thunderous boom echoed, blinding light flared. Zhang Tianshi's body was hurled violently into the air, soaring over 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. A gush of blood erupted from his mouth. Zhang Tianshi collapsed into unconsciousness. Hearing the impact, the flame boar instinctively trembled, then cautiously cracked open one eye, only to gape in astonishment at the fallen Zhang Tianshi. "Why gape like that? Haven't you anything to say in gratitude for saving your life?" A familiar voice rang out from behind. Both Yu and the flame boar whirled around and froze in disbelief. "Master Yiming, how did you emerge?" The flame boar bounded toward Master Yiming, ecstatic, and raised its hoof to embrace his leg, only for Yiming to sidestep with effortless grace. The flame boar blinked, utterly baffled. "Don't touch me with that hoof. I refuse to endure your childish affection," Master Yiming declared with palpable disdain, deliberately circling past the boar to stand beside Yu. "Master Yiming," Yu greeted respectfully. After all, this man had just intervened to save his flame boar. Yu held Master Yiming in genuine umph. To be caught off guard by an ambush. "Next time you fight, focus properly." Though his words rebuked Yu, his tone thinly veiled a scathing indictment of Zhang Tianshi resorting to despicable tricks against a junior cultivator. A sincere smile curved Yu's lips. "There will be no next time." Yiming nodded, then lifted his gaze toward his junior sister, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing his eyes. Though it vanished in an instant, Yu keenly sensed the subtle shift in Master Yiming's emotions and offered a knowing, enigmatic smile. Clearly a tangled history bound these two. "Qing Xian, tell me, why does Lingshan sect perpetually breed such disgraceful figures?" Master Yiming's voice was cool, laced with quiet irony, even as his gaze remained fixed upon Qing Xian, swirling with layered unspoken currents. "Yiming, please refrain from insulting Lingshan sect." Qing Xian sighed helplessly. Before him, her resolve always softened. Her heart refused to harden. Though drawn to each other, their paths diverged irreconcilably. One walked the righteous Tao, the other the shadowed path. For years they cherished silent, unspoken devotion across that chasm. Yet whenever they met, barbed words would inevitably fly, only ceasing when both were spent. This is no insult, it is truth. Swallowing burst spirit pills to amplify spiritual energy tenfold, then ambushing a junior cultivator with underhanded tactics. Surely this is Lingshan sect's signature cruelty. Master Yiming leveled the accusation openly without mercy. "Yiming, what precisely do you intend?" Qing Xian's expression darkened. As interim head of Lingshan sect, she could not allow Master Yiming to publicly tarnish its honor before so many disciples. "Nothing more than securing justice for my disciple," Master Yiming declared, arms crossed, chin lifted in haughty disdain as he surveyed Zhang Tianshi's motionless form sprawled upon the earth. "Disciple? Since when did you take one? Is it him?" Unable to suppress her curiosity, Qing Xian fired off the questions, eager however subtly to learn more of Yiming's world. "Indeed. This is Yu, my disciple, a rare, unparalleled genius." Pride resonated unmistakably in Yiming's voice as he named him. Qing Xian lifted her eyes to Yu, and a quiet, private thrill flickered within her. Their unspoken understanding remained as ever perfectly attuned. She had found Yu strikingly agreeable moments earlier. Now learning he was Yiming's disciple, she thought wryly, how serendipitous. "Regardless of who you are, your disciple slew my sect's elder uncle. Lingshan sect will never let this pass." Seeing Elder Qing Yu show no intention of punishing Yu, Zhang Tianrin seized the moment, stepping forward to stoke discord. Qing Xian swept him a cold, piercing glance, anger flashing silently within her. This Zhang Tianren has truly absorbed his master's essence, down to temperament. Meeting Qing Xian's gaze, Zhang Tianren shuddered involuntarily, suddenly remembering her presence amid his fervent quest for retribution. He scrambled to Zhang Tianren's side and began wailing loudly, determined to ensure every bystander bore witness. "Master, awaken quickly!" Wah! His cries pierced the air, raw and theatrical, designed solely to broadcast the scene far and wide. Zhang Tianren, silence. Qing Xian rubbed her temples, exasperated. "Elder, the enemy stands before us. How can I stay calm?" Avoiding Qing Xian's stare, Zhang Tianren shifted his glare toward Yi, bewildered. At the same age, why is he so formidable? Could Master Yiming truly speak truth, that he is a genius? Jealousy coiled hot and venomous within him, fostering a seething hatred. He would not tolerate another's superiority. He vowed, by any means, to destroy Yi. Qing Xian faced Yiming with visible distress. As sect leader, she could not appear overtly partial, so she straightened her bearing and met his gaze square. "Yiming, must you not offer some explanation? After all, one of our elders lies dead, and another gravely wounded. Should death not be expected? To perish by my disciple's hand is in truth his singular fortune." Yiming's words dripped with unapologetic bias, as if human lives held less weight than dust beneath his feet. How intriguing. Yi felt a swell of quiet gratitude. Earlier he'd reclaimed the golden cauldron from Jinding under Yi Ming's tutelage, yet Yi Ming seemed to have forgotten that incident, entirely defending him now with unwavering loyalty. He was only the second person, since arriving at Eternal Night Arena, to truly care for him. Warmth bloomed deep within his chest. "Master Yi Ming, you're magnificent. From this day forth Flame Boar pledges you as a true man of honor." The boar cheered exuberantly, earning only a withering, dismissive glare in return. "Yi Ming, you push too far." Qing Xian glared, torn between fury and anguish. "This man grants me not even a sliver of dignity. What am I to—" Just then Zhang Tianren stirred awake, only to hear Yi Ming's words sending him teetering once more on the brink of unconsciousness. Master, you've awakened." Zhang Tianren rushed to assist him, while Zhang Tianren shot his disciple a venomous glare, then turned his burning, hate-filled eyes upon Yi. Upon reaching the shore, Yi focused his energy, and the damp clothes on his body were instantly dried. "Perfect." Yi nodded in satisfaction, feeling increasingly adept at using his spiritual power. If only he had been this proficient back then, he wouldn't have accidentally set the little wooden house ablaze in his excitement. "Master, is this the pearl you collected?" The fire pig noticed Yi's clenched fist, as if he were holding something. "Yes, indeed." Yi nodded, opening his hand to show the fire pig the pearl he held. In the next moment, the pearl vanished. "How, where did the pearl go?" The fire pig looked at Yi in confusion. Yi shrugged, indicating he didn't know. "Let's head to the safe zone. The system might have automatically taken it." Yi said, casually, pondering the darkness of the Eternal Night competition. This wasn't the first time. "Master, why didn't you collect more pearls? These pearls can be exchanged for gold coin." The fire pig looked at Yi with a regretful expression. Yi halted, lowering his head to look at the fire pig. "Should I just kick you down? You go collect some more. After all, your snacks are quite expensive." No. Master, I was wrong." The fire pig quickly extended his trotter, hugging Yi's leg. "Let go, or I'll kick you straight into the sea." With that, Yi turned his head, preparing to move forward. The fire pig hurriedly retracted his trotter, obediently following. Upon reaching the safe zone, Yi sat cross-legged, watching the fire pig standing there with a guilty expression. Yi felt he might have been too stern earlier and scared the fire pig. He opened his backpack, took out some snacks, and tossed them to the fire pig. "Thank you, master." The fire pig's expression brightened, eagerly grabbing the snacks Yi threw and began munching. Yi closed his eyes and accessed the system. "Ding, the task has been completed. Please collect your reward." Yi looked at the system with an indifferent expression, already accustomed to the rewards of the Eternal Night competition, feeling they wouldn't be anything remarkable. Rewards: oxygen tank 1, a diving suit 1, headlamp 1, steak 3, bun 1, milk 3, cookies 4, feed 1. Effect: the oxygen tank allows for oxygen absorption in deep water areas for 30 minutes, with upgrade potential up to 24. Yi looked at the introduction, his eyes lighting up. This truly is a treasure. If one can breathe for 24 hours in deep water, wouldn't that mean he could swim freely in the ocean world? Just thinking about it made him happy. Yi's favorite sport was diving, so he wasn't particularly afraid of the sea, which is why he chose the task of collecting pearls. Unexpectedly, he encountered a spirit snake, which was quite unfortunate. Putting away the treasure, Yi planned to look for some useful tasks, and just as he opened the task list, he heard a familiar voice. What a coincidence! Yi opened his eyes. A beautiful figure came into view. "Huagu, why are you here? What brings you to this place? Are you missing me too much?" The fire pig, not waiting for Yi to respond, excitedly stood up from the ground, tossing the snacks aside, and smiled at Huagu. "Fire, you are quite amusing. I happened to pass by." Huagu pursed her lips, smiling sweetly, her gaze occasionally darting toward Yi. Yu merely nodded politely without speaking. He always maintained a sense of distance from Huagu, feeling that this woman was too mysterious, and it was better not to engage. This shows we are fated, Huagu. Don't you have a stall in the black market? The drink you made for me last time was simply delicious. I absolutely loved it. The fire pig looked at Huagu with a flattering expression, a hint of complexity, flashing in his eyes, quickly disappearing. I'm here to stock up. Tonight is the food festival, and there are still 2 hours left. Aren't you going to check it out? Not only can you claim rewards, but you can also taste food for free. Huagu tempted Yu, her gaze always lingering on him. It seemed she was trying to win Yu over. The fire pig's eyes widened at the thought of tasting more food, turning to Yu with eager eyes. As long as Yu nodded, he could dash straight to the black market. No, we have a lot to do, and not enough time. Yu said coolly, his eyes filled with caution as he looked at Huagu. Master. The fire pig still wanted to plead with Yu, as Yu usually indulged him. However, Yu shot him a look, and the fire pig immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Huagu burst into laughter. Yu, are you afraid of me? Or are you afraid of women? She deliberately emphasized the word women, leaning closer to Yi. Her delicate fair fingers rested on Yi's shoulder, and a captivating smile appeared on her face. Any normal person would be entranced by Huagu's beauty. Yet Yi remained indifferent, merely looking at Huagu with a cold expression, as if she were just a statue before him. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Women are the most adorable creatures in this world. Yi said, extending his hand, and playfully lifting Huagu's chin, striking a robe pose. Huagu carefully scrutinized Yi's eyes, realizing that he was quite unfathomable. No matter how powerful her charm was, it had no effect on Yu. This made Huagu momentarily feel that her allure might not be so strong after all. Could it be that her abilities were waning? Was that why Yu couldn't sense her charm? What you just said will make many girls like you. Truly, if you are handsome, even your words are so humorous. Huagu clung to Yi's arm, giggling continuously. She resembled a large parrot chattering nonstop. The fire pig looked at Yu with envy, his gaze lingering on Huagu's hand, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yu glanced at Huagu and noticed her eyes glimmering. Suddenly something flashed in his mind, and with a quick glance he withdrew his arm and stood up. My legs are sore from sitting, but it's time to stretch a bit. With that, Yu casually twisted his body, planning to search for new ocean tasks. I have a traditional massage technique. Seeing how tense your shoulders are, why not let me help you? With that, Huagu reached out and began to knead Yi's shoulders. Yu stiffened all over. It was the first time a woman had given him a massage, and the sensation was quite pleasant. Looking around, Yu found no suspicious spiritual objects appearing. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu felt a scorching sensation in the palm of his hand, causing him to instinctively release his grip, only to see the ginseng in his hand leap out, as if it were alive. At a visibly rapid pace, it grew robustly, transforming into a gigantic ginseng. Are you the one speaking? Yu stood up, squinting his eyes as he picked up an eternal candle to illuminate the towering ginseng before him. You dare disturb my sleep and burn my roots, you shall pay for this. The ginseng spoke, coldly laced with fury. Master, it seems we have unearthed the king of ginseng. What does that mean? Yu looked at the fire pig in confusion. Wasn't the task of coming here to dig ginseng? Why was there even a mention of a king of ginseng? Fire, after living for so long, you have become increasingly useless, actually recognizing a human as your master. The king of ginseng looked disdainfully at the fire pig, his tone and gaze filled with sarcasm. The fire pig glared at the king of ginseng with a pained expression. What do you know? You will never understand what love truly is in this lifetime. The fire pig replied boldly, as if being by Yi's side was an immensely I will never acknowledge such a lesser human as my master. It seems our friendship must come to an end here. A trace of regret flashed in the king of ginseng's eyes. He actually liked the fire pig's character. King of ginseng, we are only here to complete the task of digging ginseng, and we did not intend to disturb your rest. How about we dig the ginseng and complete our task? What do you say? The fire pig spoke hopelessly, for in his mind the king of ginseng was unreasonable. Fire, you overestimate yourself. Why would I give you this favor? The moment you recognized a human as your master, you lost the glorious mission bestowed upon you by the Lord of Eternal Night. You should not have fallen so low. The king of ginseng spoke earnestly, looking at the fire pig with regret. I never regret recognizing a human as my master. I am grateful to have met such a good master. I have no regrets in death. The fire pig raised its head, looking defiantly at the king of ginseng. Yi, watching from the side, felt deeply moved, as he hadn't expected the fire pig to have such profound feelings for him, which surprised him. Seeing the fire pig's indignant expression filled Yi's heart with warmth. It seemed he needed to treat the fire pig better in the future, lest he betray its heartfelt intent. Since it has come to this, our bond is severed. The king of ginseng looked at the fire pig's obstinate expression, no longer persuading it, but reverting to their previous. The fire pig raised its head and gazed deeply at the king of ginseng. Seeing that persuasion was futile, the king of ginseng contemplated killing Yu to sway the fire pig back to its former self, the great demon. Human, how do you wish to die? In consideration of fire, I can grant you the right to choose. The king of ginseng arrogantly gazed down at Yu, who seemed no different from an ant in his eyes. Die? I think it is you who should die. Yu tightened his grip on the black iron knife, preparing for a life-and-death struggle with the king of ginseng before him. Ha ha, with just you. You think you can kill me? The king of ginseng mocked Yu, casually moving its roots. Yu felt a violent blizzard rushing towards his face. Master, be careful. The king of ginseng's attack power is formidable. Neither of us is its match. The fire pig shouted anxiously from the side, having not expected the king of ginseng to be so ruthless, attacking without provocation and without warning. Yu tightened his grip on the black iron knife as he watched the king of ginseng's roots charge at him. He swung his knife fiercely towards the roots. With a clang, the black iron knife in Yu's hand broke into two pieces. What the hell? Yu stared at the half of the black iron knife left in his hand, utterly. Having fought in the Eternal Night Arena for so long, it was his first time breaking the black iron knife. This king of ginseng is too abnormal. Ha ha, foolish human, you actually thought to chop me with such trash. You truly do not know your own limits. After saying this, the king of ginseng launched another surprise attack on Yu. Yu had no choice but to narrowly evade. After dodging several times, Yu appeared somewhat disheveled. Master, what should we do? We cannot escape now. Yu furrowed his brow, looking at the king of ginseng before him with scrutiny. Fire, what is the king of ginseng's weakness? Yu thought he must strike a fatal blow, otherwise he would eventually perish from excessive exhaustion. Fire, it fears fire. Unfortunately, I can no longer release flames, or I could still contend with it. The fire pig said helplessly. If it were in its prime, it might have been able to battle the king of ginseng to the death. Now it was completely being beaten up by the king of ginseng. Don't lose heart, or watch how I deal with it. Yu turned his head and smiled gently at the fire pig. Master. The fire pig looked at Yu, filled with emotion, its feelings somewhat complex. It desperately wanted to protect its master, but unfortunately it felt powerless now. Don't be afraid. With me here, I won't let it harm you in the slightest. After saying this, Yu stood up, throwing the black iron knife on the ground, and summoning his dual axes, raising his head proudly to look at the king of ginseng. Still not convinced. The king of ginseng did not expect Yu to possess such spirit, feeling somewhat surprised. Beast, today I will take you down. Prepared. After saying this, Yu took a running leap towards the king of ginseng. Human, get lost, get off my back. Seeing Yu causing chaos on his body, the king of ginseng became even angrier, extending his tendrils and swinging them towards Yu. Yu had already anticipated this. Each time he was about to be thrown off, he drove his axe fiercely into the king of ginseng's body, using the force to propel himself upward. Damn human, I will kill you. The king of ginseng was riddled with large wounds from Yu's strikes, instantly infuriated, his body thrashing violently as he tried to throw Yu off. However, Yu was agile and light. Every time the roots nearly touched him, he narrowly dodged, quickly reaching the neck of the king of ginseng. Damn old man, have you been chattering for half a day? Aren't you tired? Or should I let you have a rest? Yu looked at the king of ginseng with a face full of anger. Human, I will kill you. The king of ginseng was threatened for the first time by a human, instantly filled with rage. The spirit snake thrashed wildly, attempting to spit out Yu, yet Yu remained steadfast, as if rooted in the snake's mouth, unaffected by its frantic movements. The black iron knife in his hand pierced straight through the belly of the spirit snake, fresh green blood dripping onto the ground, creating small craters. Seeing his black iron sword sinking deeper, Yu swiftly pulled it out and thrust it back towards the root of the spirit snake's tongue, feeling a sudden jolt that left him momentarily deaf. Ding. Warning, warning, 10 minutes remaining, blood level 2. Hearing the alarm, Yu felt his body weaken, collapsing into the snake's mouth. Had it not been for the black iron knife in his grasp, he would have been thrown out in that instant. Shaking his head, Yu raised his gaze just in time to see the spirit snake's venomous fangs. Remembering how he had nearly been poisoned, he utilized the force of the black iron knife to stand, summoning his agile dagger and driving it fiercely towards the snake's fangs. Hiss! The spirit snake thrashed even more violently, desperately, trying to fling Yu out of its mouth. Yu quickly grasped the black iron knife embedded in the root of the tongue, feeling his body sway uncontrollably. Thud! The spirit snake suddenly collapsed to the ground, writhing in reluctance before ceasing its movements. Yu hastily withdrew the black iron knife, an agile dagger jumping out of the spirit snake's mouth. Phew, that was suffocating. Yu felt a wave of nausea in his stomach. He had been holding his breath until he could no longer do so, quickly gasping for air. Finally crawling out of the spirit snake's mouth, Yu felt the joy of breathing fresh air. Master, are you okay? Is everything alright? Fire Pig hurriedly approached Yu, looking at him with concern. Yu took several quick breaths before feeling a bit better. That damned spirit snake, its mouth, both poisonous and foul, is truly bothersome. Thankfully it's dead now, otherwise I would have suffocated. Yu said, still shaken. Looking at the massive creature before him, he felt a surge of excitement. He was just an ordinary human, yet he had managed to subdue such a ferocious spirit. Master, I knew you could do it. Fire Pig grinned widely at Yu. Don't celebrate too soon. There are 5 more spirit snakes to deal with. Yu felt that handling one spirit snake was already so exhausting. If he had to face 4 more battles like this, he felt a headache coming on. Why did I have to take on such a high-level task? It's just asking for trouble. Master, quick go see what surprises await. This is a level 70 spirit. Fire Pig, noticing Yi's troubled expression, quickly changed the subject. He was genuinely afraid Yi would come looking for him to settle the score. Yi approached the spirit snake, suppressing his disgust as he reached out to touch its body. Due to the snake's considerable size, it was somewhat laborious. Upon reaching the snake's abdomen, Yi suddenly heard a familiar sound. Thud! The enormous spirit snake dissolved into a spray of blood. Looking down, he saw a snake egg lying quietly in his palm. Wow, Master, you've struck gold! Fire Pig exclaimed, filled with excitement. Treasure! This should be a snake egg, right? Are you hungry? Yi shook the snake egg in his hand, casting a dubious glance at Fire Pig. Fire Pig quickly shook his head, explaining. Master, this is a snake egg. It can hatch into a little one. When it breaks free, you can have it recognize you as its master. Together we can level up by defeating monsters, and it can become your strongest right-hand companion. In times of crisis, it can even block fatal blows for you. Moreover, if the spirit dies, it won't affect you. But if you get hurt, we will also be hurt. How can there be such a bizarre rule? Yi frowned, somewhat disappointed in the designers of the Eternal Night Arena. Although these spirits were crafted by Lord Eternal Night, they were granted life. How could they be treated as mere shields? It's fine. We are merely soulless spirits. As long as our master is happy, I'd be willing to die right now. Fire Pig displayed a rare serious expression as he looked at Yi. Enough with the theatrics. If you keep this up, he'll roast you for dinner. Yi rolled his eyes. He despised melodramatic acts which always brought him to tears. Fire Pig looked awkward, surprised that his sentimentality had been noticed by Yi. Master, you're so brave. To have received a snake egg at such a low level, you really are lucky. Fire Pig continued to say, recklessly showering Yi with attention. Shut your mouth. Yi rolled his eyes, casually tossing the snake egg into his backpack. Ding. Task completed 15, or blood level 1. Yi was, if I recall correctly, my blood level was 2. Why does it only increase by 1 after completing this task? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Master, we must hurry to complete the task. You still have 4 spirit snakes to deal with. Fire Pig noticed Yi's astonished expression, completely unaware of what had transpired. It only knew that they had limited time left. Sigh, this Eternal Night Arena is quite something. Yi sighed reluctantly, complaining as he picked up the Eternal Candle and walked ahead. This time, Yi had learned to be cautious and was much more alert, truly disliking the feeling of soft-bodied creatures crawling on him. With prior experience, he directly grabbed a spirit snake that had not yet grown larger and chopped it into meat paste. Fire Pig watched Yi's actions with some fear. His master, had he gone mad? Such cruel methods. Yi felt exhausted after chopping up the last spirit snake. Master, you're too ferocious. Fire Pig looked at Yi with a flattering smile, genuinely worried that Yi might roast him. Stop buttering me up. If you trick me again, I won't spare you. Yi glared coldly at Fire Pig. Despite Fire Pig's kindness, his actions often put Yi in a passive position which annoyed him. I'm sorry, Master, I was wrong. Fire Pig quickly apologized, not daring to anger his master lightly. After all, his life and death were in Yi's hands. Yi looked at the mangled spirit snake on the ground with disdain, leading Fire Pig out of the woods towards the safe zone. Seeing Yi's gloomy expression, Fire Pig wisely kept his mouth shut, not daring to speak a word along the way. Yi awakened from his coma. Yet the surroundings remained cloaked in darkness. Absolute darkness. And so cold. Extreme cold. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, using all his strength to do so. However, he still could not see anything. Moreover, this frigid temperature fiercely assaulted his body. What kind of place is this? He stretched out his hand, waving it in front of him, yet still saw nothing. It was so dark he couldn't see his own fingers. Have I gone blind? The thought startled Yi immensely. He hurriedly groped around on the ground, but found nothing, only feeling. As if the entire earth had been frozen, utterly cold. Hiss! Yi hugged himself tightly, realizing that at this rate, whether he was blind or not, he would freeze to death. Ding dong! At that moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Yi's mind. Welcome to the Global Eternal Night Survival Competition. This is a survival competition for everyone in the world. There is no sun, no moon, no flames or light. There is only eternal night, freezing temperatures. And your only goal, as all of humanity, is to survive. Yi was taken aback. The Global Eternal Night Survival Competition. So he had crossed over to an extremely terrifying place. Moreover, it was not that he had become blind, but the entire world had lost all light. His brow furrowed tightly. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Usually the eyes are the most important sensory organs for humans. Suddenly being unable to see anything would throw anyone into panic and despair. In his mind, information began to flash. World chat channel. Where is this? Why can't I see anything? Have I gone blind? Mom, I want to go home. Soon it was clear that the voice in his mind had informed everyone. What? Eternal night, survival competition. Are you kidding me? Isn't this just sending us to our deaths? I'm freezing to death. Who has warm clothes? Lend me one and I'll agree to anything you want. This seemed to be a girl's. However, at this time everyone was equally clueless, so saying anything was pointless. Yu himself was only dressed in an extremely thin outer garment already frozen half to death. In the initial stage, everyone is provided with a box of matches, a piece of bread, and a bottle of pure water. These are all the resources you currently have. Please remember, to survive in the Eternal Night survival competition, you must constantly explore. If you hesitate, you will only await your doom. Although the Eternal Night is terrifying, there are also unimaginable treasures within. Of course, on the other hand, there are also absolute dangers in the Eternal Night, such as monstrous beasts. Everyone has a manual for the Eternal Night survival competition in their minds, which can be accessed at any time. Of course, these are just basic knowledge and rules. To truly survive in this cruel competition, you will need your own courage and wisdom. Now, the Eternal Night survival competition officially begins. As that emotionless voice solemnly announced, the entire world entered the era of Eternal Night. In an instant, the world chat channel was filled with wails. Many, overwhelmed by despair, chose to commit suicide. Yu frowned and temporarily closed the world chat channel. He immediately began to calmly analyze the situation. From the information given by the voice in his mind, he could at least draw the following conclusion. 1. Everyone in the world is currently trapped in Eternal Night, forced to participate in this so-called survival competition. 2. The true essence of this Eternal Night, darkness and cold, is the eternal theme, making survival nearly impossible. 3. To survive, one must explore the world of Eternal Night, where various essential resources for survival exist, along with many unimaginable treasures. Of course, on the other hand, there are also terrifying things such as monstrous beasts. Yi's brow slightly furrowed. It seems this is no ordinary world for humans, but rather a realm filled with fantasy and despair. He thought for a moment. In everyone's initial state, there was nothing but a box of matches, a piece of bread, and a bottle of pure water. Yu calmed down and took his first step forward. He immediately felt as if he had kicked something. He groped around and picked it up. That box shape was undoubtedly the exceedingly valuable matches at this moment. He also found the bread and pure water. However, the bread had frozen hard as stone. As for the pure water, it too had frozen solid. Yu frowned slightly, gently opened the matchbox and counted. There were only 10 matches in total. Though incredibly precious, Yu decided to light one match to give it a try. Crack! With a slight sound, the match was gently rubbed against the side of the matchbox, producing a few sparks, and then ignited into a small flame. Light. Warmth. Although it was only a trivial amount, only by losing it do we realize how precious such a thing is. With the light of the burning match, Yu gently looked around. However, the light was too weak and could not penetrate the thick darkness. Hiss! With a slight sound, the match extinguished. The world returned to absolute darkness. Yu sighed softly. If only there were a lasting light source. At that moment, ding! Congratulations, host, you have awakened the Eternal Night survival check-in system. As the name suggests, the host can check in at different locations to receive numerous rewards. Check-in system activated. Does the host wish to check in at this moment? Yi's heart stirred, and he was immensely delighted. The golden finger had arrived. His heart raced, whether he could survive in this Eternal Night depended on it. Check-in. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in today. Reward: an extraordinary candle that burns eternally. Item levels are divided into ordinary, good, excellent, perfect, extraordinary, epic, legendary, mythical. Yu was overjoyed, then felt a candle quietly burning appear in his mind. With a thought, the candle materialized in Yi's hand. Item: eternally burning candle, level extraordinary. Description: once lit, the candle can burn continuously, can be extinguished and reignited, but reigniting requires a spark. The candle cannot be upgraded. I see, although it burns eternally, it can also be extinguished and reignited, but in other words, the candle can only provide this limited amount of light and warmth with no way to evolve. Master, let's go. The fire pig excitedly wagged its tail. Yu put the bow and arrow in his backpack and followed the fire pig to the safe zone with a serious expression. Master, are you angry? The fire pig could clearly sense the cold aura emanating from Yu, feeling a bit apprehensive. Could it be that the master does not like this bow? Fire pig, this bow is of no use to me right now. It was a waste of effort. Yu said, lightly, realizing that giving him a defective bow was less practical than providing him with a pair of rain boots. Master, you've misunderstood Lord Yitsong. This bow is a treasured possession of Lord Yitsong, and his willingness to give it to you shows that he has high hopes for you. The fire pig hurriedly explained, knowing that Yu had misunderstood Lord Yitsong. A treasured possession. Yu raised an eyebrow, recalling the bow, which looked quite ordinary except for some intricate patterns. It was so ordinary that its value could be discerned at a glance, not much different from a regular bow. Indeed, the sun-shooting bow is one of Lord Yi Tsong's prized possessions. The fire pig nodded firmly, gazing at Yi Yu. Okay, I understand. Yi Yu replied indifferently, not taking the fire pig's words to heart. Feeling a bit hungry, Yi Yu took out some milk and drank a couple of gulps. Let's find something to eat, I'm hungry. Yi Yu felt that his stomach was still empty and a bit uncomfortable. Master, check your attributes. You may find an unexpected surprise. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu with eager anticipation, feeling a bit excited. Attributes. Yi Yu was taken aback looking at the expression on the fire pig's face, feeling a bit. Yi Yu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and opened his attributes, instantly startled. Attack 500, defense 280, spirit 200. When did he have such high attack power? Last time it seemed to be around 300, now it suddenly increased to 500. His ascent speed is indeed a bit rapid. Master, this is all thanks to the sun-shooting bow. Once you can wield it, your attack power will be even higher, and the sun-shooting bow is truly a rare good bow. The fire pig said enviously from the side. So that's how it is. Yi Yu nodded, realizing that he had wrongly accused Lord Yi Tsong, thinking it was a useless broken bow. Master, both Lord Yi Ming and Lord Yi Tsong have high hopes for you. You might really become the next lord. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu with great anticipation, feeling that it had finally chosen. Being Yi Yu's mount is also its honor. Next lord. What does that mean? Yi Yu raised an eyebrow at the fire pig. Could it be that there are official positions to apply for here? It means your rank is higher than others, and you have certain abilities. You can compete to become a lord of the Eternal Night Arena. Beyond that, I wouldn't know. I'm just a low. The fire pig looked dejectedly at Yi Yu, feeling sad at the thought of not being able to stay by Yi Yu's side forever. But amidst the sadness, there was more relief, grateful that it could meet such a strong master. How do I get evaluated? Where do I sign up? Yi Yu's eyes lit up at the fire pig's suggestion, feeling very much looking forward to it. If he could become a minor official here, it would be better than an ordinary human. I don't know either. When you reach a certain level, the system will inform you. The fire pig, seeing Yi Yu's excited expression, felt happy as well. As long as the master is happy, it is happy. Alright, since that's the case, let's directly take on a mission. I need to level up quickly. Yi Yu said, then closed his eyes, intending to accept a mission and strive to obtain evaluation qualifications as soon as possible. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu's high spirits, feeling happy as well. It seems it needs to gather more information to help the master ascend quickly. Master, could you give me a spirit herb? The fire pig's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Yi Yu opened his eyes, looking at the fire pig in confusion. It wasn't that he was stingy, he just didn't know what would happen if the fire pig ate the spirit herb. Master, if I eat the spirit herb, I can increase my spiritual power. Perhaps it could help you in critical moments. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu with great anticipation. It wanted to help Yi Yu, but unfortunately the timing wasn't right. It could only rely on spirit herbs to supplement. Yi Yu nodded and directly threw all the spirit herbs in his backpack to the fire pig. Eat up, don't disturb me. I'm looking for missions. After saying that, Yi Yu closed his eyes, trying to see if there were any suitable missions available. The fire pig picked up the spirit herbs in front of it, looking at Yi Yu with tears, and indeed its master was the best and cared for it the most. He was so generous to give all the spirit herbs to it. The fire pig picked up the spirit herbs from the ground, crying as it ate them all. Yi Yu looked around and felt that there were no interesting missions, so he simply chose to challenge a level 100 mission, wanting to see if he could burst forth in a dire situation and trigger the strongest system. Ding. Are you sure you want to accept the level 100 mission? Seeing the system prompt, Yi Yu felt insulted. Couldn't he skip a level? System, haven't you been skipping levels all along? And this time you jumped directly by 25 levels. Yi Yu maintained a stoic expression and clicked to accept. Ding. Mission accepted. 5 spirit cows countdown begins. Upon seeing that the mission was accepted, Yi Yu opened his eyes to find the fire pig lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Fire pig, what's wrong with you? Yi Yu quickly stood up, approached the fire pig, and pushed its body. Master, I'm fine. Just give me a few minutes. Ugh. The fire pig said before starting to retch. Yi Yu watched anxiously from the side. Although the fire pig was of little use and could only act as a mount, it was his only friend in the Eternal Night Arena. Seeing the fire pig frothing at the mouth truly frightened Yi Yu. The fire pig felt as if its stomach was being burned by fire, retching without being able to expel anything, just continuously foaming at the mouth. Ding. Warning. 25 minutes remaining, health 1. Yi Yu heard the system's prompt and remained unfazed. With the fire pig in this condition, he had no intention of taking on the mission. Master, hurry to the destination or you will also become weaker. The fire pig was aware that Yi Yu had just accepted a mission and clearly heard the system's prompt. Master, please allow me to serve you. The fire boar lay prostrate on the ground, signaling for Yi Yu to ride on it. The fire boar stood up and walked towards their destination, continuously educating Yi Yu about the rules and pitfalls of this place. Master, you can drink some milk. This milk is considered a type of essence. Drinking more will enhance your physique. The fire boar remembered that there was still milk and biscuits in its backpack. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu directly opened the backpack, took out the biscuits and milk, and began to eat. This biscuit is a bit dry. Yu frowned, looking at the biscuit in his hand with some disdain. He indeed preferred meat, as these biscuit-like sweets were more suited for women. Master, after you complete your task, I'll take you to the spiritual spring. How about that? The fire boar looked at Yi's displeased expression, racking its brain to find ways to Yi responded, glancing down at the fire boar, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Having a chatterbox by his side felt quite nice. At least it wasn't so boring and lonely anymore, and the humans here had already been brainwashed by the eternal night arena, becoming untrustworthy. Holding the eternal candle, Yi reflected on the various human conditions around him. Suddenly, a graceful figure caught Yi's eye, causing his heart to tighten and begin racing uncontrollably. Fire, wait a moment. Without waiting for the fire boar to stop, Yi took a step and jumped down from its back. Yi chased after the fleeting figure, but there was no familiar silhouette. A wave of disappointment washing over him. Master, what happened? By the time the fire boar reacted, Yi had already walked far away. The fire boar hurriedly followed, seeing Yi's face filled with disappointment, feeling a pang of pity for its master. It's nothing, let's go. Yi suppressed his discomfort, lifted his leg to sit back on the fire boar, keeping his gaze scanning the surroundings, wondering if he had chosen the wrong look. Ding, warning, 25 minutes remaining, blood gauge 1. Upon hearing the system's alert, Yi showed no reaction, as if the deducted blood gauge did not concern him. The fire boar sensed Yi's odd behavior and did not dare to speak much, fearing it might anger Yi, so it could only proceed quietly. Arriving at the location indicated by the system, the fire boar carried Yi into the woods, but this time the scene changed. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and only when the lightning flashed could Yi see the surroundings clearly. Ugh! The fire boar retched, first unable to help it. The previous scene was simply too disgusting. Why is this happening? Humans were actually dumped on the trees, and their eyes and the areas around their cheeks had already been pecked at. Yi muttered to himself, feeling as if he had just watched a horror. The fire boar, hearing Yi's words, took a deep breath and tried to suppress the feeling of nausea. Master, do you know what task you have accepted? Yi exclaimed. Right, he had only looked at the level and hadn't checked the content of the task. Closing his eyes, Yi opened the system and saw the taskbar flashing with alerts. He clicked on it. Level 75 task, hunt 3 spirit bats. Spirit bats? Could it be bats? Yi blinked, feeling that he had been too reckless to choose such a disgusting creature. Master, spirit bats also drink human blood, so be careful. The fire boar realized from Yi's expression that he must not have read the content and had just clicked random. Having a willful master made it worry itself to pieces. Got it, Yi said casually, opening the attributes of the spirit bats. Creature, spirit bat. Level 75 spirit beast. Skills, venom, bloodsucking, pecking. Attack 330. Defense 300. Agility 260. Seeing the spirit bat's high attack power, Yi felt a bit vexed, casually closing the system, his clear black and white eyes locking onto the front ears, attentively listening to the surrounding environment. Summoning the newly acquired dual axes, Yi lifted his leg and walked forward. Thunder rumbled and large raindrops began to fall. The icy rainwater dripped onto him, soaking Yi in no time. Unable to help it, Yi had to put on his armor and rain boots, taking every precaution he could. Master, this is the habitat of the spirit bats, be careful. The fire boar looked at Yi with a worried expression. With the previous experience of hunting spirit eagles, Yi was not too anxious this time. Suddenly a fierce wind blew and making Yi unable to open his eyes. The wind stung his face painfully, and he had to raise his arm to shield his face. Master, be careful. The fire boar suddenly shouted loudly, but because the wind was too strong it could only see a faint shadow rushing toward Yi. Yi opened his eyes and saw a spirit bat charging toward him, its sharp claws aiming for his eyes. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have certainly been blinded by the claws of the spirit bat before him. Die! Yi evaded the spirit bat's attack, swinging the axe in his hand toward the spirit bat. The spirit bat had wings and was highly agile, but despite several attempts to strike Yi could not land a hit. Instead, Yi became out of breath and stopped attacking. The spirit bat revealed a wild grin and launched another attack, its high sensitivity and quick movements leaving Yi in a rather awkward position. Uff! The spirit bat's sharp claws tore through the skin on Yi's arm, blood immediately spraying out. The spirit bat, smelling the blood, became excited, eager to rush over and drink every drop of blood from Yi. Master, quickly stop the bleeding, or you will attract more spirit bats. The fire boar said nervously, truly afraid that Yi would suffer any serious harm. At this moment, Yi had no bandage and could only use his hand to cover the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Indeed, a stronger wind rushed toward Yi, combined with the cold rain, causing his lips to lose their color and his face to turn pale. Master! The fire boar called out worriedly, moving closer to Yi. A gust of wind swept past, slicing a wound across Yi's cheek, blood trickling. Damn it, Yi cursed inwardly, not expecting such an inauspicious start, getting injured by these small spirit bats. The scent of blood was tantalizing, attracting more spirit bats that circled above Yi, seemingly regarding him as a delicious feast. The flame fire boar watched Yi's tendons bulge, sweat mingling with blood as it soaked through his entire body. A sharp cracking sound echoed within Yi Yu's mind. Slowly he opened his eyes, awareness returning as the searing pain in his body gradually subsided and the bleeding ceased. Yi Yu collapsed weakly onto the ground, lifting his gaze toward the flamefire boar. Seeing the beast weeping uncontrollably, he managed a faint smile. Don't worry, your master isn't so fragile. My life is long, though I won't perish just yet. As soon as he spoke, Yi Yu broke into a fit of coughing, another brittle crack resounding deep within him. Master, you terrified me just now. The flamefire boar puckered its tiny mouth, tears flowing even more fiercely. Merely witnessing its master's suffering twisted its heart with anguish. Master, did you hear anything strange? Yi Yu furrowed his brow, the cracking sound growing ever clearer as if emanating from inside his own body. The flamefire boar stared blankly at him, straining its ears intently, yet heard nothing at all. Master, I don't hear anything unusual, only howls echo here. The flamefire boar gazed at Yi Yu with mounting concern, fearing he had succumbed to hallucination. No, it's not a sound, it's splitting. Yi Yu leapt to his feet, breath catching as he strained to listen, and realized with jolting alarm that the cracking truly originated from within his chest. He instantly lowered his head, staring wide-eyed at his own torso. Master, what's wrong with you? Please, don't frighten me. The flamefire boar's anxiety surged as it watched Yi Yu's agitated expression. Yi Yu shut his eyes tight, only to see the serpent egg trembling inside his backpack. He snatched it out instantly and reopened his eyes. Master, why are you taking out the serpent egg? The flamefire boar blinked in bewilderment at the egg now resting in Yi Yu's palm. Shoo, not a word. Yi Yu placed his hand upon the egg and felt a gentle, soothing warmth radiating from its surface, perfectly comfortable against his skin. The egg began to fissure. As fragments of shell fell away, a pure white serpent emerged, lifting its head, flicking its tongue toward Yi Yu as though imprinting his scent. Master, you actually hatched this serpent. The flamefire boar stared in disbelief. It had originally kept the egg as emergency rations, never imagining it would one day become a living companion. Yi Yu gently lifted the serpent from the broken shell. It coiled obediently in his palm, utterly unafraid, then nuzzled its tiny head against his fingers with tender familiarity. Its entire body gleamed silver with a single crimson mark upon its brow. Could this be the legendary serpent sovereign? The flamefire boar murmured in awe, unable to tear its gaze from the miniature silver serpent. What is a serpent sovereign? Yi Yu's eyes remained fixed on the delicate creature in his palm, surprised by how unexpectedly endearing such a small being could be. Master, you've truly struck fortune. This silver serpent is no ordinary treasure. When grown, its power will know no bounds. The flamefire boar rejoiced inwardly for its master. Few were blessed with such rare luck to claim a silver serpent as their own. Hearing those words, Yi Yu's heart swelled with quiet delight. From the moment he first laid eyes on the little creature, an inexplicable affinity had drawn him, already envisioning it as a cherished companion. SSSSS. The silver serpent flicked its tongue repeatedly, its demeanor charged with fervent energy, as if attempting to convey something urgent. What on earth is happening? Why is it so agitated? Yi Yu pointed gently at the serpent coiled in his palm and turned to the flamefire boar. The boar shook its head helplessly, its gaze shifting, equally transfixed to the silver serpent. Master, I only know the legends, that the serpent sovereign in its youth bears radiant silver scales and a crimson mark upon its forehead. Beyond that I know nothing. Alert, alert. Time remaining 15 minutes. Health points 2. A cold jolt shattered Yi Yu's elation. He extended the silver serpent toward the flamefire boar. Flamefire, watch it for a moment. I must complete my task. The flamefire boar hesitated, eyeing the serpent in Yi Yu's palm with wary apprehension. Master, I dare not hold it. It carries lethal venom and recognizes only you as its sovereign. It would bite me without hesitation. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, yet this exclusivity only deepened his affection for the little creature. Little silver serpent, I must attend to my task now. Would you please wait inside my pack? Yi Yu spoke with rare gentleness. In the next instant, the serpent nodded, then dissolved into a slender silver band, winding itself snugly around Yi Yu's wrist like an ornate bracelet. Heh, he's quite adept at finding his own place, Yi Yu observed, satisfied as he admired the shimmering coil upon his wrist. Master, I can't shake the feeling that this silver serpent is extraordinary. The flamefire boar frowned, its gaze heavy with concern. Rest assured, it will be fine. With that, Yi Yu strode purposefully into the forest. The flamefire boar hurried after him, its eyes darting repeatedly toward the serpentine bracelet on Yi Yu's wrist, dreading the moment the silver serpent might lash out in displeasure. Fortunately, Yi Yu dispatched 2 spirit leopards effortlessly, completing his assignment. Back within the safety zone, he sank down, eager to unveil his reward. Ding! Task completed. Claim your reward. Reward: Spirit Herb 10, Spirit Pill 2, Feed 1, Biscuit 1, Milk 1, Steak 5. Yi Yu. Staring at the list, Yi Yu stood utterly baffled. Was this some cruel joke? Only the steaks resonated with his taste, everything else seemed absurdly trivial. He had risked his life completing a level 140 assignment. only to receive this paltry assortment. Truly the Eternal Night Arena spared no expense in its generosity. Yi Yu's mood plummeted. He tossed the spirit herbs biscuits and feed to the flame fire boar. His spirit utterly drained, his motivation extinguished, his heart weighed down by gloom. Flamefire, I'm beginning to think this place grows more treacherous by the day. Yi Yu glared glumly at the boar, whose cheerful feasting only deepened his own despondence. Master, perhaps your reward was granted long ago, unbeknownst to you. The flamefire boar regarded him with enigmatic stillness. What do you mean? Yi Yu arched a brow. The flamefire boar set aside its herb and pointed solemnly at Yi Yu's serpentine bracelet. Perhaps the system's true gift was the catalyst, allowing your spirit serpent to hatch. Yi Yu glanced at the bracelet, then reached out to stroke the silver serpent's head. When it offered no response whatsoever, his breath hitched in sudden icy dread. Shut up, how are you feeling now? What can I do to help you? Yi Yu furrowed his brows, eager to assist the fire boar in regaining its strength. Master, I need a drop of your blood, the fire boar said, weakly feeling its internal organs being scorched by flames. Yi Yu drew out a delicate dagger and without hesitation made a cut on his hand, offering it to the fire boar. Quick, drink it. Seeing the wound on Yi Yu's hand, the fire boar felt a twinge of guilt, and in the next moment it kissed the wound, eagerly sucking Yi Yu's blood. Gulping several mouthfuls, the fire boar reluctantly released its hold, having tasted the finest blood it had ever had. How do you feel now? I'm fine now, master. Our contract is completely fulfilled. The fire boar stood up, looking even better than before. Yi Yu looked at the fire boar with suspicion. Seeing it restored to its peak condition, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're okay, let's hurry up and go, Yi Yu said, shaking his arm and noticing that his wound had instantly healed, raising an eyebrow in surprise. When did he gain this ability? Why was he unaware of it? Master, please hop on. The fire boar approached Yi Yu, crouching down. I've told you many times my legs are long, you don't have to bow down, I can mount easily, Yi Yu said, frowning at the fire boar. He had long regarded the fire boar as his companion rather than a servant, so there was no need for it to stoop. I understand, master. The fire boar stood upright, its face brimming with excitement as it looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu then directly mounted the fire boar. Master, hold on tight, the fire boar said before charging towards their destination. Yi Yu's body swayed, feeling as if it were uncontrollably leaning back. He hurriedly grasped the fire boar's clothing, feeling the cool breeze on his face. Fire, how did you become so fast? Yi Yu asked in confusion, looking down at the fire boar as the flame on the eternal candle flickered wildly in the wind. Master, check your attributes. You might be in for a surprise, the fire boar said, excitedly feeling itself regain some strength. Though not at its peak, it was indeed much stronger than before. Yi Yu closed his eyes and checked his attributes. Attack 600, defense 380, spirit 220. Yi Yu was puzzled. Why has it increased again? And by 100 attack power at once? Yi Yu questioned, his heart racing with excitement. Master, I now also possess a certain level of spiritual power to assist you. Of course, this is all thanks to your spirit herbs, the fire boar replied. The fire boar hadn't expected to improve so quickly. It was simply miraculous. With just a few spirit herbs provided by Yi Yu, it could already breathe flames. If it could have more spirit herbs, it could likely return to its peak state. So it's the function of the spirit herbs. Once we obtain the rewards this time, I'll let you have some, Yi Yu thought, realizing that having them would not serve much purpose for him. This way their abilities would rise, making their task smoother. The fire boar thought, does Master consider me a spiritual energy vessel? Master, not every consumption of spirit herbs yields results. I was also quite surprised this time, the fire boar hurriedly explained, fearing it might waste Yi. Yes, it's fine, I don't need them anyway. Oh, just consider them snacks, Yi Yu said casually, as he was never particularly concerned about material possessions. As long as it benefited both of them, it wouldn't be a loss. Hearing Yi Yu's words, the fire boar felt a surge of excitement. Master truly treated it well. While they spoke, the fire boar carried Yi Yu to a vast grassland, empty and devoid of trees. Master, this is the place. The fire boar came to a halt, sniffing the scent of the grass around. Ding. Warning, 18 minutes remaining, blood gauge 1. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Yu's expression remained unchanged. He had grown accustomed to the darkness of the Eternal Night Arena, where the timing was never accurate. He was utterly frustrated. Master, this is a level 100 task. Be extremely cautious, the fire boar warned anxiously from the side. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed, Yi Yu replied confidently, not out of arrogance, but simply because he felt that having chosen a level 100 task, he was prepared for the worst. Yi Yu and the fire boar took a few steps into the grassland when they heard the call of a spiritual cow nearby. Moo moo moo. The sound was heavy and somewhat grating, quite different from the usual mooing of an old cow. Master, that's the spiritual cow. The fire boar stopped and pointed at the tall and powerful spiritual cow ahead. Yi Yu took out the eternal candle and shone it towards the cow, instantly startled. Is that even a cow? It's bigger than an elephant. If Yi Yu stood beside the spiritual cow, he would barely reach its leg. The thought of having to take down 5 of such spiritual cows was terrifying. Master, what's wrong? The fire boar looked at Yi Yu curiously, sensing a shift in his emotions. It's nothing, just a bit of a headache, Yi Yu said, lightly sighing. He had to complete the task he accepted, even if it meant crying. Master, you can do it. He'll cheer you on from the sidelines, the fire boar encouraged. The fire boar stepped aside, its eyes filled with fear as it gazed at the spiritual cow. Yi Yu glanced at the fire boar, not expecting it to be of much help. Stepping forward, Yi Yu saw the spiritual cow grazing and thought for a moment that cows generally feared red. He wondered if these spiritual cows might also be. Turning his head, Yi Yu focused on the fire boar. Fire, take off your clothes and give them to me. Yi Yu stepped closer to the fire boar, looking down at it. The fire boar looked at Yi Yu with a mix of shame and anger, shyly saying, Master, if I take off my clothes it would be indecent. Take it off? Yi Yu shot a threatening glance at the fire boar. The fire boar pouted, looking like a wronged little wife, and obediently removed its clothes. Yi Yu definitely doesn't have it now. A knife. This is urgently needed. On one hand, it's a tool for living, and on the other, I need a weapon to fend off those ferocious beasts. However, that's a topic for later. Yi Yu glanced at it, and an idea struck him. He used a stone to gently chip a sharp point onto the metal cap of the pure water bottle. Then, he opened the belly of the bloodthirsty rabbit. After a rough cleanup, he couldn't be too meticulous at this moment. Then Yi Yu placed the bloodthirsty rabbit on the barbecue grill. Light it up. Roast the meat. Crackle, crackle. The flames gradually rose, illuminating a small area in the darkness. Not long after, the rich aroma of roasted rabbit meat began to waft through the air. Gurgle, gurgle. Yi Yu's stomach growled like crazy, and he couldn't help but drool. Is it about done? Yi Yu gently tore off a leg of the rabbit and took a bite. One word: delicious. He immediately disregarded any semblance of image and began to devour it ravenously. In less than a moment, a whole bloodthirsty rabbit was swallowed entirely. So satisfying. He felt as if his belly might burst. Yi Yu comfortably laid down on the ground, overwhelmed with emotions. This is the life of a human. While others are still suffering in the darkness and cold, who could have imagined that Yi Yu already had a torch of barbecue grill and could roast and eat rabbit meat himself? Yi Yu ate until he was so full that he lay down for half a day before finally regaining his senses. He began to plan for the future. First, I need a knife. Yi Yu's eyes gleamed slightly. Crafting a knife. Item: ordinary sharp knife. Level: ordinary materials. Metal sheet x5. Wood x3. Description: the most ordinary sharp knife. Sharpness 10. Yi Yu frowned slightly. Wood is easy to come by, but I need 5 metal sheets. Open the trading hall. Yi Yu opened the trading hall in his mind. Many people were currently auctioning and trading items. After searching for metal sheets, he immediately saw many people selling. However, everyone needed different items. 5 metal sheets. Price: 50 wooden pieces. Such a high appetite. 5 metal sheets. Price: 5 matches. 5 metal sheets. Price: 5 vines. Yi Yu's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Vines. He glanced at his item box. He had over 40. Trade. Confirm the trade. Confirm. Ding. 5 metal sheets suddenly appeared in Yi Yu's item box. Next, the first knife of the crafting brother. Having gathered the materials, Yi Yu opened the synthesis panel, placed the crafting materials inside, and finally clicked to synthesize. With a clang, Yi Yu felt a weight in his hand. A brand new dagger lay in his palm. Yi Yu was delighted. With a weapon, he had an extra layer of protection against monsters in the future. Opening the attribute panel, Yi Yu saw his attack power increase from 8 to 13, gaining a full 5 points. Although not much, it was still a considerable gain. Feeling a bit hungry and thinking of the many people still starving, Yi Yu decided to endure his hunger for now and cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, preventing the fall. Yi Yu cursed softly and turned around to hear a somewhat aged and weak voice. I'm cold, so cold. Please give me a piece of clothing. I'm about to freeze solid. Yi Yu hesitated. In this cruel, eternal night competition, only diligent and lucky individuals had a chance to survive. Although he now possessed an eternal candle that could burn forever, his stock of matches was dwindling, and he did not know when he might find more matches. Please, I'm really about to die. I have elderly and young ones to care for. My son is only a month old. The man's weeping voice tugged at Yi Yu's heartstrings. Taking out a candle, Yi Yu struck a match and lit the eternal candle. It would serve as warmth. He also felt his hands and feet growing cold and somewhat numb. The moment the candle was lit, the man sprang up from the ground, reaching out toward the candle's light. Thank you, young man. The man expressed his gratitude. Yi Yu remained silent. Although he allowed the man before him to warm up, it did not mean he wanted any form of interaction with him, as in this cruel, eternal night competition, anyone could be an enemy. Just as Yi Yu was about to speak to drive the man away, a flash of light caught his eye, and Yi Yu instinctively retreated a few steps to avoid the man's attack. You little brat, hand over your candle, or today will be your last day. The man's face showed a fierce light, but in the darkness, Yi Yu could not see the expression on the man's face. Oh, so this is what you had in mind. It seems I was too merciful to you. Yi Yu drew out his dagger, blew out the candle in his hand, and the world turned pitch black. You little brat, where do you think you're going? After the man finished speaking, he began to slash wildly at his surroundings. Little did he know Yi Yu was already prepared, hiding aside and listening to the wind to determine the man's position. The man wildly swung for several minutes, exhausting all his strength before stopping. Relying on the sound of the man's breathing, Yi Yu accurately located him and stabbed toward the man with his dagger. "Ah!" The man cried out in pain, his body jerking away. Yi Yu only heard the sound of flesh tearing followed by a thud. The man was killed. This was Yi Yu's first time killing someone, and he felt extremely anxious. Ding! The system opened automatically, and Yi Yu closed his eyes to take a glance. He saw that the man had only a few pieces of wood on him, not even bread or bottled water. Yi Yu clicked to claim and placed the wood in his backpack. It turned out that killing teammates also yielded their equipment. One must say this eternal night competition is truly cruel. Boom! A burst of blood mist suddenly erupted, and Yi Yu caught a strong whiff of the scent of blood. This eternal night competition is indeed ruthless. After a person dies, there isn't even a corpse. Collecting his emotions, Yi Yu slowly moved forward, always hearing the wretched cries around him. Men and women, old and young, sounding terrifying. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. With a knife in hand, I'm not afraid of anyone. Yi Yu kept reassuring himself as he slowly walked forward. Ding dong. The eternal night system automatically opened. Yi Yu stopped his movements and closed his eyes. System prompt: at this moment you need to hunt 3 snow-red chickens or your stamina will disappear. Damn, this eternal night competition even has assigned tasks. If you don't do them, your stamina will vanish. Yi Ming directly took out 3 ancient alchemy books and tossed them to Yi Yu. These are unique alchemy texts. Take them and study well. You might even participate in the alchemy competition. Alchemy competition. Yi Yu looked at the unique copies in his hands, a surge of desire rising within him. Could he truly become an alchemist? It is known that in the Eternal Night Arena there are very few alchemists, and they receive many special privileges. That's right. Once you refine a top-tier elixir, come find me. I will help you secure a spot in the alchemy competition. Just make sure you don't embarrass me, Yi Ming. Yi Ming feared that Yi Yu would become too arrogant and ruin his future. Rest assured, I will definitely earn the qualification to compete. Yi Yu clenched the 3 ancient texts tightly and directly stuffed them into his backpack. Yi Ming nodded, reluctantly glancing at the golden cauldron, then turned away from Yi Yu. Alright, I need to rest. Don't disturb me unless it's important. As he finished speaking, Yi Ming lifted his leg and walked towards the door. Yi Ming, aren't you going to stay and chat with an old friend? The fire pig called out, hoping to gain some benefits from Yi Ming. There was no choice. He was currently useless and could only think of side tricks to help Yi Yu. I'll chat for a bit, but you might even end up taking my clothes. Yi Ming said helplessly, knowing Fire Pig's character quite well. Yi Yu? Why would he need Yi Ming's clothes? He couldn't care less about such flashy red clothing. Then just bring out some treasures. My master is so capable, you should also step up your game. Fire Pig shouted at Yi Ming's back, wanting to extract some treasures from him, but Yi Ming left him with a cold shoulder. The door gradually closed, and Yi Ming's voice came through. Let's go, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my quiet cultivation. Fire Pig pouted and turned. Yi Yu simply tossed the golden cauldron into his backpack, mounted Fire Pig, and left the place. Yi Ming watched Yi Yu's departing figure, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. It seems the eternal night is about to become lively again. I truly hope Yi Yu can stir up some waves. Back in the safe zone, Yi Yu opened the dilapidated wooden hut and walked inside. Looking at his shabby wooden hut, Yi Yu pouted. Master, we've obtained such a treasure like the golden cauldron. Why aren't you happy? Fire Pig looked at Yi Yu's glum face, feeling a bit anxious. What was wrong with his master? Did he upset Yi Ming and was still not happy? Fire, what exactly is the alchemy competition? If I really participate in that competition, what rewards will there be? Yi Yu lit the eternal candle, took out the ready steak from his backpack, and began to eat. Fire Pig munched on the feed, took 2 hearty bites, and then seriously answered Yi Yu's question. The alchemy competition mentioned by Yi Ming is just a preliminary contest. As long as you can refine higher-tier elixirs, you can participate. If selected, you will qualify to learn more alchemy skills from the Eternal Night Alchemists. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow at Fire Pig, signaling him to continue. Master, once you have the qualification of an alchemist, you can attend the Eternal Night Academy. That will qualify you to take the assessment for Eternal Night's official positions. Perhaps in the future, even Yi Ming will have to address you as Lord Yi Yu. Fire Pig excitedly waved his hands as if he could already see Yi Yu becoming a lord. Yi Yu nodded, his mind racing with thoughts. After finishing the steak, Yi Yu closed his eyes and began to study the alchemy text provided by Yi Ming. Fire Pig happily ate beside him, not disturbing Yi Yu. When Yi Yu absorbed the contents of the books, he slowly opened his eyes and saw Fire Pig sleeping soundly. Yi Yu stretched, feeling extraordinarily energized. Although he hadn't slept, he felt particularly alert. Yi Yu looked at his hands in confusion, noticing the chi in his palms had become even clearer. Could this be what they call ascension? Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in today. Reward: an extraordinary level everlasting flashlight. No need for charging. Yi's eyes lit up as he finally had a familiar household appliance. It felt reassuring. Looking at the flashlight in his hand, Yu appeared somewhat excited. He turned on the switch and looked at the faint beam of light it emitted, making him involuntarily twitch his lips. The flashlight's range was too small, wasn't it? However, having one was better than having none. Perhaps the glaring light of the flashlight disturbed the sleeping Fire Pig. Fire Pig rubbed his eyes, stretched, and slowly opened his eyes only to see Yu holding the flashlight, shining it up from below, resembling a ghost. What is that? Fire Pig exclaimed in fright, wide awake, hurriedly scrambling up from the ground, looking at Yu with a terrified expression. Yu removed the flashlight and looked at Fire Pig expressionlessly. You can't even recognize your own master? Fire Pig shook his head and stammered. Master, where did you get that light? You scared me half to death. I thought it was a ghost. Ghost? Do I look that scary? Yu stroked his chin, realizing he hadn't seen his reflection in a long time, and felt a bit nostalgic. Fire Pig quickly shook his head, looking at Yu with a flattering expression. Master, how could you be scary? You're so handsome, you're simply my idol. Yu couldn't be bothered with Fire Pig's flattery. He sat cross-legged, locking eyes with Fire Pig. Fire, why do I feel so alert after reading the book without feeling tired? What's the reasoning behind that? Fire Pig's eyes widened in shock, staring at Yu with disbelief. Master, you truly are a genius. You only consumed a clear heart pill, and you can already cultivate. It's amazing. What do you mean? Yu frowned, listening to Fire Pig's confusing words, feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Master, you no longer need to sleep. Just cultivate, and you will achieve a mental state thousands of times better than sleep. This way your cultivation will be purer, and your realm will continue to rise. Perhaps in the future you could become the sovereign of the eternal night. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Yu slowly awoke, opening his eyes to a world of darkness. Stretching lazily, he closed his eyes once more as the system materialized before him, prompting him to casually click. Ding. Does the host wish to sign in now? Hearing the system's notification, Yu was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of ecstatic joy. During his last sign-in, the Eternal Night Arena had rewarded him with numerous treasures, and now he was finally back at the sign-in interface. At this moment, Yu could even hear the rapid beating of his own heart, realizing that the Eternal Night Arena was indeed very considerate, offering so many treasures. With an excited heart and trembling hands, he clicked on the two-word sign in. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in today. Acquired 1 epic everlasting matchstick. Item levels are categorized as ordinary, good, excellent, perfect, outstanding, epic, legendary, mythical. Yu felt a surge of joy as he realized he only had 1 matchstick left. He had been worried about not being able to find any matches, and now the Eternal Night Arena had provided him with one. In this moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Suddenly, a foreign object appeared in his palm. Yu looked down and reached out to touch the matchstick in his hand, feeling a little thrill. Now he could extinguish candles. Thinking about it made him feel delighted. Item: everlasting match. Level epic. Description: can ignite a match under any circumstances, unaffected by wind, cold, fire, or any external factors, but burns for a very short time, approximately 2 minutes. The match cannot be upgraded. Yu examined the everlasting match and realized he would still need the everlasting candle for illumination and warmth, as the match's greatest utility was merely to ignite the everlasting candle. Seeing that it could not be upgraded, a trace of disappointment flashed in Yi's eyes. How was this so similar to the everlasting candle? However, having something was better than having nothing. Yu took out the matchstick and lightly gestured with it, a glimmer of light gradually rising. He quickly ignited the everlasting candle in his backpack. The candlelight illuminated the area before him and warmed Yi's heart. Lying in the tree hollow, he savored this rare moment of tranquility. After lying for a few minutes, Yu heard the system's notification sound. Ding ding ding. Collecting his thoughts, Yu opened the system to see what was happening. Ding. System notification: a boss has appeared in the direction of purgatory. Please proceed immediately. Yu blinked, carefully reading the words on the system screen, and was startled to sit up. Is it time to fight the boss now? With his current weak attack power, could he really defeat this boss? Just as Yu was filled with doubt, he heard the familiar notification. Countdown begins. Damn, there's no time for me to think. Damn it. Ding. Warning, warning, insulting the Eternal Night Arena health 2. Yi's eyes widened in shock. It was usually 1, why was it 2 today? Isn't this too much bullying? Yu hurriedly covered his mouth, striving to control his thoughts. If it decreased further, he would be done for without even stepping out. Calming himself, Yu quickly emerged from the tree hollow, moved a stone to block the entrance, and followed the map's guidance toward the purgatory location. Yu had been to purgatory before, navigating it with ease. Before he could reach the entrance, waves of heat assaulted him. He promptly opened his backpack, putting on his rain boots, and donning the heat on his body immediately dissipated. After taking a few steps forward, Yu felt quite comfortable with no discomfort whatsoever. It seemed that having equipment was indeed powerful. I'm burning alive. It's so terrifying. So terrifying. Kill me, please kill me. Raging fire. Yi Yu heard strange cries and halted, raising the candle in his hand to illuminate ahead, but found nothing unusual. He had no choice but to continue forward. This time, however, Yi Yu slowed his pace, carefully listening to the surrounding sounds. After walking for a while, Yi Yu felt a slight heat. He understood very well that those who had been shouting earlier could not reach this deep location. Otherwise, they wouldn't be screaming in agony. Reflecting on this, Yi Yu followed the map's guidance and suddenly spotted a massive fireball. His body stiffened, and he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Could the boss mentioned by the system be the fireball? Ding. 25 minutes remaining, health 1. Yi Yu immediately felt his steps grow unsteady, his body lightening. Frightened, he quickly took out a pill, tossed it into his mouth, and chewed vigorously. Ding. Health fully restored. Yi Yu sighed in relief and continued forward as directed by the map. After circling around a large stone, he finally saw the fireball up close. This was no fireball at all. It was clearly a burning fire pig. However, the fire pig before him was quite enormous, standing about 4 or 5 stories tall, its massive body resembling that of a colossal beast. Yi Yu stood before the fire pig, not even reaching its hooves, which made him feel somewhat discouraged. To have him fight such a large fire pig for a boss was practically asking for death. Yet the principle of the Eternal Night Arena was that once a task was accepted, it could not be cancelled unless one died. And Yi Yu did not wish to die at this moment. A man holding a strangely shaped weapon charged at the fire pig, but before he could get close, he turned to ash, leaving not even a bone behind. Tisk, that was simply too brutal. The others witnessing this scene dared not recklessly advance. Everyone looked at the fire pig boss with a mix of greed and fear. Yi Yu frowned slightly. Such a boss could not be confronted head-on, otherwise it would be like a moth to the flame. He needed to devise a strategy. The area was filled with commotion. Most were discussing how to defeat the fire pig before them. Only Yi Yu stood aside, contemplating what method could extinguish the fiery mass. Suddenly someone pushed a man forward. The man, terrified, screamed loudly, and just as he tried to run back, flames erupted from his feet, quickly engulfing his entire body. Listening to the man's pitiful cries, everyone turned their faces away. The stench of burning flesh filled the air, causing some with weaker constitutions to vomit violently, while others fainted on the spot. That person has a candle, maybe he's working with the Eternal Night Arena. Someone shouted, and all eyes turned to Yi Yu. Damn it! Yi Yu cursed, extinguishing the everlasting candle and tossing it into his backpack. Seizing the moment while everyone was in turmoil, he changed his, "Do you have such a great face? Why should I give you face?" Yi Yu coldly glared at the man before him, noticing the calculating glint in his small eyes. Such a self-righteous person disgusted Yi Yu immensely. How dare you? Do you even know who you are facing right now? Zhang Tianren, upon hearing Yi Yu's disrespect, jumped out and loudly reprimanded him, eager to perform well in front of his master uncle. Yi Yu cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Tianren, too lazy to even respond. Talking to such a brainless person was simply a waste of intelligence. Zhang Tianren noticed the contempt in Yi Yu's eyes, his expression awkward. He wanted to severely insult Yi Yu, but realizing he could never defeat him, he decided to push his master uncle forward instead. This is my master uncle Zhang Xianzong of the Ling Mountain sect, also known as the Ghost who sees trouble. He is the next leader of our Ling Mountain sect. Zhang Tianren, out of spite, directly revealed his master uncle's most desired ambition, effectively announcing it to the world. The crowd was taken aback, gazing at Zhang Xianzong with admiration. Tianren, do not speak carelessly. Although Zhang Xianzong reprimanded Zhang Tianren, a smug expression crossed his face, seemingly pleased that Tianren announced, "Master uncle, I am just speaking the truth. You will definitely become the next leader. Who else in the entire Ling Mountain sect possesses such authority besides you?" Zhang Tianren looked at Zhang Xianzong with flattery, but inwardly despised him. My arm. Master Zhang cried out in pain, while his most cherished disciple was currying favor with his rival. This scene was truly ironic. Zhang Tianren turned around to see that his master's arm was nearly burnt to a crisp, flames continuing to spread upwards. Zhang Xianzong also noticed the state of Master Zhang, a gleam of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. With Master Zhang incapacitated, he would surely secure his position at the helm of the Ling Mountain sect. Kid, I've tolerated you for long enough. I command you to extinguish that fire immediately, or you can forget about me bullying a junior. After saying this, Zhang Xianzong gathered his energy towards the ground, and a pit about a meter deep appeared. The onlookers were startled by Zhang Xianzong's display of power. It's over. This young man has encountered a tough opponent daring to offend the master uncle of the Ling Mountain sect. What a pity. Clearly being bullied, and now a whole crowd is against him. It's such a shame for such a promising talent. I just saw the flames he produced. They were very... Yi Yu listened to the discussions around him, a smirk forming as he coldly stared at Zhang Xianzong. Old man, didn't you say that wrong? If it weren't for your show-off here, I would have left long ago, and his arm wouldn't have been ruined. Yi Yu pointed at Master Zhang, who was rolling on the ground. You little beast, you're seeking death. Zhang Xianzong was thoroughly enraged by Yi Yu's words, and summoned his iron whip, swinging it fiercely at Yi Yu. This time he infused it with a significant amount of spiritual energy. If the whip struck Yi Yu, he would likely be gravely injured. Yi Yu deliberately provoked Zhang Xianzong, wanting to force him to reveal his true strength. He was eager to experience the thrill of battling a strong opponent. He also wanted to see what level he had currently attained. Master, be careful, this old man is quite cunning. The fiery pig shouted anxiously from the side, especially seeing Zhang Xianzong swinging the iron whip, causing it to tremble with fear. Yi Yu summoned his black iron knife and charged forward. The sound of the iron chain clashing against the black iron knife rang out crisp and clear in the quiet environment. After several rounds, Yi Yu not only felt no fatigue, but seemed to have unconsciously learned a set of sword techniques. As a result, he became increasingly adept at wielding the black iron knife, growing more courageous in battle without feeling tired. Zhang Xianzong originally intended to deliver a fatal blow to kill Yi Yu and enhance his reputation, but he was surprised to find that Yi Yu could withstand so many of his attacks. After a while of fighting, Zhang Xianzong gradually found it difficult to keep up and wanted to stop, but seeing Yi Yu's relentless demeanor, he had no choice but to continue. Master uncle, kill him. At this moment, Zhang Tianren was entirely focused on wanting his master uncle to teach Yi Yu a lesson, completely forgetting that his master was still suffering from the burning pain. "Ah, help me." Master Zhang was now crying out in exhaustion, constantly slapping his own arm against the ground. Unfortunately, the flames seemed to be stuck to his arm, continuing to burn fiercely. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Zhang Xianzong had to come up with a countermeasure. Watching Yi Yu once again charge at him with a knife, a cruel smile crept onto Zhang Xianzong's lips. He pulled out a few silver needles from his pocket and shot them at Yi Yu. Yi Yu waved his black iron knife to block the attack of the silver needles. Looking up, he saw Zhang Xianzong coming down with a strike, and he froze for a moment, realizing that Zhang Xianzong was using a sneaky trick against him. The silver needles were merely a distraction. This was his real lethal strike. Damn it! Yi Yu frowned, realizing it was too late to dodge now, and he could only brace himself to take this blow. Originally, Yi Yu didn't plan to use spiritual energy to fight Zhang Xianzong, but now he had no choice. At this critical moment, a purple light emitted from Yi Yu's wrist, shooting directly into Zhang Xianzong's brow. Zhang Xianzong's body paused for a moment, and in the next second, he fell straight to the ground, surrounded by a purple electrical current, and in the next instant, he ceased to breathe. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if expressing his unwillingness. You actually killed my master uncle." Zhang Tianren did not expect Yi Yu to be so ruthless, nor to completely disregard the power of the Ling Mountain sect. Seeing his master uncle's unblinking eyes, he nearly wet his pants from fear. Yi Yu looked at his wrist, surprised that the little snake had directly attacked and killed someone. This was Yi Yu's first time killing, and he felt somewhat uneasy. "Ah!" Master Zhang suddenly shouted, looking at the ever-expanding flames, and had to summon his treasured knife to sever his own arm. Master, what are you doing? How can you sever your own arm?" Zhang Tianren turned around to see Master Zhang's severed arm rolling on the ground, still ablaze as blood sprayed from the wound. "Shut up. I have no disciple like you." Master Zhang roared, glaring fiercely at Zhang Tianren, not forgetting Tianren's earlier fawning over Zhang Xianzong. Putting down the eternal candle in his hand, Yi Yu coldly picked up the cast iron knife and walked towards the spirit frog ahead. The spirit frog, which had just killed 2 people, was now arrogant, sticking out its tongue to taste itself as it watched Yi Yu approach, savoring the delightful taste of human flesh. "Beast, come at me with your life." Yi Yu roared, his eyes bursting with intense anger. This time, he was truly enraged. These spirit beasts were indeed despicable, viewing humans merely as food. Since that is the case, let him bring an end to this damned spirit frog. Furious, Yi Yu jumped onto the spirit frog's back, quickly locating its vital spot. With a swing of the cast iron knife in his hand, he struck down at its life. With a splat, the spirit frog's body collapsed like a deflated balloon, and Yi Yu leaped off, waiting for the spirit frog's demise. Once again, he collected 2 water bags, tossing them into his backpack, and continued on his way like a passionate youth. Ding, 40 of the task completed. Continue your hunt, blood gauge 1. At this moment, Yi Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power as he picked up the eternal candle on the ground and walked towards the source of the mournful sound. From then on, things went smoothly, and it wasn't long before Yi Yu completed the task. Ding, task complete, please collect your reward. Yi Yu pursed his lips, suppressing his excitement. This time he had completed a high-level task, and the reward should be different. Reward 1 swimsuit, 2 pills, blood gauge fully restored. Yi Yu, what does a grown man need a swimsuit for? This eternal night competition can't be messing with him, right? Effect usable underwater. Yi Yu, is that it? Does it make any difference whether you say it or not? Ding, warning, insulting the eternal night competition, blood gauge 1. Damn, Yi Yu really wanted to curse, but he didn't dare. Sighing, Yi Yu listlessly picked up the eternal candle and walked towards the safe zone, thinking this massacre would yield good equipment, but instead he received a swimsuit. Is it really appropriate to give a grown man a swimsuit? Yi Yu really wanted to protest. Finding the safe zone, Yu sat down, closed his eyes, and opened the system to check the treasures he obtained from the spirit frog to see what effects they had. When Yu opened his backpack, he was completely dumbfounded. The water bag he had just played with turned out to be the spirit frog's saliva. After reading the description, Yu felt his stomach churn. He had just been playing with the spirit frog's spit. Shaking his head, Yu calmed his emotions. Noticing a synthesis button, he curiously clicked on it. With a bang, Yu was startled, and then he felt as if he was soaking in warm water. He quickly opened his eyes and saw he was indeed submerged in a small pond. The pond wasn't very large, but he could soak his entire body except for his head. The temperature was just right, making it very comfortable. Is this considered a reward, eh? Yu comfortably closed his eyes, enjoying the soothing sensation brought by the hot spring. Ding, this is the liquid brewed from the spirit frog, which can strengthen the body and enhance your attack power. Upon hearing the notification, Yu excitedly opened his eyes and quickly checked his attributes. Attack 50, defense 20, spirit 18. Indeed, there was a slight increase. Although it was just a tiny bit, Yu felt particularly refreshed, and his fists seemed a bit harder than before. He reached out to feel the muscles on his body, which were indeed more robust than before. It seemed this hot spring could be soaked in regularly. This way he could rapidly improve. Ding, hot springtime has ended. Bang. Ouch. Yu rubbed his but opened his eyes and was once again met with darkness. He hadn't had enough of the hot spring, and it disappeared after just a few minutes. This is really infuriating. Yu closed his eyes, opened the system, and searched for information on how to obtain the hot spring reward. Finally, finding the information. Hot spring reward requires spirit frog's saliva bags. 10 bags allow for 1 minute of soaking. Damn, so he had just soaked in the spirit frog's saliva. Yu opened his eyes and quickly sniffed his body. It was indeed sour, resembling the spirit frog's spit. It seems he should opt for a different reward next time. This saliva hot spring was truly something he couldn't accept. Shaking his head, Yu closed his eyes, planning to continue looking for new tasks. Doing more tasks and speaking less would allow him to ascend rapidly. After a long selection, Yu found a relatively easy and simple task. Ding, you have chosen the task to capture 5 spirit clams. The timer begins. Yu directly opened his backpack and clicked on the swimsuit. In the next second, he felt a lightness on his body. Opening his eyes, he saw he was wearing a black one-piece swimsuit, which, although not very attractive, did highlight his figure. Picking up the eternal candle, Yu walked towards the pond, deliberately avoiding the spirit frog's danger zone, and found a relatively safe spot. Turning off the system's map prompt, Yu placed the eternal candle aside and extended his leg into the water. The icy cold temperature was still acceptable. Wow, this is so cold. What is this eternal night competition? Such cold water asking me to catch spirit clams? Isn't this asking for my life? Yes, it seems like we are in an ice cave. I can't manage this task at all. Oh, old man, what's wrong with you? Why is my whole body so stiff? I'm almost dying from worry. You're frozen to death. This water can really kill. Listening to everyone's animated discussions, Yu was puzzled. How could he not feel the cold at all when stepping into the water? At first he felt a slight chill, but now he had completely adapted to the water temperature. Blinking, Yu suddenly remembered he was wearing a swimsuit. Could it be that this was the swimsuit's effect? To verify this thought, he opened his backpack and took off the swimsuit. Wow, so cold. Yu hurriedly rushed back up from the water, jumping with cold feet. No wonder everyone was shouting about the cold. This water could really freeze people to death. Young man, no one can go down into this water. We might as well wait for death here. An older man said to Yu, silently shedding tears. Yu didn't respond, directly opened his backpack, put the swimsuit back on, and stepped into the water again. It was indeed no longer cold. It seemed this swimsuit was... Everyone look. Someone has gone in. The old man, who had been silently crying, shouted excitedly upon seeing Yu's actions. The fire pig was momentarily stunned, not expecting its flames to be extinguished by someone else. It was truly embarrassing to admit that this was its own fierce... At this moment, the fire pig was filled with doubts, fearing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Master. It looked at Yu with a worried expression, afraid that Yu's mood might suddenly sour. The woman in red also lifted her head, looking at Yu as her voice turned cold. This is the black market meant for indulging in gourmet food, not a place for you to bully others. If you're really angry, go find those spiritual creatures outside to vent. How amusing. Yu smirked, a cold smile playing on his lips, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected to be taught a lesson by a woman today, which left him feeling rather vexed. Clearly the owner had stopped him from leaving, and now that he couldn't win, it somehow became his fault. Is there even any fairness in this world? Thank you, miss, I'm fine. The owner stood up from the ground, tearing off the burnt fabric from his arm to reveal his bare skin. I really like the spiritual infant you made. Unlike some people, I know how to appreciate it. After finishing her words, the woman in red deliberately cast a glance at Yu, insinuating that he was using spiritual power to bully others. Of course I will make sure. As she spoke, the woman's gaze turned back to Yu, filled with disdain. Yu was quite annoyed by her attitude, but didn't bother to argue with the girl. He turned and took a step. Stop right there. Did I allow you to leave? The woman in red stepped forward, blocking Yu's path. Do you also want to taste the feeling of being burned by fire? Yu looked down at the woman in red from above, his tone slightly impatient. Being stopped twice in a row would annoy anyone. Apologize to the owner, or I won't let you go. The woman in red insisted, thinking about how the owner was scared by Yu earlier, feeling a bit distressed. Did you leave your brain at home? Or do you think everyone will accommodate you? Yu was amused by the woman in red's words. He hadn't expected that the young girl wouldn't even have common sense when going out. The woman in red angrily raised her head, glaring fiercely at Yu. It seems that if I don't properly educate you, you really think too highly of yourself. Upon finishing her words, the woman in red drew her sword, ready to battle Yu. The owner's wife quickly moved to her side, striking a fighting pose. Miss, I really have to thank you today for letting me join in teaching this ignorant brat a lesson. Saying this, the owner's wife charged directly at Yu. Yu swiftly dodged, engaging in a few exchanges with the owner's wife, who quickly found herself at a disadvantage, being pushed back repeatedly by Yu. Master, well done, you're amazing. The fire pig applauded from the side. Although the woman in red was beautiful, no matter how lovely a woman was, she could not bully its master. Seeing this, the woman in red also joined the fray. The owner was anxious on the sidelines, especially seeing his wife being pushed back by Yu with a single palm, prompting him to join the battle. Master, be careful. Do you have no shame? 3 against 1. Have you no dignity? The fire pig watched anxiously from the side, wishing it could rush in to help. Unfortunately, with its current abilities, it estimated that it would be knocked away before it could even reach the fight. Thus, it could only use its voice to distract the 3. Yu felt no anger towards the owner's involvement and continued to counter with ease. Even with 3 opponents combined, they were no match for Yu, indicating that his spiritual energy and combat power had reached a high level. The woman in red gasped, her body uncontrollably flying back several meters before crashing to the ground, crying out in pain. The owner hurriedly embraced his wife to prevent her from getting hurt. Yu stood there calmly watching the trio, groaning in agony. A flicker of confusion crossed. Why did he feel that during this process his reaction speed and combat strength were increasing at an alarming rate? What was the reason behind this? Spare us. We promise we won't do it again. We just wanted you to try the spiritual infant made by my wife. The owner, holding his wife, sat on the ground looking at Yu with sincerity. How do you think I would believe that? Just because I refuse to eat your spiritual infant, you threaten me? Yu looked at the owner with skepticism, feeling as if the owner was treating him like a fool. The owner shook his head and spoke seriously. I'm telling the truth. I only wanted to force you to taste the spiritual infant made by my wife. I didn't intend to make things difficult for you. The food festival is coming up, and I wanted more people to help promote it. The owner spoke passionately, seemingly blaming Yu for misunderstanding his good intentions. I will never eat such things as spiritual infants, so you might as well give up on that notion. Don't force others into doing things they don't want to, otherwise I won't spare you. Yu took the opportunity to intimidate the owner. Otherwise, more people would fall victim to this couple's threats. The spiritual infant I make is truly delicious with many flavors. Why doesn't anyone like it? Why? The owner's wife suddenly broke down, wearing a mask of anger. Wife, don't be like this. We must have other ways to solve this. The owner tightly embraced his distraught wife, his face full of concern. The woman in red limped over, glaring at Yu. Do you have any idea how important your approval is to them? Yu looked up in confusion at the woman in red, not understanding her words. Don't you know that there are rewards for winning the food festival competition? Seeing her expression, the woman in red immediately realized that there had been a misunderstanding. What reward, oi? The fire pig, intrigued by the mention of rewards, quickly asked before Yu could speak. The winner of this food festival competition can receive a small returning pill, which is the medicine the owner's wife desperately needs. The woman in red turned to look at the owner's wife beside her. Seeing that she was still lost in her own thoughts, unable to extricate herself, the owner's eyes turned red as he spoke helplessly. Forget it, this is all fate. The owner embraced his wife, looking dejected, filled with disappointment, as if resigned to his fate. Master, they look so pitiful. The fire pig felt emotionally moved, unwilling to see the 2 pitiful owners suffer, and couldn't help but want to help them. Yu remained silent, weighing the truth of what the 3 were saying. You really have no conscience, so cold-blooded. The woman in red glared at Yu with indignation. Yu, was this misunderstanding perhaps a bit too great? It turned out to be merely a fruit, yet he had mistakenly assumed it was some grotesque delicacy made from an infant's body. This time he had unjustly maligned the married couple. He realized he should have offered more pills earlier, to help the innkeeper fully recover her health. Fruit from the tree. So it wasn't an infant after all. Liahua Pig stared in stunned silence at Biao, then instinctively glanced toward Yu. To his dismay, Yu glared back, his expression sour and unyielding. The moment their gazes locked, Liahua Pig felt a chill crawl up his spine. Clearly he'd spoken out of turn once again. Master, he began, but Yu cut him off. Silence. Eat your cake quietly. Liahua Pig dared not protest. Obediently, he resumed devouring the exquisite cake upon the table. I hadn't expected you to be so compliant. I'm almost tempted to make you my pet. Biao beamed with delight as she gazed at Liahua Pig, her eyes shimmering with quiet envy. No thank you. I cherish my master deeply, Liahua Pig replied without hesitation, rejecting Biao outright. A gentle warmth stirred within Yi Yu's heart, unexpected yet profoundly moving. Liahua Pig's unwavering loyalty touched him deeply, and he resolved from that moment on to treat the pig with greater kindness. It's plain to see, you truly love him. Biao nodded softly, then looked down at the mousse cake on her plate. Suddenly, its allure had vanished. At last, I found you. A commanding voice rang out, arresting everyone's attention. Yi Yu lifted his gaze, and there she stood, the same frenzied woman who had pursued him before, now striding forward with blazing. Misfortune truly struck without warning. Even cold water could choke one. How of all times had he crossed paths with this nemesis again? Sister, what brings you here? Do you know him? Biao rose to her feet, facing the woman. Biao, what are you doing here? What is the nature of your connection with him? The woman's eyes narrowed with suspicion as she studied Biao. Biao flushed, faintly flustered by the question. He's my friend. Don't you dare harm him, she declared, then stole a quick furtive glance toward Yi Yu. She found Yi Yu still seated impassively, his expression betraying only mild impatience. He wronged me before. I haven't settled that score with him yet. The woman glared furiously at Yi Yu. Sister, he's my guest. I won't allow you to lay a finger on him, Biao declared firmly, stepping forward to shield Yi Yu. Biao, remember who you are. A commoner like him can never hope for a future with you. The woman said, her tone laced with pity, and her gaze, when it fell upon Yi Yu, carried something far more calculating. We're merely friends, Biao murmured, her heart tightening, then twisting sharply as though pierced by a blade. Hey brat, hand over your flashlight, and I'll spare you. How does that sound? The woman spoke with imperious authority, as if her word alone compelled obedience. Dream on. Liahua, we're leaving. Yi Yu rose, determined to withdraw from the brewing storm. Enraged by his defiance, the woman lunged forward, shoving Biao aside to clear a path toward Yi Yu. But her force misfired. Biao tumbled backward, and in an instant Yi Yu surged upright. His arm shot out, pulling her securely into his embrace before she could. Their eyes met, and Biao's breath caught, her world narrowing to the image of Yi Yu alone. Little sister, I didn't mean to. The woman bowed, her head chastened, like a child caught in wrongdoing. Hearing her voice, Yi Yu snapped back to awareness. How long do you intend to linger in my arms? Forever, Biao whispered, inwardly straightening herself, her heart fluttering with quiet triumph. So Yi Yu, outwardly stern and aloof, had acted swiftly the moment she stumbled, proof that beneath his icy exterior beat a tender heart. He was nothing like the ruthless man he appeared to be. Thank you, Yi Yu, Biao murmured, her cheeks flushed with shy adoration, and in that moment she resolved she would spend her life beside him. Yi Yu remained silent, turning to leave, only to be blocked once more. You still haven't given me your flashlight. You're not going anywhere. And why should I? Yi Yu lowered his gaze to her face, finding to his surprise a subtle resemblance to Biao. Because I am a princess, therefore you must obey. She tilted her chin upward, gazing down at him with regal hauteur, as though awaiting his submission. Humph. I've never heard of any princess, nor do I care. All I know is even dogs know better than to stand in the way. With that, Yi Yu strode past her without another glance. The woman blinked slowly, then turned to Biao, speaking belatedly. Little sister, did he just insult me? Sister, enough, let's go. We have things to attend to. Biao hurried after Yi Yu, unwilling to let slip the rare chance to walk beside a man who stirred her soul. Wait for me. I'm coming too. The woman dashed after them. Thus the quiet world of one man and one pig suddenly swelled with two boisterous women, noisier, livelier, and altogether more complicated. Why do you insist on following me? Please, just keep your distance. Yi Yu sighed, exasperated by the relentless chatter of the two women flanking him. Rumble, rumble. Distant thunder rolled across the sky. Biao and the woman clapped with unrestrained glee. Wonderful. The gastronomic grand tournament is about to begin. Let's go watch. Without waiting, the woman hastened ahead. Biao, seeing Yi Yu hesitate, boldly slipped her arm through his and tugged him forward with cheerful determination. Let go, Yi Yu muttered, trying, and failing, to withdraw his arm from her firm grip. Come on, hurry. The competition's already started. If we're late, we'll lose the best seats. Biao bubbled with excitement, dragging him along with infectious, I can walk on my own. Yi Yu rolled his eyes, though truth be told he'd come precisely for this tournament. Soon they arrived at an immense plaza dominated by a square arena. High above, several masked figures sat in judgment, imposing, enigmatic, and unmistakably formidable. Biao, over here. The woman waved, energetically gesturing toward reserved seating. This way, my sister's waiting. Biao pulled Yi Yu through the crowd, weaving determinately toward the woman. Just as they broke through the throng, several men blocked their path, standing before the woman, arrogant and loud. Hey hag, what's this? You're hogging all these seats. Step aside, now, or I'll slash your face open. The ringleader barked, and his cronies roared in raucous approval. Why are you so unreasonable? These seats are already taken. Find another place. The madwoman stood up, her entire body aflame with anger as she glared at the men attempting to take her spot. "Oh, this little woman has quite the fiery temper. I like it," the leading man teased the madwoman, prompting laughter from the others. Realizing these individuals were utterly unreasonable, the madwoman was instantly infuriated, her explosive temper erupting. "You don't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. You seek death." With that, the madwoman unleashed 2 streams of spiritual energy, attacking the men in an attempt to intimidate them. The man lightly caught the spiritual energy that the madwoman had thrown. "Tsk, tisk, a fiery temper, yet your ability is lacking. You would be better off submitting to me, so I can protect you well. I will kill you all." The madwoman shot a furious glare at the man who continued to tease her, her head nearly smoking with rage as she frantically released her spiritual energy. Yet she still failed to harm him in the slightest. "Little woman, as long as you obediently follow me, I promise you'll live a life of luxury. What do you say?" The man directly used a stream of spiritual energy, striking the madwoman. The energy bound her tightly, like a rope. "Let me go, you bastard." The madwoman struggled desperately, but the more she fought, the tighter the ropes became, making it increasingly difficult for her to breathe, her face turning red. "If you submit to me now, I will release you. What do you think?" The man leered at the madwoman, his eyes filled with lust. "Get lost. I would rather die than agree to that." The madwoman spat at the man. "You filthy bastard, I will deal with you right now." The man stormed towards the madwoman in anger. Seeing this, she exerted all her strength to struggle, watching in helpless fear as he approached. Seeing this, Bai Yao was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Yi Yu. "Yi Yu, this is my sister, let me through." Bai Yao pushed against Yi Yu's arm, her heart racing. "Let me handle this rough work." Yi Yu smiled slightly at Bai Yao and stepped forward. Bai Yao was stunned by Yi Yu's gentle smile, feeling a bit dazed until she heard the screams, which brought her back to reality. Yi Yu approached the man from behind, waved a hand, and shot out a stream of spiritual energy that knocked him to the ground. Who ambushed me?" The man lay on the ground, spitting blood, fear filling his face as he looked up to see Yi Yu glaring down at him. Yi Yu waved a hand towards the madwoman, and in the next moment the ropes binding her were undone. Regaining her freedom, she hurried to Yi Yu's side, glaring at the man on the ground. "An ambush? Is this considered an ambush?" After saying this, Yi Yu waved his hand again, throwing several streams of spiritual light at the man. "What are you doing? We have no grudges or animosity. If you really like this girl, can I just give her to you?" The man looked at Yi Yu in terror, clearly frightened. "You bastard. Am I something you can give away? What are you even worth?" The madwoman was infuriated by the man's words and threw several streams of spiritual light. Having just been injured by Yi Yu, the man's reactions were not as quick, and he took the madwoman's spiritual energy, heating, letting out several wails. You all hurry up. Are you just going to watch me get bullied?" The man curled up, feeling the pain in his body, and yelled angrily at his subordinates. His subordinates looked at Yi Yu, who appeared menacing, glancing at each other, none daring to charge forward, as life was precious. "It seems your character isn't that great either." After saying this, Yi Yu curled his lips into a cold smile, and then unleashed a wave of fierce flames towards the man. I was wrong. It's so hot. I'm on fire." The man rolled on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. But the fierce flames could not be easily extinguished. Others watching this scene were also startled, not expecting this cold-looking man to directly set someone on fire. Such a violent temper was something they dared not provoke. Spare me. I'm about to be burned alive." The man cried out in pain, rolling on the ground as he felt the burning pain of the flames. Yi Yu, isn't this enough? Are you really going to burn him to death?" Bai Yao felt a pang of compassion and wanted to dissuade Yi Yu. Yi Yu shifted his gaze to the madwoman. "You should ask her. Only the victim has the right to choose whether to forgive or not." Yi Yu's expression was indifferent, showing little sympathy for the man feeling the flames. If it weren't for his powerful spiritual energy today, the victims might have been the Bai Yao fell silent upon hearing Yi Yu's words, turning her head to look at her sister, only to find her face still filled with anger. It seemed her sister had no intention of forgiving him. "Stop." A kind voice rang out, followed by a flash of spiritual light that diminished the flames on the man, though they continued to burn fiercely. "Elder Gu," the madwoman instinctively called out, her brow furrowing. "Bai Chi, why aren't you urging your friend to stop? Do you really want to burn him to death?" Elder Gu squinted, radiating anger, and shot a fierce glare at Yi Yu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Elder Gu, he was the one who first spoke disrespectfully and flirted with my sister." Bai Yao was about to defend her sister when Elder Gu reprimanded her. "Shut up, Bai Yao. I should really have your father keep you locked up in the back mountains to prevent you from causing harm to the world." Elder Gu looked at Bai Yao with disdain, as if she were a filthy woman in his eyes. Bai Yao lowered her head, her eyes reddening, feeling aggrieved, but she dared not anger Elder Gu, and did not dare to refute his words. "Elder Gu, this is unjust of you." The madwoman frowned at Elder Gu, displeased at his reprimand of her sister. "Bai Chi, I am doing this for your own good. Hurry up and make him stop. Do you even know who he is?" Elder Gu helplessly pointed at the man still suffering from the flame. Just a lecture, what's there to be afraid of? Bai Qi said reluctantly. Looking at the delicate, fragile little hand of Hua Gu, Yi felt a tightness in his heart. What was wrong with him? He almost succumbed to the allure of female beauty. It was truly infuriating. Hua Gu, it's getting late. You should head back now. Yi grasped Hua Gu's wrist tightly, only to realize how slender it was, as if he were holding a skeleton's arm. You're right. I should be going up. Perhaps we'll meet again by fate. Hua Gu chuckled softly, her eyes revealing a hint of determination, seemingly certain that Yi would go to the black market. Yet at that moment Yi's mind was filled with speculation about why Hua Gu's wrist felt the way it did, completely oblivious to the pride reflected in her gaze. Yes, if fate allows, we will meet again. Yi nodded, looking at Hua Gu with a calm expression. Hua Gu, I will come to see you often. The fire pig looked back at Hua Gu with reluctance. Hua Gu smiled and nodded before turning to leave. Yi watched her departing figure deep in thought. The fire pig observed Hua Gu's figure getting farther away, raised its head, and was about to advise its master to enjoy some time at the black market. But as it looked up, it saw Yi staring intently at Hua Gu's retreating silhouette. So the master also has thoughts about Hua Gu. The fire pig grinned widely, revealing a silly smile and teasing. Master, since you're reluctant while she was here, you didn't cherish the moment, showing her a sour face. This way she won't understand your feelings. The fire pig looked at Yi foolishly, but before it could finish speaking, it saw Yi lower his head, looking at it with a cold glare, causing the fire pig to instantly shut its mouth. Yi withdrew his gaze, sitting cross-legged. Just as he intended to open the system to find a task, he heard the fire pig speak again. Master, let's go check out the black market. It's so lively tonight, maybe we can pick up a bargain. The fire pig leaned closer to Yi, looking at him with an eager expression. Not going. Yi replied, lightly gazing at the pure, expectant face of the fire pig. Suddenly his heart softened, feeling somewhat conflicted. Master, even if we go to the black market, we need not visit Hua Gu. Moreover, there's a food festival tonight. Many deities will surely attend. Don't you want to take a look? The fire pig once again tried to persuade Yi, continuously throwing out tempting offers, all for a bit of food. Yi looked at the fire pig calmly, already pondering. If I could experience the peculiar spiritual items here, it wouldn't be too bad. Master, perhaps we might even see Master Qing Xian. The fire pig said, whatever came to mind, earnestly trying to convince Yi. It listed all the benefits it could think of, even exaggerating a bit. After about half an hour, Yi finally couldn't withstand the fire pig's onslaught, and nodded in agreement. Yay, I knew you were the best, master. I love you. The fire pig looked at Yi with excitement, tightly hugging his thigh, with its hoof absolutely thrilled. Yi watched the fire pig behave like a child, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curving up into a faint smile. Upon arriving at the black market, Yi gazed at the familiar grand entrance before directly channeling his spiritual power. The next moment, the doors swung open, revealing the light within. Master, it's lively here. Look at all the people. The fire pig excitedly looked at Yi, happy as a child. Let's go find your favorite food today, or whichever you like we'll eat. Yi said generously. Of course I must indulge my spirit pet a bit. Yay. Thank you, master. You're the best. I want to follow you for a lifetime. The fire pig exclaimed excitedly, its eyes already captivated by the sights of. As they stepped inside, looking at the brightly lit black market, Yi felt a tangle of emotions. Once these lights were the most ordinary things for humans, yet now they had become rare treasures. It truly felt somewhat ironic. Master, let's go that way. The fire pig pointed in another direction with its hoof. Yi responded and followed the fire pig toward the direction it indicated. Looking at the bustling humans inside, Yi suddenly felt as if he had returned to the world of ordinary people. Here the essence of human life was fully manifested. Watching the humans before him with smiles on their faces, Yi pursed his lips. Master, shall we take a look at this? The fire pig was attracted by a stall tugging at Yi's pants with its hoof. Yi responded, leading the fire pig toward the stall. The stall owners were a couple who appeared honest and plain inconspicuous among the crowd. Seeing Yi approach, the couple quickly raised their heads, smiling broadly at him. We have unique snacks here. Would you like to give them a try? It's one of a kind. Yes. The fire pig nodded vigorously, staring at the spicy food in front of it, suddenly feeling ravenous. Haha, what flavor of linging do you want? The couple began preparing the food. Linging. Yi's heart sank sharply. This linging, could it be what he thought it was? Indeed, we are a linging shop. I assure you, once you taste it, you will return for more, the couple said cheerfully, their faces beaming with pride. They were filled with confidence about their culinary creations. The fire pig froze, realizing it had forgotten that this place indeed had all kinds of spirit creature offspring, but it never expected that the very first place it carefully selected was a linging shop. And its master happened to be human. This was going to be disastrous. Not only could it not enjoy the delicacy, but it might also provoke its master. Woo, it wasn't intentional. Yi's expression turned pale, never expecting that someone would use infants as food. Just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. What flavor do you want? If you're unsure, I can help introduce. This spicy flavor is quite popular. Many young girls love it. Oh, young girls eat it too. Yi's worldview was once again shattered. Has humanity changed so much since arriving at the Eternal Night Arena? Of course, the couple wanted to continue talking when they spotted a regular customer. Boss, I'll have 2 portions of spicy ling ying. Ooh, I want the freshest. With that, 2 gold coins were tossed onto the table, followed by a graceful figure entering Yi Yu's line of sight. Yi Yu assessed the little girl before him. Dressed in red with a sword at her waist, she exuded a playful aura. However, due to her veil, Yi Yu couldn't see her face clearly. Alright, we'll make it for you right away. Please wait a moment. The couple began to bustle about. The girl in red randomly chose a table to sit down, waiting for her food. That's right, master, you have truly been reborn through nirvana. If you don't believe it, try moving a bit. Doesn't your body feel much lighter? The fire pig looked at Yi Yu with excitement on its face, genuinely happy for its master. As long as master grows stronger, it too will become more powerful. However, it was now missing its precious treasure, making it no different from an ordinary pig. It hoped master would not despise it. Yi Yu listened to the fire pig and stood up from the ground. Huh, why do I feel so light? Almost like a ghost. Yi Yu joyfully looked at the fire pig, feeling as if he walked with the wind. Master, you will become stronger and stronger. Not only did you absorb the cleansing pill, but you also survived the tribulation. You are truly amazing. In my time in the Eternal Night Arena, you are the first person with such extraordinary talent. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu with admiration, its fiery gaze hard to ignore. Yi Yu felt a surge of excitement looking at his palm. He felt warmth in his palm, and with a casual push forward released a small flame. Fire! What is happening? How can I breathe fire? Yi Yu looked at the fire pig in shock, glancing at his palm in disbelief. The fire pig smiled bitterly, hoping its master would not despise it. Master, I've given you my spiritual pill, so I am now a useless pig. You can terminate our contract and sign with a powerful beast as your mount. I am no longer of use. The fire pig hung its head in disappointment, feeling as if it would pass away any moment. Yi Yu looked at the fire pig in shock, not expecting this silly and cute pig to make such a significant sacrifice for him. As his shock subsided, Yi Yu looked at the fire pig's anxious and conflicted expression, feeling a warmth in his heart. Do I really look like someone who would abandon a horse after it has finished hauling? Yi Yu smiled helplessly and walked over to the fire pig. If it hadn't been for the fire pig giving him the spiritual pill just in time, he might have ended up in a worse situation. How could he abandon a fire pig like this? The fire pig raised its head cautiously, looking at Yi Yu. After some hesitation, it chose to be honest with Yi Yu. Master, I am of no use now. I am just like an ordinary pig. You are so strong, I would only be a burden to you. The fire pig still didn't want to hinder Yi Yu's progress, so it thought of sacrificing itself, allowing Yi Yu to bond with a powerful spirit pet again. You said it yourself, I am strong now. Do you think I can't protect a pig? Yi Yu understood the fire pig's intentions and felt a little touched. Having been in the Eternal Night Arena for so long, the fire pig was the only one who had treated him well. How could he bear to abandon it? Master. The fire pig lifted its head, tears in its eyes. It never expected its master would treat it so well. It felt unworthy of such a good master. Alright, a big man crying all the time doesn't suit my style. Yi Yu, not knowing how to comfort others, could only threaten the fire pig with words, hoping it would stop crying. Yes, the fire pig will never embarrass the master. The fire pig lifted its hoof to wipe the tears from its face. Yi Yu looked at his palm, feeling as if a flame was swirling in the center. Fire pig, can I now breathe fire like you? Master, I don't know about that either. I gave you my most precious spiritual pill to save you in times of danger, but I never expected you would absorb it so miraculously. The fire pig blinked its eyes, looking at Yi Yu with even more admiration. Yi Yu smiled slightly, how it seemed he had indeed turned disaster into fortune. Although he experienced intense pain in his body, he now felt remarkably light, and even his breath had stabilized considerably. Master, when you truly become powerful, you will be able to fly. The fire pig watched Yi Yu smile, knowing he was in a good mood, and sharing even more delightful news. Oh, I can fly by myself. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at the fire pig, feeling a bit like an ordinary person who accidentally ate a celestial pill. Curious about everything. Of course, Master is very strong now. You can check your attributes and see how much they have changed. The fire pig nodded firmly. Alright, let me see how I am doing now. After saying that, Yi Yu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and opened his attributes. Attack 1000. Defense 500. Spirit 380. Yi Yu exclaimed. Staring at the number in attack, Yi Yu was dumbfounded. Did he really increase so much? Could it all be due to the cleansing pill? This is too fast. If he ascended at this rate, wouldn't he soon become the ruler here? Oh my, seeing the number for attack power, Yi Yu was so excited he couldn't speak. Fire pig, did you see that? I now have 1000 attack power. That's amazing. Yi Yu opened his eyes in excitement, looking at the fire pig. Of course, Master, you will always be the best. Once you fully absorb my spiritual pill, you will be able to unleash fire freely. That will truly be extraordinary. The fire pig, seeing Yi Yu so excited, shared all the good news that would come in the future to keep him cheerful. Yi Yu saw the fire pig looking even more excited than him, and couldn't help but laugh a few times. Fire pig, no matter what you become, I will never abandon you, because you are truly important to me. Yi Yu suddenly spoke earnestly. He understood why the fire pig kept emphasizing the importance of the spiritual pill. It was worried he would abandon it. That's why he intentionally explained it this way, to reassure the fire pig. Master, you are so good to me. Whoa. The fire pig cried tears of joy. If it weren't for the fear of being abandoned by its master, it really wanted to leap into his arms and cry. Hurry and wipe your tears and snot. I'm preparing to take on a new task. Since we've been reborn through nirvana, we have to try it out. Master, you can choose a task within level 110. The fire pig, fearing Yi would get too excited and choose a task that was too high, quickly reminded him. Let's take a look first. Don't we need to choose a task? Yi's lips curled up, unable to hide the joy in his heart. A slightly heavier armor lay in Yi's embrace. Yi quickly opened his eyes, gazed at the armor in his arms, and without a second thought, put it on. Any protection was better than none. Once he donned the armor, Yi felt a sudden warmth. The climate in this place was not as unbearable as he had thought. The mild temperature brought him a sense of comfort. Advanced missions were indeed different. Even the pills were given in threes. It seemed he had to put in more effort. At this moment, Yi felt incredibly good, having grasped the basic survival rules of the Eternal Night Arena. It appeared he needed to work harder. Rubbing his belly, Yi opened the trading hall to see if anyone was selling bottled water, as he only had half a bottle left, and it wouldn't last. After searching for a long time in the trading hall, he found no one selling bottled water. It seemed people truly could not live without water. Yi, feeling dejected, closed the trading hall. He intended to take on a task, but accidentally clicked into his backpack instead. At that moment, he suddenly remembered he had 6 scales from a spiritual crocodile. What could these be exchanged for? He opened the properties of the spiritual crocodile, and the system's prompt sounded. Ding. The scales can not only be used to forge weapons, but can also be exchanged for bottled water. Then a dialogue box popped up offering a choice. Yi was overjoyed. Although his weapon was not particularly special, it was still above average compared to others. Since the cast iron knife was already quite impressive, he naturally chose bottled water, for water is the source of life. Without hesitation, Yi clicked the check mark under the bottled water and then hit exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. 6 scales of the spiritual crocodile were exchanged for 3 bottles of water. Upon seeing the dialogue box, Yi felt 3 bottles of water suddenly appear in his hands, a wave of joy flooding his heart. Now he no longer had to fear running out of water. With that, Yi grandly opened his remaining half bottle of water and gulped it down in one go. After squeezing the empty bottle in his hand, Yi casually tossed it aside. Drinking enough water felt refreshing, as if his entire body was revitalized. If only he could take a shower, that would be perfect. Alas, that was just a wishful thought. Surviving was good enough. How could he still dream of bathing? Ding. Proceed to Lingxi's Spring. Hunt 5 spiritual frogs. Time limit half an hour. The timer has begun. Damn, not this again. Yi cursed inwardly, closed his eyes, opened the map, and searched for the location of Lingxi Spring. After finding it, he picked up the eternal candle and headed in the direction indicated by the map. Cries of agony echoed along the way. Yi listened to the sounds of suffering, feeling uneasy. If he were even slightly weaker, he could very well be among those. It seemed he must work harder to eliminate the Eternal Night Arena sooner and welcome the light. His thoughts were optimistic, but when Yi reached Lingxi's Spring and saw the spiritual frogs before him, these were no ordinary spiritual frogs. They were simply giant frogs. Yi looked up at the spiritual frog that stood nearly 2 to 3 meters tall and gulped. He needed to eliminate 5 of these massive creatures to complete his task. It would be far more satisfying to just take it down with a single strike. Ding. Warning. You have 20 minutes remaining. 1 health segment lost. Damn it, does it really think he can fly or something? Ding. Warning. Cursing the Eternal Night Arena is prohibited. Otherwise you will lose 1 health segment. Yi nearly died of anger upon hearing the system's prompt. What kind of ridiculous arena was this that didn't even allow for complaints? This was simply inhumane. Ding. Warning. Cursing the Eternal Night Arena is prohibited. 1 health segment lost. As soon as the prompt ended, Yi distinctly felt his stamina was not as robust as before. He wanted to curse, but quickly closed his mouth, not daring to even think about it. It seemed this Eternal Night Arena could see through one's heart. What a remarkable system. Now, with only 2 health segments remaining, he was hardly equipped to deal with the massive spiritual frog before him. Pulling out a pill from his backpack, Yi popped it into his mouth and chewed. It tasted quite good. If he got hungry later, it could help stave off hunger. Ding. Health segments restored. Hearing the prompt, Yi summoned his cast iron knife. Looking at the massive spiritual frog before him, he planned to think of a strategy. Otherwise, if he confronted it head-on, he would definitely lose. Before Yi could prepare, the spiritual frog seemed to sense his presence, turned around, and jumped. Originally, Yi was still 7 to 8 meters away, but the frog simply leaped and landed right in front of him. "Oh, what are you doing? You scared me." Yi exclaimed, nimbly retreating a few steps. Otherwise, he would have been easily crushed by the frog. Croak, croak. The spiritual frog croaked a few times, extending its red tongue towards Yi in an attack. Yi, illuminated by the faint candlelight, saw a shadow of a sword rushing towards him. He instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the frog's tongue attack. Boom. Immediately there was the sound of falling rocks. Yi raised the candle in his hand, shining it toward the source of the noise. Holy crap. A large hole had appeared, indicating how powerful the spiritual frog's tongue was, piercing through the mountain wall behind. If that had hit him, it would have surely pierced through his body. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The spiritual frog retracted its tongue and charged toward Yi again. Having learned from the past, Yi dared not confront the frog heathen. He turned and ran, circling around the frog, and when he reached its back, he gripped his cast iron knife tightly and struck down fiercely. Clang, clang. Yi only saw 2 sparks fly, and the spiritual frog showed no signs of injury whatsoever. Oh no, Yi thought to himself, rolling. The next second, the spiritual frog's tongue lashed out at where he had just been standing. He could see cracks forming in the ground, illustrating how skilled the spiritual frog was with its tongue. This was even more ferocious than a giant hammer. Ding. Warning. Only 20 minutes remaining. 1 health segment lost. Damn it, even in this state, he was still losing health segments. How was he supposed to survive? Yi thought angrily, while keeping an eye on the frog's tongue, fearing that if he wasn't careful he might be hit and knocked out. Bang. 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 Yi dodged the frog's attacks one after another. By now the ground had been severely damaged, with several cracks, looking quite terrifying. Yi sighed, looking down at the dirty appearance of the fire pig. He rolled his eyes, knowing that the pig had a cleanliness obsession, yet still insisted on burrowing into his arm. However, considering that the fire pig had indeed been quite scared, Yi patiently allowed it to cry sorrowfully in his embrace. He reached out and patted the back of the fire pig. Don't worry with me around, nothing will happen to you. Yi found it strange, what had just happened to him? What was this Xianlingdi? And what was that voice all about? At that moment Yi was filled with questions. After a while the fire pig finally calmed down. Master, you were so brave just now. I thought I was going to die. The fire pig looked up at Yi, tears and mucus on its face. Brave? What did you see? Yi leaned down, nervously looking at the fire pig. The events had unfolded too quickly, he had no idea what had happened. He only felt a surge of energy circulating within his body before he erupted. I only saw some faint light shining in. Beyond that I don't know. The fire pig honestly shook its head and shared what it had seen. Yes, this matter is indeed quite strange. How did I get out of the marsh? Yi looked blankly at the dark marsh ahead. Master, don't think too much about it. The fact that we made it out is already great. The fire pig said nonchalantly, its face beaming with the joy of having survived. You're quite optimistic. All right, let's hurry and leave this spooky place before we get attacked by the spirit mosquitoes again. Yi was too lazy to think further, it was pointless anyway. As long as he was alive, living well was the most important thing. Master, I heard a loud bang just now and thought I was going to explode. The fire pig cheerfully recounted, recalling its earlier worries and fears, and chuckled. Yi paused for a moment. Indeed, there had been a bang just now, and he had surged out directly from the marsh. Could it be that his body would explode on its own? Yi glanced into the marsh again, but saw nothing unusual, so he headed directly towards the safe zone. No matter what, he needed to get away from this dangerous area. Having learned from past experiences, the fire pig quickly extended its trotters, tightly grabbing the hem of Yi's clothes, staying close beside him. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the safe zone. Yi breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Master, today was really dangerous. The fire pig raised its trotters to wipe the sweat off its face. Yi, do you know what Xianlingdi is? Yi had been trying hard to remember what had happened earlier, when suddenly he recalled that voice saying he had transformed into Xianlingdi. But he had no idea what Xianlingdi truly was. Xianlingdi. Master, why are you suddenly asking about it? The fire pig was taken aback, looking curiously at Yi. So you know about Xianlingdi? Yi observed the fire pig's expression and could tell it knew the answer, looking at it with anticipation. Of course I know. I am Yihua, how could I not know such a trivial matter? The fire pig spoke proudly as if it were an encyclopedia. Well then tell me. Yi looked at the fire pig with a cold gaze, his tone slightly impatient. Master, Xianlingdi is a special constitution. In the Eternal Night Arena, very few people possess Xianlingdi. Not only does it make one stronger and allows mastery over certain spells like my fire, but it can also refine high-quality elixirs. The fire pig spoke tactfully, unwilling to upset its master. Refining elixirs? Is that the elixir in my backpack? Yi remembered that there were still 2 elixirs in his backpack, but they were running low. If he could refine some more, it would be useful in the future. The fire pig shook its head, a look of disdain on its face. Master, the elixirs in that backpack are all low-grade inferior elixirs. Taking them now might increase your health points, but once you reach level 200, those elixirs will only serve to stave off hunger. They won't help increase your health points at all. Yi was taken aback. It turned out that the precious elixirs he thought were akin to divine pills were actually just inferior ones, and he suddenly felt reluctant to eat them. Master, Xianlingdi is the highest constitution in the Eternal Night Arena. Only those who truly possess the Xianlingdi qualification can receive admission notices from the Eternal Night Academy and enjoy special privileges. The fire pig revealed another astonishing secret. What do you mean? There's a school in the Eternal Night Arena. Yu raised an eyebrow at the fire pig, never expecting that the Eternal Night Arena would have such a humane aspect. They call it a school, but it's not really a school. It's more like they recruit some special individuals who will practice together, and only those with outstanding results will qualify to advance. Perhaps in the future they too will become great figures in the Eternal Night like Lord Yi Ming and Lord Yi Tsang, who also climb to their current status step by step. The fire pig's face filled with admiration every time it mentioned Yi Ming and Yi Tsang. It had almost qualified to become a great figure in the Eternal Night, but ultimately failed due to certain reasons, which was the most painful experience of its life. I see. Yu looked at his palm, feeling as if there was a stream of energy flowing within it. Master, why did you suddenly ask about Xian Lingdi? How do you know about Xian Lingdi? The fire pig looked at Yu with a face full of curiosity. Because I am Xian Lingdi, Yu said calmly, lowering his hand and feeling the flow of energy within his body. Oh, so you are Xian Lingdi. The fire pig nodded, suddenly widening its eyes in disbelief as it looked at Yu, stammering. You mean you are Xian Lingdi? Seeing the fire pig's reaction, Yu couldn't help but smile. What? Your master can't be Xian Lingdi. Yu retorted, never expecting the fire pig to have such an expression. The fire pig quickly shook its head, a mix of tears and laughter on its face, looking at Yu with Master, I never expected you to be Xian Lingdi. This is amazing. Being by your side, I can finally rise to prominence. The fire pig exclaimed excitedly, hugging Yi's thigh and cheerfully shouting. Is Xian Lingdi really that great? Yu looked at the fire pig's excited expression, somewhat unable to believe that he would be so fortunate as to become Xian Lingdi. Yu carefully observed his surroundings. All he could see was darkness. The ground beneath him felt damp, as if he were lying on a waterbed. If the situation were different, he would have wanted nothing more than to take a— Master, have you thought of a way out? The fire boar asked, a hint of fear in its voice, unable to refrain from inquiring with Yu. Don't rush, let me think. Yu frowned, beginning to devise a plan to escape from this place. Closing his eyes, Yu opened his backpack and searched through it, but found nothing suitable. He had no choice but to click on the wood option, hoping to construct a small ladder to help himself escape. To make the ladder, 20 pieces of wood were needed. Yu looked at the few remaining pieces of wood he had, deciding to abandon the idea. Master, I feel like I'm sinking. The fire boar's voice now carried a slight whimper, as if it were about to sink into a quagmire. I will find a solution soon. Just hold on a bit longer. Yu opened his backpack again, took out his double axes, and pressed them against the ground. The axes gradually sank into the swamp, frightening Yu, who dared not exert more force. If he fell in, the loss would be catastrophic. Whoa, Master, I don't want to die yet, but my body is losing control. The fire boar tensed up in fear and began to sink. Fire, trust me, I will get you out safely. Yu tried to reassure the fire boar, but he too felt himself sink, uncontrollably descending, as if a giant abyss were trying to swallow him whole. Yu was extremely anxious, yet he dared not raise his voice, fearing it would only frighten the fire boar more. Tentatively, he stretched out his leg, but he couldn't lift it. This sense of helplessness filled Yu with dread. Had he fought his way through so many challenges only to perish in this swamp? A wave of unwillingness surged within him. Yu closed his eyes, trying to calm himself, but with the sinking of the swamp, he found himself utterly helpless. Master, my entire body is already sunk. The fire boar cried out, feeling as if it were bound by countless ropes and could not escape. Fire, I'm sorry. Oh, I might have to break my promise. Yu said weakly, feeling his body slowly being consumed by the swamp mud already flooding into his ears. Master, I am willing to die alongside you. The fire boar said affectionately, closing its eyes in despair. Hearing the heartfelt words of the fire boar deeply moved Yu. No, I will not let you die. Yu said angrily, a surge of indescribable rage erupting from within him. At that moment, he was determined to ensure the fire. He could never compromise like this. Yu opened his eyes, a flash of red light gleamed in his gaze, and he felt as if his entire being was filled with energy. He angrily raised his arms, struggling to sit up, but found himself sinking even deeper the swamp, now up to his waist. Master, what are you doing? The fire boar cried out in fright, as it sensed something unusual beside it. It clearly felt its body sinking uncontrollably. At this moment, Yu seemed to ignore the fire boar's words, struggling wildly to pull his legs out of the swamp, but found it utterly impossible. Whoa, Master, I'm sorry. Oh, I can't stay with you until the end. The fire boar was completely buried by the swamp, its mouth submerged with only its two nostrils above water, gasping for breath. No, Fire, I want you to stay with me until the end. Yu shouted frantically, as if he had gone mad, his mind filled with the singular thought of rescuing the fire boar. Watching the fire boar disappear from his sight, Yu excitedly waved his hand, knocking the eternal candle over to the side. Yu clutched his head, screaming, feeling as if his entire chest was burning with fire, a great blaze swirling within him, as if it were about to burst forth from his body. Yu howled in pain, a deep sense of reluctance washing over him. The fire boar was his only companion here, Though a bit talkative, he had grown accustomed to its incessant. Without the fire boar, who else would bother him? Memories of the past flooded his mind, and Yi Yu felt as if his heart were being torn apart, as though he were losing his dearest friend. Suddenly, a burst of red flames erupted from Yi Yu's body, illuminating the entire swamp. Boom! Yi Yu suddenly shot out from the swamp, hovering in midair, with dazzling purple light flashing beneath his feet. Congratulations, Master, you have finally evolved into a celestial spirit body. A strange voice echoed in his mind, startling Yi Yu, who quickly opened the system and realized it wasn't the system's voice. Who are you? Yi Yu asked curiously, a sense of familiarity washing over him. This strong feeling made Yi Yu eager to discover the origin of this voice. I can't hold on any longer, I need to sleep. With that, the voice disappeared, and the purple light beneath Yi Yu's feet vanished as well. He stumbled, nearly falling into the swamp, but fortunately, he took a large step and jumped out of the swamp area. Opening his eyes, Yi Yu saw only a corner of the fire boar's clothes still exposed, suddenly recalling that the fire boar was still trapped in the swamp. Fire boar. Fire, I'm coming to save you. Yi Yu summoned his black iron dagger and thrust it toward the fire boar's position. Feeling something unusual, he flipped his wrist and swiftly lifted the fire boar out of the swamp. Seeing the fire boar leap out, Yi Yu jumped forward, catching it, and then tapping the swamp, spinning around as they landed safely. Fire, how are you? Yi Yu placed the fire boar down and vigorously patted its chest, trying to make it expel any dirt it had swallowed. Poo, cough, cough, cough. Spit. The fire boar coughed violently for a while, expelling all the mud it had swallowed, finally breathing a little easier. Fire, how do you feel now? Are you still uncomfortable? Yi Yu reached out to wipe the dirt off the fire boar's face. The fire boar looked at Yi Yu filled with gratitude. Whoa, its master was truly too good to it. Master, I was so scared just now, afraid I would never see you again. With that, the fire boar jumped into Yi Yu's arms and began to cry heartily. The flame fire boar stared at Yi Yu's faint smile, a chill creeping down its spine. Yi Yu closed his eyes and opened the system interface, skipping straight past all tasks ranked above level 100. After scanning the list, he selected a level 130 quest to excavate 5 ginseng roots on Fan Mountain. A level 130 assignment, merely harvesting ginseng. Intriguing. Yi Yu scrutinized the details carefully, then tapped accept without hesitation. A chime sounded, confirm acceptance of level 130 quest. Having grown accustomed to the disdainful glances of Eternal Night Arena, he confirmed instantly. A chime rang out, quest activated. Excavate 5 ginseng roots on Fan Mountain. Timer commenced. Yi Yu opened his eyes to find the flame fire boar gazing at him with profound unease. What's wrong, Liaohua? You seem rather distressed, Yi Yu murmured, rubbing his nose. Well aware, of course, why the boar was unsettled, he had just accepted another high-tier quest. Master, do you even know what Fan Mountain signifies? The flame fire boar groaned, its expression pained, as if questioning whether its master possessed even the barest semblance of reliability. I don't, but I doubt digging up ginseng poses much difficulty, Yi Yu declared confidently, brimming with vigor, like a general fresh from triumphant battle. The flame fire boar slumped its head, sighing helplessly. Master, Fan Mountain is famed for its perpetual ice, its slopes buried under centuries of unyielding frost. Countless cultivators and spirit beasts alike freeze solid long before reaching its mid-elevation, plummeting to their deaths or perishing outright in the bitter cold. Yi Yu fell silent. Damn it, the Eternal Night Arena truly sets traps without warning. Why wasn't this disclosed earlier? I assumed harvesting ginseng would be trivial. Hearing this, Yi Yu suddenly regretted his impulsive decision. How absurdly reckless it had been to accept such a perilous task. The more he reflected, the angrier he grew, not at Liaohua, but at himself. He had once suspected the boar of deception, now he realized he had deceived only himself. Seeing Yi Yu's crestfallen expression, the flame fire boar understood its master had accepted the quest, utterly unaware of Fan Mountain's lethality. Truly, its captain was extraordinarily capricious. Captain, it whispered softly, attempting consolation, only for Yi Yu's next words to nearly twist its snout in outrage. Enough. Since we've already accepted the quest, lamenting serves no purpose. Let's go see for ourselves. Perhaps I'll triumph after all. A man of my intellect and talent cannot possibly be bested by a mere mountain like Fan Mountain. Yi Yu thumped his chest, striving to instill confidence in the boar. Master, you truly are exceptional, the flame fire boar sighed, acknowledging the truth. Regret was futile once the quest was sealed. At worst, it would perish alongside its master. Without its spirit pill, it was little more than an ordinary pig. Were its master to abandon it, it would vanish forever from the Eternal Night Arena. Absolutely. I am unmatched in excellence. Yi Yu pounded his chest with renewed assurance, utterly unafraid of the path ahead. A sharp alarm blared, warning. Warning. Time remaining 30 minutes. Health 2. What? Only 30 minutes. And it deducts 2 health points. That's absurdly fast. Yi Yu frowned. The Eternal Night Arena was growing increasingly unreasonable, stripping away 2 health points without warning. Master, I'll carry you there, the flame fire boar sighed, stepping forward. Liaohua, are you certain you're capable? Yi Yu knew the boar had sacrificed its most precious spirit pill for him and feared its frailty. Don't worry, master. I retain only this much strength now. The flame-fire boar pressed its lips together, heart heavy at the thought of never again serving as Yi Yu's trusted right hand, yet its deepest longing remained to stay beside its master. Yi Yu said nothing more, though tongue-tied his heart softened at the boar's despondent gaze and mounted its broad back without hesitation. Let's go, Yewa. I will restore you, fully, to your former peak. Yi Yu soothed the boar, already plotting ways to reforge its lost spirit pill. Master, you are too kind to me. The flame-fire boar exclaimed, lifting its hooves toward Fan Mountain, along the way pouring forth heartfelt gratitude. Yi Yu's mood soured slightly. Liehua, I swear, I will restore you to your former self. He reached out and gently stroked the boar's head, frustration simmering beneath his calm exterior. At last they arrived at Fan Mountain. A wave of bone-deep cold struck Yi Yu. He sneezed repeatedly, skin prickling with goose flesh. Master, this is Fan Mountain. Let's choose another quest. This one carries mortal risk. The flame-fire boar trembled uncontrollably. Ahead lay the realm of absolute frost. Advance further, and death was inevitable. Yi Yu remained silent, gazing at the snow-clad peaks before him, eyes shadowed with quiet turmoil. Was he truly expected to complete the quest here? He had been naive, imagining ginseng excavation as simple labor, perhaps facing only guardian spirit beasts. Instead, the first trial was not combat, but survival itself. In such brutal conditions, endurance seemed impossible. Master. When no reply came, the flame-fire boar turned, only to see Yi Yu's face twisted. How do I cancel the quest? Aren't Eternal Night Arena quests irrevocable? Yi Yu lowered his gaze, bewildered. My life may sever the quest, or you may undertake a tenfold higher to your mission for Lord Yetsong to overwrite it. The flame-fire boar furrowed its brow, sensing its own life slipping into peril. Its master never weighed consequences, so sacrifice, it seemed, was inevitable. I vowed I'd never abandon you. Let's go. Let's discover what allure Fan Mountain truly holds. With that, Yi Yu strode forward, calm and resolute. Master, you truly intend to enter? The flame-fire boar called after his retreating figure. Of course. Yi Yu does not retreat. He spoke boldly, refusing to trade his loyal familiar's life for safety. The flame-fire boar grinned, then galloped after him. Wait for me, master. I'm coming too. It hurried forward on its short, sturdy legs, chasing the fading silhouette ahead. Inferno. Yi Yu blinked, gazing at the fire boar before him. Its eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. The fire boar actually nodded, as if affirming Yi Yu's words. A chime rang out, quest completed. Claim your reward. At the system's prompt, Yi Yu hastily shook away the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He could actually understand porcine speech. This, however, was hardly cause for celebration. Reward: 1 fire boar mount, 3 black iron ingots, 1 spirit herb, 1 medicinal pill, 1 blood gauge. Function: the fire boar serves as a mount and enhances the rider's defensive capabilities. Yi Yu had been brooding over the fire boar. Hadn't he hoped for rare treasures, or at least black iron ingots? Instead, he'd been granted a swine as a mount. Does anyone truly ride pigs? Sighing, Yi Yu glanced sidelong at the fire boar, then sat cross-legged and opened his attribute interface to assess the defensive boost. Yet the moment he opened it, he froze, stunned. This fire boar was far more formidable than he'd imagined. Attack 180, defense 100, spirit 80. A surge of exhilaration flashed across Yi Yu's mind. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly extraordinary. So defeating bosses yielded such bountiful rewards. Had he known earlier, he'd have hunted bosses from the start. Why waste time on mundane quests? Master bosses do not appear daily, and to confront higher-tier ones you must first complete quests to accumulate merit. The fire boar's voice echoed once more within his consciousness. Yi Yu opened his eyes, fixed his gaze upon the beast, and spoke through gritted teeth. How do you hear my Am I denied even the barest privacy in your presence? Perhaps I should just devour you, then peace would be mine. Yi Yu eyed the plump, rosy fire boar and found himself salivating. Genuine hunger for pork stirred deep within him. No, master. I've erred. I'm adorable. How could you possibly eat me? The fire boar cooed and pouted, terrified. Yi Yu might roast it whole on the spot. Yi Yu stared repulsed at its obsequious, simpering face. Being flirted with by a pig was profoundly unsettling. Behave yourself properly, and I'll consider sparing you from the spit. Otherwise I'll roast you this very instant. Yi Yu sighed in weary resignation. He wasn't truly cruel, merely unnerved by a wild boar's cloying affection. Yes, master. You may call me Liehua. The fire boar introduced itself, eagerly savoring the thrill of hearing its new master utter its name. Liehua. Hardly fitting. Foolish pig suits you better. Yi Yu rolled his eyes, watching the fire boar's crestfallen expression, and against his will his heart softened. Why quarrel with a pig? He'd simply lost his temper. Master, please, don't call me foolish pig. The fire boar pleaded with tearful eyes. Agreed, but speak normally. One more sugary whimper, and you're dead. Yi Yu shuddered. Goose flesh prickled his arms at that syrupy tone. Yes, master. Call me Liehua. The fire boar's voice instantly steadied. its demeanor now utterly transformed. Yu arched a brow and regarded it coldly. So you can speak plainly. Were you mocking me just now? The fireboar broke into a cold sweat at Yu's icy expression and scrambled to explain. Forgive me, master. I assumed all men relished such flattery, so I adopted that tone deliberately. The fireboar felt like it had tripped over its own hooves, misreading Yu, entirely mistaking him for those who craved hollow praise. Next time I'll kill you without hesitation. Yu's gaze darkened, a flash of lethal intent flickering in his eyes. In the Eternal Night Arena, he trusted no one, not even a foolish pig. I'm sorry, master. I've erred. Under Yu's unblinking stare, the fireboar dropped to its knees, head bowed low in abject contrition. Seeing the fireboar's utter submission, Yu's eyes glinted with quiet triumph. He'd only meant to frighten it after all. Who dared mock him? Master, what shall we do next? Liahua stands ready to ease your burdens. I need black iron. How do I obtain it? Yu checked his inventory. Only a few ingots short of upgrading his cast iron blade to a black iron blade, which would significantly boost his offensive power. Master, follow me. I'll take you to a place where black iron flows freely. Please mount me. The fireboar lowered its broad back reverently. Yu rose and swung astride the fireboar, a quiet thrill humming beneath his ribs. True, his mount was a pig, but having any mount surpassed walking on foot. Moreover, Liahua amplified both his attack and defense. A rare and invaluable companion indeed. The fireboar's pace was unhurried, but compared to Yu's earlier trudging on foot, it felt swift and effortless. Holding the eternal candle aloft, Yu rode atop Liahua's ears, pierced by shrieks of agony echoing through the gloom. A sudden sobering thought struck him: surviving the Eternal Night Arena was itself a miracle, and now he possessed a mount. Fortune smiled upon him. Master, we've arrived. Here black iron awaits you. The fireboar bent low, offering its back as a step down. Yu dismounted gracefully, raised his eternal candle, and cast its light forward. Liahua, you've come. A voice ancient and guttural as cracked earth resonated, sending chills down the spine. The fireboar pressed its snout to the ground in deep. This is my new master. He seeks black iron. Enter. Whether you claim the iron depends on fate alone. Yu, startled by their exchange, reached to lift his eternal candle, when a violent gust seized him, wrenching his body skyward. Before he could react, Liahua's voice receded into the distance. Master, return safely. I'll await you here. Yu nearly cursed aloud. The accursed Liahua had lured him into this enigmatic realm. His feet plunged into void, then struck solid ground. Begin your trial. Upon completion, your desire shall be granted. Who's there? Reveal yourself. Yu whirled, summoning his cast iron blade, and assuming a battle stance. Ding. Warning, warning. Only 8 minutes remain, health bar reduced by 1 point. Yu, poised to deliver the final blow to the spirit wolf, suddenly collapsed, waves of debilitating weakness surging through his body. His eyes widened in shock as the spirit wolf advanced toward him. Damn it. The Eternal Night Arena is utterly treacherous. Siphoning his health at this critical moment is tantamount to signing his death warrant. With no time to deliberate, Yu instinctively opened his inventory and swallowed a medicinal pill. The health bar instantly refilled, sending a surge of exhilaration. Just then the spirit wolf lunged, and Yu seized his cast iron blade, swinging it down with savage force, cleaving the beast's skull apart. Blood erupted violently. Yu reflexively shut his eyes and wildly hacked with the blade. By sheer chance, the edge struck the spirit wolf squarely on the tip of its snout. Oh! The spirit wolf let out a mournful howl before its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, life extinguished instantly. Hearing the impact, Yu wiped his face with trembling hands and opened his eyes, only to see the spirit wolf lying motionless before him. A deep breath of relief escaped his lips. His limbs felt utterly drained, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned away. After several ragged breaths, Yu staggered forward, clenched his fist, and delivered 2 furious punches to the spirit wolf's muzzle, rage boiling beneath his exhaustion. He had been mere inches from having his throat torn open. Only swift, decisive action had spared him. Had he hesitated even a heartbeat, he might now be the one sprawled lifeless upon the earth. Once his fury subsided, Yu reached out and began searching the spirit wolf's carcass, eager to discover what rare treasure a level 40 spirit beast might yield. After rummaging fruitlessly across its fur and limbs, he thrust his hand into the beast's jaws, recalling the fong of the earlier spirit hound, suspecting such treasures often resided in teeth. His fingers brushed against the spirit wolf's teeth, pressing gently. 2 sharp fangs detached cleanly. With a soft pop, the corpse dissolved into a crimson mist and vanished. Yu exhaled fully, tension melting from his shoulders. He dropped the fangs into his inventory and resumed his journey toward his destination, already dismissing the skirmish as a fleeting interlude. He arrived at a region resembling a dense forest, where anguished cries echoed with unnatural intensity. Standing at the forest's edge, Yu raised his eternal candle, its steady flame revealing towering ancient trees, their canopies vanishing into shadow. He dismissed the map's guidance with a sigh and stepped forward, Reluctant for forests bred swarms of creeping insects, creatures he loathed with visceral aversion. Yet duty demanded endurance. Even distaste must bow to purpose. Ah, my eyes. Wah, don't eat me. My body schlick. Yiyu shook his head, sharply banishing the cacophony from his mind. His sole focus, now completing the task. He mentally muted the surrounding clamor, relief flooding his senses. Deeper within the woods, he lifted the eternal candle high, casting its golden light upward into the gnarled boughs, searching for signs of the spirit spider. After thorough scrutiny, he observed only bizarre writhing arthropods, no trace of the spirit spider. A faint frown creased his brow. This quarry would not yield itself easily. Closing his eyes, he activated the map, confirming the spirit spider dwelled within this very grove. Eyes reopening, he recommitted himself to tracking its elusive trail. Ding. Warning. 21 minutes remain, health bar reduced by 1 point. Yiyu stared wordlessly at the Eternal Night Arena's notification, fury simmering silently beneath his stillness. He knew all too well just how merciless this arena truly was. Suddenly a chilling sensation grazed his nape, a subtle tingling numbness freezing him mid-step. A creature had alighted upon him. Every muscle locked rigid, his skin prickled with the maddening crawl of tiny legs. Calmly he retrieved his Omni Gauntlet and slipped it onto his hand, prepared to seize the intruder. As the creature traversed his collarbone, Yiyu held his breath. Here spirit-born entities differed profoundly from those beyond the arena. Venom and lethality amplified manyfold. One misstep could prove fatal. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, summoning the spirit spider's data interface. Creature Spirit Spider. Level 35 Spirit Beast. Abilities: venomous spit razor fangs capable of burrowing into flesh to devour internal organs. Attack 160. Defense 120. Agility 143. Yiyu recoiled inwardly upon reading the stats, regret tightening his chest. Had he known, he'd never have accepted this assignment. A single bite could cost him everything. Opening his eyes, he felt the creature inching up his arm. Relief flickered briefly, until his gaze locked onto it, and icy sweat streamed down his temple. This was the spirit spider. Swallowing hard, Yiyu slowly extended his hand, aiming to snatch the creature from his sleeve. But moments before contact, the spirit spider sensed peril. Jaws snapped open, and it sank its fangs deep into his forearm. In that same instant, Yiyu clamped his gauntlet hand around it, and crushed it with brutal, unhesitating force. Pop! The spirit spider disintegrated into a crimson mist within his palm. Yiyu released a slow, steadying breath. This foe at least had proven manageable. Ding. Quest progress 20 complete, health bar 1. Then, a searing bone-deep agony erupted. Yiyu watched in horror as blackness spread across his forearm like spilled ink. The venom had taken root. Ow! A raw cry tore from his throat, the pain sharp as 1,000 blades slicing his flesh. Ding. System alert: spirit herb, neutralize it. Without hesitation, Yiyu drew forth the spirit herb he'd acquired earlier and pressed it against the wound. A wave of glacial coolness flooded his limb, pain evaporating as swiftly as mist under dawn sun. Incredible. Eyes wide with astonishment, Yiyu angled the eternal candle toward his healed arm, its surface flawless, untouched by scar or stain. Even amidst its darkness, the Eternal Night Arena's design possessed undeniable elegance. Restored, Yiyu now regarded the forest with quiet dread, determined only to finish his task and flee this haunted wood without delay. He strode deeper, body swaying deliberately, each step a conscious effort to dislodge unseen invaders. That ordeal, he vowed, would never repeat. Fortune favored him. After only a few paces, his next target emerged, another spirit spider wholly absorbed in weaving its gossamer web. Yiyu steeled himself and raised his hand, intending to strike it down as before. His Omni Gauntlet rendered its venom irrelevant. He needed no caution, only certainty. What did you say? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you even know who I am? Young Master Zhang could not believe Yiyu would so brazenly defy him, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he wished to slay Yiyu on the spot. Who you are means nothing to me. All I know is a good dog does not block the path. Step aside. Yiyu's brow furrowed deeply as he glared at Zhang Tianren, standing before him, his patience fraying into irritation. He despised men like this, the kind who trampled others while inflating themselves, possessing neither skill nor merit, yet wielding lineage and status like a— Damn you! Watch how I discipline you today. Enraged beyond reason, Zhang Tianren drew his sword in one swift motion and pointed its gleaming tip at Yiyu, as though already envisioning the young man's blood staining his blade. The commotion quickly drew a crowd, whispers rippling through the onlookers. Isn't that Zhang Tianren from Ling Mountain? Why must this youth provoke him of all people? Everyone knows Zhang Tianren lords over others, flaunting his status as a disciple of Ling Mountain. And now someone dares speak back to him. Such fine youth, yet arrogance clouds his judgment. A pity indeed. Another soul doomed to perish here. Hearing their murmurs, Yiyu's contempt for Zhang Tianren deepened further. You little wretch. I'll grant you one final chance, kneel and beg forgiveness from Huagu, crawl beneath my legs, and call me grandfather 3 times. Only then will I spare you. What say you? Zhang Tianren, hearing the crowd's fearful murmurs, swelled with smug satisfaction, as if their dread were proof of his supremacy, as if he stood unrivaled beneath heaven itself. Enough talk. Yi Yu summoned his black iron saber without hesitation, ready to test Zhang Tianren's mettle. By the heavens, this youth dares draw steel against Zhang Tianren. Utterly audacious. Tisk tisk tsk. I find myself strangely admiring him. Such promising youth, yet fated to fall today. A true tragedy. Zhang Tianren had only meant to intimidate Yi Yu, but the youth's unflinching resolve, his bold unsheathing of the blade, left Zhang Tianren trapped between pride. You actually dare draw your blade. Do you grasp the consequences? I am a disciple of Ling Mountain. His voice trembled faintly, his composure cracked. Yi Yu raised his wrist, leveling the black iron saber directly at Zhang Tianren's forehead. He spoke no word, but his expression radiated impatience, as if Zhang Tianren were no more than a buzzing fly unworthy of notice. Are you a chatterbox? So much useless speech. Yi Yu's gaze sharpened with undisguised disdain as he stared down Zhang Tianren. Struck speechless and humiliated before so many, Zhang Tianren knew retreat would shatter his reputation forever. Since you seek death, let me teach you a lesson worthy of it. With that, Zhang Tianren lunged forward, sword flashing, only to be disarmed, outmaneuvered, and finally sent sprawling onto the ground by a single contemptuous kick from Yi Yu. Zhang Tianren lay face down, clutching his chest, as crimson blood spilled from his lips. Well done, someone in the crowd cried out, and instantly applause erupted, as if Yi Yu had just delivered justice upon a tyrant. Zhang Tianren's face burned crimson as he gazed up at Yi Yu. Tall still, his icy gaze fixed upon him like a blade held to the throat. How dare an unknown nameless youth stand so defiant before him? He was Ling Mountain's sealed door disciple, the very pride of its sect. Now that pride lay shattered in the dust. Yi Yu saw no point in further words. Zhang Tianren was simply too weak. Less formidable than a mere level 30 spirit beast, the fight had offered no thrill, no resonance. Just as Yi Yu began sheathing his saber, Zhang Tianren spat venom. You wretched whelp. You've stirred calamity. You're finished. Yi Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, his hand paused mid-motion, ready to chastise this arrogant fool once more. Though patient by nature, he would not endure base slander. Did anyone truly lack temper, or was it merely buried beneath restraint? Master, this man reeks of arrogance. He must be taught a proper lesson. Liao Pig, watching Zhang Tianren's absurd theatrics, couldn't fathom why the man would insult his master after being spared, foolishness bordering on suicide. Zhang Tianren, seeing Yi Yu's impassive expression, twisted his lips into a cruel smile, and withdrew a whistle from his robe, blowing sharply toward the sky. It's over, it's over. The Ling Mountain elders are coming. Now this promises spectacle. Calling reinforcements after losing. Shameless. Well, he is Ling Mountain's sealed door senior disciple. Of course he has that privilege. Though the meaning remained hazy, Yi Yu grasped the essence. Zhang Tianren, defeated, had summoned reinforcements. Master, let's leave now, please. Liao Pig tugged urgently at Yi Yu's pant leg, his small frame trembling with unease. What's wrong, Liao? Yi Yu bent low, studying the pig's anxious face, curiosity stirring within him. Piecing together the crowd's hushed remarks, Yi Yu understood Ling Mountain was no ordinary sect. It commanded awe, its name alone enough to silence even seasoned cultivators. Who dares harm a Ling Mountain disciple? Have you grown tired of life? A deep, resonant voice echoed from afar, growing ever nearer. All eyes turned skyward, to behold an elder astride a golden-maned lion descending with regal menace until he landed soundlessly before Yi Yu. Master, that is Zhang Tianren, elder of Ling Mountain. Liao Pig's snout wrinkled in dismay. Such a trivial scuffle should never have drawn him, a figure whose authority shook entire realms. Master, this youth assaulted your disciple. Plead for justice on my behalf. Zhang Tianren threw himself prostrate before the elder, weeping bitterly. Zhang Tianren glanced once at his disciple, then flicked his sleeve. A gale-force gust hurled Zhang Tianren backward, slamming him into the earth. Worthless fool, you disgrace me. His rebuke hung heavy in the air. Then slowly Zhang Tianren turned, his gaze sweeping over Yi Yu, sharp and appraising. Yi Yu stood unmoved, meeting that ancient stare without flinch or fear, calm, unbroken, sovereign in his stillness. Young man, why do you oppose Ling Mountain? The elder's first words laid blame squarely upon Yi Yu, casting him as a reckless provocateur seeking conflict for sport. Tell me, whose defiance truly stains Ling Mountain's honor? Yours or his? Perhaps ask your sealed door disciple before passing judgment. Yi Yu's expression was pure incisive mockery, a silent indictment aimed straight at the elder's pride. No, master, I currently lack any spiritual power. What just happened was merely a coincidence, the Fireboar said with a face full of resistance as it looked at you. It's not that it was unwilling to help its master, but rather it truly had no strength left. It had just lost a significant amount of its spiritual energy and was wobbling as if, all right then, you rest for a while, I'll handle it myself. You did not press the Fireboar, knowing it seldom lied. Master, the Fireboar called out pitifully, watching Yi's handsome figure walk into the grassland. After placing the eternal candle properly, Yi took out the Fireboar's clothes and began to wave them. Seeing Yi's actions, many spiritual cows emitted warning sounds of moo moo moo, but Yi remained unfazed, still shaking the red garment in his hand. Moo moo moo. One of the spiritual cows charged towards Yi. Having learned from previous experience, Yi did not dare to be careless, keeping a close watch on the charging spiritual cow. As the right moment arrived, he swiftly grabbed its horn and spun around, mounting the cow. The spiritual cow initially intended to throw Yi off with a direct charge, but it was taken aback to find Yi riding on its back. In its fury, the cow violently shook its body, trying to dislodge Yi. Prepared for this, Yi gripped the cow's horn tightly, enduring the wild shaking, without fear, maintaining a steady hold. As 3 to 5 minutes passed, the cow's movements noticeably slowed down, its arcs becoming more languid. Seizing the opportunity, Yi summoned his agile dagger and plunged it fiercely into the cow's neck. Blood gushed out, instantly splattering onto Yi's arm, causing him to frown in distaste due to his usual obsession with cleanliness. Moo moo moo. The spiritual cow let out a series of painful cries, its body behaving like a wild horse that had broken free, beginning to gallop wildly. Damn, having been stabbed, you can still run. You truly are a stubborn cow, Yi muttered under his breath, tightly gripping the cow's horn, feeling as if he was about to be. Master, be careful. The Fireboar shouted anxiously from the side, fearing Yi might lose his grip and fall off the cow. Yi was not in the mood to respond to the Fireboar. Feeling the cow's speed decrease, he pulled out the dagger and stabbed it again into the cow's body. After 2 successive stabs, blood sprayed out from the wounds. The spiritual cow became panicked, losing its capacity for rational thought, and started crashing through the grassland, intent on knocking down every other cow. The herd of spiritual cows, frightened, began to collide with each other. Especially among the bulls, the clashes became fiercer, with each determined to defeat the other. Yi, riding on the spiritual cow, was also jolted by the collisions, yet he gritted his teeth and held firm, knowing that if he were thrown off now, he would face a terrible fate beneath the stampeding hooves. Thus Yi clung tightly to the cow's horn. Even as his arm bled profusely, he paid no mind to the pain. The previously tranquil grassland now descended into chaos, with spiritual cows attacking one another, unwilling to concede. Seizing the moment, Yi summoned his black iron knife and slashed at the incoming spiritual cows, quickly knocking down 4 or 5 of them. The cow he was riding on was now exhausted, crashing heavily to the ground, and Yi leapt off of it. Master, you're incredible. You took down so many spiritual cows in one go, that's amazing. The Fireboar looked at the 6 fallen wild cows, admiring Yi. Yi glanced at the wound on his arm and walked over to the fallen cow, patting it. With several thuds, the cow transformed into some cow fur, which Yi promptly stored in his backpack. Master, you're getting more powerful by the day. Completing a level 100 task so effortlessly is just too cool. The Fireboar looked at Yi with admiration, beaming with pride. This is still far from enough, Yi said with a sigh, glancing at the Fireboar. In contrast to the Fireboar's excitement, Yi appeared somewhat despondent. He wanted to grow quickly, but he certainly did not wish to remain in this state. A wave of disappointment surged within him, leaving him feeling downcast. The Fireboar bound to Yi by contract, sensed the sorrow emanating from him. Master will carry you back. The Fireboar moved in front of Yi, blocking his path. Yi glanced at the Fireboar and swung his leg to mount it. Upon returning to the safe zone, Yi sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and opened the system to check what special rewards he would receive for reaching level 100. Ding, task completed. Please collect your rewards. Rewards: Cleansing Pill 1, Spirit Herb 5, Spirit Pill 1, Feed 5, Milk 1, Biscuit 1. Effect: can lead to a transformation. Yi. Transformation. What does that mean? Will it endanger my life? Master, the cleansing pill can purify the impurities in your body, giving you a feeling of being reborn. It will greatly enhance your agility and skills. This is a treasure. Normally, such a cleansing pill would only be awarded at a level 500 task. I didn't expect you to receive it now. Oh, it's simply outrageous. The Fireboar, seeing Yi's bewildered expression, hurriedly explained the function of the cleansing pill. So miraculous. Yi opened his eyes, looking at the small pill in his hand, somewhat unable to believe the Fireboar's words. Given your current state, Master, it will be difficult for you to absorb this cleansing pill. The Fireboar observed the pill in Yi's hand, worried that he might not withstand its powerful effects. Yi glanced at the Fireboar, then at the cleansing pill in his hand. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and tossed the pill into his mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. Master, you spit it out quickly. The Fireboar jumped around anxiously, almost wanting to shove its hooves into Yi's mouth to retrieve the cleansing pill. It's useless, it's already dissolved. Yu said calmly, feeling his stomach begin to churn as waves of burning sensation surged within him. He pressed his hand tightly against his chest, experiencing the power of the cleansing pill. The Fireboar, seeing Yi's complexion change, grew even more frantic. Master, how are you? They'll take you to find Lord Yi Ming. Perhaps he will have a way to help you absorb this cleansing pill. The Fireboar instinctively suggested, wanting to find someone knowledgeable to check on Yi's condition. Yes, we not only just came up from the Cliff of Love, but we also obtained. The little girl's words were abruptly interrupted by a loud man beside her. Bailing, what nonsense are you spouting? The man glared at Yu with suspicion and sternly scolded the little girl. Uncle Wu, I didn't say anything wrong, we really did get. Bailing looked at the man with a wronged expression, wanting to explain, but under Uncle Wu's glare she pouted and dared not say more. The man called Uncle Wu saw that Bailing had finally shut her mouth and turned his gaze to Yu, speaking cautiously, there's nothing here that you want to know, hurry up and leave, or don't blame me for being rude. Having said that, Uncle Wu shook the staff in his hand, threatening Yu. For some reason, although the young boy before him looked innocent and harmless, Uncle Wu's instincts told him that Yu was definitely not simple, which is why he subconsciously wanted to drive him away. How do you know there's nothing I want to know when you haven't even asked? Yu looked at Uncle Wu with a smile instead of anger, understanding his nervousness. What exactly do you want? Uncle Wu squinted his eyes, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart as he looked at Yu's calm demeanor, fearing that he meant no good. Unexpectedly, Uncle Wu's concerns quickly became reality as Yu reached out his hand towards Bailing. Ow! Bailing felt herself drawn by a strong force, and before she could react, she was pulled to Yu's side, a pair of distinctly bony hands gripping her neck tightly, making it hard for her to breathe. Bailing, let her go. If you have something to say it to me. Seeing Bailing being tightly held by Yu, Uncle Wu broke out in a cold sweat, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. Let go of me. Bailing cried out in despair, feeling unable to breathe, a deep sense of suffocation enveloping her body, making her feel what true despair was. Hand over the treasures you obtained, and I will release her, Yu said flatly, not feeling that there was anything wrong with gripping a little girl's neck. As long as the goal was achieved, that was all that mattered. Zhang Yishan realized what Yu meant was about waiting for these people to hand over their things, and then he would strike like a mantis stalking a cicada, a truly cunning move. However, it was also the most effective method, and Zhang Yishan's gaze towards Yu changed. The fire pig looked at Yu with a shocked expression, not expecting that his master was so wise, directly taking what was readily available, indeed saving some effort. What treasures? I don't understand what you are saying. I now command you to quickly let Bailing go, or we will haunt you even in death. Uncle Wu said angrily, trying hard to divert Yu's attention. Moreover, what was in his arms was something everyone had risked their lives to obtain. How could it be easily handed over to us? Oh, since you don't understand, there are naturally those who do. With that, Yu tightened his grip, noticing Bailing's complexion turning even paler and her struggles becoming fiercer. Uncle Wu began to hesitate. Seeing this, others also gathered in front of Uncle Wu, glaring fiercely at Yu as if he were a vicious villain. Wait, let Bailing go first, we can discuss our matters slowly. If you truly kill her, I would rather die than hand over the things. Uncle Wu saw Bailing struggling less and less as if she were about to faint, and he suddenly shouted in fear, I despise being threatened. Are you sure you want to talk to me this way? Yu raised his eyes, looking coldly at Uncle Wu, emanating the imposing aura of a strong man, causing those present to shudder. Some spirit practitioners with low spiritual energy were directly pressured to kneel on the ground by the authority Yu exuded. What do you want? Uncle Wu looked at Yu helplessly, knowing that if he didn't hand over the treasures, this young man would not let him off easily. I said what I want is very simple. Hand over the items you brought back from the cliff, and I will let her go. Otherwise you all will die. Yu spoke lightly, but the sharp aura he radiated told them that refusal meant death. Uncle Wu, hurry up and bring out the treasures, we can barely withstand this. Someone beside him spoke first, feeling as if they were about to be crushed by the pressure emanating from Yu. Yes, the young lady has been captured. If we go back empty-handed, it will also lead to our deaths, right? Don't hesitate. If you do, we'll all be wiped out. Uncle Wu, don't you care about the young lad's life? Hearing the accusations, Uncle Wu spoke helplessly, what can I do? If I don't bring back this medicinal herb, the master will die. Uncle Wu found himself in a dilemma. Zhang Yishan, feeling pity, walked to Yi's side, looking at Bailing's pale face. He was about to persuade Yu when he heard Yu speak coldly. How confident do you feel about going down the cliff to look for the medicinal herbs? Hearing this, Zhang Yishan paused and silently retreated to the side. At this moment, he truly couldn't understand Yi's thoughts, but felt that this method was indeed the easiest and safest. Even he couldn't have imagined using this method to seize the spiritual herbs. The fire pig, upon hearing its master's words, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Indeed, its master was exceptional. Noah. Bailing was about to speak when Yu suddenly tightened his grip on her neck, and Bailing struggled in pain, desperately trying to breathe in fresh air. Don't be agitated, I'll give you the spiritual herbs as long as you don't harm Bailing. I will give it to you right now, Uncle Wu said, helplessly looking at Yu, who remained silent. He took out a bamboo tube from his pocket and tossed it to Yiyu. Yiyu held it in his hand and crushed it with force. The spiritual herbs along with the bamboo tube shattered, and when Yiyu released his grip, the fragments scattered everywhere. Uncle Wu widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Yiyu. What are you doing? I've given you the things, what more do you want? Yiyu, I have very few friends, but from the first moment I saw you, I felt a strong connection. Can we become friends? Bai Shuolian looked at Yiyu silent and extended an olive branch again, hoping for his agreement. Miss? Alu called softly from behind, unsure why the miss was being so humble towards Yiyu, but the scene was indeed quite unflattering. Even she could hardly bear to watch. Bai Shuolian ignored Alu, her eyes gazing deeply at Yiyu, showing an attitude that she wouldn't let go unless she received a promise. The fire pig also did not expect Bai Shuolian would ask the master like this. It raised its head to look at the impatience in Yi's eyes, and quickly jumped out smiling as it spoke. Of course we can be friends. My master loves making friends, and with Miss Bai being so beautiful, he wouldn't refuse. The fire pig stretched out its hoof and tugged at Yi's leg. Yiyu looked down and saw the fire pig eagerly signaling him to agree. Seeing the anxious expression on the fire pig's face, a shadow flashed in Yi's eyes. Since when could the fire pig decide such matters for him? Master, don't be shy, just don't stand on ceremony with Miss Bai, the fire pig said anxiously, continually signaling Yiyu. Yiyu frowned slightly. Although he didn't understand why the fire pig insisted on him agreeing to become friends with Bai Shuolian, seeing the fire pig so anxious, he nodded. That's right, what the fire pig said is true, it's a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing Yi's words, Bai Shuolian's mood instantly brightened, and her smile gradually widened. I'm also very pleased to meet you. Yiyu, if you have time you can come to my house to play. I have many strange and wonderful things that we can enjoy them together. Bai Shuolian directly invited Yiyu, her eyes filled with affection. Yiyu instinctively wanted to refuse, but was preempted by the fire pig. Sure. When my master has time we will definitely visit. It would be wonderful to be a guest at Miss Bai's house. The fire pig looked at Bai Shuolian with a face full of joy, as if visiting her home was an incredibly honorable thing. Fire, don't be rude. Yiyu frowned tightly, looking at the fire pig standing beside him with disapproval in his eyes. Master, don't be so polite. Miss Bai doesn't see us as outsiders, right? The fire pig grinned happily, looking at Bai Shuolian. Bai Shuolian, seeing the fire pig continuously speak well of her, found it much more pleasing to the eye, and nodded, speaking warmly. Yes, Yiyu, what the fire pig said is right. Don't be so formal with me. This is a token of our Bai family, and as long as you have this you can come find me anytime. Bai Shuolian took out a red jade token and handed it to Yiyu. Yiyu glanced at the jade token in Bai Shuolian's hand, feeling a sudden tension. The pattern on this token looked familiar, as if it were similar to the one Linger gave him, but it was also somewhat different. Master, don't dawdle, quickly take it. The fire pig urged anxiously from the side, signaling Yiyu to hurry and take the jade token. Yiyu lifted his eyelids, looking at Bai Shuolian's proud appearance, feeling displeased, yet he still reached out to take the jade token and casually tossed it into his spatial. Yiyu, you must come to see me. I'll be waiting for you at home, Bai Shuolian said reluctantly. Although she felt a pang of reluctance seeing Yiyu take the jade token, her heart felt satisfied. She even began to look forward to the moment Yiyu would come to find her. I have something to do, I'll take my leave. Yiyu replied politely and turned to leave. Watching Yi's departing figure, Bai Shuolian revealed an infatuated gaze. Alu, standing nearby, looked at her lovesick appearance and secretly cursed Bai Shuolian for being shameless, yet her face wore a submissive expression. Alu, find someone to help me investigate him. I want to know all his information, the more detailed the better. Bai Shuolian could no longer contain her curiosity, holding high hopes for Yiyu, believing he could become her ideal partner. Yes, miss. Alu nodded and accepted her orders. Yiyu wore a stern expression as he walked towards the restaurant. The cold aura radiating from him made the fire pig feel frightened. It had only acted that way out of necessity. The Bai family is one of the 4 great families of the Eternal Night continent. The Bai family has considerable influence here. Everyone knows about the Bai family. Bai Shuolian is the only daughter of the Bai family, enjoying a life of luxury and wealth since birth, a typical woman born with a golden key. With 3 older brothers, she is spoiled to the skies. Bai Shuolian is also impressive. She was predicted to be a genius girl at 16, able to reach standards unattainable by ordinary people, with her spiritual power advancing rapidly. In just 2 short years, she became a high-level spiritualist. Therefore, one must not be at odds with the Bai family. Master, are you angry? The fire pig looked cautiously at Yiyu, feeling extremely nervous, genuinely afraid that if Yiyu felt unhappy he would abandon it, which would mean certain death for it. What do you think? Yiyu replied coldly, his gaze deep as he looked at the fire pig. Master, we cannot afford to offend the Bai family. Besides, that young lady is actively wanting to be friends with you. Do you really think you're at a disadvantage? The fire pig said reluctantly. What nonsense are you talking? What's so great about the Bai family? Is it famous? Yiyu looked at the fire pig in confusion. He knew nothing about the Eternal Night continent and needed to explore slowly. Master, the Bai family has a high status in the Eternal Night continent. It's a blessing that many people can't even seek. Now that they show weakness towards you, you should seize. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu flatteringly, but was met with Yi Yu's cold gaze. If you don't speak the truth, I'll roast you. Yi Yu threatened the fire pig, understanding that it was definitely hiding something from him. Alright, master, I'll tell you. The Bai family has a treasure called Qilin blood, which can aid you greatly. I just hope you become stronger, so I thought you should maintain a good relationship with the Bai family. The fire pig said helplessly. Qilin blood. What is that? Yi Yu, hearing that it could make him stronger, became instantly interested. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu, shaking its head helplessly. With so many girls around, he showed no interest, yet he was only interested in cultivating spiritual power. Should it be happy or not? Speak quickly, don't dawdle. Yi Yu said impatiently, urging the fire pig. Bai Shuolian smiled slightly at the maid, enthusiastically grasping the maid's trembling hand, gritting her teeth, and saying, behave yourself, or I'll skin you alive. The maid trembled in fear, shrinking her neck, looking as if she dared not express her anger. Let's go, it's time for us to set off, Bai Shuolian warned the maid, releasing her hand and turning to walk in the agreed-upon direction. The maid followed closely behind, pressing her hand tightly against the spot Bai Shuolian had just touched. At this moment, a large area of bruising was visible on the maid's hand, revealing how much force Bai Shuolian had used. Zhang Yishan looked at Yi Yu's calm demeanor, showing no reaction to what had just happened. Zhang Yishan couldn't help but frown, surprised that Yi Yu was even more oblivious than he was. He wondered which girl could possibly influence Yi Yu, this stubborn blockhead. Master, we're moving too slowly. Why don't you ride on me? The fire pig lifted its head, looking at Yi Yu, unwilling to let him walk too far. Yi Yu stopped and turned around, only to see Zhang Yishan looking at him with a complicated expression, leaving Yi Yu perplexed. What's wrong? Yi Yu thought Zhang Yishan had noticed something unusual, hence his behavior. Zhang Yishan shook his head and sighed. Yi Yu, the three young girls just now really liked you. Don't you have anything to say? Zhang Yishan looked at Yi Yu with curiosity. Yi Yu furrowed his brow, instinctively looking at Zhang Yishan in confusion. What should I say? Zhang Yishan remained speechless. Looking at Yi Yu's honest expression, he decided to drop the topic, fearing it might cause him internal injuries without him realizing. Yi Yu, you really are a blockhead. I wonder who will be able to tame you in the future, Zhang Yishan said, shaking his head with a sigh. Our young people are so wonderful. If Qingxin were to show you just a little kindness, you would probably cry in gratitude. The fire pig understood the implication of Zhang Yishan's words and couldn't help but laugh. Yi Yu shot a cold glance at the fire pig, causing the surroundings to chill, and the fire pig immediately dropped its smile, looking nervously at Yi Yu. There was no choice. The master's power was too terrifying, and it dared not provoke him. Yi Yu, have you noticed anything unusual? Zhang Yishan looked at Yi Yu with a gentle expression, radiating an aura of peace. Yi Yu raised his eyes to Zhang Yishan, carefully sensing the environment around them. Suddenly his expression turned cold as he observed his surroundings closely and noticed a few small tails. The fire pig also sensed Yi Yu's unease. Although it lacked spiritual power, its observational skills were still sharp. Master, we are being followed. The fire pig hurriedly moved closer to Yi Yu, wrapping its hooves around Yi Yu's thigh to avoid being left alone and getting hurt. Zhang Yishan smiled faintly and unleashed some spiritual energy, waving it around. Hiss! A series of piercing screams erupted, followed by several bodies collapsing to the ground. Wow, you're amazing. The fire pig looked at Zhang Yishan in shock, not expecting him to have such high spiritual power, swiftly taking out these small followers. Amazing. No, this isn't impressive, as those were just minor thugs. The real main character hasn't shown up yet, Zhang Yishan said, looking in a certain direction. Yi Yu also raised his eyes and followed Zhang Yishan's gaze. Haha. I didn't expect that after all these years your reflexes are still so sharp, just like my fears. A man with disheveled hair walked out from behind a rock, wearing a half mask and exuding the aura of a high-level spiritual practitioner. Yi Yu tried to probe the man's spiritual power level, but found himself unable to see through this elder's level. Could it be that the level was too high to comprehend? Aren't you like a vengeful spirit, always peeking at us? Upon seeing the elder, Zhang Yishan's expression suddenly changed, emanating a sharp aura of authority. Zhang Yishan, after all these years you still haven't captured Qingxin's heart, willingly remaining by her side as a loyal dog. How amusing. The elder deliberately stepped on Zhang Yishan's pain, taking pleasure in Zhang Yishan's suffering. People say that a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. I think you're even worse than a dog. You'd be better off hiding back in your mother's womb to avoid being torn to pieces. Zhang Yishan, breaking from his usual demeanor, had also turned to a sharp tone. Zhang Haifeng, stop playing word games with me. Today is your death day. With that, the elder waved his hand, and suddenly powerful spiritual practitioners emerged around them, wielding their chosen weapons against Zhang Yishan. Haifeng, after all these years you're still as shameless, despicable, and vile as ever. Do you really think these spiritual practitioners can kill me, Zhang Yishan? Zhang Yishan looked at Zhang Haifeng with contempt, but inwardly he was shocked, not expecting Zhang Haifeng to have become so strong and to have his own power after all. Indeed, a man with ambition will surely achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Oh, my memory is failing me. Just now, did you smell any floral fragrance? That scent was truly delightful. Zhang Haifeng looked at Zhang Yishan with pride, knowing that Zhang Yishan had been poisoned before. What do you mean? Zhang Yishan felt a sudden tightness in his chest, suddenly recalling that he had just passed by a girl whose fragrance was particularly memorable. It seems you figured it out. Zhang Haifeng looked at Zhang Yishan with triumph, knowing that Zhang Yishan had unraveled the sequence of events. Zhang Haifeng, you despicable one. After speaking, Zhang Yishan felt a rolling sensation in his chest. His dantian was in chaos, likely due to his anger triggering the poison. Seeing this, Yi Yu walked to Zhang Yishan's side, noticing his pained expression. Yi Yu hurriedly took out a pill from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yishan, instructing him to protect his heart meridian first. Without hesitation, Zhang Yishan opened his mouth and swallowed the pill Yi Yu handed him. The pill melted upon entering his mouth, and Zhang Yishan instantly felt much better, regaining some clarity. The fire pig supported Zhang Yishan from the other side, looking at him with a worried expression. Zhang Haifeng was taken aback to see Zhang Yishan's expression return to normal, realizing that there was such a powerful expert beside him, deepening the intensity of his. Yi Yu, be cautious of this man before you. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he is treacherous and cunning, so be sure to guard against him. Zhang Yishan felt weak, even needing to lean against the fire pig to sit. Master is mighty, master is powerful, I love you, master. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu with excitement, wearing a proud expression. Brother Yi, you are amazing, kill this bad guy. Bai Ling watched Yi Yu's fierce bravery and grew even fonder of him, wishing to marry him immediately. With such a strong husband, she would no longer have to live under the gaze of others. Bai Ling's eyes turned more fervent as she looked at Yi Yu, and even if she set aside her modesty, she was determined to pursue him. Bai Xuelian was even more satisfied seeing Yi Yu's prowess. He was indeed the man she had set her sights on. Furthermore, since Yi Yu was her father's savior, her father would surely agree to let him join the Bai family. And with such a formidable husband, Bai Xuelian would stand more firmly in the Bai family. Yining glared at Yi Yu with a cold expression. These were all spirit bats he had raised, each meticulously trained by him. Their teeth and claws were laced with potent poison, and even a mere scratch could lead to agonizing death within an hour. Many would not last an hour, opting instead for a quick death. Yet tens of thousands of spirit bats had been incinerated by Yi Yu's flames, awakening a murderous intent in Yining. Do you have any other tricks? These spirit bats are too weak. Yi Yu provocatively looked at Yining. It wasn't that he enjoyed showing off, but the situation was apparent, and he felt quite helpless. You brat, do not be arrogant. Since you dared to burn so many of my spirit bats, it seems you won't be living much longer in this world. Yining murmured incantations under his breath, gesturing with his hands in front of his chest. Soon an image resembling a roulette appeared before everyone, created from spiritual energy. Master, he's about to unleash a big move. You must be careful. The fire pig watched Yining's actions with a tightening heart, knowing that Yi Yu had forced Yining to resort to his trump card. How those who offend my demonic clan have yet to be born, and today I will let you witness the might of the demonic clan. With that, Yining quickened his incantation. Everyone felt as if their heads were being pierced by knives, and one by one they knelt on the ground, clutching their heads in agony, wishing for death. Even Bai Ling had already knelt on the ground, moaning in pain. Bai Xuelian's body was also bent under the pressure of this magic spell. She hastily took out her precious elixir and stuffed it into her mouth, but still couldn't withstand Yining's incantation, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yi Yu, be careful, Bai Xuelian whispered, staggering a few steps before ultimately collapsing to the ground. Zhang Yishan knelt on one knee, tightly clutching his head, staring intently in Yi Yu's direction. Right now, Yi Yu was their only hope for survival. If Yi Yu lost, it would mean death for all of them. Bang, bang, bang. Listening to the loud explosions, seeing some people instantly turning into blood mist and vanishing from this world, Zhang Yishan felt his heart sink. So many innocent lives wasted, all for a moment of pleasure. Yi Yu looked at Yining, who resembled a child throwing a tantrum, utterly childish. I heard you were called Yining. Yi Yu stood straight, watching Yining's mouth and hands moving incessantly, feeling that Yining looked somewhat tired. What do you wish to say? Yining took a moment to respond to Yi Yu, then resumed murmuring his incantation, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Yu. Seeing Yi Yu remain unfazed by the pressure he was exerting, Yining grew angrier. The incantation intensified as he layered his spiritual power, trying to intimidate Yi Yu. Surprisingly, Yi Yu not only showed no reaction, but also looked at him with delight. It's nothing, just confirming. Are you a monk? Have you been chanting all this time? Yi Yu felt a bit curious, watching Yining with a serious face struggling to chant his incantation, yet he felt no pressure. Wasn't that, you little brat, how dare you insult me, die? Yining was furious at Yi Yu, and without a second thought channeled all his spiritual energy towards him. Yi Yu's eyes lit up as he happily welcomed the approaching roulette. He watched as it flew above him, spinning rapidly, becoming increasingly dizzying. Interesting. Yi Yu looked up at the rings of spiritual light above, closed his eyes, and let his heart move with the rotation of the spiritual rings. Yining frowned at Yi Yu's actions. Could it be that this kid truly feared not the suppression of spiritual energy? A sense of foreboding surged within him. Yining quickened his movements, applying more pressure, wanting to crush Yu to prove himself. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud bang, and the pressure vanished in an instant. They regained their senses, looking at each other in confusion. Master. The fire pig stood up, gazing towards the place where Yu had been standing. A mass of black mist obscured everyone's view, even Yining couldn't see what was happening inside. Don't worry, your master is not dead. Zhang Yishan pressed down on the fire pig, who was eager to move, his eyes fixed intently in Yi's direction, his heart in his throat, genuinely fearing that something unexpected might happen to Yu. Ha ha ha, only the dead can be so arrogant in this world. Yining laughed heartily, convinced that Yu must be dead. Is that so? I think only the dead would not be arrogant. Yu looked at Yining with an indifferent expression, emanating a chilling aura with dark smoke swirling around him, appearing somewhat terrifying. Yining, shocked, lowered his head and saw Yu standing before him unharmed. He was so excited he couldn't speak. Yu, you're still alive. No, this is impossible. How could you still be alive? Yining pointed at Yu with a trembling voice. He had just used all his spiritual energy. How could Yu have— This is absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. Yes, an illusion. It seems that's all you're capable of. Yu flicked the dust off himself, looking disdainful. Shut up. Who exactly are you? How can you withstand my formation? Yining glared at Yu with rage, his heart in a panic. Formation? So that well earlier was a formation. Yu looked at Yining with a sudden realization, instantly making Yining's nose nearly crooked with anger. Why are you still enduring this foul odor and listening to Qingyu chant scriptures here? Qingyu glared at Lingjiu with a face full of anger. Being called stinky breath by everyone, didn't she care about her dignity? After all, she was the leader of the Qingshan. Lingjiu said, Qingyu, you have disappointed me greatly. I never expected you to turn out like this. You really should take some time to treat your bad breath. After speaking, Lingjiu turned and left, leaving Qingyu with a proud back. Qingyu watched Lingjiu's figure, feeling her heart ache. Was their friendship coming to an end? Leader Qingyu, something's wrong with senior brother Zhou's son. You should hurry back and take a look. A young disciple rushed to Qingyu's side, speaking anxiously. Qingyu withdrew her gaze and looked at the disciple, speaking coldly. What happened? What's wrong with Zhou's son? The disciple looked up with surprise, glancing at his leader. A hint of panic suddenly flashed in his eyes. Was this still the leader he admired the most? Why was the bad breath so severe? It smelled as if it came from a cesspool. I'm asking you a question, and you ignore me. Qingyu looked at the disciple with displeasure, filled with anger. I wouldn't dare. Senior brother Zhou's son is itching all over, scratching himself until he's bleeding, yet he can't stop the itch. The disciple hurriedly lowered his head, suppressing his doubts. After all, Qingyu was known for her unpredictable moods, and a single displeasure could lead to punishment for them. Useless. After saying this, Qingyu lifted her leg and walked towards the audience seats. Along the way, wherever Qingyu passed, people pointed and looked at her with disdain. Some even pinched their noses, staring in shock, as if she were some kind of monster. Qingyu's anger had reached its peak. She was not an animal in a zoo for others to gawk at. What was wrong with these people? It seemed they treated her like a plague god, retreating at the sight of her. Suppressing her anger, Qingyu finally returned to the audience seats to find Zhou Xin scratching himself like a monkey, his face twisted in pain. Leader. The disciples called in unison upon seeing Qingyu. Qingyu walked directly to Zhou Xin's side, observing him as he scratched himself until he looked like a bloody gourd. She reached out to check his pulse, her expression darkening. She did not expect Zhou's son to have fallen victim to someone else's scheme. He had been dusted with itching powder, and without their knowledge, the sect known for its toxins had suffered a great loss. Master, save me. I'm going to itch myself to death. Zhou's son frantically clawed at his entire body, not caring even as he drew blood, just desperate to relieve the unbearable itch, wishing he could smash his head against a rock. Qingyu channeled a stream of spiritual energy to Zhou's son, hoping to ease his suffering. No, it seems to itch even more. Zhou's son let out cries of pain, feeling the itch intensify. How could this happen? Qingyu looked at her palm, then at the pain Zhou's son, her heart tightening. She quickly channeled another stream of energy to try to help him stop the itch. However, Zhou's son let out even more painful howls, and his movements became faster and more forceful, as if he wanted to rip his flesh off. How could this happen? Qingyu stared in shock at Zhou Xin, never expecting the itching powder he had been hit with to be so potent that even she couldn't neutralize it. Master, help me. Master. Zhou Sun pinned all his hopes on Qingyu, but she merely frowned as she looked at him. It wasn't that she didn't want to help her, it was that she couldn't help him now. Looking at Zhou Sun's pained expression, Qingyu spoke softly. Get a few more people to hold him down, don't let him hurt himself. Yes, leader. Several strong disciples stepped forward to hold Zhou Sun down. Master, help me. I'm going to itch myself to death. I can't take this itch any longer. Zhou Sun struggled to move his body, feeling as if countless little bugs were biting him. Unfortunately, he couldn't move and could only look at Qingyu with bloodshot eyes, placing all his hopes in her. Qingyu merely stood there looking at him with a complex expression. It wasn't until Zhou Sun completely fainted that she allowed everyone to let go of him, helping him back to rest and requesting the organizers to postpone the competition to tomorrow. When Yi received the news of the competition being postponed, he merely smiled, lightly knowing the reason behind it. It seemed his itching powder was quite effective. But he wondered if Qingyu's bad breath had been resolved. Indeed, the poison on Qingyu and Zhou Sun was something he had casually sprinkled just to give them a small punishment. Why has it suddenly been postponed to tomorrow? Qing Xian looked displeased at the organizers, believing there must be some reason behind it, otherwise it wouldn't have been delayed for no reason. It's because Zhou Sun suddenly felt unwell and couldn't participate, so it was moved to tomorrow. The organizers responded politely, still showing respect to Qing Xian. She says she's unwell, so she's unwell. She says she won't compete, so she won't compete. Why not switch us from the Lingshan sect to another opponent? Qing Xian was always worried about Zhou Sun, feeling that he was very similar to Qingyu, both being people who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Given the current situation, it was likely that everything was to plot against her precious disciple. How could she possibly agree? It would be better to switch opponents, as that would put her mind at ease. Master, it's fine. Let's just compete tomorrow. Yiyu, aware of Qing Xin's intentions, felt a warm current in his heart. Yiyu, you don't know how sinister and cunning Qingyu is. Her disciple isn't much better, and they might even use underhanded tactics to poison you. The more Qing Xian spoke, the more frightened she became, as if she could already see the dreadful situation unfolding. Master, don't worry, your disciple isn't a soft persimmon to be squeezed by others. Trust me, okay? Yiyu reassured Qing Xian. Yiyu, you don't understand the dangers here. Qing Xian still wanted to persuade him, but Yiyu maintained a calm smile, as if he didn't take Qingyu seriously. It was precisely this attitude of Yiyu that made Qing Xian more worried, feeling he was a bit too complacent, underestimating his opponent, which could easily lead to a backlash from his teammates. Yiyu remarked lightly that it seemed he had no fate with Songbao Gu, yet the words landed heavily on Yi Ming's mind. Never mind, I still have gold. Take this, Yi Ming said, retrieving a yellow gold card from his pocket and handing it to Yiyu. What is this? Yiyu asked, taking the card with curiosity. It resembled the bank cards he had seen before. This is a savings card. It contains 5 million gold coins, more than enough for you to buy several things you fancy. Yi Ming said with a pained expression. This was the money he had been saving to wed in the future, and now he had given it all to Yiyu. How could it not hurt? Yiyu glanced at the gold card and tucked it briskly into his coat, but such a sum was hardly sufficient for lavishness. He would have to devise a way to acquire more money soon. Watching Yi's reaction, Yi Ming felt a surge of regret. Had he known, he might have handed over a silver card instead. Come, dinner is on me, he added. Yi was in high spirits and did not wait for an answer. He lifted his leg and strode toward the eatery ahead. The two of them arrived at the tavern. Yi, fond of quiet, went straight to the second floor, while Yi Ming did not stand on ceremony and ordered a table laden with fine wines and delicacies. After all, it was his money, so why not indulge? Yi Ming's small act of revenge turned into a boon for Liu Huizhu. Seeing the table piled with exquisite fare, the pig was delighted, and from the moment the dishes were set down, devoured the food with Yi Ming and Yiyu merely sampled a few dishes and began to sip their wine. When they were about 3/4 full, several familiar figures walked up from downstairs. Oh, isn't that Yiyu? Xinger said with displeasure, glaring as if Yiyu had poisoned her. He was the one who humiliated Zhou Sun publicly and could not even compete. Xinger, do not speak nonsense. One cannot slander others without evidence, Yuer admonished, glancing at Yi's profile and thinking him far handsomer and far more amusing than Zhou Sun. Of course he did, Xinger retorted. Xinger protested defiantly. What are you saying? Another voice interjected. I do not understand. A girl of sweet, striking beauty in a pink dress appeared. Her porcelain complexion and rosy attire made her seem like a delicate doll, yet an air of arrogance and domineering confidence sullied the impression. Princess Lingxi, that person poisoned Zhou Sun and prevented him from competing, Xinger told Lingxi, pointing in Yi's direction and lodging her complaint. Oh, are there truly people these days who do not fear the Qingshan sect's influence? Lingxi wondered as she regarded Yiyu, studying him long enough to find nothing particularly remarkable. Her face turned colder, and she emanated an aura that warned strangers away. When she glanced away, she noticed a pig enjoying the table's delicacies and frowned, feeling as though she were dining with a swine. Xinger Yuer scolded, frowning and signaling her sister to stop speaking nonsense. Why are you always siding with Yiyu? Do you perhaps fancy him? Seeing Yuer repeatedly stop her complaints, Xinger flared with anger and retorted without restraint. Yuer's face grew awkward. She looked at Lingxi before speaking gently. Xinger, I merely do not want you to misjudge and wrong an innocent, Yuer said with helplessness, doing her best to speak in Yi's favor before Lingxi. Misjudge an innocent? Then tell me why Zhou Sun suffered a setback the moment he left Yi's side. If not him, then did you poison him? Xinger demanded. Xinger spoke thoughtlessly, caring little for the trouble her words might bring Yuer. Be quiet, Xing, you are growing more unruly, Yuer reproached. Yuer's face showed mortification as she regarded Xinger, feeling that this sister had changed and was no longer the person she once knew. Enough. If you want to know whether he did it, go ask him. Why quarrel here? Lingxi barked, glaring at Xinger and Yuer before striding toward Yiyu. At that moment Yi Yu was watching the scene outside, and had not noticed Lingxi standing before him. "You are Yi Yu?" she asked. Lingxi looked down at Yi Yu from a position of superiority, intent on subduing him, so he would not grow too arrogant. Hearing the voice, Yi Yu raised his head to find a proud woman regarding him with disdain. He cast a quick glance, and searched his memory. He did not know her. At the sight of Lingxi, Yi Ming unconsciously frowned. How had he encountered her here? "Hey, I'm speaking to you, are you deaf?" Lingxi demanded. Seeing Yi Yu look at her without responding, Lingxi flushed with mortified anger. "Even dining cannot proceed in peace. Annoying flies keep spoiling my appetite." Yi Yu replied with impatience, implying Lingxi was a bothersome fly. "How dare you speak to me so? I'll kill you," Lingxi cried, enraged. Lingxi immediately summoned her whip, intending to lash Yi Yu. "Lingxi, you are too presumptuous," Yi Ming said from his seat beside Yi Yu, his face full of disappointment. Only then did Lingxi turn, and see Yi Ming sitting there. She froze for a moment, and blurted out, "Lord Yi Ming, what are you doing here?" Yi Ming was speechless. Looking at Lingxi's dazed expression, a surge of fury lodged in his chest. He was nearly incensed. Could she not see such a large person sitting there? Yi Yu, who had been vexed by Lingxi, could not help a slight upward tug of his lips upon hearing her words. Watching Yi Ming squirm inexplicably brightened his mood. "Lingxi, do you think my absence grants you the right to strike people at will?" Yi Ming said bluntly, lifting his head to fix her with his gaze. "No. It was he who insulted me first, Lord Yi Ming," Lingxi protested, pointing at Yi Yu with a face full of grievance. Yi Yu. At last he understood the old adage that women and petty people are hard to placate. He sat there doing nothing, and yet was made the villain. Yi Ming felt a private satisfaction at Yi Yu's plight. "Oh, is that so? How odd that I did not notice," he said, lifting a small wine cup and taking a sip. "Lord Yi Ming, this Yi Yu not only spoke rudely, but bullied me. Please, you must stand up for me," Lingxi pouted, batting her eyelashes at Yi Ming. "Do you take me for blind?" Yi Ming looked up at Lingxi, helplessly feeling that she must regard him as a fool. "And in actual gold coins. Consider that a single ordinary first-rank pill could be bought for a handful of coins. Yet this Xiao Jin Dan is commanding a staggering 800 gold coins." Steward Wang cast an inquiring look at Elder Sun. When Elder Sun gave a slight nod, Wang weighed the matter in his mind, and after a moment of consideration nodded. "Very well. The price you propose is entirely acceptable to Lingxi Tang." Liahua Pig listened to the exchange between its master and Steward Wang, its eyes glittering. No wonder its master was so formidable. A single pill could fetch more than 800,000 gold coins. That was merely the starting bid, and it would only rise. There were 3 pills to be auctioned in total, a sum of several million gold coins. Wonderful, a master would be able to buy it an abundance of snacks. Yi Yu smiled faintly at Steward Wang's words. In this place, wealth was the ultimate measure. If a Xiao Jin Dan took the world by storm, fortune would flow to him. Such an extraordinary pill would lead many to spend lavishly. To keep it for life-saving use, for life comes but once. Moreover, this sum was a mere trifle to the deeply endowed families, but a drop in the ocean to them could be a fortune to others. If he could one day refine pills purer than this Xiao Jin Dan, the profits would be beyond imagination. He would no longer need to dip into Yi Ming's meager reserves. Although his asking price this time was somewhat modest, only 800 gold coins, it was merely paving the way for the future. Money is earned little by little, and reputation and trust are built slowly, step by step. Yi Yu glanced at Steward Wang, and did not miss the delight on his face. It was plain that this Xiao Jin Dan would bring Lingxi Tang a He was supremely confident in this world. Apart from himself, no one could refine the Xiao Jin Dan, so Yi Yu remained utterly unperturbed. It was not only the Xiao Jin Dan that had been lost to time. Countless peerless recipes and extinct seeds of rare herbs lay within his system. His journey to the Yongya continent had yielded rich harvests. Even the system had been exceptionally generous. These advantages had set him upon the path of cultivation and alchemy. Elder Sun looked at Yi Yu with satisfaction, then spoke. "Young hero, you must have other pills in your possession. Are you truly not going to put them up for auction?" Elder Sun gazed at Yi Yu with hopeful expectation. Yi Yu shook his head apologetically and said, "Next time. For now, let us test the waters with just the Xiao Jin." Yi Yu declined Elder Sun's good intentions. A flash of disappointment crossed Elder Sun's face. He had expected more surprises in Yi Yu's hands, but Yi Yu would not be swayed. "No matter. This Xiao Jin Dan alone could still make the auction a delightful event. I have some matters to attend to. I will return later," Yi Yu said. Yi Yu rose, intending to return to the tavern to find Yi Ming and Yi Tsong. Steward Wang's gaze instinctively flicked to the vial in Yi Yu's hand, hesitation crossing his eyes. At Lingxi Tang, sellers could either bring their goods personally at the auction or leave them there for safekeeping until the event. Sensing Steward Wang's unease, Yi Yu smiled and handed the vial to him. "Leave this in your custody for now," he said. Steward Wang's face brightened. He feared Yi Yu might take his business elsewhere. "Very well, very well. I will fetch the agreement at once. Please wait here." Wang nodded excitedly and hurried out. Elder Sun watched Yi Yu with a broad smile, growing more and more fond of the young man. Young hero, may I ask your name, and which sect you come from? Elder Sun, impressed by Yu, unconsciously sought to draw closer to him. Yu did not wish to conceal anything and answered directly, I am the closed-door disciple of Qingxin of the Lingshan sect. A disciple of Qingxin? Elder Sun blinked in surprise. Elder Sun paused and re-examined Yu, taking in his extraordinary bearing and natural nobility. He nodded with evident satisfaction. Elder Sun knows my master. Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised that his master enjoyed such wide acquaintance. That is a tale of years past. I remember Qingxin as a spirited, lovable girl who loved chivalry. Whenever she saw injustice, she would be the first to leap in and set things right. Elder Sun's voice trailed off, and his eyes shone with tears. Yu looked at Elder Sun and began to imagine Qingxin in her youth. The image fit her character perfectly, always ready to draw her sword for the wronged. As the two sank into reminiscence, Steward Wang pushed the door open and returned with 2 documents in hand, smiling as he approached Yu. Young hero, please review these. If there are no objections, sign and seal them. Yu took the agreement, skimmed it, and then picked up a brush to sign his name. Yu? From now on, I'll call you young hero, Steward Wang said, pleased as he looked over the papers. Call me Yu. No need to be so formal, Yu replied. Steward Wang had not expected Yu to be so easygoing. He smiled and nodded, feeling that their relationship had taken a step forward. You must attend tonight's auction. I've reserved the best seat for you on the 2nd floor, so you can observe the entire event, Steward Wang flattered. Grateful Yu nodded. Thank you, Steward Wang, he said, then set off toward the street. Steward Wang and Elder Sun warmly watched Yi's figure depart. Clutching the pill, their excitement remained high. Once outside Lingxi Tang, Liahua Pig burst into chatter as if a box of words had been opened. Yi was in great spirits at his modest success, and seeing Liahua Pig so excited, bought a heap of snacks to quiet it. Liahua Pig munched its treats joyfully and trotted happily at Yi's side. A frightened cry rang out, startling Yi. He looked up to see a beautiful woman in white, her face pale with terror as she stumbled backward. Without a second thought, Yi instinctively reached out and caught her arm, exerting a gentle pull to steady her. Once she stood firm, he immediately withdrew his hand, as if wary of some contagion. Liahua Pig had been knocked to the ground by the woman, its snacks scattered in all directions. It regarded the ruin of its treats with pitiable sorrow, almost moved to tears. Hey, how are you walking? You've knocked my young mistress down. A maid in green hurried over, clutching 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Butler Wu was taken aback, not expecting Yu to be so astute, knowing, without even looking, that the spiritual herb in the bamboo tube was fake. Butler Wu, hurry and bring out the real spiritual herb. Are you willing to put the young lad's life at risk? The people beside him yelled angrily at the butler, their expressions anxious, worried that Bai Ling might be accidentally crushed by Yu. But this is indeed the herb I picked from beneath the cliff of love. Butler Wu looked at Yu with an innocent expression, hoping his acting could deceive Yu. Yu, however, said nothing and continued to tighten his grip. Bai Ling struggled harder, her hands desperately clawing at Yi's large hand, but alas, how could an ant shake an elephant? Bai Ling simply could not budge Yi's hand, her face turning red as she felt she was about to bid farewell to this beautiful world. Young hero, please don't be agitated. I have other spiritual herbs, see if any of them are what you need. Seeing this, Butler Wu was startled and obediently took out 3 or 4 bamboo tubes, placing them before Yu, allowing him to choose freely. Yu merely glanced over and spoke lightly. It seems you have quite an opinion about your young lady, even reluctant to part with a single spiritual herb for exchange. After saying this, Yu looked at Bai Ling in his hand, revealing a mocking smile. Bai Ling felt the grip around her neck loosen slightly, but the next moment, she heard Yi's scornful words. A sourness overwhelmed her, and her eyes darted towards Butler Wu, her face filled with disappointment. Butler Wu, you are merely a dog of my family. Will you watch your master be killed while hoarding the herbs for yourself? Bai Ling shouted angrily at Butler Wu, her emotions flaring, her words becoming somewhat reckless. In front of everyone, she gave Butler Wu no face at all. Butler Wu's face turned ashen as he looked at Bai Ling, not expecting this spoiled girl to dare humiliate him publicly. It seemed it was time for him to find an opportunity to dispose of Bai Ling. Bai Ling, although I am your family's butler, I only answer to the master. This herb concerns the master's life, so I cannot give it to you. Butler Wu's expression changed, no longer humble as before, instead giving off a feeling of being the old master. Butler Wu, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to rebel? I command you now to hand over all the herbs immediately, or I will kill you. Bai Ling was filled with anger, never expecting that as a dignified young lady, she would be bullied by a servant. How, if you have the ability, then kill me. Your command I cannot comply with. After saying this, Butler Wu took a few steps back, appearing indifferent. Kill him, help me kill him, and I will give you all the spiritual herbs and various rare treasures I possess. After saying this, Bai Ling directly pulled off a ring from her hand and handed it to Yu. Yu glanced at the ring in Bai Ling's hand. It was a silver ring engraved with incomprehensible patterns, likely a spatial ring. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, Butler Wu no longer hesitated, directly extending his hand to unleash a surge of spiritual power towards Bai Ling, intending to ambush her and eliminate her. Yi Yi's eyes flashed, and with a casual wave he blocked Butler Wu's spiritual power. The power rebounded back towards Butler Wu, and with a startled ah he fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn dog, daring to strike your master. Quickly help me kill him, I guarantee you will get what you desire. Bai Ling glared at Butler Wu, turning her head to plead with Yi. Yi Yu tossed the spatial ring that Bai Ling had handed to him towards the fire pig. Although he was not fond of women's rings, the treasures inside were indeed plentiful. Why not take them since it was effortless? Yi Yu just raised his hand, preparing to end Butler Wu's life, when he saw Butler Wu looking at him with a face full of terror. Young hero, please don't kill me. I will give you all the treasures. Butler Wu then immediately took out over a dozen bamboo tubes, placing them on the ground, scrambling to rise and kneel before Yi Yu, desperately pleading. In the face of a strong adversary, he could only show weakness. The onlookers were immediately stunned by this scene. No one expected the usually arrogant Butler Wu to behave so cowardly in the face of death. Help me kill him. I've given you all my most treasured possessions. You must help me kill him. Bai Ling looked at Yi Yu excitedly, directly grasping his arm and shaking it, resembling a spoiled girlfriend. Yi Yu glanced at the spiritual herbs that Butler Wu had brought out, still not finding the few he needed, and his heart sank. Butler Wu, do you think I can be fooled with these trinkets to spare your life? Yi Yi's light remark caused Butler Wu to break out in a cold sweat. Butler Wu glanced at Yi Yu and finally, reluctant, pulled out the Shieling herb, rainbow lotus, and spirit snake gallbladder he had previously picked from beneath the cliff of love, placing them before Yi Yu. Seeing the items he needed, Yi Yu immediately loosened his grip, released Bai Ling, and conveniently swept the few bamboo tubes Butler Wu had placed on the ground into his spatial storage. You are just letting me go like this? Bai Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu ignored Bai Ling, turning away with a carefree demeanor. He was not a murderous maniac. Obtaining what he wanted was sufficient. Hey, stop. How can you leave? Aren't you afraid he will take revenge on me? Bai Ling, with self-awareness, knew she would not be a match for Butler Wu. Moreover, the two had just had a tense confrontation. If she were to face Butler Wu alone, wouldn't she be at his mercy? Yi Yu did not even glance back. He had no interest in the affairs of others' families. Master, you are truly amazing. The fire pig admires you more and more. The fire pig looked at Yi Yu with a beaming smile, full of admiration. Zhang Yishan also looked at Yi Yu with excitement, not expecting that Yi Yu could effortlessly find these spiritual herbs and treasures. Though his methods were somewhat unsavory, it must be said they were indeed effective. This was indeed the fastest and most effective method. Stop. You took my things without helping me. Oh, what kind of hero are you? Bai Ling looked back at Butler Wu, seeing the murderous intent in his eyes. She immediately felt a tightening in her heart, and quickly ran to Yi Yi's side, grabbing his sleeve and refusing to let go. Yi Yi's expression turned cold as he glanced at the small hand gripping his clothes, suppressing the impulse to chop off that hand, and spoke icily. Let go. The thunder finally ceased. Yi Yu lay sprawled upon the ground, gazing up at the azure sky, his thoughts churning. Just moments ago he had been struck by lightning 3 times. Surviving was nothing short of miraculous. Master Liahua has come to be with you. The fireblaze boar strained forward toward Yi Yu, tears streaming endlessly, blurring its vision. Liahua. Yi Yu whispered softly, so faint it resembled the hum of a mosquito, unheard by anyone present. All assumed he had perished beneath the lightning's wrath, especially given his motionless stillness, eerily akin to a corpse. The man surveyed the scene before him and laughed more broadly still. Watching the fireblaze boar laboriously drag itself across the earth, he strode directly before it and raised his foot to crush it mercilessly. Ah! A shriek like that of a slaughtered pig tore from the boar's throat. Its spine snapped audibly, searing agony surged through its body, and a metallic tang flooded its mouth. Blood erupted violently from its jaws. Ha ha ha, crawl on. Go on, crawl. He laughed heartily, reveling in the boar's desperate writhing beneath his soul, pride swelling within him. Master is uninspiring. Such insolent, arrogant swine deserve no mercy. Bata scurried eagerly to his master's side, grinning wider still at the sight of the boar spitting blood. Hearing the boar's anguished cry, Yi Yu's heart clenched, and suddenly strength flooded his limbs as if ignited by divine fire. Slowly, deliberately, he rose to a seated position and beheld 2 strangely clad men tormenting Liahua. Rage consumed him utterly. Yi Yu raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of potent spiritual energy toward Batu. Ah! Batu felt an overwhelming force slam into him. So fierce it hurled him bodily through the air, slamming him against the wall before he crashed heavily to the ground. A gush of blood spurted from his mouth, his head lolled sideways, and he slumped into unconsciousness. The man looked up and froze. There stood Yi Yu upright, his deep, fathomless eyes blazing with crimson light. Intimidated by Yi Yu's sheer aura, he instinctively recoiled a step. What do you think you're doing? Don't move, or I'll make you pay dearly. The man who moments earlier had swaggered with unchecked arrogance now trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Yi Yu's fury. You dared harm my Liehua, and still dare hope to draw breath in this world. Yi Yu's words spoken lightly as drifting mist struck like invisible hands clamping around the man's throat, choking him, pinning him rigid as though nailed to the earth. And master, you're all right, that's all that matters. The fireblaze boar strained to lift its head, yearning to see Yi Yu's face, yet its wounds proved too grievous, and it collapsed into darkness. Liehua, I shall avenge you. Every soul here today shall perish in your name. His voice was soft, but each syllable fell like a hammer upon the soul. Yi Yu, you're alive? Thank the heavens. I truly feared the lightning had claimed you. Seeing you whole again, I'm at peace. Bailing's voice trembled with raw emotion, tears spilled freely, as though his awakening were her greatest joy. Yi Yu did not even glance at her. He simply stepped forward, walking resolutely toward Liehua. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill it. Do you hear me? Panic seized the man. Even as a high-ranked spiritual cultivator, he quailed before Yi Yu's presence. Try laying a finger on it. Yi Yu's face remained ice-cold as he advanced. The murderous intent burning in his eyes silenced every breath around him. Passing by Shuelian, Yi Yu kept his gaze fixed straight ahead. No flicker of acknowledgement, no intention to engage. Yi Yu, your expression just now terrified me. Shuelian stammered, desperate to explain, only to watch him stride past without a glance. She glared at his retreating back, muttering venomously that he knew not gratitude. Yi Yu knelt beside the fireblaze boar, tenderly resting a hand upon its head, his voice hushed and gentle. Liehua, forgive me. I came too late. Today I shall avenge you. Will you let me? These wretched curs dared lay hands on you. Then let them be reduced to dust. With that he extended his hand and fired a searing golden beam straight into the man's forehead. The man, tense and vigilant, tracked Yi Yu's every motion. Yet before he could summon his spiritual energy to defend himself, it was already too late. Boom. The man exploded instantly. Shreds of flesh and bone scattered across the ground, some landing grotesquely in the arms of onlookers. Pandemonium erupted. Screams pierced the air, raw with terror. What did you do to my master? One of the oddly dressed figures, frozen at a distance, trembled violently, his legs shaking as he stared at Yi Yu in horror. Yi Yu turned his gaze upon Badu lying on the ground, and with a single gesture unleashed spiritual energy. Badu detonated like a firecracker, his body rupturing violently, gore splattering in all directions. Remembering what had just transpired, members of the Bai family hastily clustered together, fearful of becoming the next target of this madman's wrath. After all, they had watched coldly as Liehua suffered, uttering not a word in its defense. Tension coiled thick in the air, guilt and dread entwined. Then, Mamiya, run! The man shrieked, whirling and sprinting blindly backward. Others fled, instantly racing for their lives. Yet Yi Yu's voice cut through the chaos. Too late. All of you are already too late. A radiant golden beam lashed forth. 20 or 30 figures were cleaved cleanly in two. Thud, thud, thud. The sickening thump of collapsing bodies sent shivers through every witness. No one had imagined Yi Yu would slaughter so many, for the sake of a single boar. Eyes darted nervously, silence reigned absolute. Shoulders hunched, bodies pressed tight together in shared terror. Liehua, did you see? Your master has avenged you. Yi Yu gently lifted the fireblazed boar into his arms. Gazing at the blood trickling from its mouth, he drew out a clean handkerchief and wiped the crimson stain away with infinite care, only discarding the cloth once every trace had vanished. Shuelian watched, hesitating, her throat tight, her courage failing. In this moment of incandescent wrath, she dared not utter a single word. Master, the fireblaze boar can yet be saved. Zijian could bear it no longer. Never had it imagined its master's bond with Liehua ran so deep, and jealousy prickled sharply within its core. What did you say? Yi Yu glanced down at his wrist, where Zijian rested, its expression plaintive, and his heart stirred with sudden turbulent uncertainty. The fire pig cast a sidelong glance, unwilling to engage further. It truly did not wish to have any contact with these people, especially after facing the enemies earlier. Not a single person was willing to help, which infuriated it. If you are angry, I apologize. I fainted just now, and when I woke up, I saw you saving you. I truly don't know what happened before. I'm sorry, fire pig. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Bai Ling looked at the fire pig with a face full of grievance, almost on the verge of tears. The fire pig, with its innocent nature, felt its heart soften upon hearing Bai Ling's words full of self-reproach. Upon reflection, it couldn't really blame Bai Ling. Even the usually arrogant Shuelian hadn't stood up for it in that situation, so what right did it have to blame Bai Ling? Just as the fire pig was about to say that it was fine, it heard Zhang Yishan coughing and hurriedly ran over to him, watching him slowly regain consciousness. Senior brother Yishan, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Before Zhang Yishan could speak, the fire pig took the initiative to ask. Master, you can stop now. Oh, don't waste your spiritual energy anymore. Zijian looked at Yi Yu with concern, noticing the fine beads of cold sweat forming on Yi Yu's forehead. Zijian felt a bit regretful for suggesting that the master be made aware of the healing function. Otherwise, with the master's character, wouldn't they just rush to save everyone? Yi withdrew his hand, his body swaying slightly as a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stagger. Brother, you be careful. Bai Ling took the opportunity to walk to Yi's side, reaching out to support his arm. I'm fine, Yi replied directly, pulling his hand away from Bai Ling. Bai Ling looked at her empty palm, feeling even more resentful towards Yi. If it weren't for the fact that Yi still held some value for her, would she have pretended to be obedient and ingratiating in front of him? Unfortunately, Yi was somewhat oblivious. Once she figured out how Yi had revived the fire pig, she would ensure he suffered a fate worse than death. Cough, cough, Yi. Yi, how are you? Did you come out from the barrier? Are you hurt? As Zhang Yishan opened his eyes, the first thing he did was check if Yi was okay. I'm fine, there's nothing wrong with me. Yi looked at Zhang Yishan, who was now sitting up feeling relieved internally. He hadn't expected his healing system to be so powerful that it could bring the dead pig back to life, and even restore Zhang Yishan's broken spine. That's good to hear. You really scared me just now. Zhang Yishan sighed in relief, feeling he could report to Qing Xian now. Senior brother Yishan, it was the master who saved you. The fire pig observed Zhang Yishan and realized that he was still unaware of what had happened. What? You saved me. Zhang Yishan touched his chest, indeed, feeling less pain, and his body felt much more unimpeded with a denser spiritual energy than what exactly had happened. He now felt better than the effects of taking a spirit pill. Yi, what did you do to me? I feel different from before. Zhang Yishan lifted his head, gazing at Yi with astonishment. We'll discuss this later. Yi glanced at Zhang Yishan, then turned his gaze towards Bai Shuelian. Yi, you really scared me just now. I was so afraid something would happen to you. Bai Shuelian stood not far from Yi, catching his gaze and quickly forcing a smile, looking at him gently. Yes, brother, I fainted from fright just now. I'm so glad you're okay. Bai Ling also stepped forward, reaching out to grab Yi's arm, but he dodged her just in time. Bai Ling stared at her empty hands, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. That damned Yi really did not know how to appreciate kindness and dared to avoid her. I'm fine, there's no need to worry. Yi said, raising his legs and walking towards the barrier. Master, where are you going? The fire pig was startled and hurriedly chased after him, not wanting the master to take any risks. It's nothing, Yi said calmly, knowing the fire pig was concerned. Seeing this, Zhang Yishan quickly got up and chased after Yi, grabbing his arm to stop him from going any further. Yi, you can't go further, it's very dangerous up ahead. Zhang Yishan looked at Yi with a tense expression, refusing to let him advance another step. I must go. Yi pushed Zhang Yishan's hand away, looking ahead with determination. No way, I won't let you go unless you step over my dead body. Zhang Yishan was equally stubborn, refusing to let Yi pass. Are you sure? Yi looked at Zhang Yishan seriously, as if contemplating the feasibility of his. Zhang Yishan said nothing. Just as he was frozen in shock, Yi pushed him aside and used his spiritual energy to pin Zhang Yishan in place. Yi, what are you doing? Let me go, I won't allow you to act recklessly, do you hear? Zhang Yishan shouted anxiously, but received no response from Yi, only able to watch as he walked towards the barrier. Master. The fire pig also shouted, just about to move, but saw Yi shoot him a glance like a nail, pinning the fire pig in place, making it too afraid to take a step. Yi arrived at the barrier, gazing towards the distant Lingbao mountain. I remember you, my Qinglong treasure blade. As soon as Yi finished speaking, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and rain poured down. Everyone quickly sought shelter from the rain, but the downpour was heavy and urgent. Within a minute, they were all drenched to the bone. Well, you finally remembered me. I thought you had forgotten me. The Qinglong treasure blade emitted a childlike, aggrieved cry. Yi looked at Lingbao mountain with tenderness, treating it like a cherished treasure. The thunder just now awakened my memory. Although I don't remember much, I remember you. I'm sorry for leaving you here alone for so many years. Yi spoke with deep guilt, making it hard for others not to shed tears. Will master, the Qinglong must follow you from now on. After speaking, a loud thunderclap sounded, splitting Lingbao mountain. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them, thinking that the Lingbao was about to appear in the world. Quick hurry to seize the Lingbao. The elder looked at Bai Shuelian with eager eyes, as this was the only opportunity to obtain the Lingbao. I warned you. I dislike being touched by others. Yi swept his gaze over Bai Shuelian and Belan lying on the ground, a flicker of disgust flashing in his eyes. Were it not for the spiritual treasure he sought, he would never have tolerated these two burdens dragging behind him. Brother, what's wrong? Weren't you perfectly fine just moments ago? Belan gazed at Yi with wounded bewilderment, sensing he had transformed utterly. Surely Bai Shuelian was to blame. Silence. Can't you stay still for even a moment? If you must flirt, at least choose your timing wisely. Bai Shuelian glared fiercely at Belan, unleashing all her pent-up fury upon her. What do I have to do with this? Don't pin every misfortune on me. Look in the mirror before you judge others' conduct. Belan refused to yield an inch. They were rivals on equal footing. Why should she defer to Bai Shuelian? Was it merely because Bai Shuelian possessed thicker skin? Bai Shuelian fixed Belan with a venomous stare, resolving then and there to issue a death warrant in secret. No matter how far Balan fled across heaven and earth, she would hunt her down, without mercy. Yi Yu remained silent, his expression blank. At such a critical juncture were these two women truly still bickering over jealousy. He could scarcely fathom how emperors ever managed to maintain order among 3,000 concubines. Truly only sovereigns possessed such extraordinary mastery over human nature. In that very moment Yi Yu felt profound admiration for those monarchs who ruled vast harems. Such control was nothing short of astonishing. Liahua Pig rubbed its snout and edged closer to Yi Yu, convinced beyond doubt that both women had lost their wits. Master, what shall we do now? I suggest immediate withdrawal. The man's spiritual energy runs unfathomably deep. He may well be a supreme cultivator from beyond the suspended realm. Though stripped of its own spiritual energy, Liahua Pig retained keen perception. After all, it had lived for millennia. If it couldn't discern such rudimentary truths, its existence would be utterly meaningless. A supreme cultivator from beyond the suspended realm. Yi Yu murmured the phrase twice, curiosity kindling within him like a slow-burning flame. He wondered how his own strength compared. Victory or defeat remained uncertain. Without testing himself against this unexpected challenger, he'd feel he'd failed the very opportunity fate had delivered. Boy, dare you not even declare your name? The supreme cultivator lowered his palm, and instantly the small creature that had burrowed underground burst forth, scrambling up his arm. From his robe, he withdrew several spirit pills and fed them to the beast. The creature slipped from his hand, scurried down his thigh, and vanished beneath the earth, only to erupt seconds later as a powerful armored pangolin-like beast surging forward with terrifying momentum. Yi Yu clearly saw the ground swell upward. Master, beware. It's coming straight for you. Liahua Pig recoiled in terror, dragging Yi Yu's sleeve even as it scrambled. Don't fear. With those words, Yi Yu watched the earth ripple toward him, and swiftly raised his foot, aiming to crush the creature as before. But the beast erupted violently from the soil, a sleek obsidian black form, long and sinuous, resembling a full-grown mountain cat. Ah, Master, watch out. It carries venom. Liahua Pig stared, eyes wide with shock, as the creature leapt skyward, utterly unprepared for what it truly was. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yu drew forth a universal gauntlet from his spatial ring and slipped it on. Then with lightning speed he seized the creature's throat, its frantic thrashing futile against his iron grip, its razor-sharp fangs snapping impotently at his wrist. Master, this isn't a burrowing rat. It's a pangolin spirit beast, Liahua Pig observed sharply, watching intently. Liahua, be still and watch closely. Yi Yu spoke calmly, then traced a luminous spirit sigil across his chest, preparing to imprint it upon the captive. Halt! The cultivator, realizing Yi Yu's intent, cried out in alarm, and in the same breath flashed before him, lunging to snatch the beast from Yi Yu's grasp. Yi Yu had anticipated the move. Their clash ignited instantly. Two titans locked in life-and-death combat, neither yielding an inch. To onlookers their forms dissolved into streaks of light, blinding, ceaseless, indistinguishable. Liahua, your master's spiritual energy has grown astonishingly potent. Even I cannot track their movements. Zhang Yishan watched intently, yet found himself utterly unable to follow their exchanges. Of course, he is unmatched. His cultivation advances even in sleep. Liahua Pig declared proudly, though its eyes betrayed deep, quiet anxiety. It had no idea whether Yi Yu's current strength sufficed to overcome this formidable foe. Brother Yu, fight hard. Defeat this monster. Belan cheered from the sidelines, voice trembling with fervent excitement, as though Yi Yu battled solely to vindicate her honor. Yi Yu, push forward. Victory must be yours. Even Bai Shuolian ignored Balan now. Her hopes aligned entirely with Yi Yu's triumph. Should he fall, they might never descend Love Cliff alive. The stranger would erase them without hesitation. After hundreds of exchanges, both warriors paused, breathing heavily, eyes locked. The supreme cultivator stared at Yi Yu, heart pounding with disbelief. He had secluded himself in that cavern for years, yet emerged to face such a peer. Had the world shifted beyond recognition, or had his own cultivation regressed? To draw even with a youth, today's outcome defied all logic. Yi Yu, however, wore no trace of astonishment, only quiet dissatisfaction with his own. His myriad techniques had failed to subdue the cultivator. Clearly his spiritual energy demanded further refinement, if he were ever to protect Liahua Pig. Who are you, and what sect do you serve? The cultivator's gaze bore into Yi Yu, and in his fury he lashed out with a bolt of raw spiritual energy, striking a nearby man without warning. Ah! Boom! The blast tore the man apart, flesh and bone scattering before he could utter another cry, vanishing utterly from existence. Belan gasped, instinctively darting behind Zhang Yishan, her face pale with terror. Zhang Yishan stepped forward without hesitation, placing himself squarely before her. A man's duty demanded he shield others, not stand aside while a woman bore the danger. Liahua Pig hurried to shelter behind Zhang Yishan as well, unwilling to suffer collateral harm and determined not to hinder its master's focus in battle. Zhang Yishan fell silent, stunned. Had they truly taken him for a living wall? A young woman seeking refuge was understandable, but even Liahua Pig now cowered behind him. The absurdity left him speechless. Who I am is none of your concern. Step aside, and I'll spare you. Yi Yu regarded the cultivator with grim disappointment. So he remained too weak, unable even to overcome a single supreme cultivator. Yi Yu shot a glance at the fire pig, his eyes filled with warning. Was it blind to not see? Did it need the fire pig to remind him? Master. The fire pig pouted, looking at Yi Yu with a flattering gaze. Yi Yu ignored the fire pig and walked over to Bai Shuelian, squatting down to look at her ankle. Yi Yu, my ankle really hurts. Bai Shuelian looked at Yi Yu with delicate charm, exuding an alluring grace that was completely different from her usual lofty demeanor as the Bai family's young lady. Oh, which foot hurts? Yi Yu's mouth twitched, slightly surprised by how convincingly Bai Shuelian acted. Although it felt somewhat awkward, he didn't mind accompanying Bai Shuelian in this act. My left foot hurts badly, it seems I can't move it. Bai Shuelian tugged at her skirt, revealing a small section of her fair calf, and with the white skirt draping over it, it created a feeling of wanting to explore further. If it were another man, he would have likely succumbed to Bai Shuelian's charm by now. However, Yi Yu merely glanced at her ankle, reached out to gently touch it, and when he looked up, he happened to meet Bai Shuelian's enticing gaze. It seems you really can't move it. What should we do now? Yi Yu spoke softly, his eyes sparkling with an inscrutable gleam. Bai Shuelian felt a surge of joy. It appeared that Yi Yu was not as formidable as she had imagined. He had indeed fallen under her charm. Watching Yi Yu's reaction, Bai Shuelian felt even more confident. This was the normal response. As long as she desired a man, there was no way she couldn't have him. Just as Bai Shuelian was brimming with confidence, Yi Yu suddenly changed his expression and spoke with indifference. I see that Miss Bai's ankle is fine. If you truly feel pain, you can find a skilled doctor to check it. Having said that, Yi Yu stood up, directly preparing to leave. In a panic, Bai Shuelian quickly grabbed the corner of Yi Yu's clothes, speaking urgently. Yi Yu, my foot really hurts, and I'm not lying to you. Please believe me, okay? Bai Shuelian pleaded with a face full of grievance. Have you forgotten that I am a skilled doctor? How could I not know if you were injured? Yi Yu looked down at Bai Shuelian with a gaze that seemed to regard her as foolish. Bai Shuelian stiffened all over. Looking at Yi Yu's eyes felt like falling into an icy abyss. Was she going to lose Yi Yu? No, she couldn't allow that. If she lost Yi Yu's trust now, not only would she be unable to save her father, but she would also become a laughingstock in the Bai family. She absolutely could not allow this to happen. Yi Yu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to be clever in front of you. I really regret it. I just wanted to get your attention. Who told you to ignore me? Bai Shuelian clutched Yi Yu's clothes tightly, afraid that he would be angry and never pay attention to her again. Yi Yu remained silent. Were all women so unreasonable now? Why was everything blamed on him? Yi Yu, I truly made a mistake. I will never lie to you again. Please forgive me, okay? Bai Shuelian again presented a pitiful demeanor, hoping to invoke Yi Yu's sympathy. Alright, just don't let it happen again. I don't like being made a fool of. Yi Yu warned Bai Shuelian with a stern look, giving her a lesson to prevent her from treating him as a fool. Rest assured, I will not let it happen again. Bai Shuelian spoke with a face full of regret, appearing to admit her fault. Yi Yu gave the fire pig a glance. The fire pig instantly understood, quickly walking to Bai Shuelian and extending its trotter's smile. Miss Bai, let me help you up. The fire pig enthusiastically extended its two trotters. Bai Shuelian glanced at the fire pig's trotters, then looked up at Yi Yu with a pitiful expression full of hope. The fire pig understood Bai Shuelian's little intentions and spoke kindly. Miss Bai, you are an unmarried girl. My master cannot assist you to avoid affecting. Upon hearing the fire pig's explanation, Bai Shuelian realized she had been too hasty. On the other hand, she hadn't anticipated that Yi Yu's thoughts were so meticulous, thinking of so much for her. It seemed that Yi Yu was a pure, reserved man, which was why he treated her with such care. Bai Shuelian felt relieved, reaching out to hold the fire pig's trotters, using it for support to stand up. Yi Yu, you really aren't mad at me anymore. Bai Shuelian acted cute towards Yi Yu, hoping he could forgive her. It's getting late, I'll leave first. Yi Yu maintained a cold expression as he walked towards the door. Seeing this, Bai Shuelian set aside her modesty and quickly chased after him. Yi Yu, I will definitely come to watch your match tomorrow. Are we still friends? MHM. Yi Yu replied, and turned to leave. Bai Shuelian stared at Yi Yu's back, confused. She wanted to chase after him, but felt timid, fearing she would upset. Miss Bai, my master really likes you. Keep a good eye on you. The fire pig made a heart gesture towards Bai Shuelian, albeit in a slightly different shape. Upon hearing the fire pig's words, Bai Shuelian felt a surge of joy. It seemed Yi Yu did care about her, he was just too reserved. Yi Yu walked out of the Bai residence and noticed the admiring gazes from those around him. He raised an eyebrow, surprised that these people had heard the news from the Bai residence so quickly. The fire pig hurriedly caught up with Yi Yu, transforming into a mount, allowing Yi Yu to ride on its back, as they swiftly returned to Lingshan's sect. Back in the room, the fire pig watched Yi Yu leisurely undressing, preparing to soak in the spiritual spring. Unable to contain its curiosity, it approached Yi Yu. Master, why did you expose Bai Shuelian's scheme today? She's a girl and her pride is so thin, how much must you have hurt her heart? The fire pig looked at Yi Yu disapprovingly. Its master was great in every way except for his low emotional intelligence, which made the fire pig worry about his future. What do you know? If I hadn't stopped her this time, who knows what kind of tricks she would have pulled in front of me later. Bai Shuelian is too annoying. Yi Yu said impatiently, holding a very poor impression of Bai Shuelian. Master, she just wanted to appear a bit weak to evoke your sympathy. The fire pig shook its head, feeling that its master was hopelessly low in emotional intelligence. Fire, do you think she wanted to appear weak? But I feel like she is playing hard to get, trying to test me, Yi Yu said, with a profoundly meaningful look towards the fire pig. So they had utterly ignored him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew, then the more despondent. No need. Yi Yu glanced briefly at Qi Yunj, then closed his eyes, intending to return to his inner realm for meditation. Qi Rouge was unprepared for such a cold rebuff. Gazing upon Yi Yu's aloof and indifferent expression, she found herself torn inwardly. Though Yi Yu possessed peerless talent, rare even in this world, it still chafed her pride to be the one initiating contact. She even wondered whether he was deliberately posturing before her. Zhang Yishan watched Qi Rouge's humiliation with detached silence. Why console her when she had dismissed him outright from the start? He preferred instead to cradle the child in his arms and play. He could hardly be blamed for pettiness. The fault lay solely with Qi Rouge's arrogance and her willful disregard of him. Elder sister, hold me. Qi Zhuiga, drowsy and weary, stretched out his tiny hands toward her. Seeing her younger brother reach for her, Qi Rouge hesitated, then stepped forward toward Zhang Yishan. Many thanks, senior, for your timely rescue. Rouge is deeply... She clasped her fists before her chest in formal martial courtesy, then lifted her brother into her arms. Elder sister Zhuiga wants meat. His belly is rumbling with hunger. Clinging tightly to Qi Rouge's embrace, Zhuiga pointed insistently at the roasted rabbit clutched in Liao Pig's arms. By now the toad had withdrawn into sullen silence, slinking beside Yi Yu and lying down, hoping perhaps to cultivate a deeper bond with him. Be good, Zhuiga. This belongs to others, we must not take it. Though her words were gentle, her gaze remained fixed intently on Zhang Yishan. Zhang Yishan sighed inwardly. Why must he always bear the brunt of ill will? He felt trapped between two irreconcilable duties. If he shared the roasted rabbit with the Qi siblings, only a single small hair would remain for Yi Yu and Liao Pig. Yet refusing outright felt equally unjust. How could he ignore their plight after they'd been rescued? In that moment, Zhang Yishan felt utterly besieged. Liao Pig said nothing, clutching the two roasted rabbits tightly to its chest, its eyes wide and pleading, as if silently begging Zhang Yishan, do not agree. Zhuiga's tummy hurts. Zhuiga wants meat. Seeing no hope of tasting the roast, Zhuiga burst into wails. Be good, Zhuiga. When dawn breaks, I'll treat you to something delicious. All right. Qi Rouge hadn't expected her brother's sudden tantrum, and felt mortified. Their rescuers had shown them kindness. Now her brother sought to claim their food. It was profoundly embarrassing. Wah! Zhuiga wants meat. Zhuiga is starving. At only 3 years old, Zhuiga knew nothing of adult complexities. His sole concern was filling his empty stomach. Zhuiga, if you keep crying, I'll leave you here for the toad to gobble up. With no other recourse, Qi Rouge resorted to intimidation. Wah! No. Don't eat, Zhuiga. Give Zhuiga meat. Still sobbing uncontrollably, Zhuiga kept pointing desperately at the roasted rabbit in Liao Pig. Zhang Yishan, at last relenting, turned his gaze toward Liao Pig. The pig tensed instantly, instinctively hugging the roasted rabbits tighter. To a creature whose very soul revolved around feasting, these two delicacies were priceless. It loathed parting with even one. Only two had been roasted, and losing one would leave but a single morsel. Yet as Zhuiga's cries persisted, Zhang Yishan's resolve softened. Yi Yu, what do you suggest we do? Defeated, Zhang Yishan deferred the dilemma to Yi Yu, thus sparing himself the agony of standing between conflicting loyalties. Yi Yu opened his eyes, studied Zhang Yishan, then glanced at the pitiful Liao Pig. What is there to decide? These are our provisions. What is amiss? Zhang Yishan fell silent. Gazing at Yi Yu's stern countenance, he suddenly realized. He himself was the fool. No matter the predicament, Yi Yu always wielded an unassailable rationale, and strangely Zhang Yishan found that logic deeply comforting. Qi Rouge had not anticipated Yi Yu's utter lack of compassion. Not even a single rabbit leg would he yield. Yet she understood his stance. Caution, while traveling abroad, was only prudent. So your name is Yi Yu. I, Qi Rouge, shall remember it well. Should you ever require my aid, speak without hesitation. Yi Yu raised his gaze to meet hers, his voice icy and detached. If gratitude compels you to repay me, then hand over your family's heirloom, the Qian Manor's treasured artifact. How does that sound? Qi Rouge froze, utterly unprepared for such a demand. Her earlier words had been mere polite convention intended only to win favor in Yi Yu's eyes. She never imagined he would take them seriously, let alone demand the Manor's most coveted treasure hidden so deeply. Even her own father guarded its location with utmost secrecy. Countless others had coveted it, some even attempted theft, but all failed. Thus, even Qi Rouge herself harbored quiet fascination toward this legendary heirloom. Hesitant, did you not just swear your debt of gratitude? How hollow women's promises prove. With that, Yi Yu calmly plucked a roasted leg from Liahua Pig's grasp and began eating with unhurried elegance. Liahua Pig, observing Yi Yu's action, promptly offered Zhang Yishan a generous portion and began devouring its share. Zhang Yishan, hearing Yi Yu's words, realized with quiet admiration how keenly Yi Yu perceived human nature. This young girl had spoken with fervent sincerity moments earlier, professing deep gratitude for his intervention. Yet the moment a sensitive subject arose, she fell mute. Disdain flickered in Zhang Yishan's heart, and without further hesitation he seized the roasted hare in his hands and ate. Qi Rouge flushed dark with shame as Yi Yu exposed her petty pretense publicly before witnesses, leaving her humiliated and speechless. She truly appreciated Yi Yu's aid, but his brazen demand for her family's sacred heirloom left her no path to acquiescence. Elder sister, meat? Meat. Zhuega, still fixated on the roast, pointed urgently at the hare in Zhang Yishan's hands, crying out anxious. Watching Zhang Yishan eat with evident relish, Zhuega redoubled his protests. Qi Rouge stood paralyzed, her dignity wounded, yet her gaze locked upon Yi Yu's graceful consumption of the rabbit leg, her heart trembling violently. Bad elder sister. Bad elder sister. Zhuega wants meat. Give Zhuega meat. Struggling fiercely in her arms, Zhuega cried accusation after accusation, until Qi Rouge's face darkened with helpless fury. Qi Zhuega, if you persist in this tantrum, I shall abandon you here and never bring you to mother and father. Her voice trembled with suppressed despair as she glared down at her brother. As Yi Yu stood bewildered, Zhang Haifeng suddenly withdrew an ancient-looking ring from his robes. Yi Yu, it's our first meeting. I have little to offer you, but please accept this ring as a token of goodwill. Zhang Haifeng gazed at Yi Yu with sincere eyes. Yi Yu glanced at the ring resting in Zhang Haifeng's palm and felt a jolt of astonishment. The piece appeared exquisitely rare and extraordinarily valuable. Seeing Yi Yu merely stare at the ring without reaction, Zhang Haifeng grew anxious, convinced Yi Yu was refusing his gift. Without hesitation, he reached out, seized Yi Yu's hand, and slid the ring onto his middle finger. A faint sting prickled Yi Yu's fingertip. Then deep within his mind an ageless voice resonated. Congratulations, you are now my new master. Before Yi Yu could fully process the revelation, his gaze swept across the ring's inner space, chests brimming with jewels and gold coins, towering stacks of ancient texts, racks of gleaming weapons. Even that fleeting glance left him profoundly stunned. The ring's spatial realm dwarfed his former system inventory in sheer magnitude and sophistication. Though inwardly shaken, Yi Yu betrayed no emotion. His expression remained calm and indifferent, as if the ring upon his finger held no particular significance. What do you think you're doing, Zhang Haifeng? Yi Yu is disciple Qingxin's protege. This will surely displease her. Zhang Yishan glared fiercely at Zhang Haifeng, his fingers twitching with the urge to wrench the ring from Yi Yu's hand. It is merely a welcome gift for Yi Yu. Qingxin will understand, Zhang Haifeng replied, pride gleaming in his eyes, as though he had secured an irreplaceable advantage. Undeterred, Zhang Yishan retrieved a jade pendant from his robes and offered it to Yi Yu. Yi Yu, I've long neglected to give you a gift. Take this pendant. It may yet prove vital in days to come. Yi Yu fell silent. Are these two grown men truly behaving like children? Or have they lost their wits entirely? What on earth is happening here? Noticing Yi Yu's stillness, Zhang Haifeng smirked triumphantly at Zhang Yishan, his gaze dripping with smug condescension. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You've known Yi Yu for so long, yet only now remember to bring a gift. How miserly you are. Associating with someone like you holds no promise. Zhang Haifeng, you insolent fool. If you dare speak another word, I'll tear you limb from limb. Zhang Yishan snarled, fists clenched. Yet his wounded body denied him access to spiritual energy, leaving him powerless. Humph. Try me. Zhang Haifeng sneered, his contempt palpable. Zhang Haifeng, you. Zhang Yishan sputtered, finger jabbing furiously, utterly speechless with rage. Enough. I have matters to attend to. I'm leaving. Yi Yu could no longer endure the spectacle, two full-grown men bickering like petulant children. He growled low, turned on his heel, and strode resolutely toward the city gate. Yi Yu, I'll await your return at Lingshan's sect to lift this poison. Travel safely. Zhang Haifeng waved cheerfully at Yi Yu's retreating back, beaming with quiet satisfaction. Yi Yu didn't glance back. Not once. His patience frayed thin by their childish theatrics. Liahua Pig scurried after Yi Yu, breath held tight, clinging to his side like a shadow. Zhang Yishan shot Zhang Haifeng one final venomous glare before hastening after them. They pressed onward, just barely clearing the city walls when dusk descended, shrouding the path ahead in thick, impenetrable gloom. Yi Yu, night has fallen. We should rest here tonight, Zhang Yishan suggested, knowing the timing was awkward yet recognizing human limits. Even cultivators needed repose to restore vitality. Yi Yu halted, surveyed the darkening sky, and nodded. Very well, we shall pause here for the night. He then drew forth his eternal candle and lit it steady. Zhang Yishan watched intrigued. The possession of spatial artifacts was common, yet few stored something as mundane and seemingly archaic as a candle. Liahua Pig deftly gathered dry branches and kindled them with the candle's flame. Soon a warm, crackling fire bloomed, bathing the clearing in amber light and gentle heat. I'll forage for food, Zhang Yishan said, glancing at Yi Yu before striding into the undergrowth to hunt small game. Yi Yu nodded silently, watching him vanish into the shadow. Now only Liehua Pig and Yi Yu remained. Recalling Zidian's earlier words, Liehua Pig sank into quiet sorrow, staring blankly into the fire, its heart heavy with perhaps I am already worthless. Better to perish quietly than burden my master further. Liehua, what weighs on your thoughts? Are you troubled? Yi Yu sensed the shift instantly. Liehua Pig, normally voluble and restless, rarely fell into such profound silence. No sorrow at all. Walking beside my master brings Liehua greater joy than anything else in the world. Liehua Pig spoke with quiet pride, its loyalty to Yi Yu unwavering, and in his presence it had tasted something rare and tender, genuine human warmth. Yi Yu studied Liehua Pig's downcast face, then pulled a snack from his storage pouch and tossed it over. Liehua Pig stared at the treat it once devoured with unbridled delight. Now it sat untouched, and its trotter appetite vanished. Liehua, I am already refining a pill for you. Once we settle somewhere secure, you shall take it, and your spiritual energy will gradually return. Yi Yu spoke calmly, knowing precisely what mattered most to Liehua Pig. At those words, Liehua Pig's eyes widened, pure unguarded wonder flooding its features. Master, truly, you mean it? Its voice trembled with disbelief, its heart soaring as if lifted on celestial winds. Then keep it. I'll give it to someone else instead. Yi Yu feigned indifference, suppressing a private smile at Liehua Pig's frantic eagerness. Master, you're the very best. Please, save the pill for me. Liehua Pig planted a trotter on Yi Yu's arm, gazing up with soulful, pleading eyes. Smile for me, Yi Yu commanded. Instantly, Liehua Pig split its snout wide in a goofy, heartfelt grin, and its spirit lifted radiant and unburdened. Its master truly cherished it, so much so that he devoted himself to crafting a pill solely for its sake. Stop grinning. That looks idiotic, Yi Yu muttered, wrinkling his nose at the sight. Liehua Pig only grinned wider. Master, your kindness overwhelms me. It moves me deeply. Young hero, please wait a moment. Yi Yu turned around and saw a woman with exquisite features dressed in snow-white attire, which made her appear even more delicate. The woman was also examining Yi Yu, gazing at his tall and handsome figure standing like a celestial being against the light. Is there something you need? Yi Yu's phoenix-like eyes looked down at the woman in white, approaching him. As she got closer, she could see clearly the man who had caught Hu Tianjio's attention at first sight. Yi Yu's features were profound and three-dimensional, extraordinarily handsome. Having lived so long in the eternal night world, it was her first time encountering such a strikingly handsome man. No wonder Hu Tianjiao was smitten, as even she felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Hello, my name is Mo Shiner. I am Hu Tianjio's cousin. My sister is not very understanding and has offended you. I apologize on her behalf. After saying that, Mo Shiner raised her eyes to look at Yi Yu, a glimmer of excitement in her gaze. It's nothing. Yi Yu was terse. Even though the woman before him was beautiful, she did not pique his interest in the slightest. May I ask what your relationship is with the Bai sisters? Mo Shiner asked directly, giving off a sense of forthrightness and lack of pretense. Upon hearing Mo Shiner's question, Yi Yu felt an inexplicable amusement. What relationship did he have with the Bai sisters, and what did that have to do with her? On what grounds was she questioning him like that? Mo Shiner noticed the expression on Yi Yu's face and felt a pang of anxiety, realizing how foolish her words had. I mean, no offense, Yi, I just saw that you possess extraordinary qualities and your stature is remarkable. A person like you, I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Mo Shiner spoke with a sweet voice, raising her small, delicate face, looking at Yi Yu with hopeful eyes. Many men could not escape her allure. When they saw her displaying such a pure, yet alluring demeanor, their hearts would soften. Even speaking to her loudly felt like most of the time they would speak to her in soft tones led by her whims. Therefore, Mo Shiner was very confident in her charm, believing that Yi Yu would surely fall under her spell and become her most loyal follower. Not interested. After uttering those three words, Yi Yu averted his gaze and stepped forward, thinking about safely escorting the Bai sisters to the Ling Mountain sect so he could return to the eternal night world and continue with more advanced tasks. To enhance his abilities and dig for treasures, he aimed to conquer the eternal night world and become its ultimate ruler. Mo Shiner, filled with confidence, felt frozen in place upon hearing Yi Yu's words. A wave of unprecedented humiliation surged within her. No man had ever rejected her invitation, nor had anyone ignored her presence. This strikingly tall man before her had actually rejected her without hesitation, even displaying a look of disdain, which Mo Shiner found hard to accept. Wait. Mo Shiner, unwilling to give up, reached out her hand to block Yi Yu's path. Having been obstructed repeatedly, Yi Yu appeared somewhat impatient, frowning as he looked down at Mo Shiner, who barely reached his chest, his thin lips tightly pressed. Although Yi Yu did not speak, he emanated a cold aura that warned others to keep their distance. Mo Shiner was momentarily startled by his demeanor and awkwardly withdrew her hand. Cousin, Hu Tianjiao watched Mo Shiner, gazing up at Yi Yu with wide eyes, and feeling anxious called out to her. She wanted her cousin to quickly use her most skilled tactics to keep Yi Yu around. A man as excellent as him was someone she had to secure. Especially since this man had a connection to the Bai sisters, she must snatch Yi Yu away from them. Mo Shiner had no other special hobbies, just a penchant for taking things from. No matter what it was, she wanted to seize it all, only she deserved to possess the best. Mo Shiner suddenly came back to her senses, slightly surprised. She had just forgotten to react, completely lost in Yi Yu's charm. Realizing this, she couldn't help. It was her first time losing her composure like this, which was quite embarrassing. Step aside. Yi Yu, utterly exasperated, looked at Mo Shiner standing in front of him, like a fool unable to articulate her thoughts, while persistently blocking him. It was truly seeing Yi Yu's expression, Mo Shiner felt wronged. No man had ever been this harsh towards her, it was so uncouth. Hey Hu Tianjiao, is your cousin a fool? Can't she even understand human speech? Bai Yao mocked, crossing her arms, and looking at Mo Shiner with disdain, as if in her mind Mo Shiner was nothing but a big fool. Bai Yao, what nonsense are you spouting? Speak carelessly, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Hu Tianjiao clenched her fists, angrily scolding Bai Yao, wishing she could rush over and scratch her face. How could Bai Yao be more beautiful than her? Such a woman should not remain in this world, or she would eventually become a disaster. Oh, I'm so scared. Bai Yao exaggeratedly feigned fear, looking at Hu Tianjiao with blatant disdain. You. Hu Tianjiao angrily pointed at Bai Yao. Cousin, stop causing a scene. Don't forget what your father instructed. Mo Shiner gave Hu Tianjiao a disapproving look, signaling her to stop the nonsense. Hu Tianjiao angrily withdrew her hand and looked at Yi Yu with grievance. If it weren't for this man, she would have charged in and directly torn apart the Bai sisters. Now, with Yi Yu present, she could only temporarily swallow her indignation. Mo Shiner turned around and noticed Yi Yu was gone. She quickly turned to see him already 10 meters away, feeling infuriated, but even more determined to capture. With a leap, she flew directly to Yi Yu's side, blocking his path once again. What exactly do you want? Yi Yu frowned, looking at Mo Shiner with displeasure. Young hero, I truly admire you. Why not come to our Mo family? I will provide you with the best resources to assist you. How about that? Mo Shiner persistently gazed at Yi Yu. Hey, what's wrong with you? My husband has already said he won't go to your house. Can't you understand? Bai Yao walked to Yi Yu's side, looking at Mo Shiner with a face full of disdain. Husband? You too? Mo Shiner felt a pang of anxiety, shocked as she looked at Yi Yu, unable to believe Bai Yao's words. Yi Yu remained silent, neither confirming nor denying, simply looking at the woman in front of him with a speechless expression, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What? Is that not acceptable? Do you want to marry my husband as well? Bai Yao held her head high like a proud peacock.